Senior, this is my gift to honor you as my master. The young man placed 3 rosewood boxes respectfully in front of Li Xuan. You're mistaken, I'm not some hidden expert, and I don't accept disciples. Take these back, Li Xuan said, appearing slightly exasperated. The young man was named Su Yan, a scion from a wealthy family in the prefecture city. His background was a source of envy to Li Xuan, who had transmigrated into this world. Unfortunately, Su Yan wasn't too bright and insisted on taking Li Xuan as his mentor, believing him to be a reclusive sage. Li Xuan had been transported to this world for over a decade now. With no super system or cheats, and not being able to leave even the smallest village, what was worse was that he was now the only one left in this tiny village. The small village was surrounded by steep cliffs on all sides. The only narrow path, barely a few feet wide, was the only way in and out. It was an ideal place for hermits' dwellings. The ancestors of the village had moved here to avoid war and chaos. Now, with no wars in the outside world, the younger generation in the village, unwilling to live an ordinary life in this little mountain village, started to venture out into the world. The village was 100 miles away from the nearest town, the journey fraught with danger. One would have to pass through a dense forest where fierce beasts and tigers would often surface. Over the past decades, the population of the village continued to dwindle. By the time Li Xuan arrived, there were only a dozen households remaining, composed mostly of elders. Including Li Xuan, there were only 5 strong young men left in the village. All of them, including Li Xuan, were dissatisfied with the village life and yearned for the city. But the journey was dangerous, especially through the 30 miles of the deadly woods, which was inhabited by ferocious tigers and beasts. Several young men who had left the village had died in the forest. One day, 10 years ago, a villager who had left to wander came back. He wanted to take his mother to live in the city and claimed to have learned the skill to kill tigers, fearlessly facing the beasts in the deadly woods. So Li Xuan and a few other young men decided to join him on his journey. The deadly woods, although roamed by fierce beasts, could be crossed safely with good luck, avoiding any encounters with the animals. Luck wasn't on Li Xuan's side. A spot-striped tiger appeared. The man who had claimed to have learned how to kill tigers grabbed his sharp knife, roared loudly, and rushed forward in a sliding tackle. Only Li Xuan escaped unscathed, returning to the small mountain village. He always believed that his survival was due to him noticing the sliding tackle and promptly deciding to run. That skill of killing a tiger was utterly unreliable, leading him straight into the tiger's mouth. After this incident, Li Xuan was the only able-bodied man left in the village. The older residents, having lost their loved ones, passed away one by one over the next decade, until half a month ago, when Li Xuan bid goodbye to the last old person in the village. Looking at the empty mountain village where he was the only one left, Li Xuan felt a surge of grief and anger. Other transmigrators either rose against the struggles or had extraordinary backgrounds, and he couldn't even get out of a tiny mountain village. Without any system or cheats, there was a good chance he would die alone in this tiny mountain village. I thought I could be the protagonist of an online novel, using longsword to travel thousands of miles, slaying demons across the world, becoming a saint, and looking down upon the world. Clearly, I was thinking too much. Li Xuan sighed inwardly and made a self-deprecating remark. I can't even get out of a small mountain village, and I'm still dreaming about traveling thousands of miles with longsword. Ha. Because of these self-deprecating remarks, Su Yan, who had somehow arrived in the tiny mountain village, heard the phrase travel thousands of miles with longsword and mistook Li Xuan for a reclusive expert. He immediately knelt down, insisting on taking him as his master. Senior, I have finally found you. Please take me as your disciple and teach me your unmatched martial arts. What? Li Xuan was taken aback. He stared at the 16 or 17-year-old boy, dressed extravagantly with a longsword hanging from his waist, and felt somewhat dazed. I am Su Yan from Dong Prefecture. From a young age, I vowed to find the true martial arts. Today, I am fortunate to meet Senior. I beg you to accept me as your disciple. I am determined to practice diligently and will not betray the traditions passed down by you. Thud, thud, thud. Looking at the young man with fanatical eyes, reverently kneeling, Li Xuan was dumbfounded. The first thought in his mind was, this kid's brain might not be fully functional. No matter how much Li Xuan denied that he was a hidden expert, nor how he denied understanding the cultivation methods of martial arts, Su Yan refused to believe it and insisted on pledging his loyalty as a disciple. His fanaticism gave Li Xuan a headache. I'm not a hidden expert, nor do I understand the methods of martial arts cultivation. You got the wrong person. I am also looking for someone to teach me martial arts. Impossible. Su Yan looked resolute and said, Honored elder, stop trying to deceive me. You are definitely a hidden expert. Look at this place, surrounded by precipitous cliffs with enchanting scenery. It's clearly a recluse's hiding spot. If you aren't a hidden expert, why would you live here alone? Elder, please accept me as your disciple. I promise never to let you down or waste your teachings. Su Yan continued to kowtow, his eyes brimming with zeal and a determined look. I'm not a hidden expert. I have no method of cultivation. I do not take disciples. You've seriously got the wrong person. Li Xuan looked helpless. Just how stubborn was this kid? He had no idea how he'd gotten through the sinister forest to reach this small village. Has he become irrevocably obsessed searching for a hidden expert? I understand. Su Yan suddenly stood up with an enlightened expression on his face. Becoming a disciple is a matter of great importance. How can it be rushed? I will go back and prepare a ceremonial gift for becoming your disciple. As Li Xuan stood there bewildered, Su Yan ran off and quickly disappeared from sight. Half a month passed by in the blink of an eye. During this half-month, Li Xuan had been full of regret for not seizing the opportunity to gather more information about the outside world from Su Yan, or possibly even the chance to leave this small mountain village. Who would have expected Su Yan to return again? And moreover, he brought a gift for becoming his disciple. He's completely determined to acknowledge him as his master. No matter how much he denies it, he stubbornly thinks of him as a hidden expert. Li Xuan didn't want to deceive anyone, especially not someone with such an unusual background. He had no cheats or systems. He couldn't even bear to think about what would happen if his lies were exposed. So he rejected it again and again, denied it again and again, but Su Yan was so inflexible, firmly believing that he was a hidden expert, and this belief was unshakable. Honored elder, here is 300 taels of gold. I know that practical objects don't catch an expert's eyes, but a gift for becoming a disciple cannot be absent. This is my sincerity. Su Yan opened one of the boxes, within which 30 gold bars were neatly arranged. Li Xuan looked at the gold bars, swallowing his saliva, somewhat tempted, but in the end he gritted his teeth and insisted, I don't take disciples. I'm also not a hidden expert. Quickly take it back. I'm only a few years older than you. Although the elder looks young, it must be because of your high cultivation that you maintain your youth. Su Yan was still firmly convinced that he was a hidden expert and opened the second box. This is a 1,000-year-old ginseng treasured by my Su family. It's my second ceremonial gift. I hope the elder will accept it. Li Xuan swallowed again, looking in the box at that root-complete 1,000-year-old ginseng that was already formed in a human shape. Its faint scent of ginseng penetrated into his nostrils, and his whole being seemed to be invigorated. A 1,000-year-old ginseng was undoubtedly a rare luxury. The elder in the village once said that a 100-year-old ginseng could extend the life of a dying person for 3 days, greatly increase vitality, and it had miraculous longevity effect. With its amazing effects, a 1,000-year-old ginseng must have even more divine power. Li Xuan was somewhat tempted, but he gritted his teeth again and continued to say, take it back. I really am not a hidden expert, and I do not have the method of cultivation. Su Yan opened the third box. Honored elder, this is a 9-leaf elixir, my third ceremonial gift. 9-leaf elixir. Li Xuan found it difficult to look away. The village elder once said that the world's most precious herb, the 9-leaf elixir when taken, could make one immune to all diseases, mind clear and hair not turn white, and life can be extended by 20 years. It's a rarely seen treasure in the world. Li Xuan looked at the box, the jade-white color, shaped like a lingjai mushroom, the stem growing 9 purple leaves of the 9-leaf elixir. He took a deep breath, forced himself to look away, and sighed deeply, pretending to be profound. All right, since you are able to come here, it must be fate. I will accept you as my disciple. He really couldn't refuse because Su Yan had given too much. Disciple Su Yan, greeting master. Overcome with excitement, Su Yan knelt down with a thump, bowing respectfully. Rise. Li Xuan reached out to close the box that contained the gift for accepting a disciple. His face was solemn, projecting the demeanor of a strict master. He did not wish to deceive others, yet the gift Su Yan offered was simply too generous. He would accept the pupil, but as for the cultivation technique, there wasn't any, but no matter, he could just make one up. Li Xuan reasoned that he was a failed online novel author in his past life. Making up a cultivation technique should not be a big deal. Gauging from the dim-witted look on Su Yan's face, it seemed unlikely that he could distinguish a genuine cultivation method from a fake one, and if he fails to achieve the entry level of cultivation, it certainly wouldn't be the fault of the cultivation technique, but instead the lack of aptitude. Yes, master. Su Yan stood up excitedly, eyes trained on Li Xuan. Master, when will you teach me the cultivation technique? Looking at Su Yan's hopeful eyes, Li Xuan put on a mystic air and slowly said, I have temporarily accepted you as my disciple, but if you can't achieve the entry level of cultivation within a year, it means that we are not fated to be master and disciple. From then on, you should not bother me anymore. Understand? At this, Su Yan shivered internally, took a deep breath, and said seriously, understand. Rest assured, master. If I'm unable to cultivate within a year, it would be my own lack of aptitude. I won't blame you, master, but will give up and not disturb you anymore. Li Xuan's face was filled with relief. It was great that his disciple had this understanding, achieving entry level of cultivation in a year. More like never in 10, even 100 years. Before he could make up a cultivation technique to trick Su Yan, Li Xuan needed to learn about the martial arts situation of the world. As Su Yan assumed he was a recluse who didn't bother with worldly affairs, Li Xuan proceeded to ask straightforward questions. The less Li Xuan knew about the outside world, the more Su Yan believed he was a secluded ancient master with unparalleled mastery in martial arts and never aging. Naturally, he told everything he knew. After some understanding, Li Xuan had a general knowledge of the outside world. The small mountain village was located in the eastern river region of Qi country, a vigorous country that had been established over 100 years ago. There were 3 countries in the world, namely Qi country, Wu country, and the barbarian kingdom in the north. From Su Yan, he learned that the martial arts level of this world was not too advanced, with a lack of earth-shaking power or the ability to traverse through the air. Strong fighters could only perform feats like running up walls, jumping several meters high, and lifting heavy loads. As for Su Yan, since childhood, he was obsessed with legendary tales, always dreaming of finding a genuine master and train in an unparalleled cultivation technique. This obsession had earned him some fame in the Eastern River region, but not in a good way. People often mocked the young master of the Su family for being deluded, believing in myths, and seeking non-existent masters to learn their skills. After learning about the outside world, Li Xuan felt a tad disappointed because he had thought he was in a world of high-level martial arts. But could it just be that Su Yan did not have access to them? No matter which case it was, it's currently out of Li Xuan's reach. However, he now had an idea about how to trick Su Yan with a made-up cultivation technique. Successful cultivation was impossible. Su Yan's failure would simply reflect his lack of aptitude, not a problem with Li Xuan's non-existent cultivation technique. At this point, Li Xuan began to speak. The cultivation technique I will impart focuses on the word enlightenment. Whether you can achieve the entry level depends on your aptitude and talent. I will give you 1 year. If you cannot reach the entry level in a year, then it just means that it's not meant to be. As Su Yan's heart pounded with excitement, he also felt slightly nervous. He was afraid that he would not be able to cultivate successfully. Taking a deep breath, he said reverently, "Please guide me with the cultivation technique, master. If I cannot attain the entry level of cultivation, it would be due to my lack of fortune." Li Xuan leaned back, looking up into the sky, speaking in a slow tone. The martial arts path is endless, but the beginning of cultivation is nothing more than refining the skin, refining the bone, refining the viscera. Su Yan listened intently, his eyes full of passion, afraid of missing a single word. Li Xuan recalled the settings he had made for different levels in his online novel. He elaborated on them and organized a relatively complete summary of the cultivation method. The beginning of martial arts is to sense the qi in blood. Only by sensing the qi in blood can one enter the skin refinement stage. If one cannot even sense the qi in blood, then everything else is mere talk. Skin refinement, as the name suggests, is about tempering your skin. Once the skin refinement is complete, your skin would be extremely tough and normal blades or swords wouldn't harm it. Even if cut, it would only leave a pale mark. If he was going to make it up, he should exaggerate the power of martial arts. After completing the skin refinement stage, people would be invulnerable to ordinary attacks. That would be impressive, wasn't it? Seeing Su Yan's excited expression, Li Xuan knew he had fooled him. This is real martial arts. Just at the skin refinement level, one can already be impervious to blades or swords. If refining bone and viscera are more powerful, aren't they? I, Su Yan, am finally under the guidance of a true master, learning the real martial arts. Once I attain the entry level, let's see who dares to laugh at me. Su Yan's eyes were filled with fanaticism. His heart surged with excitement. Master, does achieving skin refinement mean I've reached the entry level? Su Yan asked eagerly. Well, without thinking, Li Xuan was about to nod his head and tell Su Yan that achieving skin refinement meant attaining the entry level of cultivation. But on second thought, wouldn't that seem too simple? Since he was fooling around anyway, why not exaggerate even more? Therefore, he said seriously, of course not. Skin refinement, bone refinement, and viscera refinement are just the basics of martial arts. They can't even be considered as reaching the entry level. Su Yan was stunned. If skin refinement can already make one impervious to blades and swords, and bone refinement and viscera refinement are naturally more powerful, then this is not reaching the entry level of martial arts. Then how powerful will one be after attaining the entry level? At this moment, Su Yan was filled with longing and desire to attain the entry level of martial arts. Master, when will one be considered to have entered the martial arts, the entry level of martial arts? When your viscera refinement is complete, your qi and blood circulate throughout your body undergoes a small metamorphosis, your muscles and bones roar like thunder, and your qi and blood surge like the sky, then you'll have reached the entry level. Master, what happens after the entry level of martial arts? What's the small success like and the big success? How strong can one be? This martial arts has different stages. After the entry level, when your qi and blood can shoot up to the sky, burning intensely like a fire, keeping evil spirits at bay, burning rivers and seas, that will be the great success. Li Xuan improvised on the spot. Su Yan became more excited as he listened. Just when he was about to ask again, Li Xuan waved his hand and interrupted. All right, you haven't even reached the entry level yet. Don't ask too much. Don't overreach yourself. Cultivation requires calmness and patience, and impatience is detrimental to cultivation. Yes, master. Su Yan sobered up with a start, replying respectfully. Li Xuan nodded in satisfaction. It was not that he didn't want to continue talking, but that he hadn't come up with the latter part of the cultivation technique yet. The skin refinement, bone refinement, and viscera refinement stages that he had made up were absurd enough to trick Su Yan. He won't be able to cultivate to even skin refinement in a year, or even in 8 to 10 years, let alone attaining the entry level. Establish a good horse stance. Adjust your breathing, calm your mind, focus on the danshan, and feel your own qi and blood. Su Yan adopts a horse stance under the guidance of Li Xuan, adjusting his breathing and sensing his qi and blood. Li Xuan, while providing instructions, speaks up. The method of my cultivation lies in the insight and the intention, not in the form. You need to calm your mind, forget about everything else, and deeply understand it while looking for the intention within. No matter what, it's all made up anyway. There are no techniques to teach. Surely I can't teach Su Yan to do aerobics, right? That would be too lame. So Su Yan can only do a horse stance and figure out the qi and blood itself. As for not being able to sense it, that's a matter of aptitude, not a problem with the cultivation technique I taught. Whether you can sense qi and blood relies on your understanding. If you can glimpse the intention within and sense the qi and blood, then try to mobilize qi and blood, refining your skin all over, and enter the skin refinement stage. Li Xuan teaches Su Yan cultivation with a serious expression. This is the foundation of martial arts. As they say, the master can lead the way, but the disciple must do the work. You must cultivate diligently, understand deeply, and rest when tired. Combine work with leisure, but do not rush. The more anxious you are, the harder it is to sense qi and blood. Understand. Su Yan respectfully replied, yes, master, your disciple understands. Very well, cultivate diligently. Li Xuan leaves with his hands behind his back, happily collected the offering Su Yan presented to him when he sought to become his disciple. 9-leaf ginseng is indeed a treasure. Let me boil some and try its effects. Thinking so, Li Xuan takes out a small knife, carefully cuts a piece of 9-leaf ginseng, catches a chicken from the coop to slaughter, and cooks it together with the ginseng. This apprentice is here cultivating, but he needs to be fed. Considering the lavish gift he presented, if I don't even provide food, that would be a bit too heartless. Li Xuan muttered to himself. While cooking, he took a look at Su Yan, who was still practicing his stance but shaking slightly, about to lose his strength. A while later, Su Yan couldn't hold on any longer and began to rest. This was already his third break. I'll just deceive him for as long as I can. I didn't want to trick you, but you basically threw yourself at my doorstep. Li Xuan shook his head and ignored him. He wouldn't be found out for a while. Moreover, Su Yan's arrival provided Li Xuan with a chance to leave the small village. Perhaps he could safely traverse through the evil forest. He already planned his escape. Once he left the small village, he'd head to Wu Country. To stay far away from Qi Country in Donghe County. Even if Su Yan found out he was deceived, he wouldn't be able to use his background to take revenge on him. Su Yan once again adopted the horse stance, focusing his mind to sense his qi and blood. Qi and blood, they reside within the body, flowing throughout. How do I sense them? How do I mobilize them? Master said, it's all about comprehension, intention, and not the form. Su Yan continued to sense his qi and blood, but besides feeling the soreness in his legs from maintaining the horse stance, he couldn't sense any qi or blood at all. Don't be disheartened. It hasn't been that long, persistence will surely pay off. Su Yan encouraged himself, his eyes firm as he continued to hold the horse stance and sense his qi and blood. The chicken soup was ready. Li Xuan took a look. Seeing that Su Yan was still in his stance, he didn't disturb him and started eating by himself. 9-leaf ginseng, a rare treasure in this world. Eating it can keep all diseases at bay, black hair won't turn white, and it prolongs life by 20 years. I wonder if that's an exaggeration. After Li Xuan had eaten his fill, he didn't know if it was simply psychological, but he felt much more energetic, as if his whole body had become much more relaxed. There's a bit left over, I'll give it to Su Yan. After mumbling to himself, he got up and walked over to Su Yan. How is it? Su Yan ended his horse stance, looking slightly dispirited. Master, I still can't sense any qi or blood. That's okay. In the way of martial arts, the most important things are persistence and firm will. Li Xuan comforted him. He thought to himself, of course you can't sense any qi or blood. What I taught you is all nonsense. If you could actually sense qi or blood, wouldn't you be some kind of monster? You still have a whole year, aren't you hungry now? Go and eat. This is chicken soup cooked with 9-leaf ginseng. Eat it. Consider it a nourishing meal. Yes, master. Su Yan felt touched. The 9-leaf ginseng was his gift to his master, but his master used it to cook soup for him. His master truly didn't care about the gift. Just as he had said, him being here was fate. While eating his meal and sipping the soup, Suyen asked Master, "How long does it usually take to sense qi and blood and get started with cultivation?" "Well, that varies from person to person. Master, how long did it take for the fastest person to get started? How long did it take to get started?" Li Xuan rolled his eyes internally. According to the cultivation method he made up, one could never get started in a lifetime. If I set the threshold for getting started too low, will he become suspicious when he doesn't make any progress? I must set the standard of a genius a bit higher. Thinking this, Li Xuan said, "In ancient times, a genius would complete the skin refinement in 5 days, the bone refinement in 10 days, organ refinement in 15 days, then move on to the thunderous bones, stage and qi and blood like the Gan, successfully getting started. It took about a month in total." Su Yan's eyes widened in surprise. Complete the skin refinement in 5 days, get started in a month. Was this what his master considered a genius? "Can I complete the skin refinement in 5 days? Today I wasn't even able to sense the qi and blood. I probably can't do it in 5 days. Does that mean I'm not talented enough?" Su Yan immediately began to feel nervous. Li Xuan was paying attention to Su Yan's expressions. It was good that he was feeling nervous. So he added, "Of course, these are the ancient geniuses, 1 in a million. You don't need to rush. As long as you can get started in a year, you're qualified in my eyes." So in Master's eyes, only getting started in a year is just about passable. Su Yan's eyes firm up, declaring earnestly, "Master, rest assured. In a year, your disciple will certainly have gotten started. I won't let down your efforts." Li Xuan slapped his shoulder, his face filled with satisfaction. "With this level of understanding, it was not in vain that I made an exception to accept you as my disciple." Su Yan was deeply moved. At the same time, he felt more pressured, hurriedly finished his meal and stood up. "Master, I'm going to practice. I need to strive hard in my cultivation and certainly not disappoint my master's efforts." With a determined heart, Su Yan took off at a quick pace, returning to his horse stance to sense the qi and blood. This silly boy, Li Xuan shook his head, sighed. He didn't want to deceive anyone, but now there was no turning back. From the moment he accepted the gift and taught Su Yan the made-up cultivation technique, Li Xuan knew there was no way back. He had to see this through to the end. The sky had already darkened. Before going to bed, Li Xuan stepped outside and saw Su Yan still practicing. He admired his determination. Feeling a twinge of compassion, he didn't want to exhaust the boy, so he said, "Remember to combine work with rest during your cultivation. Pushing yourself too hard might harm your foundation. It's essential to rest at the appropriate time." "Master, I understand," Su Yan replied respectfully. Li Xuan shook his head, closed the door, and went back to his room to sleep. Before dawn, Su Yan was already practicing his horse stance. Master said, "To comprehend and understand the meaning, not emphasize on the form, sense the flow of vital energy, mobilize it, and refine the skin." The gifted ones of the past could complete skin refining in 5 days, but I haven't even sensed my vital energy yet. The gap is too wide. Master said you can't be impatient. The more impatient you are, the harder it is to sense vital energy. Su Yan calmed his mind, focused on himself, and delicately sensed his body, sensed his vital energy. A streak of white appeared in the sky. As the sun was about to rise, Su Yan, immersed in sensing his vital energy, suddenly felt a warm current emerging from his chest and abdomen, delicate and warm, seemingly flowing with his breath. Vital energy. I've sensed vital energy. Su Yan at this moment was overjoyed. Stay calm, must be calm and composed, cannot let the mind be disturbed. Mobilize vital energy, refine the skin. How to mobilize vital energy? Master didn't specify. Should I go ask Master? No. Master said it's about comprehension, about intent. I must grasp this feeling at this moment. If I relax, it will be hard to sense vital energy again. Moreover, if I have to ask Master in detail about how to mobilize vital energy, won't it disappoint Master and make him think my comprehension is poor? Thinking this way, Su Yan immediately dismissed the idea of seeking advice from Li Xuan. Continuing to hold his horse stance, he tried again and again to mobilize his vital energy, while recalling the explanations Li Xuan gave about mobilizing vital energy. He focused his mind entirely on himself, immersed in the mobilization of vital energy. His breathing involuntarily adjusted to the rhythm of his vital energy, and gradually a wisp of vital energy spread throughout his body. His skin vaguely glowed red, as if a warm current was refining his skin. I suppose I have entered the stage of skin refining now. Su Yan was extremely exhilarated. Finally, he had sensed his vital energy and successfully mobilized it to refine his skin. When Li Xuan yawned, he got up, washed, dressed, and went outside to prepare breakfast. He was the only one left in the village. Living self-sufficiently had become routine. As soon as he went out, he saw Su Yan practicing his horse stance. A corner of his mouth twitched. His apprentice was quite diligent. Unfortunately, it was all pointless. The method of practice was a tall tale he'd spun. It would be a miracle if it worked. Whenever he can't stand it anymore and comes to ask me, I'll just hoax him again. Li Xuan shook his head and turned away. As Su Yan saw his master, he was excited and was about to tell his master that he had sensed his vital energy and entered the stage of skin refining. However, seeing that the master shook his head, his heart immediately sank. Is my master dissatisfied with me? Yes, how could the master, with his level, not see that I have sensed my vital energy and entered the stage of skin refining? He must think I am restless, arrogant, and impatient. After Su Yan's round of speculations, he immediately dismissed the thought of telling Li Xuan that he had sensed his vital energy and entered the stage of skin refining. Taking a deep breath to calm his mind, he continued to mobilize his vital energy to refine his skin. The master is profound. He can see my ability at a glance. I must not be arrogant or self-conceited, having an understanding of my progress in cultivation. There was no need for me to say it. Su Yan realized in his heart that how he practiced was clear at a glance to his master. There was no need to deliberately tell him. Li Xuan caught a chicken from the chicken coop, ready to continue stewing the 9-leaf yuanji, a rare treasure in this world. After eating the stewed chicken soup with 9-leaf yuanji yesterday, he felt his body was strengthening. As he took out the knife and was about to kill the chicken, he froze. That's not right. I have an apprentice now. There's no reason for me, the master, to serve him. The apprentice should be serving the master. Anyway, I've tricked him once. He is my apprentice now. It's reasonable for him to serve his master right. Considering this, knife in one hand, chicken in the other, he walked towards Su Yan. Apprentice, come, kill the chicken, add some 9-leaf ganoderma, and start cooking. Su Yan finished his training and took the chicken and the knife from Li Xuan, a bit bewildered. What, you can't cook? Li Xuan frowned as he watched him blankly. Right, Su Yan, this simpleton, is the son of a rich family. How could he possibly cook? That said, since he is a disciple now, how could I not make good use of him? Apprentice, each moment, each action, even sleeping and eating, is training. Even though you haven't yet entered the threshold of martial arts, being too far from your master's realm, getting used to it in advance is beneficial for you. Li Xuan said seriously. Master, I'll go right away. Su Yan's expression became serious, replied respectfully. My master's realm is too high. All these mundane chores are actually the gestures of a true sage, the demeanor of a hidden master. The more he thought about it, the more unfathomable he found his master. On the surface, his master seemed ordinary, not exuding the might of a powerful being, but this was the true mark of a master hidden amongst the common people. Su Yan went off to cook. Li Xuan watched him for a while, not reassured. He found that although Su Yan was clumsy in killing the chicken and cooking with his guidance, the food he cooked should at least be edible. So he took a chair and placed it under the big tree in front of the house. Li Xuan reclined on the chair, lazily waiting for the meal. Having a disciple to take care of household chores these days are quite good. With Su Yan's intellect, he wouldn't be able to figure it out in a short time, but I should also prepare for a way out. After the meal, Su Yan resumed his training. The speed of refining my skin has increased. My vitality has improved by at least 50. At this speed, although it won't be possible to complete skin refining in 5 days, it should be okay within a month. Su Yan noticed that the speed of his skin refining had greatly increased, and he was extremely excited. Why has the speed of skin refining suddenly increased? Could it be? He thought of the chicken soup with 9-leaf ganoderma. 9-leaf ganoderma is a rare treasure. His Su family only had this one piece in their treasury. If it hadn't been for Su Yan being the lone heir of the Su family and loved dearly by his parents, he wouldn't have been able to offer the 9-leaf ganoderma as a gift to his master. Master, Su Yan was moved beyond words at this moment. My master knew that the 9-leaf ganoderma could aid my cultivation, so he let me use it to cook the chicken. I must not let my master's kindness go to waste. I must train hard and strive to enter the threshold as soon as possible. With his own elaborate interpretations, Su Yan felt an overwhelming admiration for his master at that moment, his respect as boundless as the sun and the moon, and was deeply moved. He summoned his vitality and continued to refine his skin. Through continuous refining, Su Yan felt his body become stronger, his vitality more vibrant, his skin tougher, as if he had already entered the initial stage of skin refining. I feel like my strength has more than doubled. This is just the initial stage of skin refining. How powerful will I become upon completing this stage? I must enter the threshold of martial arts within a year. Su Yan's eyes were resolute. This 9-leaf ganoderma is amazing. Why do I feel like I'm getting stronger? Should I keep it all to myself? No, it was given by Su Yan after all. Let's eat it together. One should not be too greedy. Li Xuan felt the changes in his body, and for a moment, he had the idea of keeping all the 9-leaf ganoderma for himself. But he wasn't heartless enough to do so, and dismissed the thought of keeping it for himself. It has been over a fortnight since Li Xuan took Su Yan as his disciple, teaching him the improvised cultivation technique. These past couple of weeks have been some of the most comfortable days for Li Xuan since his arrival in this world, every day being waited upon by a disciple, free from cooking, feeding the chickens, or growing vegetables. He spends his days sleeping, wandering around the village, or leisurely lounging in his chair. He was left with only one piece of the 9-leaf primordial herb, which was to be consumed after today's stew. Li Xuan sighs with admiration. The 9-leaf primordial herb, a rare treasure of medicine, had indeed shown outstanding effects. Over the past couple of weeks, he had noticed significant changes in his body. His spirit had improved, his vision had sharpened, his body had grown stronger, and his strength had increased. Shall I stew the millennium ginseng tomorrow? Would it be too nourishing? Li Xuan wondered, sprawled out on his chair. The millennium ginseng is unique. Should I save it? He glanced at Su Yan, who was practicing his horse stance, feeling somewhat puzzled. How is he so patient after these many days? This calm temperament is excellent. It's a pity he's a bit slow-witted. This is for the better. The calmer he is, the more it benefits me. But even after these many days, he hasn't made any progress in cultivation and doesn't seem to have any doubts. Li Xuan was taken aback. I'll ask him about any concerns when eating, fulfilling my responsibilities as a master. Let me think about how I can bluff him. Li Xuan contemplated how to concoct a credible story, how to console Su Yan, and how to encourage him to continue to persist. I have finally achieved the skin refinement. Within his cultivation, Su Yan felt a surge of vitality throughout his body, and his skin tightened and then relaxed. He felt a huge leap in his progress at this moment. I have achieved skin refinement. Master was right. One cannot rush cultivation. It needs a combination of effort and relaxation. Every day, I manage to spare time for cooking, feeding chickens, growing vegetables, and even catching wild game for a supplementary meal. While it seems like my cultivation time reduced, the relaxation and dedication have led to a different state of mind, accelerating my speed of cultivation, making it easier in the process. The level of our honorable master is indeed far too high, Su Yan exclaimed in his heart. Master, being a hidden gem, has always given him immense benefits through every word and every deed. Looking at Li Xuan sprawling on the chair, Su Yan's eyes lit up with admiration and desire. When will I be able to reach the master's level? It seems ordinary, yet extraordinary. This is a true master. Is this what master meant when he spoke of returning to simplicity, close to the Tao? I can't get ahead of myself. I need to keep my feet on the ground. One day I will become as strong as master. Su Yan was absorbed in his thoughts, encouraging himself. In less than 20 days, I have achieved skin refining. I'm only a step away from perfection. Within 3 to 5 days, I should be able to complete the skin refinement stage and start progressing to bone refinement. Once I have completed skin refinement, I'll inquire more from Master about any particular aspects of bone refinement. Master said that the chosen ones of ancient times would complete skin refinement in 5 days. Although I may not be able to live up to that, completing skin refinement within a month seems decent enough, right? Looking at the time, Su Yan realized it was time to cook. So he finished his practice, caught a chicken from the coop, and slaughtered it to stew with the 9-leaf primordial herb. With 1 leaf consumed daily, only the last one left now. While slaughtering the chicken, Su Yan had a sudden thought. The master said that when skin refining is complete, ordinary weapons hardly can harm the person. Should we test it? I'll just give it a light scratch. Su Yan held a kitchen knife and drew it across his arm. As a martial artist who has completed skin refining, he is naturally not ordinary, so he did not use any blood chi and didn't put much force into it. It was the strength of an ordinary person. The knife edge slid across his arm, only leaving a faint white mark which quickly faded back to normal. So this is the defensive power of complete skin refining. Su Yan was excited. Although he did not exert much strength into the slash, it was enough to gut a chicken easily. An ordinary person would be left with a deep cut that would even reach the bone. However, it couldn't leave even the slightest mark on his skin. Just as the master said, after skin refining, ordinary weapons hardly can harm me. Su Yan was full of anticipation for the following bone refining and even organ refining. These days, I'm relieved to see that you can keep your heart calm and not be arrogant. During the meal, Li Xuan started to speak. Master, I understand, always reminding myself to be humble and calm. Su Yan replied respectfully. He was relieved that he managed to make a good impression on his master by restraining his impatience. He's been practicing for so long, Su Yan seemingly is calm. He must be in a hurry inside. I should reassure him, make him persist more. Now that things have come to this, I can only carry on misleading him. Li Xuan was mumbling inside, then started to speak. In the path of cultivation, persistence is vital. You need to have a firm will and you need to be steady. Seeking quick success is not the way. Remember this. Yes, master, your disciple will always remember your teachings. Su Yan nodded seriously. He finally realized, I have completed skin refining. The master must be afraid that I would rush to bone refining without a solid foundation. Even though I have perfectly refined my skin, I must be steady before moving to bone refining. I can't be impatient to give master an impression of restlessness. Su Yan reminded himself not to be complacent and arrogant because of his power improvement. Li Xuan had no idea that his words had given Su Yan different ideas. He did not know that Su Yan was not only aware of blood qi, but had also completed skin refining. Seeing Su Yan so obedient, Li Xuan felt relieved. This disciple is indeed honest, but not very bright. If he encountered someone other than me, he'd probably be cheated out of everything. It's a pity that I'm not some hidden master, otherwise it would have been rewarding to take on such a disciple who respects his master and acts properly. Li Xuan pondered in his mind. Then he began to speak again. I know you must have some questions after practicing for this long. I can answer them for you now. Su Yan's spirit lifted, and he showed an excited look. The master knows that I'm close to bone refining and that I must have some doubts about it. By telling me not to rush and to stay calm and then answering my questions, he can both soothe my restless heart and enlighten me on bone refining. The more he thought about it, the more he believed that every word from his master was full of profound meaning and teaching. Master, I have no doubts about skin refining. I want to ask about bone refining. Are there any particular principles for qi and blood to infiltrate the bones, constantly refining and tempering the bones? At what level is bone refining considered done? When Su Yan asked questions about bone refining, Li Xuan was taken aback because all the words he had prepared to deceive were about perceiving qi and blood and the stage of skin refining. He hadn't expected Su Yan to ask about bone refining, and he hadn't prepared any deceptive words for that. The method of bone refinement has its particulars. It varies in stages. Even though Su Yan's question about bone refinement was unexpected, Li Xuan remained composed. Having been an online novelist in his past life, he was good at making up stories. These days, consuming chicken soup stewed with 9 leaves yuan mushroom had enhanced his memory and sharpened his mind, so he quickly figured out how to fabricate an explanation. Today, your master will explain in detail the knowledge about bone refinement. Bone refinement is an extremely important foundation. It cannot be treated lightly. It determines the strength of your martial arts. If the bone isn't strong, the body can't be strong. Li Xuan's mind spun rapidly as he began weaving tales in an orderly manner. His theories fascinated Su Yan, who was nodding frequently, sometimes appearing as though he's having sudden realizations. So bone refinement has so many considerations. Luckily, my master often instructs me to be calm and patient, otherwise I would rush to refine my bones without understanding its principles. Wouldn't that ruin my martial arts future? Su Yan sighed inwardly. Indeed, I must heed my master's teachings. I must not be impatient, but calm and insightful. The more he listened, the more he realized the depth of the bone refining stage, and once the bone refinement was complete, his strength would surely increase several times over. I'm close to mastering skin refinement. After completing it, I must calm down and carefully contemplate the path of bone refinement before I start. I mustn't rush. Su Yan made up his mind. Li Xuan concocted a story while watching Su Yan's expressions. Seeing his disciple attentive and serious, he nodded with satisfaction and said, "My child, remember, just because you start training slowly doesn't mean your training will always be slow. Just like building a tower, the foundation is extremely important. If the foundation isn't solid, it isn't steady, it can't withstand wind and rain, and it's easy for it to collapse. It's the same with cultivation. Pursuing speed in the early stages might limit your potential and hinder your martial arts progress. Many in the past have rushed their initial training, appearing gifted, but later on, with weak foundations, they progress slowly, sometimes even reaching their limits, unable to advance further." Li Xuan shared these words to comfort Su Yan. Even though he hadn't sensed qi and blood yet, he needn't pursue speed in the foundational stage. Ensuring a solid foundation was the key. However, when Su Yan heard this, it invigorated him. He thought to himself, "Master is warning me. Although my training speed doesn't compare to the gifted individuals of the past, as long as I have a solid foundation, I will surely surpass them in the end. My master has high hopes for me. I can't let him down. I must lay a solid foundation and surpass those legendary individuals." Su Yan felt an overwhelming wave of gratitude and said respectfully, "Master, don't worry. I will remember your teachings. Be patient, lay a firm foundation, and will not let you down." Li Xuan nodded with satisfaction, saying, "I'm relieved to know that you understand my intentions." He sighed inwardly. Finally, I've managed to fool him again. Even if it takes him a month or 2 months to feel the qi and blood, he should be able to stay calm, right? Besides, having consumed the chicken soup stewed with 9 leaves yuan mushroom, I've grown stronger and his body should be getting stronger as well. He must think that it's due to his training. However, deceiving someone can only last for so long, especially when it comes to cultivation. Su Yan may be a bit slow to the uptake, so I should come up with an exit strategy. This guy has a powerful background. Having steadied Su Yan's mentality, the rest is easy. He just needs to let him continue his training. There's still plenty of time for that 1-year deadline. "Master, you mentioned bone refinement has stages. Could you explain this?" Su Yan asked respectfully. Yes, indeed, bone refinement has different stages. Li Xuan paused, nearly forgetting that he had to construct the stages of bone refinement. If I make the difficulty for refining bone high, Suyen hasn't even sensed his qi and blood and couldn't even do skin refinement, the more difficult bone refinement would be even more of a stretch. Once he can't cultivate successfully for a long time, he will acknowledge the difficulties and think his talent isn't enough. He would then suggest leaving and feels guilty for the master's wasted efforts in training him. If I give him another chance, like allowing his children to enter, and let him see a glimmer of hope, even if he can't cultivate himself, let his children cultivate instead. This way, the chances of being exposed become even smaller. I can also earn a bonus from his future children's initiation ceremonies. He had already deceived him once, so he doesn't mind doing it a second time. Li Xuan decided that once everything was over, he would escape this small mountain village and hide in Wu country. This way, the chances of running into Su Yan again would be minuscule. With Su Yan's initiation ceremony gift, he could live a better life in Wu country. He composed himself, putting on a serious expression, and said, "The path of bone refinement comprises 4 stages: refining the bone to iron, refining the bone to bronze, refining the bone to gold, and refining the bone to jade." Su Yan, looking excited, asked, "Iron bone, bronze bone, gold bone, jade bone, are these the 4 stages of bone refinement?" Li Xuan shook his head and answered, "No. These are the 4 bone refinement stages that represent the potential limits of martial arts and the individual's strength. Iron bone is the most common stage of bone refinement for martial artists. Qi and blood temper the bones to be hard as iron, resistant to ordinary sword strikes. Of course, iron bone is just ordinary. The potential for martial arts isn't high. Bronze bone is stronger than iron bone, and its bones are like bronze. Even after death, it won't decay for 1,000 years. Once bronze bone is cultivated, the foundation is deep, and martial arts potential is higher. It is considered above average. Only upon reaching the gold bone stage are you considered truly outstanding." Li Xuan became solemn. All the legendaries of the past, without exception, have reached the gold bone stage. Su Yan's excitement reached a peak, his eyes gleaming as he asked, "Master, how can one cultivate to the gold bone stage?" Seeing Su Yan's enthusiastic expression, Li Xuan was a bit speechless. This fool, did he really think he could cultivate to the gold bone stage? "This is just something I made up." So he said seriously, "Be patient, don't rush." "Yes, master." Su Yan quickly reined in his enthusiasm and sat up straight. Once gold bone is achieved, even after death and burial for 10,000 years, it remains golden with hardness surpassing steel. But among the prodigies, only 1 in 10,000 can achieve gold bone. Li Xuan spoke with a heavy tone. When I said 1 in 10,000, I was referring to one among many prodigies. "Master, are there also different ranks among prodigies?" Su Yan asked curiously. "Of course." Li Xuan nodded. "It's the same as with beautiful women. Even if they're considered beautiful, there's still a difference in levels. It's the same with prodigies." Su Yan comprehended. "I see, just like the top showgirls in Chungxiang building in the Eastern River County. While they are all considered beautiful, the Warren is even more beautiful." Li Xuan gave him a strange look, inwardly cursing him. As expected of a rich young man, he's been to a few shady places. "I want to go too." "Master, as your disciple, I was just making a comparison. I haven't been there." Upon noticing Li Xuan's strange look, Su Yan immediately explained embarrassedly. Li Xuan redirected his gaze, regaining the stern demeanor of a teacher. "Your analogy, though crude, gets the basic idea." Su Yan heaved a sigh of relief, silently admonishing himself, "I must not provide senseless analogies in the future. If I leave a poor impression on Master, it would be terrible. Among thousands, only one can cultivate golden bones. Even if their initial cultivation speed is slower compared to the geniuses of the old times, if one can cultivate golden bones, they are no weaker than those geniuses." Li Xuan continued his improvised explanation. "To temper the golden bones, one must rely on tenacity, talent, and persistence. The vital energy and blood infiltrate the bones, tempering them down to the marrow, and trigger transformations in the vital energy. After 9 cycles of this, the golden bones will form. The difficulty of forming golden bones is self-evident. Tenacity, natural talent, and persistence are all indispensable. Anyone capable of forming the golden bones will have a clear path ahead in martial arts." Su Yan felt a surge of emotion upon hearing this. "Master, I will definitely cultivate the golden bones. I am comforted by your ambition, but do everything within your capabilities. There is no need to incessantly demand too much." Li Xuan nodded approvingly. He muttered to himself, "It would be a miracle if you could cultivate golden bones." At this moment, Su Yan couldn't wait to start practicing, striving to cultivate his bones into golden bones as soon as possible. After hearing his master's words, his blood boiled with determination. "Master, what about jade bones? What are jade bones?" Su Yan didn't forget that in the hierarchy of bone cultivation, above the golden bones, there are jade bones. Jade bones. Li Xuan paused before responding. "Originally, I didn't plan to tell you about jade bones, but now that you have asked, I will share what I know." At this moment, he was quickly brainstorming an explanation for jade bones. The cultivator of jade bones would have flawless, translucent bones as beautiful as jade. Those who can cultivate jade bones are one in a million throughout history. Lixuan stood up, one hand folded behind him, lifting his head slightly, displaying a grand demeanor. He slowly began to speak. My protege, jade bones cannot be achieved purely through talent, perseverance, and determination. Anyone who can cultivate jade bones is blessed with great destiny, a favored child of the heavens. Only those with extraordinary perception who can sense the great Tao can cultivate jade bones. You must remember not to overstretch your ambitions. Su Yan was deeply moved in his heart. It was all so cryptic, the great destiny, the favored child of the heavens, the sense of the great Tao. It was very mysterious. The more mysterious it seemed, the greater the power it promised once jade bones were cultivated. Master, what would happen if I managed to cultivate jade bones? Lixuan glanced at him with meaningful eyes, saying regarding jade bones, there's a saying, pristine jade bones, eternal and undying. Once jade bones are cultivated, even after death, they remain untouched by the passage of time for thousands of years, shining as treasured artifacts of heaven and earth. They would appear as if alive, forming a rare treasure in the world. Lixuan started his baseless explanations, making the jade bones sound immensely mystical. Su Yan was overwhelmed with shock. Clenching his fists tightly, his blood boiled with passion, wishing he could immediately cultivate into jade bones. Lixuan patted him on the shoulder, saying, As your master, I do not expect you to cultivate jade bones. Just remember this belief in your heart and do your best. Su Yan fist pumped with fervor, Master, rest assured. I will definitely strive hard and not disappoint your expectations. Lixuan had a gratified expression on his face, contemplating that since he had already mentioned bone cultivation, he might as well make up something about organ cultivation too. Su Yan's demeanor was akin to a shot of adrenaline, full of fighting spirit for the foreseeable future. While he was feeling inspired, Lixuan decided to tell Su Yan about organ cultivation as well. Hence, Lixuan began, since I've explained the method of bone cultivation to you in detail, I might as well talk about organ cultivation. Let me explain the foundational realm thoroughly for you, Su Yan respectfully replied. Internal organ cultivation involves tempering the organs to enhance vitality and resilience. Those who perfect this technique can even survive a serious injury to the heart, using their qi and blood to heal and regenerate. Of course, this only applies to ordinary injuries. If one is damaged by the power of qi and blood, it would be a different story. Lixuan said unhurriedly. Listening to this, Su Yan was shocked. How could one survive a heart injury and recover through the power of qi and blood? The strength of martial arts truly exceeded the imagination of common men. The 5 organs correspond to the 5 elements metal, wood, water, fire, and earth. The circulation of qi and blood in the 5 organs forms a perfect unity. When the 5 elements merge as one has achieved perfection in organ cultivation. Then by integrating the foundational realms into one, channeling it into your body, your bones will thunder and your qi and blood will surge like the firmament. That's when you've entered the door. Lixuan elaborated on the theory of organ cultivation and some basic methods. Not being a real cultivator himself and having no cultivation techniques, Lixuan's teachings may not be accurate or detailed, but they provided a rough guideline. This is why after he finished explaining, Lixuan added, Disciple, you need to remember that the real practice is realization and intention. Only thus can you tread your own path. The methods I'm teaching you embody the true intentions of martial arts. You need to perceive and understand the intention within on your own, not just sticking to the form. Do you understand? Su Yan bowed respectfully, Yes, Master. I will commit your teachings to heart, always maintaining awareness and not getting stuck on the form. Your understanding brings me great comfort. Lixuan looked satisfied. Get your chores done, feed the chickens or whatever, then start cultivating. After dismissing Su Yan, Lixuan took out the Millennium Ginseng. With a look of dilemma, he sighed, This is such a rare treasure. Isn't it too much of a waste to stew it now? With such a large piece, taking a bit to stew won't hurt. I've never tasted Millennium Ginseng in my 2 lifetimes. After pinching off 2 long roots of ginseng, Lixuan instructed Su Yan to use it to stew a chicken the next day. After finishing up his chores, Su Yan began to cultivate, squatting with his legs spread wide, enhancing his skin. Meanwhile, he was carefully contemplating the methods that his master had taught him concerning organ and bone cultivation. I need to genuinely recognize the profundity in all this. Gradually, Su Yan began to grasp something, acquiring a clear direction for the specifics of organ and bone cultivation. If this is the way for skin cultivation, then the way for bone and organ cultivation can't be much different. It's all about the method and direction of circulating your qi and blood. I understand now. Su Yan was extremely excited. The next day, after eating a meal of Millennium Ginseng chicken soup, Lixuan discovered to his surprise that he felt more energetic and had greater stamina. His body had actually become stronger. Does this world's millennium ginseng really have such miraculous effects? He immediately had Su Yan bring out the whole ginseng and instructed him to stew a bit every day. Even though ginseng was precious, his own body was more important. But Su Yan was so moved that he was almost in tears. This was my initiation gift, but my master unwaveringly used it to help in my cultivation. I can't let him down. After I enter the stage of bone cultivation, I'll go back home and definitely pick a fine initiation gift for my master. As Su Yan cultivated, he felt his vitality becoming stronger. The tempering of his skin was speeding up. The power of the ginseng was being continuously refined, enhancing his vitality and the speed of skin tempering. At latest the day after tomorrow, I will have completed my skin cultivation. Feeling the progress of his skin cultivation, Su Yan was overjoyed. The horizon began to glow white as a ray of the morning sun shone through the narrow passage of the village, illuminating Su Yan, who was in the midst of his cultivation. As always, Su Yan had risen before the break of dawn to practice cultivation. His heart was filled with excitement at this moment. As his vital energy circulated, his skin tightened at one point, producing a cracking sound, similar to a guitar string being rapidly tightened, resounding sharply. His skin seemed seamless and round in that instant. His power had grown stronger, and his vital energy had ascended instantaneously. His skin refinement was completed. 20 days. It took me 20 days to finally complete skin refinement. Though I am far from the prodigies of the past, I am now among the ranks of the prodigies, he thought. Once I refine the golden bone, I won't be inferior to the prodigies of the past. With overwhelming excitement, Su Yan lifted his hands and clenched his fists, feeling an immense power radiating from within. Even when unarmed, he was virtually fearless against swords. He could now easily take on hundreds of adversaries single-handedly. Yet this is merely the result of completing the skin refinement, which is the most basic stage of the foundational realm. I'll settle down today and start bone refinement tomorrow. Su Yan finished his cultivation practice, picked up a hoe, went to plant vegetables and feed the chickens. He relaxed the spirit, preparing for the bone refinement tomorrow. He remembered his master's teachings, to combine work with rest and to keep calm. After waking up and freshening up, Li Xuan left his house only to find, to his surprise, that Su Yan wasn't practicing cultivation. For the first time since he was accepted as a disciple, Su Yan wasn't practicing cultivation early in the morning. What's going on? Did he give up? Impossible. Just yesterday, he was still practicing diligently. Did he suddenly give up? Li Xuan's understanding of Su Yan over the past few days suggested that Su Yan was a man of singular focus and not very bright, so it's unlikely he would just give up abruptly. Li Xuan went to check on the chicken coop, where the chickens had just been fed, and saw Su Yan weeding in the vegetable garden from a distance. So he walked over. Master, Su Yan greeted respectfully. Not bad. You are calm and composed and have managed to keep the vegetable garden neat and orderly. Li Xuan glanced at the vegetable garden, somewhat surprised to find all weeds gone and vegetables growing well, even better than when he was tending it himself. Why did you decide to come weed the vegetable garden so early this morning? Li Xuan came to inquire why Su Yan wasn't practicing cultivation that morning. From what he observed so far, Su Yan didn't seem like he'd given up. Following Master's teaching about balancing work and rest, I am settling down, preparing for strenuous training ahead. Su Yan responded respectfully. Li Xuan heaved a sigh of relief. Indeed, Su Yan had not given up, but was simply calming himself before resuming practice and intuiting the flow of energy. A person of such singular focus wouldn't easily give up. Li Xuan then left with a satisfied smile on his face. I am reassured to see your profound understanding. Su Yan was extraordinarily ecstatic. He secretly thought, indeed, it was the right choice. After completing the skin refinement, not rushing straight into bone refinement, but to give the mind and spirit a break proves it as the correct path in cultivation. Maintain a good mindset, neither proud nor impatient, and success will certainly follow. Li Xuan encouraged before he left. He made a round in the village. Ever since the death of the last elder in the village, the houses in the village had become dilapidated. Several houses had been converted into chicken coops by him, and the rest had been overrun with weeds. How did Su Yan get through the evil forest? Was it due to sheer luck, narrowly avoiding the ferocious beasts? I can't always be trapped in the village, there has to be a way. The breakthrough is with Su Yan. Li Xuan pondered deeply in his heart. As a transmigrator, it's really pathetic that I can't even leave the beginner's village. Li Xuan lamented. The next day, before dawn, Su Yan had already got up to practice. The vital energy permeates the bones, polishing them. Although this is slightly different than skin refinement, the principles are similar. My goal is to obtain golden bones. Only by doing that can I rival the prodigies of old. Su Yan's gaze was resolute. Although Master doesn't articulate this, he surely hopes that I can forge the golden bones. Only by rivaling those prodigies of old can I be worthy of being his successor. As for jade bones, Master says that it can't be achieved by sheer persistence or talent alone. I'll do my best. If I can form jade bones, I will inevitably surpass those prodigies of old. The challenge of creating jade bones is too high, and it can't be achieved through talent or perseverance alone, so Su Yan's primary goal is to create golden bones. Su Yan circulates his vital energy, which begins to slowly seep into his bones. At a certain moment, it feels like his whole skeleton is being nibbled at by ants. It's itchy and uncomfortable. The vital energy has seeped into my bones and is in the process of refining them. I didn't expect this feeling. Su Yan gritted his teeth and persisted. No wonder Master said that to form golden bones requires a combination of talent, persistence, and determination. Just the beginning of bone refinement is this difficult. It's clear that once I reach the stage of golden bones and the energy seeps into the marrow, the feeling will be even more unbearable. With his whole skeleton feeling itchy as if ants were crawling all over, sweat started appearing on Su Yan's forehead. Despite this, he gritted his teeth and persisted, his gaze firm. He will persevere no matter how unbearable it is. Fortunately, as the vital energy continued to seep in, after enduring the initial stage, the itchy feeling and sensation of ants crawling reduced. What followed was a sense of his bones being tempered. It was similar to skin tempering, but much more difficult. The process of vital energy seeping into the bones for tempering was extremely slow. It remained on the surface of the bones and couldn't penetrate deeper. At this moment, Su Yan realized that the difficulty of bone refinement was far beyond his imagination. No wonder there were so few who could form golden bones. Li Xuan came out of the house and instantly saw Su Yan in the midst of his practice. He nodded. A stubborn person indeed wouldn't give up easily. He's maintaining a good attitude. Su Yan, from the corner of his eye, saw his master's nod and his heart instantly stirred. Master must be acknowledging that I've endured the pain of bone refinement and persevered. I must persist. No matter how great the pain, I must persist and never give up. Su Yan encouraged himself in his heart. He continues to temper his bones. As more and more vital energy seeps in, covering his bones and constantly refining them, the feeling of ants crawling disappears. But a sensation similar to the friction of sand appeared. Sweat appeared on Su Yan's forehead, but he clenched his teeth, keeping quiet and continued with the tempering. He didn't know how much time had passed, but the sensation of sand grinding his bones grew stronger. Su Yan felt that he was nearing his limit. Sweat dripped constantly from his forehead. Li Xuan, who was lying in a chair under the tree, looked at the time and then at Su Yan. It's almost time for lunch. What's with my disciple today? Has he forgotten about time? He should be cooking by now. So Li Xuan voiced out, all right, go and cook. It's late. At his words, Su Yan was instantly startled. He began to cease his exercise and the sensation of sand rubbing against his bones gradually disappeared. At that moment, he felt extremely touched. Master must have figured out that I've reached my limit, so he told me to take a break. Yes, Master. Respectfully, Su Yan ended his exercise. P.S. Seeking continued following, votes, and all else. Li Xuan nodded, feeling it necessary to give his disciple a lesson. How could he have forgot to cook? Being too engrossed in cultivation won't do. You need to balance work and rest. Don't overdo the training. Do you understand? Li Xuan said with a serious look on his face. Upon hearing these words, Su Yan's face flushed with shame. Yes, Master. This disciple will always remember this in my heart. He was overwhelmed with emotion. Master is afraid that I'll push myself too hard and end up hurting myself. He's right, although persistence is key. I must also gradually increase my efforts. I've just begun to temper my bones. If I overdo it, problems are likely to arise. You must understand, the importance of persistence also lies in moderation. One must balance work with leisure and take time to relax the mind so you can cultivate more efficiently and gain a greater understanding. Li Xuan patiently instructed. This disciple understands and will never repeat this mistake. Su Yan replied respectfully. Indeed, blindly pushing myself will likely cause problems. I should allow for some relaxation, or I'm like a string that is pulled too tight for too long liable to snap. Understanding dawned on Su Yan. Off you go. Li Xuan gestured dismissively, instructing Su Yan to go cook. This disciple is obedient, but it's a shame I'm not a genuine master, and the cultivation techniques I've made up are also useless, so perseverance will not work. He inwardly sighed, but now that he'd deceived Su Yan, he could only continue the charade. After Su Yan started to cultivate his bones, whenever his vital energy seeped further into his skeleton, he would feel as if sand were rubbing against his bones. But Su Yan didn't keep forcing himself. Whenever he felt he couldn't go on, he would stop cultivating and do other things to relax his mind. 5 days later, during cultivation, Su Yan felt a surge in his vital energy and his entire skeleton vibrated. The entry of the vital energy into the bones felt smoother. He had a sense of becoming stronger, and his vital energy subsequently increased. Finally, I've mastered bone tempering. Su Yan was ecstatic. His 5 days of hard work had seen him through the first stage of bone tempering. The subsequent bone tempering would be much smoother and wouldn't involve the agonizing feelings of ant bites or sand grinding. Those painful feelings would only occur again at the initial stage of tempering his bones to the hardness of copper. I am currently at the beginner's level of tempering my bones to the hardness of iron, but now that I've mastered the basics, the subsequent tempering phases, up until the copper hardness level, should be much easier. Su Yan was excited. If he could endure the tempering process without suffering agonizing pain, he could spend a longer time on cultivation. I've already spent almost 1 month out here, and now that I've mastered bone tempering, I should be able to hold my own against 100 men, even empty-handed. I should go back home once. I used all of my initiation gift for my master on my own cultivation. I should buy some rare medicinal ingredients and prepare another initiation gift for my master. Su Yan knew that although his master wouldn't care about his gift, as a disciple, he couldn't neglect the tradition of honoring his master. Given master's level of cultivation, he wouldn't care about rare treasures. After all, in the eyes of common people, any treasure is but a worldly possession. What should I prepare as an initiation gift? Lost in deep thought, Su Yan suddenly smacked his forehead in realization. How silly of me. Master doesn't care about worldly treasures. As long as I show my sincerity, he'll appreciate it. If I get him some gold or jade ornaments to decorate his room, he would definitely like it. Understanding this, Su Yan felt much more relaxed. I should go out and capture a hare and fish in the stream for a grand meal before departing for master. Su Yan stopped his cultivation, left the village, and went to gather the ingredients. Looking at the bountifully served table, Li Xuan wore a satisfied smile. His disciple was commendable. The meals were getting tastier, and the number of dishes increased as well. After the meal, Su Yan spoke up. A pang of apprehension struck Li Xuan's heart. Once this kid returns home, and he talks about initiating as my disciple before his family, won't my real identity be exposed? Although he's not the brightest bulb, his parents and relatives can't be all clueless, can they? However, not allowing Su Yan to go home was not justifiable and would likely arouse his suspicion. After a moment of deep thought, Li Xuan spoke. It's good for you to go home for a visit. However, I must remind you that until you've reached a certain level of cultivation, you should not reveal this to anyone, including your parents. Do you understand? Yes, master. This disciple will absolutely not discuss cultivation-related matters with others. Su Yan, puzzled, immediately made a solemn promise. I enjoy solitude and a low-profile life and dislike flaunting my achievements. Even though I've taken you as my disciple, you must not mention me until you've reached a certain level of cultivation. I hope you understand. Li Xuan stressed seriously. Yes, master. Until I reach a certain level of cultivation, I won't mention you at all, Su Yan solemnly pledged. If I fail to reach a certain level, it would mean I'm not destined to be master's disciple. Master made an exception by accepting me as his disciple. If I fail to reach that level, it would tarnish master's reputation. As a disciple, I should uphold master's honor and reputation. Su Yan felt somewhat guilty. His aptitude wasn't all that great. If he fails to reach a certain level, he would tarnish master's reputation and subject master to ridicule. As a disciple, he should prioritize master's honor and reputation. Li Xuan's original intention in warning Su Yan not to mention him or the cultivation was to avoid exposing his real identity prematurely. Little did he know that Su Yan had interpreted this in his own way. Of course, I trust you. You should go home soon. Always ensure your safety on the road. Li Xuan's expression softened, and he reminded Su Yan again, you'll have to pass through the 30-mile evil forest on your journey. There are fierce tigers and wild beasts within. You should be extra careful not to get hurt. The evil forest was extremely dangerous. Alone Su Yan, if encountered by fierce tigers or wild beasts, might struggle to survive. All Li Xuan could do was to give a warning. As for whether Su Yan could safely cross it, it all depended on his luck. Yes, master. Su Yan knelt down and respectfully kowtowed 3 times, master. I will be gone for 6 or 7 days at the shortest, or 11 or 12 days at the longest. I will definitely come back to serve you. I appreciate your sentiments. Seeing Su Yan's respect for his teacher and his filial piety, Li Xuan was somewhat moved. How did this scam, which started so innocently, result in me developing feelings? Alas, I guess I'm not cut out to be a con artist after all. I've been forced into it. Li Xuan felt helpless. He really hated fooling people, but damn Su Yan, insistent on trusting anyone, was just begging to be scammed, and the price of the initiation gift he gave was just too high. Su Yan then left. Li Xuan stood on the slope at the entrance of the village, watching Su Yan's departing figure with a complicated look on his face. Hopefully, he'll make it safely through the evil forest. This silly boy. He sighed and returned to his dwelling when Su Yan disappeared from sight. As he sat down on the chair under the big tree, he suddenly felt a bit lonely. Damn, I had gotten used to having a disciple around me. Now that I'm alone again, it feels so uncomfortable. Li Xuan slapped his face and couldn't help cursing. On the first day after Su Yan left, Li Xuan got up early and went out. He didn't see the figure that usually practiced relentlessly, and there was no one to cook for him. He had to feed the chickens and plant vegetables himself. Something felt off. On the second day after Suyan left, Li Xuan began to worry. My foolish disciple, he didn't die in the evil forest, did he? He's been there twice and returned safe and sound each time. It should be the same this time, right? On the fifth day after Suyan left, Li Xuan went to the hill outside the village and looked in the direction Suyan had gone. Nobody had come. He let out a sigh of relief. Even if I have been exposed, anyone coming to capture me, a fraudster, wouldn't arrive this quickly. I wonder if I will be exposed. Ah, Suyan is a blockhead, but he comes from a privileged background. There must be someone smarter around him, right? If I'm found out, won't I be in hot water? Li Xuan felt in a mess. He was considerably worried. On the 10th day after Suyan left, Li Xuan watched from the hill. If anything seemed amiss, he planned to hide and flee. This disciple, he didn't die in the evil forest and fail to return, did he? Or has he been confined? Li Xuan berated himself in frustration as his mind raced. Crap, I didn't want to deceive him. It's his fault for being thick-headed. I can't be blamed for this. I'm really doing badly for myself. Shameful. Li Xuan sighed. He was a transmigrator who was disgracefully muddling through. On the 11th day, Suyan finally returned. Master, your disciple has returned. Looking at Suyan, who respectfully greeted him, and seeing only him with no others appearing to bind up this fraud, Li Xuan let out a sigh of relief. It's good you're back, with a nonchalant expression as though he already knew of Suyan's return. Master, this is a token of your disciple's appreciation. Suyan placed 2 long boxes on the table. I appreciate it. Li Xuan opened a box with a calm expression. Inside was a sword with a gold hilt, adorned with patterns of auspicious clouds and mythical beasts, and inlaid with 9 gems of red, white, and blue. A treasure indeed. Just a glance told Li Xuan that the sword was priceless. He was ecstatic. This foolish disciple is richer than I thought. Showing no signs of being moved, he reached into the box and lifted the precious sword. It was hefty. The hilt was set with 9 more gems, making 18 in total. The gems alone were a small fortune. The hilt also had 2 larger red gems on it. Li Xuan gently slid the sword out of its sheath. A flash of gold caught his eye. The sword was made of pure gold. He placed the sword back into its sheath, then back into the box. Despite his outward calm, his heart was shaking with excitement. I've struck it rich. This sword is an heirloom. Now I can flee to the Wu country without worry. With an approving look, he said, it's the thought that counts. I'm glad you thought of me. Even though this sword is ordinary, it will be enjoyable to play with. Upon hearing this, Suyan was overjoyed. As long as you like it, master. My master truly is a hidden expert. Even a priceless sword does not move him, and he sees it as nothing more than a toy. His reverence for his master grew yet again. Li Xuan opened the second box. Inside was a flawless jade ruby. His eyes sparkled slightly. This jade ruby was clearly a treasured item. Excellent. Nodding his head, Li Xuan expressed his satisfaction. Master, I also brought some rare medicinal herbs with me, Suyan said as he unpacked the bundle. Li Xuan raised an eyebrow, thinking to himself, did he also realize that these rare tonics improved his physical condition and were beneficial for cultivation? As always, you should carefully use these herbs. Li Xuan glanced at them. There wasn't any 9-leaf yuzhai or 1,000-year ginseng. There were 2 5-leaf yuzhai and 300-year ginseng plants, both considered rare medicinal herbs. Yes, master. Suyan stored the medicinal herbs properly, began tidying up the room, and prepared to cook. Li Xuan was pleased. This apprentice of his was sensible and knew to get to work as soon as he came back. What happened? His face is filled with dejection. Did something happen? Suddenly, Li Xuan noticed that Suyan seemed rather dejected as he worked. His heart jumped slightly. Could it be that someone had reminded him during his visit home, causing him to harbor doubts? Or was it perhaps he felt disheartened because he hadn't sensed any effect from the tonics and hadn't made progress in training in a while? He can't stay like this. We have come this far. If I do not continue to deceive him, things will easily backfire. I have to boost his confidence. With these thoughts, Li Xuan asked, what's the matter, my disciple? Are you upset about your cultivation? What? Dumped? Li Xuan was stunned, thinking to himself, dumped. Your name is Su Yan, not Zio Yan. There isn't a tragic story here. You have nothing to worry about. What happened? Why did you break off the engagement? With the concern of a master for his disciple, he asked. With a disheartened look, Su Yan muttered, she said I'm not very intelligent, and that being with me was too humiliating. She's not wrong, you're certainly not the brightest bulb, Li Xuan muttered to himself. Standing up, he patted Su Yan's shoulder. Regardless of anything, he had to console his disciple. You are my disciple, it's her loss for not seeing your worth. You're right, master, that's what I thought too. Did you shout back at her that 30 years on each side of the river amounts to the same, and that she shouldn't underestimate the poor youth? Li Xuan asked after clearing his throat. Su Yan looked at his master in confusion. Master, I'm not poor. Shit. Li Xuan's eyebrows twitched, his heart felt like it had been pricked. Immediately pulling a serious face, he said, my disciple, where do you see yourself as not poor? Is the poverty I'm referring to about money? No, it's about poverty of cultivation, poverty of strength, poverty of martial arts knowledge. Su Yan was flushed with shame. You're right, master. I am poor, very poor. Quickly adding, but don't worry, master, I haven't lost heart. Although I didn't shout back, don't underestimate the poor youth. I did tell her, you may ridicule, insult, and abandon me today, but one day you will regret this and won't be able to reach me. As he finished, Su Yan raised his head with determination in his eyes. Li Xuan's mouth twitched, thinking to himself, this kid, why do I get the feeling of a chosen one? It must be an illusion. The fact you have such determination is really good. Seeing the remaining hint of frustration in Su Yan's eyes, Li Xuan added, being dumped might not be all bad for you. Remember, you may be knocked down, but it just gives you the opportunity to come back stronger. Every exceptional individual in history faced setbacks. The cultivation path is all about understanding. When the mind is clear, understanding will naturally come. Patting Su Yan's shoulder, Li Xuan gravely said, there's a saying, no woman in the heart. The cultivation brings divine progress. Now that you've been dumped, there are no women in your heart, no distractions. You are surely going to make great progress. Su Yan felt a surge of energy, murmuring, no women in mind, practicing like having divine help. He respectfully bowed. Master, I'm going to practice now. Go ahead. Li Xuan nodded, his eyes full of doubts. My foolish disciple. He can't really be so focused on training that he forgets about women, can he? What a mistake. I shouldn't have spoken so casually. Su Yan arrived at the practice spot, assumed the horse stance, his gaze unwavering. Master is right. Only through setbacks can one find courage. No women in mind, practicing like having divine help. I understand Master's profound meaning. Women represent worldly thoughts for men of my age. Women are the greatest distraction. As long as I overcome this greatest distraction, my mind will be clear, my perception naturally improved, and my training speed will definitely increase. He circulated his blood and qi, beginning bone refinement. Suddenly, Su Yan had a flash of insight. Master said, no women in mind, practicing like having divine help. Is this a reminder that my method of bone refinement is slow because I haven't fully grasped its essence? To ponder and understand, to let go of worldly thoughts and maintain a pure mind, to deeply perceive the transformation of my blood and qi, to find the essence of bone refinement, this must be the profound intention of the master. At that moment, Su Yan underwent a mental refinement. The more he contemplated, the more he felt his master's every word and action were profound. Master guides at the entrance, cultivates at one's discretion. As a hidden expert, the methods he teaches are unconventional, and he emphasizes understanding, constantly reminding me to comprehend more. Realizing this, Su Yan began to deeply perceive his blood and qi and the transformation of his bones, gradually falling into a state of forgetting himself and everything else. Something isn't quite right here. The circulation of blood and qi is slow, not penetrating enough, not forging enough. I should adjust it. The speed of bone refinement has increased. Indeed, Master is reminding me that I haven't grasped the essence of bone refinement. I've comprehended it. This is the real method of bone refinement. At one point, Su Yan felt his blood and qi circulating more smoothly. The speed of his bone refinement greatly increased, and his blood and qi also strengthened with the bone refinement. No women in mind, practicing like having divine help. Master didn't deceive me. Su Yan was extremely excited. At this rate, I should be able to refine iron bones in 5 or 6 days. Golden bones shouldn't be a problem. I'm sure I can match the legendary talents of the past. Su Yan immersed himself in his training, forgetting himself in the world, unaware of the passage of time. Evening came. The village began to grow dark. Li Xuan looked at Su Yan, who was still practicing, his eyes flashing with doubt. How did the boy forget about time? And has he been maintaining the horse stance this whole time? Didn't he rest at all in between? Impossible. Even if he is used to practicing the horse stance every day, it's impossible for him not to be tired from this long state, isn't it? Maybe he rested when I wasn't paying attention. Li Xuan was about to ask Su Yan to stop practicing and prepare dinner. However, he changed his mind, my foolish disciple. He was jilted. He's probably venting his grief through practicing. I won't disturb him. I'll cook dinner by myself tonight. With a sigh, Li Xuan went off to prepare his own dinner. Half a month later, ever since Su Yan had returned, the past half-month had been leisurely for Li Xuan. Su Yan had taken care of all the miscellaneous chores. Li Xuan didn't need to worry about a thing. The chickens they raised were getting fatter, and the chicks had grown significantly. They even started raising some wild rabbits. Li Xuan sighed internally. Although the cultivation was fake, Su Yan had indeed acquired many life skills. In these half a month, Su Yan had become even more diligent in his cultivation. Such perseverance, Li Xuan could not help but admire. He didn't have the heart to discourage Su Yan, so he could only occasionally offer a few words of motivation. Little did he know, Su Yan had already entered the stage of copper bone cultivation. As for Su Yan, these half a month of cultivation were like having divine assistance. Each time he perceived the methodology of bone tempering, refining speed increased even further. Every piece of encouragement from Li Xuan he contemplated again and again. After deducing the teachings and self-supplementing, he was enlightened. The method of circulatory refinement was adjusted slightly once again. The refining speed of the bones had once again elevated. At every such instance, he was overwhelmed with excitement. The image of his master in his heart was no longer just a simple secluded expert. Master is truly unfathomable. Upon reaching the master's level, he has transcended traditional and normal teaching methods. Instead, he is enhancing my perception at every moment, allowing me to constantly perceive the essence of cultivation, to understand the intention within it: farming, cooking, raising chickens and rabbits. Seemingly ordinary chores can relax my mind after cultivation and return me to the state of a normal person, instead of holding myself as a practitioner of martial arts all the time. No wonder the master appears to be just an ordinary person. This is what the master means by returning to simplicity and the natural way of things. Master's realm is too high. Su-Yan marveled in his heart, wondering when he could reach the realm of his master. I have already tempered my bones to copper. I am one step closer to gold bone. In another half of a month should I be able to touch upon gold bone. According to the master, the leap from copper bone to gold bone is a huge transition and transformation, which won't be so easy to temper. When I complete the tempering of copper bone, I will go home once again. Check if I can buy precious medicinal herbs like the 9-leaf primordial herb. Su-Yan decided to, after tempering his bones to copper, make a trip home to see if he could find a precious medicinal like the 9-leaf primordial herb to increase his chances of tempering gold bone. After 10 days, Su-Yan had perfected copper bone. At this moment, during his cultivation, he had experienced a bottleneck, as if his bone refinement had reached its limit. He knew he had encountered the gold bone bottleneck. At this stage, it depends on talent, determination, and persistence. The most important thing was comprehension. With the aid of precious medicine, the probability of breakthrough will be higher. Su-Yan prepared for another trip home in search for a medicinal herb to aid his cultivation. Lixuan, standing at the doorway, watched Su-Yan practicing in the distance and fell into deep thought. For some reason, he felt Su-Yan had changed, as if he had become more masculine. Did my dumb disciple actually cultivate something? No, it's absolutely impossible. I made this up. Even if there are real martial arts involving chi and blood in this world, how could anyone cultivate using the method that I made up? It must be because of the long-term horse stance that he looks more firm and powerful. Su-Yan has been practicing the horse stance for a long while now. It's time to change his posture. Sticking with one horse stance is too monotonous. While contemplating what new horse stance to teach Su-Yan, images of martial arts videos and illustrations from his previous life came to mind. It doesn't need to be the same. I can adjust the stance a bit and teach my dumb disciple. It's all made up anyway. Nothing real can be cultivated. I just need to continue giving my disciple the faith persevere. There is still plenty of time before the end of the year. Being able to peacefully part ways using the excuse of the master and disciple not having a fate together is the best outcome. Such thoughts filled Lixuan's mind, and he waved Su-Yan over to him. Upon seeing his master signal him over, Su-Yan was immediately invigorated and rushed over excitedly. Master must have seen that I am only one step away from the golden bone level, but have hit a bottleneck. He must be about to show me how to break through to the golden bone level. Excited, he approached Lixuan and respectfully greeted Master. You've managed to keep your enthusiasm and have been diligent in your training. Very good. Looking at the excited face of Su-Yan, Lixuan nodded in acknowledgement of his diligent training. However, inside he sighed, those who aren't too bright are the most persistent. Even though they don't progress much in their training, they always remain committed and diligent. Truly admirable, I have to admit. The lad is not bad as a disciple. It's just that I'm no expert. Although Su-Yan was a bit slow and gullible, one must acknowledge his pursuit and persistence in training. This kind of determination was truly commendable. You have been training for some time now and have been practicing the horse stance for quite a while too. Today, your master will teach you something stronger. Lixuan spoke with the gravitas of a strict master. Su-Yan was brimming with excitement. He thought, sure enough, Master saw that I've hit a bottleneck in reaching the golden bone level and will now teach me better tempering methods. Watch closely. With this, Lixuan twisted his body to a side, bent his knees, positioned one foot behind the other while squatting slightly. His hands were also one above the other, with one forward and the other backward. His left hand was in front of his lower belly, palm down, and his right elbow was bent upward till his palm was shoulder height, palm facing upwards. After striking the stance, he looked at Su-Yan and instructed, "You are to practice this horse stance next. Do you understand?" Su-Yan followed his master's stance, got into the horse stance, and nodded, saying, "Master, I understand." Lixuan relaxed his stance, placed one hand behind him, and spoke, "This is a foundational stance. There are a couple of mantras that go with it. The more you comprehend, the better. It all depends on your good fortune. Just teaching a new horse stance seemed too monotonous. Let's make up a mantra to go along." Thinking so, Lixuan slowly began, "Remember, The mantra is, observe my true intent with a clear mind, make my chi and blood as the dragon to mold a golden body. You must comprehend this thoroughly. If you can comprehend the mantra, you would be able to grasp its deeper meaning. Having said that, Li Xuan casually strolled off, both hands behind him, embodying the demeanor of an expert mentor. At this moment, Su Yan was beyond excited, mumbling repeatedly to himself, observe my true intent with a clear mind, make my chi and blood as the dragon to mold a golden body. Truly profound, I must meditate on this. This is definitely the secret to tempering the golden bone and even the jade bone. If I can understand this mystery, I will surely be able to temper the golden bone. At this moment, Su Yan was entirely immersed in the mantra, forgetting everything else. His mind was filled with the mantra. He repeated it again and again, trying to gain some insight from it. However, despite the night passing, he had not experienced any insights. Too profound. I have already achieved such a high level of comprehension with bone tempering, such a deep understanding, and yet I still can't comprehend its subtleties in such a short period. As Master said, indeed, only if I can comprehend the mantra can I experience its profundity. Su Yan, you can do this. You can comprehend the mantra. You can surely temper the golden bone. Su Yan constantly encouraged himself. His gaze was firm, and he did not show any signs of defeat. It's been less than a day, and comprehending such a profound mantra in 3 to 5 days would be quite common. Before heading to bed, Li Xuan came out to check and noticed that the foolish Su Yan was still standing and mouthing the randomly made-up mantra. Is this silly lad losing it? I hope it doesn't mess up his brain. He then spoke out, it's late, time to go to sleep. Su Yan came to his senses abruptly and hastily bowed, saying, yes, master. Li Xuan nodded. His foolish disciple was somewhat dazed, but still obeyed him obediently. That was not a big problem. If he had gone down a dead end, he would just need to persuade him and guide him a little. With that in mind, Li Xuan went back to his room to sleep. Su Yan took a deep breath, thinking inspiration comes with timing and inspiration, forcing it farther away. I almost got stuck in it and lost my focus. Thank goodness Master woke me up. Rest, build up my energy, recover my spirit, and continue tomorrow. The technique is so profound, it's not something I can comprehend overnight. I should be able to understand it in about 3 to 5 days. My talents as Su Yan can't be that bad. After figuring out, Su Yan went to rest. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. Su Yan, as always, practiced, gardened, fed chickens, raised rabbits, cooked, etc. His schedule did not change at all. The only change was his horse stance posture, but he was stuck at the culmination of the bronze bones stage, unable to take another step. During his daily practice, he pondered on the techniques but was unable to grasp the intricacies within. 3 days have passed and he had gained nothing. If I can't comprehend these 2 techniques, how can I temper my gold bones and make a breakthrough? How can I advance? These are just the basics. The advanced techniques after the breakthrough will undoubtedly be more profound and elusive. How can I continue my cultivation? Calm down, I cannot be restless. Master always says, don't be impatient, don't aim for unrealistic heights, stay grounded. I must have missed something. Su Yan calms himself, allowing his heart to quiet down. Master said, having no women in mind during cultivation, such as a state of mind, this is to remove the biggest distraction. Strong-minded men are always easily attracted by women, leading to distraction. Master uses women as an analogy for the greatest distraction during cultivation. There must be a deeper meaning. This is his way of advising me not to indulge in distraction. What is my distraction? Su Yan extrapolated from the phrase no women in mind during cultivation to a series of profound meanings and then fell into deep thought. If Li Xuan knew how well Su Yan could extrapolate, he would definitely exclaim, this is not a case of a malfunctioning brain, but a case of an overly imaginative mind. My distraction. It's cultivation. My mind is always thinking about cultivation. But does this count as a distraction? I understand. A light suddenly flashed in Su Yan's mind, and he had another epiphany. Cultivation is a pursuit, a belief, a will, and I just remained fixated on it, turning it into a distraction. I should discard the obsession with the act of cultivation itself. Focus on the present, forget about external distractions, forget about excessive perceptions. Focus on the technique and delve into it indiscriminately. At this moment, it was as if Su Yan had opened a skylight in his mind, with insights emerging endlessly. The true meaning of the 2 techniques seemed to be shrouded in a thin veil at this moment, just needing a gentle poke to unveil the truth underneath. Understand the heart and observe oneself to cultivate true intention. Understand the heart is self-awareness, observe oneself, is the comprehension of blood, observing the changes in blood, cultivate true intentions, is to nourish blood in the bones, deepen it in bone marrow, enable the transformation of blood, enable the sublimation of bone marrow. I have a clear understanding. Su Yan's eyes shone brilliantly, and his face glowed with excitement. Su Yan was invigorated after gaining insight into a cultivation technique. I must not hasten. The next step of the cultivation technique can be understood soon. It's time to cook now. I need to relax my mind, stay calm, and immerse myself completely in the act of cooking. Discard the distractions of cultivation and focus on the present. Su Yan finished his exercise, his strides light, his entire demeanor radiating a different kind of vibrant energy. At this moment, with his thoughts unburdened, he felt an unexpected sense of ease, illumination, and liberality. Each of my master's words and actions carry deep meaning. I've finally understood the true essence of his saying, a heart devoid of distractions, cultivates as if divine. I've truly been somewhat slow in comprehension. Su Yan sighed inwardly, full of regret. Li Xuan looked at his disciple with a hint of puzzlement. Why did his usually serious disciple seem so utterly cheerful and jubilant today? The light steps, the satisfied demeanor, his whole disposition had become spirited, shedding the solemn and respectful manners of the past. He had returned to the spirited charm of a youth. Could it be that he feels he has progressed in his cultivation, perceived his vital energy? Impossible, it was all made up by me. How could he possibly sense his vital energy? Well, if he could maintain a relaxed and cheerful mood, it's not a bad thing. On the contrary, I don't have to worry about him bottling up too much and having a mental breakdown one day. With these thoughts, Li Xuan decided he should encourage his naive disciple to relax more and maintain a good mentality. Otherwise, after a long period of cultivation with no gains, he might just break under the frustration. Therefore, during mealtime, Li Xuan spoke up, "You're in good condition today. Keep it up and you'll achieve something worthy." "Yes, master, I understand." Su Yan was thrilled to receive his master's approval. Indeed, his enlightenment was correct. Unfortunately, he had been extremely obtuse. He has only now gained a deep understanding of his master's intentions. Li Xuan nodded. The disciple was obedient, which was excellent. 2 days later, in Su Yan's mind, a flash of enlightenment occurred, and he instantaneously understood the true meaning of another cultivation technique. I understand now. The technique of molding blood energy into a golden body like a dragon involves condensing the blood energy into a dragon, circling the body, looping around the bones, and constantly circulating. It can surely break through and smelt golden bones. At this instant, Su Yan understood the method to smelt golden bones. I understand, nourishing the real intention by observing my heart forging a golden body with blood energy like a dragon. So that's how it is. Blood energy nurtured within the bones, smelted directly into the marrow, circled outside with the blood energy dragon, a combination of internal and external, mutually entwined. In this way, one can further smelt the bones, and thereafter smelt golden bones. Su Yan's eyes glittered, his fists tightly clenched. As expected, I needed to perceive and understand. Even if the master directly explained it, even if I knew, I wouldn't be able to comprehend the intrinsic meaning and couldn't smelt or break through. Only by understanding it yourself within the cultivation technique can one truly comprehend its essence. Taking a deep breath as his blood energy surged, Su Yan began bone refining. Consolidating his spirit, entering a state of selflessness, carefully observing the flow of his blood energy, its circulation, identifying its weaknesses and where the defects lay. The second rib bone, the refinement isn't smooth enough. The left hand joint refinement has a flaw. There are weak spots on both kneecaps. By carefully observing the circulation of his blood energy, Su Yan quickly identified the insufficient places in his bone refining. Despite having perfected copper bones, the strength of the bones around his body were not consistent. Some parts were relatively weaker. So Su Yan began refining those weaker parts again to ensure that every bone in his body was just as strong with no weak points. 3 days later, Su Yan finally perfected the refinement of copper bones. His entire body was now unified, with no weak spots, no disparities in strength. Now I have truly perfected the copper bones. Next up, I should smelt the golden bones. I have already gained insight of the smelting method. I'm certain I can smelt them. I can take no longer than a month, at most 1 month, and I must smelt the golden bones. After the refining of the bones, it's time to refine the viscera. You must grasp the basics within a year, or else, if your aptitude is too poor, how could you be worthy of being my disciple? Su Yan's gaze was firm. A year's time, in fact, was fleeting. The speed of refining the viscera would certainly be slower than that of refining the bones. His master had said to be careful when starting with the viscera refinement, so as not to harm his own internal organs. But the visceral organs are fragile. Initial tempering would inevitably be slow. He must seize the time to temper his golden bones so that he can make it within a year. Moreover, Su Yan felt a surge of energy. His master had given him a year, but he couldn't really wait a whole year to grasp the basics. The earlier he got it, the better it would be. It would also make his master happier. Su Yan continued to refine his bones as his vitality turned into clouds of mist, constantly seeping into his bones. Although slow and in small amounts, it was just the beginning. As the vitality slowly seeped into the bones, the long-lost feeling of numbness and itching returned. Su Yan gritted his teeth, not uttering a word, his gaze remaining unwavering. Finally, his entire skeletal system had absorbed a trace of vitality and was gradually moving inward, trying to merge into the bone marrow. I can start now. Suyan took a deep breath. His vitality gushed out in the blink of an eye, turning into a dragon-like shape winding around the skeleton. The vitality was vibrating and constantly pressing his bones, continuing to slide along. Meanwhile, the vitality within his bones persisted in infiltrating, nourishing his bones. After combining internally and externally, Su Yan discovered that the previously stagnant bone refinement began to change. With the refining, the bones began to emit faint golden color. Golden bones. After enduring it for half an hour, Su Yan felt himself reaching his limit, so he stopped. At this moment, he only felt hungry. The consumption of refining golden bones is huge. Su Yan was taken aback. Those medicinal tonics aren't enough, unless it's 1,000-year-old mountain ginseng or 9-leaf primordial mushroom. However, he had eaten all of them. I have just slightly broken through the copper bone limit, and I haven't even completed the first refinement of golden bones, yet they have improved so much. What if I accomplish golden bones? How strong would I be then? Feeling his own improvement, Su Yan was astonished. The cultivation technique that Master taught is truly immeasurable and profound. Master said that golden bones undergo 9 vitality transformations. I haven't even completed one yet, and my bone strength has increased by at least 30. If I complete one transformation, Su Yan dared not imagine how strong that would be. Golden bones tack could be bred underground for 10,000 years without decay, still radiating its shimmering gold color, is tougher than steel. Imagine the might of golden bones. Every vitality transformation is tougher than the last. Without the help of treasured medicine, how can I quickly complete it? I must hurry back home to find those prized medicines. Time waits for no one. Su Yan felt that he wasn't as talented as the ancient prodigious heroes. Without the help of treasured medicine, he may not be able to refine his bones quickly. He must have the aid of treasured medicine to grasp the basics within a year. Looking at the feast on the table, Li Xuan could tell that his silly disciple was planning a trip home once again. Still, I must remind him to keep a low profile and not expose himself. This silly disciple usually listens to advice, so there should be no problem. As long as he keeps to the stipulated 1-year period, he can be free. The ferocious tigers and beasts in the evil forest must also be dealt with. This silly disciple is so lucky that he hasn't encountered any danger on his way back and forth. Li Xuan felt rueful. He wasn't so lucky. The first time he left the village with a group, he was the only one who managed to escape. Since then, he dared not take risks, dared not gamble with luck, and safely crossed the evil forest. Su Yan respectfully said. Li Xuan nodded, his expression unchanged. I will be back within half a month at the latest. Su Yan breathed a sigh of relief and spoke again. Li Xuan nodded, then spoke. No need for extra words. I prefer to keep a low profile, understand? Yes, master, I understand. Su Yan nodded seriously. Seeing that the timing was right, Li Xuan slowly said, the fierce tiger beasts are full of vigor. They are good nourishment for the body, beneficial for cultivation. Su Yan's eyes lit up, his heart throbbing with excitement. Indeed, tempering the golden bones takes a lot. Master reminded me, apart from the precious medicine, the flesh and blood of a fierce tiger beast is also a great supplement, helpful for cultivation. He nodded excitedly. Master, I understand. What a silly disciple, and he saw hope once again. He must be overjoyed. Li Xuan sighed to himself. Unfortunately, though it is very nourishing, don't expect it to help you enter the field of cultivation. Li Xuan casually reminded him, there are fierce tiger beasts in evil forest, be extra careful on your way. At last, he added, I prefer peace and quiet. I don't like disturbances, so don't stir up any big commotion. There are fierce tiger beasts in the evil forest, and their blood and flesh are beneficial for cultivation. As long as Su Yan successfully passes through the evil forest this time, given his status and background, he will certainly lead hunters to hunt fierce tiger beasts in the forest. Li Xuan reminded him in advance not to allow people to come to the small village and disturb his peace. As long as there are no outsiders, the risk of being exposed is reduced, and no one can identify him as a fraud. Once the danger of the evil forest is resolved, Li Xuan can escape from the village anytime. If his identity is exposed, he can run off immediately without being trapped in the village. Now Su Yan was excited. Did my master mean me to hunt those fierce tiger beasts? Am I strong enough now to hunt them down? I mustn't let the beasts escape and cause a commotion to disturb master. I must be quick and silent and create as little noise as possible. Then he thought, master is letting me hunt these beasts at this time. He is also tempering me, stimulating my stamina and practicing my strength, enhancing the control of my own power. Su Yan stood up, clenched his fists, and excitedly said, Master, rest assured, I will definitely not cause a big commotion. I definitely won't disturb your peace. Very good, I believe in you. Li Xuan nodded with satisfaction. This silly disciple still follows his instructions and can understand what he is saying. Su Yan was extremely excited. This time, he understood the deeper meaning behind Master's words. He was certain that there would be gains from this journey through the evil forest. Perhaps before a month has passed, he would be able to temper his golden bones. Watching Su Yan leave, Li Xuan's heart was filled with mixed feelings. I hope this silly disciple can make it through the evil forest safely this time, then bring people to hunt the tigers and beasts inside. In this way, I can also avenge the dead villagers. Once the tigers and beasts in the evil forest are killed, the road away from the village will be safe. If he senses any danger of being exposed, he can escape immediately. He can directly escape to Wu country, to hide far away. With Su Yan's gift as a disciple, he can live a good life. With the longsword on his back and a stoked expression, Su Yan walked faster and faster, finally arriving at the evil forest. It was not the first time Su Yan had crossed the 30-mile evil forest. More than once, he had seen the remains of wild animals that had been half-eaten. During the frequent trips, he had never encountered danger. This time, as he entered the evil forest, he was not in a hurry to get through, but began to look around in the dense forest. If Master said so, this means that with my current strength, fighting a fierce tiger is not out of reach. Su Yan's vital energy circulates, his muscles tense, his keen senses alert to his surroundings as he begins to hunt in the wicked forest. It's up ahead. Suddenly, Su Yan heard faint snoring sounds. Walking lightly, cautiously approaching, he finally spotted a colorful, fierce tiger resting in the bushes. Even from several feet away, he could still feel the tiger's ferocious vibes and its strong, healthy body, its robust, vital energy. Hiss! At the sight of the tiger, Su Yan was astounded. Why is this tiger so huge? He comes from a wealthy family, and since he loved practicing martial arts from a young age, he had hunted tigers more than once with the family guards and some hunters. But no tigers from his previous hunts were like the one before his eyes. This tiger in the wicked forest was more than twice as big. The colorful fur made it appear even more ferocious. No wonder Master sent me to the wicked forest. This tiger is not an ordinary one. Its vital energy is much stronger. Its blood and bones are a great supplement, beneficial for my refinement process. Excitement flashed in both Su Yan's eyes, and he thought, no wonder the Master wanted him to hunt the tiger in the wicked forest. This tiger is extraordinary. Using the blood and bones of this tiger, along with precious medicine, the effect is bound to be stronger. It will be enough for me to transform thrice or more. Many thoughts flashed in Su Yan's head. Bring back this tiger after hunting it. Let the family's pharmacist add precious medicine to the hunt, and it would certainly enhance the auxiliary effect of refining my bones. I must not be complacent. This is an opportunity. Seize the chance, kill the tiger in an instant, without making too much fuss, and without letting the tiger escape from the wicked forest. Su Yan's vital energy boils, his heart throbbing, transferring a tremendous amount of energy all over his body. His muscles tense up, ready to pounce. He slowly draws his longsword, treads lightly, slowly getting closer. He was preparing to launch a surprise attack. One strike to kill the ferocious tiger. I can't use the sword. Su Yan suddenly thought of something. If I use the sword to kill the tiger, wouldn't it damage the tiger's skin? This tiger's skin is so beautiful to look at. It would be nice to peel it off intact and give it to Master. Having thought this, Su Yan slowly put down his sword, clutching his fists, the vital energy rushing, muscles tensing, ready to fight this tiger barehanded. The distance is closing. The resting tiger suddenly flared its nostrils a few times. Suddenly lifting its head, it looked back. A human appeared in its line of sight. Roar. The tiger let out a low roar, ready to pounce, and Su Yan at this moment saw that the tiger was looking up. Its eyes were blood red, full of ferocity and bloodthirstiness. Red-eyed tiger. Su Yan was taken aback. No wonder this tiger was so large, even twice as big as an ordinary tiger. It is the king of tigers in the legends, the red-eyed tiger. He had read about it in books. It was said that there was a kind of fierce tiger with eyes as red as fire, brutal and violent, fond of eating humans. Even a hunting team of 100 people would suffer heavy casualties if they encountered it. This tiger in the wicked forest was the legendary king of the tigers, the red-eyed tiger. At this moment, he had been discovered by it. Su Yan's vital energy surged. Not waiting for the red-eyed tiger to pounce, he dashed forward. Roar in the evil woods, a tiger's roar echoed. Su Yan had already pounced on the red-eyed tiger, circulating his blood and energy, the strength erupting just as his fist fiercely pounded on the tiger's head. Boom! The red-eyed tiger, just standing up, prepared to charge, was struck dumb by the punch. Its limbs softened and it went down again. Roar! The red-eyed tiger was furious, letting out a roar, shaking its head off, ready to roll and shake Su Yan off, with its claws ready to strike. Su Yan, being successful with a hit, naturally wouldn't stop here. He grabbed the back of the red-eyed tiger's neck and launched another punch at its head. Once again, the red-eyed tiger was struck down to the ground. The red-eyed tiger is indeed the king of tigers, able to struggle after taking 2 of my punches. Su Yan was amazed inside. Although he hadn't yet refined his golden bones, he had already broken the limits of copper bones. His physical strength was such that swords and knives found it hard to wound him. With the burst of energy and blood, shattering stones was a piece of cake. This terrible punch didn't kill the red-eyed tiger, which showed its ferocity. Die, Su Yan threw another punch at the red-eyed tiger's head. Bang! This punch directly smashed the red-eyed tiger's head into the soil. The red-eyed tiger tried to struggle up, its tail whipping around and making a pop sound. With such strong force, an ordinary person would probably not be able to get up after being hit. Still resisting, Su Yan shouted, and at this moment his blood and energy appeared to reach a limit. His fists seemed to enlarge, enveloped by a surge of energy. Die, this punch smashed viciously on the back of the red-eyed tiger's neck. Snap, a bone-breaking sound was heard. Roar, the red-eyed tiger let out a painful roar. Its head fell into the soil, and it was unable to lift it. Its limbs were convulsing, appearing to lose its strength. Su Yan's punch had directly broken the red-eyed tiger's neck bone. This should kill it, right? Although it was only a few punches, each one carried explosive energy, especially the last punch that pushed his energy to the extreme. Su Yan wiped the sweat from his forehead and panted, getting down from the tiger's body. The red-eyed tiger was letting out low roars, its body spasming. It clearly looked like it was on the verge of death. I empty-handed have killed the king of tigers. Su Yan raised both fists, his eyes filled with insane excitement. He felt as if he was not satisfied yet. The king of tigers, so this is it. This is the true martial arts. I haven't even entered the path yet and already possess such strength. How much more powerful will I be once I've entered? Can I explode the bodies of beasts like the red-eyed tiger with just one punch? At this moment, Su Yan's determination for martial arts was growing stronger. His eyes were filled with fervor and longing. He picked up his sword and hung it on his waist. The red-eyed tiger was dead. He hoisted it up on his shoulders and strode away, going to process it in the village, then rush back to Dong Prefecture as fast as I can for the pharmacist to concoct the precious tonic. That should greatly boost its medicinal powers. Su Yan's face was filled with excitement, sure that he could refine his golden bones. He was determined to be in no way inferior to the ancient talents. He would never disappoint his master. East River Prefecture, one of the 26 prefectures in Qi country. If asked what the common folk on the streets and alleys of East River Prefecture City find the most entertaining, nothing surpasses the stories surrounding the son of Su family, the wealthiest family in East River. From high-ranking officials to ordinary citizens, and even the beggars on the streets, everyone knows that the young master of this rich family is a martial arts fanatic. Not only is he a martial arts fanatic, but he's also a little dim-witted. After reading some biographical tales, he became obsessed with the idea that there are hidden experts in the world. He's determined to find one to be his master, to learn the true essence of martial arts. Occasionally, some daring individuals pretended to be experts in order to fool him. The moment these imposters were exposed, they would suffer a great beating and inevitably get thrown into jail. As the incidents repeated, people eventually stopped attempting to trick him. Still, that didn't dampen the spirit of the son of the richest family. He embarked on a journey, wandering around in search of that elusive expert to further his martial arts prowess. Last month, the engagement of the young master was called off. The entire city was astir. People sneered at saying it was good that the engagement was broken. The lady was not from any ordinary family. She was the only daughter of Jiang Pingshan, the general of the East River in Qi country. For the Su family, this marriage was considered marrying above their station. This engagement was arranged by Su Yan's maternal grandfather and General Jiang of East River. If you were to mention notable figures in East River Prefecture, Su Junheth, patriarch of the Su family, would definitely make the list. Rising from humble beginnings, he was a formidable businessman. The most astounding fact to everyone was his marriage to the daughter of the former prefecture head and current minister of the Bureau of Personnel, Gu Rongshan. It was due to this connection, coupled with Su Jun's business acumen, that allowed him to quickly rise to become the wealthiest man in East River Prefecture. However, his only son was a disappointment. Without business acumen, obsessed with martial arts, and even unable to maintain the engagement with the general's family, he was a disgrace. It's rumored that when the general's daughter came to break off the engagement, the young master of the Su family made wild claims, saying the general's daughter would regret it and that he was too good for her. Once this went public, it became the joke of East River Prefecture. For a mere merchant's family to have been able to engage with the family of a general was a great fortune indeed. How dare he boast about being too good for the general's daughter? If not for the Su family's affiliation with the minister of the Bureau of Personnel, Gu Rongshan, the general might have laid siege to their home as soon as he heard this. It was precisely because of their connection to Gu Rongshan that Su Jun, bringing lavish gifts, apologized and thereby pacified General Jiang Pingshan's wrath. A horse-drawn cart loaded with goods blanketed by a layer of burlap attracted many curious glances as it moved along the main street. Focus of public attention was not the goods on the cart, but the young man driving it. How did Su Jun, such a figure, have such a son? The vast wealth of the Su family has no adequate successor. That might not be the case. Su-jun is still young. If his son is not up to it, his grandson might well be. If he had married the general's daughter, it would have worked. Now, it's hard to say. Many on the street engaged in such discussions. Some sighed, while others rejoiced at the Su family's misfortune. There were also those who sneered. Su Yan remained indifferent to such talk. These discussions had been going on for quite a while. In the past, he might have been enraged. Now he couldn't care less. What a bunch of frogs in the well. Do they know how vast the world is and how powerful martial arts could be? When I master martial arts, the insignificant commoners and merchants won't matter to me, let alone the haughty emperor. Think the general's daughter is very impressive. Once I master martial arts, even the princesses of the royal family will be beneath me. I said she's not good enough for me, then she definitely won't be good enough for me. At this moment, Su Yan's eyes were full of arrogance, his gaze steadfast. He believed that day would not be far off. This red-eyed tiger, the king of tigers, will certainly help him quickly develop golden bones, to be on par with the extraordinary talents from the ancient days. The mansion of the richest family in East River Prefecture, Su family, was situated along the main street in the east of the city, close to the prefecture's office. It was a luxurious residence. There were no fewer than 100 house servants and protectors. Among the protectors, there were some seasoned warriors. They could run on roofs and vault over walls, and possessed the power to split a stone monument or shatter a table into pieces. At this moment in the inner courtyard of Su family, the Madam of Su family, daughter of the current Minister of the Bureau of Personnel, and mother of Su, Yan had a worried look on her face. Her thick-headed son had not sent any news for a month. P.S. Looking forward to more readers. Bookmark this story, and appreciate all supports. My lord, it has been a month without any news from Yanner. I'm really worried, Mother Su said with a worried expression. Su-jun, the richest man in the Dong County, nearly 40, still held his youthful good looks, was also looking rather troubled at the moment. My lady Yanner must be disciplined strictly. We can't continue to indulge him. You can't spoil him like this. Where did that come from? He is my only child, if not him. Who do I dote on? Mother Su said with displeasure. Su-jun sighed deeply. At this moment, a maid rushed in. Master, madam, young master is back. Yanner is back. Mother Su expressed joy, hurriedly walking outside, murmuring to herself, has he lost weight or turned darker? Is he hurt? Su-jun let out a sigh, following closely behind, wearing a stern expression. Where's Pharmacist Pan? You guys be careful. Move this tiger inside. I will personally perform the dissection. Su Yan was commanding the house servants to move the red-eyed tiger to the slaughterhouse, preparing to skin the tiger himself. Simultaneously, he ordered the house servants to fetch Pharmacist Pan, the family's respected herbalist. What kind of tiger is this? Why is it so huge? Even though it's dead, I'm still trembling standing in front of it. A few protectors and house servants of the Su family were in utter astonishment at the sight of the body of the red-eyed tiger. Even though the beast was already dead, the fear and the shaky sensation remained strong when standing before the red-eyed tiger. Even a few battle-hardened protectors who had experienced hunting other ferocious tigers felt significant restlessness in their hearts standing before the carcass of this enormous tiger. A few protectors lifted the stretcher, heading towards the slaughterhouse with the red-eyed tiger. Yanner, come here, let Mother see, have you lost weight? Mother Su called out with affection in her voice. Mother, upon seeing his own mother, Su Yan instantly became obedient. Father, Su-jun, poker-faced, you still remember the way home, huh? As soon as he began to scold, Mother Su immediately disapproved, saying, my lord, Yanner just got home, could you at least curb your temper? Su-jun held his breath in, not able to utter a single word. He could only use a harsh gaze to scold Su Yan. Mother Su inspected Su Yan from head to toe. He had not lost weight or become darker. In fact, he seemed healthier. Knowing her son did not suffer outside, she felt a weight lifting from her heart. Yanner, you. Her sentence was cut off by sudden shock on seeing the red-eyed tiger on the stretcher. She exclaimed, Yanner, did you hunt this enormous tiger? Mother Su looked very worried at this moment. Mother, I bought this. To prevent his mother from worrying, Su Yan had to lie. He dared not admit that it was him who had personally killed this red-eyed tiger. You bought it. That's good, that's good. Mother Su heaved a sigh of relief. Any problem that can be solved with money was not dangerous. Sparing her precious son from any dangers, regardless of the money spent, was always worth it. Su-jun, looking at the red-eyed tiger, was frightened. This enormous tiger was too terrifying. Even though it was dead, it still invoked a feeling of oppression. It wasn't his first time seeing a ferocious tiger. He had even gone on hunts before. However, this particular tiger was extraordinary. Even in death, it held a kind of intimidating presence. What kind of breed is this tiger? I've never seen it before, Su-jun asked, looking confused. Master, we have never seen it either. The protectors also shook their heads. Father, this is the king of tigers, the crimson-eyed tiger. Su Yan said, crimson-eyed tiger. Su-jun was puzzled. He had never heard of it. Looking at several protectors, they shook their heads as well. A house servant opened his mouth to speak. Master, the crimson-eyed tiger is a creature from folklore. It is said to be the king among tigers mentioned in legends. Su Jun's face turned gloomy, and he glared angrily at Su Yan. Folklore stuff, you think you can trust all that? Although this giant tiger was shocking, he did not believe that it was a creature from folklore. He only considered it a rather rare species of fierce tiger. Su Yan did not argue he knew his father would not believe it, nor would the others believe that this is something out of folklore. The protectors carried the crimson-eyed tiger into the slaughterhouse. After speaking to his mother for a moment, Su Yan went to the slaughterhouse himself to skin the tiger. The crimson-eyed tiger is indeed the king of tigers. Ordinary people holding sharp knives probably won't be able to pierce its skin. Su Yan sighed with emotion. Pharmacist Pan came and was also in awe when he saw such a large tiger. At Su Yan's request, he picked dozens of precious tonifying medicinal ingredients, mostly precious drugs that replenish qi and blood, from the Su family's medicinal store. These were used to brew nourishing medicine with the crimson-eyed tiger's flesh and blood, mixed with its bones. Su Jun casually walked over, glanced at the nearly processed tiger corpse, and casually said, "Pharmacist Pan, please take good care of the tiger's whip." Pharmacist Pan hurriedly put on a smiling face and nodded. "Master, don't worry. Using the King Tiger's whip, half of it will be brewed into Tiger King wine, and the other half will be used with precious medicines to prepare a large yang elixir. Even in old age, it will not diminish one's virility." Su Jun nodded in satisfaction and said, "Pharmacist Pan, just ask for any precious medicine you need." Su Yan couldn't help but chime in, "Father, this Tiger King's whip I also need." He had planned to offer it to his master. Su Jun glared at him and scolded, "Do you think your father needs it? Your grandfather is getting old and busy with work. He needs this nourishing medicine. Doesn't your grandpa dote on you so much? Don't you know how to show some filial piety?" Su Yan opened his mouth, but eventually had to accept his father's decision on the handling of the Tiger King's whip. Considering my master's cultivation realm, he wouldn't care about the Tiger King's whip. And besides, this thing is not very elegant. What if my master doesn't like it? Wouldn't it be a bad thing? Thinking this way, Su Yan felt that it would be more practical to give the tiger skin to his master. Su Jun left only after putting his son in his place. Pharmacist Pan followed him and inquired, "Master, are you sure you don't need it? I was originally planning to use the Tiger King's whip to prepare a slightly weaker potion, more suitable for people your age." Su Jun patted Pharmacist Pan's shoulder and said, "Old Pan, although I don't need it, I can give it to others. Some peers of my age in the business might need it, so just go ahead with your plan." Pharmacist Pan looked at him suspiciously, but he didn't probe any further, and nodded, "Understood, I know what to do." That night Su Mansion was filled with jubilation. The lady of the house was in high spirits, gave out a reward, and even held a banquet. The servants were high-spirited and had a marvelous feast. Their foolish young master had finally returned after a month away, and he brought back a giant tiger, supposedly the king of tigers. Inside the Su family's living quarters, they boiled the king tiger's meat. Su Jun and his wife each ate a small bowl, and they couldn't eat anymore. Su Yan alone ate most of the pot of the king tiger's meat. The remaining portions were given as rewards to a few top-level protectors in the house. These protectors were all first-rate experts in the martial world, all hired by Su Jun from various martial arts factions. Now, these martial experts were no longer in Su Yan's eyes. He deemed them too weak. He could kill one with a single punch. Of course, he had a good relationship with them, having learned martial arts from them when he was a child. After eating the tiger meat, Su Yan returned to his residence. Without his permission, no one was allowed to enter. This was where he trained. After his last return, he made some renovations and added a secret room. In the secret room, Su Yan assumed a horse stance and began refining his bones. As he circulated the formula, his blood and qi surged, his body warmed, and his blood and qi began to grow stronger. The dragon of qi and blood wrapped around his bones appeared larger, and its refining power while traversing his skeletal system became even stronger. As expected, the red-eyed tiger is the king among tigers, harboring immense qi and blood. Su Yan channeled his qi and blood and started to temper them. The tempering speed has vastly increased. With the circulation of qi and blood and continuous refinement, the copper bones started to show a faint glimmer of gold. This was a sign of the transformation towards gold bones. Once the supplement made from simmering red-eyed tiger is ready, my bone refining speed will increase even more. At this rate, I can complete the first transformation in 5 days at the latest. Tempering gold bones requires 9 transformations to be perfect. It can be even faster. The enlightened formula I currently understand may not be all. I should continue to understand it. Only in this way can I temper the golden bones faster. With resolute determination, Su Yan entered the stage of forgetting both self and object. He continued to contemplate the formula while tempering his bones. The next day, Su Yan received the supplement that Pharmacist Pan had simmered, and the processed tiger skin, then returned to the secret room to cultivate. Indeed, the tempering speed is even faster now. I must purchase more precious medicines, more supplements that robustly boost qi and blood. Su Yan was extremely excited. Judging by his current tempering speed, he might be able to complete the first gold bone transformation in another day and a half. After completing his cultivation, he found the person in charge of the Su family's business and asked him to purchase more precious medicines. Money doesn't grow on trees. Why are you buying so many precious medicines? At lunchtime, Su-jun seized the opportunity to reprimand Su Yan. You've almost used up all the medicine in the family's store. Where did the 9-leaf lingjai go? What about the 1,000-year-old ginseng? You squanderer, do you want to kill me with anger? Where in the world can you find so many precious medicines? If the news of your purchase gets out, wouldn't others mark up the prices? If they know it's you, a naive lad, purchasing all, won't they substantially increase the prices? Having been rebuked not once or twice, Su Yan understood that his actions would cause some loss to the family, but even at great cost, he must advance his martial arts, just a mere loss of some wealth. As long as he could make the entrance to martial arts and truly become his master's disciple, what would a little loss of wealth matter? In desperation, Su Yan glanced at his mother for help. Mother, Su-jun's face turned green with rage. He commanded, don't involve your mother in everything. I have the final say in this matter. Why are you so loud? You scared Yanner. Mother Su saw her beloved son's plea for help and immediately softened. She glared at her husband disdainfully. Su-jun almost spat out a mouthful of old blood. My dear, you can't. Mother Su frowned and said, my husband, it's just a bit of money. If Yanner likes it, then it's fine. Can't our family afford this little amount? Of course we can. This little bit of wealth is nothing. Well then, aren't you always looking at money? He is our son after all. Su-jun felt defeated. Mother is the best. Su Yan grinned. Su-jun could only tacitly approve of Su Yan's purchase of the high-priced medicines. The first gold bone transformation is about to be completed. Su Yan felt like a massive dragon of qi and blood was coiling around his bones, and the qi and blood seeping into his bones had already nourished its way into the marrow. A tingling sensation hit him, and in a flash, the dragon of qi and blood surged into his bones and into the marrow. In an instant, Su Yan felt an overwhelming surge of qi and blood. His body seemed to be reborn, and he felt as if he was in a state of sublimation. New qi and blood were born, and the old blood was expelled. The first golden bone transformation. As his life energy became more potent, his whole body seemed to sweat, covered in a slimy layer of dark purple old blood. At one moment, his body suddenly felt at ease, and he looked as if his bones were turning a pale gold color. Su Yan could feel that he was growing stronger. If he were to fight a red-eyed tiger with his newfound strength, he could crush its skull with a single punch. Is this the golden bone? Su Yan clenched his fist, filled with power as his life force grew even more abundant. Moreover, he felt that his life energy seemed purer and more potent than before. How powerful would I be after 9 transformations, when I fully grasped the golden bone's capabilities? Su Yan was full of anticipation. I'm filthy. Should I wash off? Is this some kind of blood replacement? By expelling the impurities from my life energy, it becomes purer. The foundation of martial arts is thus more solid and purer. Perhaps the prodigies of antiquity mentioned by my master were incredible because of this purity. A flash of enlightenment dawned on Su Yan. Not only the purity of life energy, but also the purity of the heart of martial arts, a clear mind, pure and flawless. I'm not far from becoming a prodigy of antiquity now. Su Yan came out of the secret room, changed into fresh clothes, and washed away the old blood stains from his body. On the 12th day since he returned to the Su family, in the secret room, Su Yan was covered in light red blood stains like beads of sweat. This is the 5th transformation. Su Yan's eyes flickered with excitement. Over the past couple of days, he had made refined medicines from the ingredients of the red-eyed tiger and improved the efficiency of his cultivation through a deeper comprehension of the martial arts. His bones had already turned to gold through 5 transformations. He wasn't far away from 9 transformations and truly refining his body into golden bones. And with the 5th transformation, no more impurities flowed out from his body. His life energy was almost completely pure. With my current strength, even the top martial experts are no match for my punch. Su Yan was stirred with excitement. As far as he knew, all the famous martial artists were weak in his opinion. A single punch would be enough to end them. Even those renowned powerhouses were no different. I can't be arrogant. There must be other martial art experts in this world, but they might be hiding their strength. Su Yan reminded himself, I should leave tomorrow. This time I still have some treasured medicines and medicines refined from red-eyed tiger which I haven't finished. If I can comprehend the profound essence of my technique on a deeper level, I should be able to speed up my cultivation even further. Su Yan left the secret room, preparing to return to the small mountain village tomorrow. It's been almost half a month. My stupid disciple should be coming back, right? Li Xuan stood on the hillside, sighing mournfully. With his foolish disciple gone, he had to do all the work himself, which wasn't very relaxing. I wonder if he has killed the ferocious tiger in the evil forest yet. Of course, assuming my stupid disciple made it out alive and wasn't killed in the evil forest. Li Xuan couldn't help but worry a bit. I don't know why, but my body seems to have grown stronger. Are the effects of the treasured medicine really that strong? In the past half-month, Li Xuan felt as though his body had bulked up a bit, and his strength had increased. He even suspected that he had some hidden cheat activated. However, he concluded that it was just his imagination. In the end, he attributed it all to the treasured medicine that Su Yan had brought. He marveled at the extraordinary nourishing power of these medicines in their world. Su Yan rode his tall horse out of the city. Two large packages hanging off the side of his horse contained the precious medicines needed for cultivation and a precious red-eyed tiger skin. The silly son of the Su family is off to find a high master again. Discussions rose as Su Yan rode by. In a short time, this became the hot topic, savored by the townsfolk in the prefecture city. Su Yan sneered at these comments, his heart full of pride. What could these frogs at the bottom of the well know of the vastness of the world? After leaving the city, Su Yan noticed right away that the family's protectors were following him in secret, clearly an arrangement by his parents fearing that he might encounter danger on the outside, so they asked the protectors to guard him covertly. These protectors were too weak. If he faced danger with his current strength, these protectors wouldn't be able to save anyone. They would likely be killed at first contact. After traveling more than 10 miles from the city, Su Yan spurred his horse and entered a forest, using a simple trick to lose the protectors from his family. Once sure no one was following, Su Yan returned to the small mountain village. Master dislikes being disturbed, so he couldn't let anyone know where Master lived, so as not to disturb Master's peace. The small town outside the mountain village was in sight. Su Yan planned to rest in the small town before heading into the mountains and heading for the mountain village. Suddenly, a figure rushed up from behind, leaped into the air and landed steadily right in front of the horse, blocking the way. Su Yan frowned. Judging by the agility of the figure, this was a top-notch expert in the Jianghu, apparently boding ill to Su Yan. Heh, Su family's young master, finally found you. Cut the crap, hand over the precious medicine, and I'll spare your life. The man blocking the way looked around 40, with unusually long and thick arms and legs compared to ordinary people. However, his torso seemed thin, giving him an unproportioned appearance, making him look gangly overall. Su Yan, sitting on his horse, looked down on the man with scorn in his eyes. Just by you, seeking death. A cold flash of light in the gangly man's eyes, he bounded into the air, aiming a palm strike at Su Yan's face. Su Yan, still mounted on his horse, did not even frown at the man's move. He didn't take this palm strike seriously. Although martial artists in Qi country can split stones and break slabs, their power is formidable compared to ordinary people. However, to Su Yan, who has encountered true martial arts, these were nothing more than ordinary martial skills. Low ceiling, weak destructive power. Despite not having mastered martial arts, he had already undergone 5 bone transformations, and getting real golden bones was not far off. His chi and blood were far stronger compared to an average top-level martial artist. Even if he stood still, allowing the man to hack and chop at him, Su Yan was confident he could emerge unscathed. As the gangly man launched his palm strike, Su Yan shouted coldly, "Scram!" He swung a fist, and collided with the man's palm. The gangly man's eyes flashed with ferocity, confident that his sinister palm strength is enough to break the young master's arm, and with a follow-up palm strike he could end his life. The precious medicine will be his own. This was a highly valuable precious medicine which could fetch a large sum of money. Boom! However, as fist met palm, the gangly man's face changed instantly. His palm strike was as fragile as paper and crumbled instantly. The overwhelming force shattered even his arm. The punch did not stop and landed directly on the gangly man's chest. Boom! The gangly man was sent flying backward. His chest caved in, bones shattered, his organs reduced to a pulp, instantly killing him. One punch killed a top-notch expert of the Jianghu. Su Yan's eyes shone with excitement. So weak, just like a grasshopper, died with just one punch. He didn't even use much strength. This is true martial arts. Su Yan's eyes were wild with fervor, despite his unformed golden bones, his uninitiated martial arts. Brilliant craftsmen under his hand seemed like they were just paper mache. The difference between heaven and earth was nothing more than this. Once I've set foot on the path of the martial arts, I will be unmatched in the Qi country. I will be able to defeat thousands of soldiers all by myself. Even if he is the lofty emperor, what of it? At this moment, Su Yan's blood was inflamed, his eyes fervid, his determination to cultivate growing ever stronger. Within a year, I must initiate myself and truly become a disciple under my master's tutelage, cultivating the supreme martial arts. Having killed a top-tier master who barred his path, Su Yan continued to rush along his way. I must not leave any trace of my movements. This horse can't be ridden anymore as it might lead people to track me. Su Yan, with this in mind, dismounted his horse. Glancing at the not-so-distant forest, he had a plan after a moment of contemplation. He immediately bent down and hoisted the horse onto his shoulders. Horse, Su Yan, carrying the horse, took large strides into the forest, taking a detour to erase his traces before heading for the small mountain village so as not to be tracked. It wasn't until he passed through the evil spirit forest that he let the horse down and got back on, rushing towards the small mountain village. Su Yan had finally returned, bringing with him a large bundle of medicinal herbs. What made Li Xuan even happier was the giant tiger skin. Looking at its flashy colors, Li Xuan was almost sure that this was the tiger from the evil spirit forest. The threat of the evil spirit forest has finally been eliminated, and he had avenged his villagers who tragically lost their lives. Master, I killed this red-eyed tiger in the evil spirit forest without causing much disturbance. Su Yan respectfully said. Good, good, great job. Li Xuan was pleased and could not help but compliment, highly satisfied with Su Yan's task. Master has finally acknowledged my performance. My bones have already transformed 5 times, and I am not far from forging golden bones. You also think the speed of my bone refining is quite good, don't you? Su Yan was delighted to receive such praise. It's all due to Master's excellent teachings. Li Xuan held the tiger skin in his hand, liking it more the more he looked at it. This tiger skin was of great value, perfect to be kept as an heirloom. This silly disciple of his work was indeed reliable. Li Xuan thought to himself and encouraged Su Yan, keep practicing, keep pondering, and you will succeed. Yes, Master, I won't let you down. Su Yan was excited beyond words. Seeing his excited appearance, Li Xuan sighed in his heart. This disciple of his was really gullible. Just a little encouragement and he was like a chicken pumped with blood. Very good, your master believes in you. Li Xuan nodded and then said, the weeds in the vegetable garden have grown again. You should go and clear them. Now that his silly disciple is back, it's time to clear out the piles of weeds in the vegetable garden. He will be taken care of, so life can once again be leisurely and carefree. Su Yan was taken aback. He just returned and now he had to clear the weeds. With a serious face, Li Xuan said, your master has observed you are restless. Clearing the weeds will help to calm your mind, which will aid in your cultivation. Yes, master, I understand. Su Yan understood after hearing this and felt a bit ashamed. Master often teaches us to be calm and not arrogant. After killing a top-tier master with one punch, I've become quite anxious. That's really wrong of me. Masters discerning I notice my restlessness and their advice to clear the weeds to calm my mind and refine my bones more effectively is perfect. So Su Yan, who just came back, was assigned to clear the weeds. Li Xuan sighed and thought, this silly apprentice of his really is easily fooled. P.S. Please continue reading and supporting in every way possible. So this is what mindful perception in nurturing the spirit means. Every slight change and alteration are within my thoughts, allowing me to understand the subtleties of bone refinement without any leakage. Half a month has passed since Su Yan returned to his small mountain village. As usual, before the crack of dawn, Su Yan was already in the midst of practice. At this moment, he gained new insight. The subtle changes in his bones, every alteration in his body, and the circulation of his blood and energy were all within his mind. The efficiency of bone refinement increased once again. These 2 lines of mantra are far more than they seem. I have not yet truly understood their essence, he exclaimed in his heart. The mantra handed down by his master was truly profound. Each time he felt as if he has grasped the manifold secrets, an unexpected spark of enlightenment would strike, making him realize that his understanding was still insufficient. Now I've undergone 8 transformations, and the bones throughout my body have turned into golden bones. Only one last transformation is required to fully turn my entire body into golden bones. The diligent bone refinement of the past half-month, especially the new insight into the mantra, has deepened his control over his blood and energy. His speed of bone refinement has also improved a lot. He had already undergone the 8th transformation now. All his bones had turned golden. The 9th transformation, where his golden bones were without flaws and his body was harmonized as one, was not far away. Su Yan continued his cultivation with a premonition that he would successfully refine his golden bones within the next day or 2. Once my golden bones are refined, I will be peerless like the ancient prodigies and can start refining my organs. Getting started within a year should not pose a problem. As for jade bones, Master said they cannot be achieved just by talent and persistence. I shouldn't set my sights too high or be too greedy. Golden bones were already extraordinary. As for jade bones, that was extremely hard. Being high-reaching and refining jade bones, thereby wasting time, would likely hinder his entry within a year. Since he was already on par with historic prodigies, what was there to be dissatisfied with? Therefore, Su Yan planned to start refining his organs after completing his golden bone refinement. He could start comprehending the method of organ refining. Thus, while refining his bones, Su Yan started to recall the organ refining method taught by Li Xuan, carefully comprehending its profound significance and mystery. Having laid a foundation with skin and bone refinement, refining organs wouldn't be difficult. He already had a direction for refining organs. The efficiency of his refining was something that needed careful comprehension of the mysterious organ refining method. Li Xuan yawned and looked at Su Yan, who is in the midst of cultivation inside, this foolish disciple of mine, how persistent he is. And he can actually remain calm and composed. He couldn't help but wonder. For so long Su Yan hasn't sensed any chi and blood, yet he has been persisting. He hasn't shown any signs of impatience whatsoever. No signs of frustration, depression, or feelings of shame in front of him for not being able to sense the chi and blood. He hasn't even asked him how to sense chi and blood. It's truly rare for him to maintain this composed attitude, not flustered nor frustrated, persisting in his cultivation every day. If there really was a method to cultivate, given his diligence, as long as he has talent, he could become a powerhouse. What would he do if he knew that I was deceiving him, and that the cultivation method was made up by me? Li Xuan felt it would be better to keep this secret. Su Yan seemed like an honest man. Bullying an honest man too hard could lead to an explosive backlash, and that would be no laughing matter. Besides, he was an honest man with an extraordinary background. Forget it, I won't bother about him. Let him do as he pleases. The road out of the village is safe now. When a year comes to pass, I'll just send him away. Maybe I could even receive an additional tuition fee. I can't stay in Dong County or even Qi Country any longer. I should head to Wu Country when the time comes. Li Xuan had already thought of his escape route. He reclined on his chair leisurely. He had grown accustomed to these leisurely days. He might feel uncomfortable without someone to attend to him in the future. Once he's in Wu Country, he must buy a few maidens to serve him. 2 more days passed. Su Yan had now reached the 9th stage of transformation. The golden bones are forming. Through the tempering of his blood and chi, his bones began metamorphosing into lustrous golden bones, radiating a dazzling light. At a certain moment, boom, his bone marrow flowed like a roaring river. The blood chi in his body surged instantly, like a mighty dragon, increasing more than twofold, circulating around the bones of his whole body, and like a raging river, his bone marrow also changed with the chi and blood endless birth, his bones glowing with a faint radiance. The golden bones shone brightly, appearing immortal. Su Yan was overwhelmed with excitement. At last, he had tempered the golden bones. Once the golden bones were formed, his physical body also underwent a transformation. His chi and blood became more pure, his physical body stronger, and intricate patterns of profound mysteries appeared on his golden bones. It was like understanding the mysteries of heaven and earth. With each circulation of chi and blood, it was like a roaring dragon. The instant the golden bones were formed, Wang Yang's body radiated a faint golden light, making him seem as if he was bathed in this radiance. At this moment, the sun rose. The golden sunlight passed through the small village's path, shining on Su Yan's body. Li Xuan came out from the house. He only glanced at him, not paying too much attention. He only thought that it was sunlight shining on Su Yan's body. This had happened several times before. However, he didn't notice that the golden glow emanating from Su Yan's body at this moment was even more dazzling than the sunlight normally shining on his body. Moreover, it was radiating from within his body. As the golden glow receded, Su Yan carefully felt the changes within his body, experiencing the power of the golden bones. The power increase from the formation of the golden bones far exceeded the previous 8 transformations. At this moment, Su Yan understood what it meant to be powerful and experienced the mysteries of martial arts. Is this the power of the geniuses of old? I have finally formed the golden bones, achieving my master's expectations. I, Su Yan, am not inferior to the ancient geniuses. Everyone said I, Su Yan, was stupid. They all laughed at me, ridiculed me, but in my eyes, you are all just frogs at the bottom of the well. Now, with the formation of the golden bones and his increased strength, even the top martial artists are like paper in front of him. You said I was useless, that I lost your face. I told you if I said you could not afford to offend me, you indeed could not afford to. Su Yan's eyes were full of sharp light. I feel an endless life force within me. Once the golden bones are formed, it seems my lifespan has drastically increased too. Master said that once the golden bones are formed, they remain brilliant even after being buried underground for tens of thousands of years, and naturally, one's lifespan too drastically increases. At this moment, Su Yan felt that he and the other martial artists outside were people of 2 different worlds. With my current strength, even the old emperor of Qi Country, I do not fear in the slightest. Do I have the qualifications to despise the imperial power? No, I can't have such arrogant thoughts. I must guard against arrogance and impetuosity. I mustn't forget who I am just because I improved a bit. I must remember my master's teachings. Su Yan kept admonishing himself in his heart. I have formed the golden bones. I must go and tell my master. I am now on par with the ancient geniuses. Having formed the golden bones, an excited Su Yan, after finishing his practice, eagerly went to his master. He wanted to tell his master in person that he had formed the golden bones and was now on par with the ancient geniuses. He did not disappoint his master. After all, as a young man, he couldn't help but want his master's praise. Li Xuan, unbeknownst to him, Su Yan had already crafted the golden bone he had made up. Su Yan was excited to share the news and hoped for praise and recognition. At this time, Li Xuan was playing with the last gift Su Yan had given him, a golden sword and a jade rui. The gold sword, embedded with precious gems and forged entirely from gold, held great value. The jade rui was engraved with auspicious cloud patterns, flawless throughout. It was obviously carved from the highest quality jade, and in terms of value, it might even exceed the gold sword. Although the value of this gold sword is not low, no matter how I look at it, I feel the jade rui is worth more, it's rarer. I like this jade rui more than the gold sword. Its quality, flawless throughout, crystal clear, gives a warm and smooth feeling when held. If I could pair this up as a family heirloom, that would be perfectly ideal. Regardless of the deception, it wouldn't hurt to cheat one more jade rui, right? Li Xuan was toying with the jade rui. The more he looked at it, the more he liked it. He muttered in his heart for his naive disciple to find another jade rui to make a pair, to keep as a family heirloom. Just then Su Yan came over. "My disciple, you've come at the right time." Li Xuan thrust the gold sword aside as if it was an annoyance. Jade rui in hand, his eyes shone with admiration for it. "Look at this jade rui, flawless throughout, nourishes one's soul and mind. A gentleman loves jade, as do I. If I could pair this jade rui, that would be ideal." He looked up at Su Yan. "Do you understand, my disciple?" Li Xuan thought to himself, "Go find another jade rui for me." Su Yan had originally come, thrilled to announce to his master that he had crafted the golden bone, reaching the level of the giants of the past. Yet seeing Li Xuan with some disgust, thrust aside the gold sword and treating the jade rui with love, and by the mouthful expressing his love for jade and wishing he could pair the jade rui. Su Yan thought to himself, "Next time I go home, I'll get another jade rui for my master." But suddenly he had a thought, "Wait, why would my master be talking about liking jade now? There must be a deeper meaning to my master's words. I get it now, my master has high expectations from me. He hopes that I can craft the jade bone, hence the analogy with the jade rui. He must like the jade bone more than the gold bone. But my master also fears I might not be ready to undertake the challenge of crafting a jade bone, hence the subtle hint with the jade rui. If I can't understand the hidden meaning in my master's words, he wouldn't persist. So even though my master says nothing, he must be disappointed in me. If I can't understand the hidden meaning in his words, his expectations of me would be reduced, believing that I lack the comprehension." Su Yan started imagining scenarios, convinced that his master wanted him to continuously craft bones, not to give up, to strive to craft jade bones. If Li Xuan knew about his wild fantasies, he would have been stunned. I was simply desiring for another jade rui. After imagining these scenarios, Su Yan now understood his master's unspoken expectations and said with determination, "Master, I understand. I will not disappoint you." Li Xuan gave a satisfied smile. "As long as you understand, that's good. I believe in you." Su Yan was deeply moved. "My master has high hopes for me. He wants me to surpass the giants of the past. What does the golden bone amount to? I will craft the jade bone." Su Yan did not bring up his golden bone again. Master must have seen this coming. The golden bone means nothing to him. When he resumed his cultivation, striving to craft more bones, Su Yan found that no matter how he circulated his energy, refining the bones had no effect. Golden bone seemed to be his limit. It was as though an insurmountable chasm loomed before him, barring him from further progress. Master said that a jade skeleton cannot be refined with innate talent, tenacity, or persistence alone. Those who succeed either have great destinies, are favored by heaven and earth, or have exceptional enlightenment that leads to comprehension of the Tao. Su Yan pondered, "I don't know if I have a great destiny, perhaps not. Favored by heaven and earth, even less likely. That leaves me only one path, my enlightenment." Master always emphasizes reverence and understanding. It seems he recognizes my ability to comprehend and reminds me of my strengths. If I want to refine my jade skeleton, I have no choice but to rely on my enlightenment. After understanding this, Su Yan's mind was once again filled with 2 lines from the secret code. "Sharpen the mind to nurture the true intention, and like a dragon, build a golden body with blood and energy." I surely haven't fully grasped the core of these 2 lines of secret code. If I could understand them, wouldn't I be able to break the golden skeleton's shackles and refine a jade skeleton? Su Yan poured his whole being into the secret code with a mind free from distractions. Discarding everything else and forgetting self and other, he strove to comprehend its profound meaning. That's it, nurturing true intention. I was under the impression that to nurture the true intention is to foster blood and energy within the bones, within the bone marrow. But where exactly does this intention lie? The act of nurturing bone marrow, perhaps that is merely the beginning and does not truly cultivate intention. All of a sudden, a flash appeared in Su Yan's mind. He realized that he had misinterpreted nurturing true intentions in the secret code. He hadn't cultivated any true intention at all. Furthermore, he didn't even understand what was meant by intention. When I was refining the golden skeleton, was the circulation of blood and energy truly like a dragon? Is it something hollow, mere appearance without substance? How can the blood and energy dragon, without nurturing intention, be considered a dragon? In his daze, Su Yan felt as if he was touching an invisible barrier. If he could break through this barrier, he would be able to completely understand the secret code, break the shackles of the golden skeleton and advance to the jade skeleton stage. However, this barrier was always out of reach. Su Yan was increasingly distressed. Shall I consult Master? No, Master's instruction has been extremely clear. Intention can only be grasped by oneself. There must be something I overlooked. For the next 3 days, Su Yan sought to comprehend the secret code during his cultivation, trying to grasp the essence of the true intention, but he always seemed to fall just short. He was unable to break through the barrier and understand its true essence. Li Xuan looked at his disciple with a touch of bemusement. For the past 3 days, his dull disciple had been somewhat absent-minded, occasionally appearing lost in thought. It's been so long without a breakthrough. Is he feeling hopeless? Has he lost confidence? My jade Rui is not yet in my possession. How can I retire so soon? Let me think. How can I create a profound statement to hoodwink him? Li Xuan went into deep thought. One day after their meal, Su Yan was about to clean the dishes when Li Xuan spoke. Persistence is crucial in cultivation. If you find yourself stuck at a bottleneck without progress, you can relax your spirits, clear your mind, and feel the life in a blade of grass or a piece of wood. Try to understand the nature of heaven and earth. Grasp the hidden spirit mechanism around you. If you can have a sudden realization, the gate of martial arts will open to you. Many through the ages, stuck at a bottleneck without a breakthrough in their cultivation, have broken their shackles from a sudden realization. Unblinkingly, Li Xuan pulled his disciple into a ruse about perceiving hidden spirit mechanics and how a sudden realization could open the gate to martial arts. If enduring hardships doesn't work, then a sudden understanding might. P.S. Keep reading, favor, take everything. For Su Yan, Li Xuan's words were guidance from his master, clues about how to gain enlightenment, how to break the shackles impeding his progress. Capture the concealed spirit mechanism around you. Comprehend the essence of every blade of grass, every piece of wood, the nature of the heavens and the earth. In a daze, Su Yan seemed to have a sudden insight. Su Yan said reverently, seeing his foolish disciple being so easily taken in once again. Li Xuan nodded in satisfaction. Over the next 2 days, Su Yan stopped cultivating and began strolling around the small village instead, feeding chickens, planting vegetables, sitting on a rock at night and staring at the stars in the sky. His mind seemed remarkably peaceful. The obsession to break through the golden bone shackles was gone, as was the attachment to cultivation. His mind, as though having put down a heavy load, felt lighter. At one point, he even had an unbidden insight that the heavens and the earth were incredibly wondrous. After 3 days like this, Su Yan was about to leave after weeding, when suddenly he noticed an earthworm wriggling back into the soil. He also saw a little bug digging a hole in the earth. A flash illuminated his mind, as if revealing the spirit mechanism. Cultivate true intention, blood and chi like a dragon. I understand. In that moment, Su Yan felt enlightened. Flash of insight burst within his mind, and suddenly he understood the profound meaning within the technique. Jade Bone, I will definitely cultivate you. Su Yan was beyond thrilled. The next day before dawn broke, Su Yan started cultivating. Seeing this, Li Xuan was surprised. Could his foolish disciple have regained his determination so quickly and continued to persevere? As long as Su Yan doesn't discover he's being deceived, it's okay. Once the 1-year limit is up, their master-disciple relationship will be severed, the deceit will end, and I will go live my life in Wu country. Maybe I will never see Su Yan again. At this moment, Su Yan was guiding his qi and blood into the marrow of his bones, slowly, continuously accumulating qi and blood in the marrow. After spending 3 days doing this, Su Yan felt a sensation of sour swelling in his bones. Only then did he begin refining. Once entered into cultivation, Su Yan seemed to forget everything else. Only the profound spirit mechanism between heaven and earth appeared in his mind. Boom. The qi and blood in his marrow roared like a dragon, his bone marrow churning as though it were alive. At this moment, Su Yan felt an indescribable pain in every bone in his body. Itching, pricking, swelling. His bones alternatively expanded and contracted. The alternating expansion and contraction birthed pure qi and blood. Su Yan felt as though a mysterious meaning was being born within his bones. The sensation he was experiencing now was even more painful and unbearable compared to his first time refining bones. Sweat dripped continuously. Su Yan gritted his teeth and endured until he was on the verge of collapse. Only then did he stop his cultivation. The golden bone, it's loosening up a bit. Su Yan found that his golden bone, which had already reached its limit and couldn't be refined any further, was now loosening up and becoming a bit stronger. I have the right comprehension. The jade bone is not far. Exhilarated, Su Yan continued the next few days with even more rigorous cultivation. The pain he endured was even more intense. 7 days later, the previously golden bones seemed to fade. Even though the golden color of his bones had faded, the strength of his bones had increased by over 30%. Half a month later, the bones all over his body turned back to white, but were more than twice as hard as golden bones. The blood and energy within him had become purer and more powerful. Though I haven't reached the state of jade bones yet, I'm already so strong. How powerful would I be if I achieved jade bones? My martial arts foundation surpasses even the ancient prodigies. Su Yan was extremely thrilled he was nearing the stage of jade bones. After 10 days, Su Yan's bones had started to appear crystal clear, and he was just one step away from achieving flawless jade bones. However, it was this final step where Su Yan again felt resistance. It was as if he had reached a bottleneck, unable to continue transforming. He was only one step away from completing his transformation into jade bones. How could Su Yan bear to give up? Thus, for the ensuing 2 days, he continually refined his body, but he made no progress. It seemed that he needed to break through some kind of shackles to complete this final transformation. Li Xuan was not aware that his foolish disciple was on the brink of refining his jade bones. Having nothing to do that day, he dug out some relics left behind by the elderly in the village lost articles, which were all books and related items. The people in the village who took refuge here included some literate people who left behind books. Although there weren't many, they were considered the most valuable things in the village. Thud. A rolled-up scroll dropped to the ground, and Li Xuan bent down to pick it up, noticing there was writing on the scroll. Whose stuff is this? I don't think I've seen this before. Out of curiosity, Li Xuan unrolled the scroll. The scroll was quite long, and when it was spread out, it was seen to be filled with words. It seemed to be a diary. Is this Danu's diary? Li Xuan looked surprised. Danu, a rough and uneducated man, actually kept a diary. Danu was the one who had died in the evil forest. However, the tiger that killed him has been avenged. Li Xuan sighed inwardly. When their group had left the village, Danu was among them, but only he had managed to escape and return. While flipping through the scroll, reading Danu's diary, Li Xuan treated it as if it was a story of gossip to distract himself from boredom. Danu wanted to marry 8 wives. He was definitely ambitious, such a pity. When he finished the scroll, Li Xuan suddenly paused, his expression turning serious. The last part of the scroll contained a record of when Danu left the village alone to attempt to go to the city. He had seen a fearsome beast just outside the evil forest. The beast that Danu saw wasn't that tiger. The villagers had always been talking about a fearsome tiger in the evil forest, and Li Xuan had just assumed there was only one tiger. In reality, there was another beast besides that tiger. The beast is larger than the tiger, has fiery sideburns and fangs that are nearly a foot long. After reading Danu's description of the beast, Li Xuan was shocked. This beast sounded even more frightening than the tiger. Why was there another beast in the evil forest besides the tiger? The tiger was known as the king of the forest. How would it allow another beast to reside in its territory? Such a formidable beast, how would it allow the tiger to occupy its domain? When I first heard that there was a beast in the evil forest, it was Danu who brought it up. He mentioned it more than once. Back then, when we were preparing to leave the village together, it was Danu who said there was a beast and it would be too dangerous. It was only after that guy came back claiming that he had learnt how to kill a tiger did we have the confidence to leave the village. Li Xuan came up with a possibility. Could that tiger be the underling of the beast in the evil forest? My foolish disciple led people to hunt the tiger. Did they encounter that beast? It doesn't seem that they did. Could it be that the beast hid because there were too many people and didn't show itself? This won't do. I have to find my disciple and ask him. Have him lead a search of the evil forest and make sure that beast is killed. After tidying up, Li Xuan went out to find Su Yan. Su Yan confirmed he'd hit a bottleneck. If he couldn't break through this barrier, then refining his bones into jade would be impossible. The last step was all that was needed, but he was stuck. It was like there was an invisible wall in his way. If it wasn't shattered, there would be no hope of achieving jade bones. However, the way to break this barrier was unknown to Su Yan. No matter how he circulated his qi and blood or how he refined his bones, everything seemed futile. Am I failing to comprehend? Do I have to relax my spirit to feel the spirit mechanism so I can break the barrier? But I have a feeling I need pressure, a clash of the inner and outer world to break through. But I don't know what kind of pressure. Su Yan fell into deep thought. He decided to consult his master. Just then Li Xuan came out from the house. Apprentice, come here. Su Yan's spirit lifted had his master noticed that he'd hit a bottleneck. Was his master here to give him guidance? Master. He respectfully saluted. Li Xuan's face was stern. Apprentice, after you hunted the tiger in the forest of evil, did you search the entire forest? Su Yan was taken aback and shook his head. Aside from the tiger, there's a vicious beast in the forest of evil. Be careful, you'll need to deal with it. Li Xuan stated solemnly. According to Danu's journal, this beast was unusual. It would be trouble if it ever came to our small village. It was a massive threat. Upon hearing this, Su Yan's eyes seemed to gleam, and he thought to himself, there's another beast in the forest of evil, more formidable than the red-eyed tiger. I get it now, the master is hinting that the breakthrough lies within the forest of evil. Hunt the beast and stimulate my potential. Break the barrier, and I shall attain the jade bones. At that moment, insight sparked in Su Yan's mind. He finally understood the kind of pressure he needed to break the barrier and attain jade bones. The beast in the forest of evil was his opportunity. He excitedly nodded, "Master, I understand. I'll take care of it right away." Su Yan, thrilled, hopped on his horse and headed straight for the forest of evil. "Why's he so hasty? I haven't finished speaking." Li Xuan was left speechless. Why was his silly disciple so excited when he mentioned a beast in the forest of evil? Hooked on hunting, with many people and greater force, the beast should be unable to escape. Li Xuan let out a sigh of relief. Although the martial artists from the outside world weren't very strong, they were low-level warriors. However, with teamwork, hunting a beast should not be a problem. No matter how strong the beast was, it couldn't be that formidable, right? Su Yan rode on horseback to the forest of evil and began the search. As he searched deeper into the forest, the trees became larger. The horse began to tremble slightly, its pace slowing, even attempting to retreat. Su Yan's spirit was ignited and he revved up his qi and blood, staying alert to his surroundings. All of a sudden, a deep roar rang out. From behind a large tree, a fiery figure lunged out with its terrifying fangs glowing in the dark. It lunged directly at Su Yan on the horse. Su Yan's eyes brightened. He swung his fist, relying on his strong physique. The beast swung a claw at him too. Bang! Su Yan felt a great force hitting him, knocking him off the horse. The horse, frightened, collapsed onto the ground, shaking uncontrollably. How is this possible? Su Yan was taken aback. He was a martial artist, almost with jade bones. His strength was beyond imagination. If he encountered the red-eyed tiger at this moment, he could kill it with a single punch. Bang! Su Yan rolled over, stood up from the ground, and a fiery red figure lunged at him again. Ah! Su Yan roared, his blood and energy boiling. He lunged forward to meet it head-on. Bang! A paw brutally slammed into his chest, while Su Yan punched the beastie squarely onto its body. Su Yan staggered backwards, feeling a sharp pain in his chest. The beast, too, was punched back a couple of steps. At this moment, Su Yan squinted, seeing the beast's fiery red body, especially the ring of mane around its neck, flaming red like burning fire. Its head was like a wolf's, the eyes emerald green, two fangs almost a foot long, glowing with a cold light. Its lower body was small compared to the rest, but its hind legs were extraordinarily robust. The front legs were like tiger paws, sharp claws revealed, comparable to small daggers. Its body was half again as large as the red-eyed tiger. Standing there, it exuded a dangerous aura. The green eyes gave a chilling and violent impression. Being stared at by those eyes would give anyone the chills. At this moment, those green eyes were locked onto Su Yan. It sensed a strong vitality from him, sparking a bloodlust within it. A flame-haired wolf. Su Yan's heart was terror-stricken. Wasn't this beast the flame-haired wolf that he had read about in an ancient book? Legend had it that the flame-haired wolf was incredibly powerful. It had rampaged through the city, causing countless injuries and deaths, and had even managed to escape from a group of elite soldiers. He had never expected to find a flame-haired wolf here in the evil forest. Who said that these ancient tales were false? Even a flame-haired wolf has appeared. Su Yan was filled with excitement, his blood surging. He was entirely invigorated. The flame-haired wolf, a legendary beast from the tales. Many had read the tales about the flame-haired wolf, but none believed they were true, a beast that could rampage through a city and escape from a group of elite soldiers. That's absurd. Su Yan believed it. Judging from their encounter just now, the strength of the flame-haired wolf was definitely enough to escape from a group of elite soldiers. Its formidable body, agile speed, and tremendous strength. Even he felt some pressure, which just goes to show the power of the flame-haired wolf. This is my chance to break. Su Yan believed that the flame-haired wolf was the key to his breakthrough, to tempered jade bones, to fighting the flame-haired wolf while under great pressure, to break free from shackles. Come on today, I Su Yan, will temper my jade bones with your life, flame-haired wolf. Su Yan roared, his energy boiling, his body even emanating a faint jade-like glow as he charged forward. Roar! The flame-haired wolf roared and lunged at him. Its claws came slashing down, its jaws wide open, its saliva-dripping fangs aimed straight at Su Yan. Su Yan grabbed hold of the flame-haired wolf's claws before it could take a bite. He kicked it hard, sending it flying and slamming onto the ground. He then rushed forward, pounding it with his fist. The flame-haired wolf let out a roar, its eyes turned blood red, and a violent aura filled the air. Its fiery red mane fluttered like it was alight. It lunged at Su Yan again. Bang. Su Yan was sent flying, aghast. How did the flame-haired wolf's body become so hot? The flame-haired wolf lunged at him again. Man and beast squared off in a fierce battle. With a roar, Su Yan forced the flame-haired wolf back and lunged at him again, grabbing hold of its claws, pinning it to the ground. But the flame-haired wolf's hind legs kept kicking at Su Yan. Each kick was incredibly powerful, causing Su Yan's blood to surge and his nerves to scream out in pain. Die, bang. Su Yan fiercely tossed the flame-haired wolf aside, his blood churned. At that moment, Su Yan was enveloped in a foggy mist, his skin gradually turning red. The flame-maned wolf was incredibly strong, far beyond the ordinary realms of wild beasts. Suyan felt the pressure. At this moment, he could only feel his blood and chi boiling over, his entire person in a state of sublimation. His body's blood and chi circulated, strength constantly building. Boom, he rushed forward again, entering combat with the flame-maned wolf. With each clash, his blood and chi boiled even more, to the point where at times, he was grappling with the flame-maned wolf on the ground, rolling over and over. He was unaware of how many times he had been kicked by the flame-maned wolf's rear legs. He gripped the wolf's gaping maw with both hands while simultaneously kicking at the wolf's body. A man and a beast rolled around on the ground, kicking and grappling with one another. Thud! All of a sudden, Suyan was thrown against a large tree. He bellowed in fury, grabbing onto the wolf's sharp fangs, and with a mighty heave he swung the wolf onto the tree. The fight had reached a fever pitch. At this point, Suyan could feel the barrier on his jade-like bones starting to loosen as his blood and chi were relentlessly stimulated, expended, and squeezed out. At some moment, as though a snap was heard, the barrier shattered. His blood and chi surged instantaneously, and his bones continued to temper. Think you're the only one who can bite. Suyan gripped the flame-maned wolf's fangs and threw it onto the ground. Letting it beat against his body with its limbs, his bloodshot eyes widened as he sank his teeth into the wolf's exposed neck. Splutter, a mouthful of fur. Suyan spat out the fur and continued to bite down. The flame-maned wolf was a bit panicked at this point, struggling violently. Its limbs flailed at Suyan, whacking sounds filling the air. Suyan could even feel his bones vibrating from the onslaught. He held tightly onto the flame-maned wolf, changed his position, and with his legs trapped the wolf's forelimbs, continuing to bite on the wolf's throat. Bite after bite, at some moment, with a squirt sound, he ripped open the wolf's throat. Fresh blood poured out. A stream of fresh blood entered his stomach. At that very moment, Suyan only felt his blood and chi boiling over, as if a tonic had filled him, making him feel refreshed. The speed of bone tempering increased at this moment. Suyan's eyes brightened. He lay on top of the flame-maned wolf, pinning it to the ground, and continued to bite savagely at the wolf's throat. At this moment, the flame-maned wolf was on its back, writhing and struggling. It let out terrified howls, all in vain. With the beginning of bone tempering, Suyan felt his blood chi strengthen, his strength becoming greater. After countless times of biting, all of a sudden, the wolf's throat squirted blood, the major artery pierced. Suyan greedily consumed the flame-maned wolf's blood, like nectar, his eyes flashing with excitement. The blood that entered his mouth quickly turned into blood and chi. The speed of bone tempering was constantly increasing. His bones became more and more radiant, getting one step closer to the flawlessness of jade bones. The flame-maned wolf was on the brink of death and tried to escape with a burst of energy. But Suyan was not about to let his hard-earned prey escape. He pounced on it, punching and kicking, tearing and biting until the flame-maned wolf ultimately fell to the ground, barely alive, covered in wounds. Can't waste it, this is a treasure for bone tempering. Suyan pounced forward, greedily sucking the blood from the flame-maned wolf. With his blood chi boiling, the speed of his bone tempering increased further. The blood had almost been drained dry, while Suyan himself was in a state of transformation. He hurriedly stood up and began his cultivation. His blood and chi were like dragons circling his bones, his marrow becoming crystal clear. His bones were undergoing some kind of transformation. They seemed integrated as one, with no more gaps in between. Boom! His blood and chi exploded. Suyan felt his body covered in a layer of old blood, his entire person shrouded in blood. A luminous radiance emanated from him, creating an unusual spectacle around him. Jade bone achieved. The bones all around Suyan were as clear as jade, devoid of any flaws, moist and smooth. On the flawless jade bone, it was as if exquisitely fine textures were born naturally, possessing profound mysticism. His blood and chi surged tremendously, and it was even more purified. It could be referred to as flawless blood and chi. Moreover, at every moment, new blood and chi were being born, continuously growing stronger. The loss from battle had long been recovered. If Suyan was to confront the flame-maned wolf again now, he wouldn't need to fight as intensely or as challenging as before. Maybe with just 3 punches and 2 kicks, he would be able to kill the flame-maned wolf. I feel like I've transcended, as if I've broken away from the realm of ordinary people. Suyan clenched his fists, a look of exhilaration on his face. Only after achieving the jade bone could he truly realize its power and profundity. My martial arts foundation surpasses the prodigies of old. I've achieved jade bone. The jade bone is unblemished, unchanging forever. Even if he perishes now, his bones will endure for countless ages. Far from decaying, they will continue to become more lustrous and can even become a treasure between heaven and earth. This is the might of the jade bone, truly surpassing the realm of ordinary people. After refining the jade bone, his martial arts path is clear, unrivaled within the same realm. Overcoming his excitement, Suyan looked at the flame-maned wolf's body he had savagely mauled, and an expression of regret spread across his face. The flame-maned wolf's fur has been torn to shreds. I can't peel it off to give to my master now. Master must have already known where the opportunity for my jade bone breakthrough lay in the flame-maned wolf. Master had already paved the path for my martial arts. The more he thought about it, the more touched Su Yan felt. Taking one look at the blood all over him, Su Yan decided not to return to the small mountain village. He decided to go home once, and by the way, find another excellent quality jade rui for his master. Su Yan hoisted the mangled remains of the flame-mane wolf with one hand, found the horse, and slung the corpse onto the horse's back. As a result, the horse, frightened by the smell of the flame-mane wolf, nearly fell to its knees, unable to move. Only when Su Yan stimulated his blood and qi to mask the scent of the wolf did the horse begin to move under his intimidation. The blood and flesh of the flame-mane wolf are great tonics. They are just right for refining my viscera. Now that I've shaped my jade bone, my viscera refining will soon be completed. I aim to complete refining my viscera within 3 months. Su Yan was full of fighting spirit, not far from the entry to martial arts. He will finally become a real martial arts cultivator. All the mockery and disdain will be gone. He will make those people understand that the frog at the bottom of the well has no idea of the vastness of heaven and earth, and he himself has already stepped into that vast world while they still remain arrogant at the bottom of the well. Li Xuan stood on the hillside, looking at the route Su Yan had taken, and sighed. This silly apprentice of his has not returned for 5 days. He wondered if Su Yan had managed to safely pass through the wicked forest, or if he had been eaten by the ferocious beasts. Though he came up with a sham cultivation technique to deceive Su Yan, after such a long time together, he couldn't say that he had no feelings of attachment. Li Xuan was actually quite content with Su Yan as his disciple. Alas, he is not a secluded master. This deception was destined to have no good end. Even if Su Yan was kept in the dark all along, Li Xuan did not dare to keep up the deception. There is no scam in this world that won't eventually be uncovered. His only hope is that a year later, there will be no hiccups and they can part in peace. Maybe he can leave Su Yan with the regret that he once had an opportunity, but due to his lack of talent, he couldn't grasp it. And he, Li Xuan, will still be the master revered in his heart. That way, it will be the best ending for this particular master-disciple bond. 10 days later, Su Yan returned, bringing with him a jade rui and several jade ornaments. Good, my apprentice has truly captured my heart. Li Xuan couldn't contain his happiness. This apprentice was really good. Look at this jade, it's so valuable, it's so beautiful. As for the ferocious beasts in the evil forest, since Su Yan has returned, they must have been taken care of. Li Xuan didn't ask further. However, Su Yan seemed a little different this time he had returned. Li Xuan couldn't specify exactly how he was different. He was just a little puzzled but didn't dwell too much on it. After his return, Su Yan resumed his previous training rhythm, but this time he started to refine his organs. The organs are vulnerable. One must tread lightly at the beginning of the refinement. Otherwise, it could easily result in self-inflicted damage. Su Yan, who was refining his organs, was stimulating his blood and energy, first nourishing his heart. With the start of the tempering, his heartbeat became stronger, and with every beat, the energy and blood circulating throughout his body increased. I plan to complete organ refinement within 3 months. After Su Yan successfully refined his jade bones, his confidence soared. Finishing organ refinement in 3 months was rather conservative to him. 3 days later, with ongoing refinement, his heart became stronger, and energy and blood also increased by more than half, making the refinement process more intense without worrying about harming his heart. However, with the enhancement of his heart, Su Yan also noticed some issues. I feel a bit unbalanced. I can't solely focus on refining my heart. I must also refine my other organs. Su Yan began to refine his lungs. He kept in mind his master's teachings about organ refinement. 5 organs correspond to 5 elements. The energy and blood circulate through the 5 organs. When the 5 elements come together as one, organ refinement is complete. After the initial strengthening of the organs through refinement, Su Yan began to refine the 5 organs simultaneously. The circulation of energy and blood between the 5 organs heightened with every refinement, making him feel stronger. His energy and blood were continuously intensifying. After Su Yan's return, life went back to normal and Li Xuan could finally relax. He was deeply moved by Su Yan's perseverance. This silly apprentice was really persistent. Half of the 1-year term has passed, just need to endure for another half year, then I can be liberated. Li Xuan sighed. Just endure for another half a year, then he can dissolve the master-apprentice relationship and hide away in Wu country. With Su Yan's generous offering for becoming his apprentice, living a wealthy life was not a problem at all. He could marry 3 or 4 beautiful wives and live a fruitful life. Anyway, from the looks of it, there is no such thing as formidable martial arts. Furthermore, even with Su Yan's background, if he couldn't reach it, how could he? There were no hitches in organ refinement. Everything was going smoothly. Perhaps it was because of the successful jade bone refinement and the solid foundation of martial arts. The organ refinement was very successful, orderly, and continuously improving. After a little over 2 months of intense practice, Su Yan was about to complete organ refinement. The strength of his organs had almost left the state of flesh and blood. Su Yan's current strength had improved 2 to 3 times from the start of organ refinement. Especially his vitality, it was incredibly powerful. Both the quality and quantity had been greatly enhanced. Vaguely, a strong vitality would burst out of his body at any time, forming a protective shield. In 3 to 5 days, I will complete the organ refining. Su Yan, feeling the changes within himself, was thrilled. With the completion of organ refinement, the door to martial arts is right in front of him. According to my master's instructions, once I achieve perfection in internal organ refinement and have understood and unified the foundational realms of skin, bone, and organ cultivation into my body, I can then begin my journey in martial arts. When initiating the martial path, my muscles and bones will thunder, and my blood and qi become gang. Su Yan's spirit is immersed in this realization, meticulously experiencing his own body, exploring how one can achieve unification and cultivate the martial arts. Although it seems simple, achieving this unification and cultivation into a single entity is not so straightforward. Skin, bones, and organs are already parts of my body. How can they be unified? How can they be integrated into a single entity? They are already part of me. Su Yan was lost in contemplation. No, I've gotten the direction wrong. Master said it's about understanding and intention, not about form. Does unification and incorporation refer to understanding, or the qi and blood? I feel vaguely enlightened, but it's not enough. Don't rush. When I have perfected internal organ refinement, I will further ponder on how to unify and incorporate. Su Yan calmed his mind and continued refining his organs. 3 days later, Su Yan had perfected his internal organ refinement. However, he didn't have a clue about the unification and embodiment, nor was he able to make his muscles and bones thunder, or turn his qi and blood into gang. I feel I'm just one step away from the threshold of martial arts, one step away from qi and blood becoming gang, yet I'm not able to cross the threshold. It seems that I'm unable to thoroughly control myself, which is why I haven't entered the threshold. Su Yan carefully pondered his condition. He had a hunch that he was on the brink of crossing the threshold, just one step away. Yet, it felt as if he couldn't take this final step. He clenched his fists. The thin layer of qi and blood appearing on his fists glowed red like fire, giving off a sense of intensity. However, it seemed not solid enough, far from reaching the state of qi and blood turning into gang. He was even further from achieving a state where his qi and blood would enclose his whole body, just one step away from the threshold. There's no need to rush. Eventually, I will step into it. What I need to do now is to relax, alleviate the worn-out condition from the hard training. Only with relaxed mind and spirit can I understand its essence. Su Yan began to relax, reducing his training time, feeding chickens, weeding, planting vegetables, and occasionally riding a horse for a leisurely ride. This silly disciple, why isn't he rigorously training anymore? It feels like he is just playing around. Li Xuan was puzzled. In the past few days, Su Yan had stopped his rigorous training and seemed to be almost idling away his time. Could he be suspicious that I deceived him? Li Xuan sank into contemplation. After observing Su Yan secretly for 2 days, he found that although he was not training as hard as before, he was still diligent in all his other chores, and nothing had changed. His attitude towards him was still as respectful as ever. Since there was no suspicion, Li Xuan let out a sigh of relief and didn't rush to urge Su Yan to redouble his training efforts. I think I've got a bit of an understanding. Today, after dinner, Su Yan began his training. With the relaxation of the past few days and his self-realization, he suddenly understood how to unify skin, bones, and organs, training into a single body. His qi and blood circulated from his skin to his bones, and then to his internal organs. In that instant, his qi and blood were no longer separated, but incorporated into one body. As his qi and blood unified and incorporated into one body, Su Yan's control over them greatly improved as he continued the unification process. The circulation of his skin, bone, and organ refinement formed a complete cycle. His qi and blood surged, even began to extrude from his body. His power was also rapidly escalating. Su Yan entered a mysterious state, completely forgetting everything around him. After an unknown period, the qi and blood extruding out of his body became increasingly intense, solidifying from a foggy state and expanding outward. It only came to halt when it expanded about 3 feet around his body. The qi and blood then began to surge, undergoing a metamorphosis like solidification. Su Yan's inner qi and blood were circulating within him, merging into one, integrating into his body. The gate of martial arts had already been opened, and at this moment he was lifting his foot to step in. Through a night of cultivation and comprehension, he finally understood how to merge and integrate everything into one. The foundational stages of refining skin, bones, and organs, while already tempered, did not signify stepping into the gate of martial arts. Only when the 3 elements come together, integrated into one body, with corporeal transformation completed, and qi and blood smoothly integrated as one, emanating outside of the body, intense like a canopy that is the entry to martial arts. Only then have you truly stepped into the threshold of martial arts. This is integration, becoming one. I feel myself elevating, becoming more powerful. Su Yan silently experienced his transformation. His inner chi and blood were growing fiercer, stronger, extending a foot outside his body, refining into a canopy. Thump, at a certain moment, a dull sound echoed inside of him, followed by continuous sounds one after the other. His muscles and bones trembled, each tremor causing a surge of chi and blood, getting stronger, causing his muscles and bones to emit louder sounds. Muscle and bone thunder. This is muscle and bone thunder. I am finally going to step through the gates of martial arts. Muscle and bone thunder, chi and blood like a canopy. I've achieved it. Su Yan was beyond excited. After such a long time of hard cultivation, this was the day he finally stepped into the gate of martial arts. With each episode of Muscle and Bone Thunder, his chi and blood would explode, his physical body becomes stronger, his power surges, his control over his body continuously increases. The canopy of chi and blood also became more intense. Boom, it was already dawn, the night having passed. The sky had faint dark clouds covering the sun. In the small mountain village, the sound of thunder suddenly filled the air, each crash following the last, each louder than the others. Li Xuan got up to wash when he suddenly heard the thunder. He raised his head in doubt. Is it thundering? Is it going to rain? Coming out of his house, he suddenly stared wide-eyed, his mouth agape, completely stunned. He rubbed his eyes with his hand, then opened them wide for another look. Su Yan was at the spot where he cultivated. At this moment, his muscles and bones were thundering, his chi and blood flaring like a canopy, the intense canopy of chi engulfing his whole body. Even from far away, he could sense the powerful force within. The sound of thunder was indeed coming from within Su Yan. Seeing this, Li Xuan was speechless and stunned. I made that up. How did you manage to cultivate it successfully? What kind of freak are you? Before, Su Yan was adamant about becoming his disciple, and in return for a tribute, Li Xuan simply made up a cultivation technique and set a time limit of 1 year. He thought, given Su Yan's hard cultivation, he must be a fool with a poor mind, focusing on this so-called path of martial arts. But the outcome, am I the fool? Li Xuan was so shocked that his eyes nearly popped out. He made the cultivation technique up and yet, Su Yan managed to cultivate it successfully. What kind of freak is he? Could it be that those who were rejected for marriage are bound to be the children of fortune? Wasn't muscle and bone thunder, chi and blood like a canopy something he made up? At this moment, Su Yan's muscles and bones were thundering, and the sound of thunder was echoing throughout the small mountain village. The intense canopy of chi engulfing him contained a terrifying power. I'm just a fraud. I made it up, yet you've cultivated it. If you've cultivated it, what do I do now? Keep making things up. What if my deception is exposed? When I get punched to death? Li Xuan was dumbfounded. This disciple is such a freak, monstrous to the point where he himself is scared. At this instant, a burst of golden light emerged in his mind. A voice echoed in his mind. Your disciple has successfully made entry by practicing the cultivation technique you devised. Your cultivation technique has greatly succeeded, with strength 100 times that of the same realm. Boom. In this moment, a vigor rose from Li Xuan, like a surge of vitality and blood, shooting up into the sky as high as 100 lengths. In Li Xuan's mind, the process of cultivating his skin, bones, and organs appeared, his body pure and flawless like jade, a rhythm of life flowing through him, his vitality and blood like a vast, boundless sea. This was exactly the image he described when he made up the cultivation method. At its culmination, vitality and blood surge 100 lengths high, violently burning like fire. The golden finger has appeared. At this moment, Li Xuan was uncontainable with surprise and joy. What delighted him even more was his flawless bones, glowing with a transcendent aura. This was exactly the scenario he'd fabricated, the realm of flawless, uncorroding jade bones. Su Yan, this kid, is damn extraordinary. Not only did he succeed in cultivation, but also tempered his bones to jade. I've stricken gold. I must exploit this extraordinary disciple to its utmost. Whether I can be invincible or not all depends on you. Damn it. If I'd known he was such a freak, I would have made up a cultivation technique for immortality. Li Xuan suddenly became a bit regretful. If he'd known his disciple was such a freak, he wouldn't have made up a martial arts cultivation technique, but rather a cultivation technique for immortality. Fortunately, I left some leeway. This is just the threshold of the martial arts. I can continue to make it up, make it bigger and stronger. The realm of the upcoming cultivation I must contemplate carefully. No more random concoction. What is this golden finger of mine? Does my disciple's cultivation success have anything to do with this golden finger of mine? The golden light in his mind had long disappeared, as if it had never existed. No matter how Li Xuan called out or searched, there was no trace. As for his disciple, Su Yan, he is definitely a freak. If he wasn't, how could he have succeeded in cultivation and even tempered his bones to jade? As for whether his successful cultivation is related to his own golden finger, Li Xuan is not quite sure. But no matter what, whether he can continue to grow stronger or not, it's all up to his disciple, Su Yan. Su Yan has entered the gates of martial arts, and Li Xuan's cultivation technique has greatly succeeded and is 100 times stronger than the same realm. This, 100 times stronger, means 100 times stronger than one who has fully mastered his cultivation technique. Li Xuan inwardly rejoiced that he hadn't priced his made-up technique too low. Moreover, this is just the beginner's realm. He is now only a grand achiever of the beginner's realm. After all, the cultivation technique he made up only included the basic realm of skin refinement, bone refinement, organ refinement, and martial arts introduction. Calm down, don't get excited, stay steady. I am a hidden master, I can't panic. My stupid disciple is coming, I have to continue to swindle him, let him know how powerful his master is. Let him know that the martial path is endless and he must diligently continue his cultivation. Don't you dare think about women, go grasp the essence of martial arts. I must keep fooling him. Su Yan's muscle and bones thundered, his blood and chi were strong, finally stepping into the gates of martial arts. His face was full of excitement. He could feel his strength, feel his hot blood and chi that seemed to burn grass and trees. This is martial arts. I, Su Yan, have finally entered the gates of martial arts, finally become a disciple of my master. Everyone laughed at me for being silly, right? Humph, let them see what a martial arts expert is. Su Yan, who was excited, agitated, and filled with infinite longing for martial arts, suddenly felt a terrifying momentum rising. A supremely powerful force, as if it could destroy the heavens and earth, shot up into the sky. He looked up, completely stunned by the sight. Master. This terrifying surge of vitality and blood, soaring 100 lengths high, burning intense and fiery, boiling seas, made his own vitality seem like a small creek compared to a vast sea. Thud, feeling the terrifying vitality in his master, Su Yan's heart trembled. The excitement and thrill he felt upon stepping into the martial realm suddenly came to a peaceful standstill. I am too weak. In front of the master, I am as insignificant as an ant. I still have a long way to go. At this moment, Su Yan felt too insignificant. He had just entered the realm. What right did he have to be excited? What right did he have to be arrogant? It must be that the master saw my arrogance and decided to show a bit of his vitality to let me know what true strength is. I must remain humble and patient and work hard on my cultivation. Su Yan subdued his own vitality and respectfully came before his master. Master, your disciple has entered the martial realm. Li Xuan, with one hand behind his back, was slightly trembling. He was excited, yet his expression was calm, still maintaining an image of a strict master. With a nod, he looked at his silly disciple with a slightly gratifying gaze. Did you see? This is the vitality of entering the realm and at the peak. I just wanted to show you a little. Li Xuan spoke blandly. Master, I will definitely stay humble and patiently cultivate, Su Yan said, his face colored with shame. Li Xuan, containing his vitality, looked at his disciple and said contentedly, I gave you a year, and you were able to enter ahead of schedule. I am very pleased. As he sat down on a chair under a large tree, Su Yan quickly poured tea for his master, respectfully waiting by his side. The martial path is endless. You have only just started. You still have a long way to go. Now let me ask you, is your commitment to martial arts firm? Li Xuan asked with a serious expression. Master, your disciple's commitment to martial arts is firm. Su Yan knelt down with a thud and affirmed firmly. He was excited inside. The master is truly accepting me as a disciple and imparting the supreme martial arts technique. Good, very good. From now on, you are my true disciple. Li Xuan's face was filled with gratification. Then he seemingly casual asked, my pupil, your cultivation journey is difficult. Think carefully, when did you refine your skin, your bones, your organs? Li Xuan was genuinely curious about how this aberration of a disciple managed to successfully cultivate the random techniques he made up. Su Yan had entered the martial realm. The golden finger appeared. He directly achieved proficiency and naturally understood the process and methods of refining his skin, bones, and organs. These processes and methods were clearly something Su Yan had grasped on his own. It couldn't be said they had nothing to do with Li Xuan's random methods, as after all, they were inspired by them. But fabricated methods are still fabricated, whereas real cultivation techniques are real cultivation techniques. The two were different. One could see the random technique as a kind of illusory theory, while Su Yan turned this illusory theory into a practical cultivation technique. Only by understanding how Su Yan turned the fabricated technique into real cultivation methods could he continue to fabricate supplementary cultivation techniques and subsequent martial realms. Li Xuan had a feeling that even random techniques required a certain theoretical basis, even if it's an illusory theory. They need to have a connection and a clear hierarchy. The previous realm cannot be martial arts, and the next realm cannot suddenly become immortal cultivation. Otherwise, it is absolutely impossible to succeed. Li Xuan felt these feelings were largely transmitted from the golden finger. Yes, master. Hearing this, Su Yan was excited. This was his master guiding him, wanting him to thoroughly understand the cultivation process and feel the mysteriousness of martial arts. and so he began to narrate his experiences of cultivation, how he had understood the profound meaning of his master's teachings. Lixuan listened attentively, nodding occasionally, but his mind was filled with continuously erupting exclamations of WTF. This disciple is seriously an abnormality. His comprehension is simply against the heavens. He is incredibly good at interpreting and adding to things to the point of twisting them into something profoundly deep. The cultivation technique the master passed on to me is truly extraordinary. Despite my slow comprehension, I spent a long time just to grasp it. If it weren't for the master's technique, I'm afraid I wouldn't have been able to refine my golden bones, Suyan remarked with a sigh. Lixuan was dumbfounded, thinking, I just fabricated those techniques. How can he grasp them? He is such a freak. I should just fabricate some more techniques and let this dumb disciple figure them out, Suyan recounted, smiling proudly. He was about to report his accomplishments to his master, and was very pleased with how he was on par with the prodigies of antiquity. If not for the master's hint to cultivate jade bones, how could he have become so powerful? Thinking of these points, Suyan displayed an ashamed look. Lixuan was bewildered. When did I hint this silly disciple to refine jade bones? Maintaining a calm expression, he asked, How did you come to understand my hint, my dear disciple? Suyan, with shame on his face, said, When I had refined my golden bones and was about to report to master, you put away your golden sword and merely toyed with the jade rui. At that moment, I knew that master was hinting for me to aim higher and persevere in refining my jade bones. I am somewhat ashamed for almost misunderstanding master's hint. Lixuan's view of his disciple changed slightly. At that time, he merely preferred the jade rui and thought it held more value than the golden sword. He never expected such a coincidence would lead his disciple to misunderstand. Moreover, he took his own spin to it and actually refined jade bones. Upon thinking about it, Lixuan felt his scalp tingling. His disciple's mind wasn't dull, in fact, it was too sharp. You were able to understand my hint, which shows your comprehension is satisfactory. You managed to persevere and refine jade bones. You must have endured a lot of hardships. Lixuan said, his face full of satisfaction. Suyan looked at his master with a face full of reverence and respect. Lixuan's scalp tingled. Now he understood that the tiger, as well as the flaming fur wolves he mentioned, were all hunted down by Suyan, not by gathering guardsmen and hunters. That tiger looked fierce. Suyan actually hunted it down. What's the deal with the flaming fur wolves? Tell me about your experience of hunting the flaming fur wolves. Passing on his request with no particular emotion, Lixuan casually asked, seeming to want to point out some deficiencies in the process of his disciple hunting the flaming fur wolves. Yes, master. Suyan respectfully assented and started to narrate his battle with the flaming fur wolves, how he consumed its blood and refined its meat into a highly nourishing medicinal concoction to assist his cultivation. Only by doing so, he managed to quickly refine his energy system and enter the doorway to martial arts. Lixuan maintained his calm exterior while in his heart he was shocked. Flaming fur wolves are this vicious. These are no longer ordinary beasts. What's even worse was that Suyan actually fist-fought the flaming fur wolves and used that to refine his jade bones. From Suyan's recounting, he could feel how dangerous that fight was. One misstep and Suyan would have become the prey of the flaming fur wolves. This idiot disciple is too impressive. He wants to refine jade bones, so he fought a flaming fur wolves. Lixuan inwardly exclaimed, This stupid disciple is really a freak. The flammane wolf is, after all, somewhat powerful for you. If you were to give up, I wouldn't blame you. To remain single-hearted, to break through the barriers and refine your jade bones, I am very comforted. Lixuan expressed his approval of his disciple. But my disciple, remember, taking on challenges is commendable, yet cultivators of martial arts are not reckless fighters and are not brainless. Reckless fighters only know reckless, and they cannot last long in the end, Lixuan deliberated and said. He had to give his disciple a warning, don't do anything too dangerous. Otherwise, his silly disciple might take his words out of context and fearlessly do dangerous things and lose his life because of it, leaving him to weep sorrowfully. Whether he can be invincible depends on his silly disciple. He can't afford to lose him halfway. Given Suyan's characteristics of self-interpretation and his against the heavens self-enlightenment comprehension capability, words need not be spoken expressly. Space has to be left for him to comprehend it in his way. Suyan respectfully said, Master, your disciple will keep your teaching in mind. Lixuan quickly contemplated and continued, we cultivators emphasize comprehension and discernment of blessings and disasters. We advance when we should advance and retreat when we should retreat. We need to have flexible minds and a keen sense of crisis. We must make good use of wisdom, seize opportunities. Those who only think of fleeting wins and losses in their minds are reckless, and those without courage and determination are mediocre. In short, don't be rigid. Understand. Suyan respectfully responded, Master, I understand. He was marveling in his heart. Master's words have profound meaning. It's fascinating. This is the way of martial arts. I just comprehend the superficial meaning to tackle enemies flexibly and be courageous in making decisions. My martial arts realm is ultimately a bit too low. I have too few experiences, but I will always remember Master's words, to adapt and not to be rigid. I understand. Li Xuan glanced at his disciple and muttered to himself, wondering if his silly disciple had comprehended and really understood his meaning. Probably he did. After all, this kid was flexible-minded and not a rigid person. What should he do next? Should he continue teaching Su Yan cultivation techniques? He haven't made up all the details. Since Su Yan could cultivate successfully and he could also get feedback, he needed to have some order and make it sound mysterious and powerful. He had not thought about the martial arts realm yet. As for the martial arts introductory realm, let's call it the Qi blood realm. Whatever, it's his invention anyway. He could randomly give names to the realm levels. What should come next in the cultivation method? What realm? Li Xuan needed to spend some time contemplating. It had to be distinct and sound reasonable and theoretically robust. Luckily, he was a web novel creator in his previous life. Making up the setting of cultivation was not hard for him. It's just a matter of time. Thus, Li Xuan said, "You have just made a breakthrough. Take some time to consolidate." Yes, Master, the martial path is endless. You need to remember, entering the door is merely the start of the martial journey. With an image of a strict master, Li Xuan continued, the entry-level martial arts named as the Qi Blood Realm. You are now just at the starting stage of the Qi Blood Realm. Once you cultivate to the fullest extent of Qi Blood state like mine, it means you have completely mastered the Qi Blood Realm. Hearing these words, Su Yan felt tremendously excited. So the martial arts entry level is called the Qi Blood Realm, and I have just entered the Qi Blood Realm. Master's Qi Blood power was so formidable earlier. Such terrifying strength belongs to the completely mastered Qi Blood Realm. Recalling his power, Li Xuan thought about how his power is 100 times that of the same realm. Even if Su Yan mastered the Qi Blood Realm, he would still be far behind Li Xuan himself. However, if the Qi and blood can reach the sky, it signifies the consummation of Qi and blood. He continued, as for my power, it's rather high. Even though you've reached consummation in Qi and blood, you're still unable to achieve what I have. When your Qi and blood can reach the sky, burning fiercely, driving away all dark energy, that's when you've truly achieved consummation. Su Yan respectfully replied, disciple understands. Reaching the sky with Qi and blood is the consummation of Qi and blood realm. Defeating enemies from a distance. What an incredible strength that would be. Considering the strength of martial artists in Qi country's world of martial arts, Su Yan was confident he could sweep the entire martial arts world. Even the legendary top masters wouldn't be a match for him. He felt that his current strength was enough to disregard the emperor of Qi country. However, he needed to keep a low profile. Who knew whether there were other strong martial artists like his master? Therefore, Su Yan asked, Master, how strong is the power of the martial arts world? The power level in Qi country is rather low. Even the most skilled fighters seem weak compared to me. Li Xuan was surprised. Was the strength of Qi country really that low? Could a single breath of his Qi really kill the top martial artists? However, judging by the power of the fireman wolf in the evil forest, the worldly strength shouldn't be this low. As for whether there was a martial arts world or not, Li Xuan naturally didn't know. Looking at Su Yan's expectant gaze, he replied, once your strength has improved enough, you will naturally get in touch with it. Don't be too ambitious. If your strength isn't there yet, you'll only be cannon fodder in a place where there are stronger people. Su Yan thoughtfully nodded, Master is right. Then he curiously asked, Master, what is your realm? Li Xuan smiled mysteriously, slightly raising his head towards the sky and said in a deep voice, Realm, that seems to be a distant subject. Su Yan was confused. Was the realm a distant subject? Master said, the martial path is endless. Does that mean Master has surpassed all known realms? Having such thoughts, Su Yan was shocked. No wonder his master is hidden as a recluse. He has already transcended the martial arts world. Master, I understand now, Su Yan said solemnly. Li Xuan was a bit confused inside. What on earth did this silly disciple understand this time? Standing up with his hands behind his back, he leisurely walked towards his house, saying, Disciple, you need to consolidate your strength. Yes, Master. Back in his house, Li Xuan began to contemplate how to fabricate a cultivation technique. The entry level for martial arts is to cultivate Qi and blood. The stronger the Qi and blood, the stronger the physical body, which leads to a stronger strength. So what should be the cultivation path after reaching the Qi and blood realm? Even if I'm fabricating, there has to be a framework, a present theory that would allow the disciple to self-enlighten on their own. Got it. Above the Qi and blood realm lies the innate realm, where the Qi and blood are refined into innate true Qi. Those in the innate realm control the Qi to fly in the sky, move hundreds of miles in an instant. How can one cultivate to reach the innate realm? After contemplating for a while, Li Xuan had defined the realm following the Qi and blood realm, the innate realm. But how can one break through to the innate realm? The conclusion that Li Xuan came to was that one has to condense Qi and blood into true Qi, and for that, one first needs to establish the Danshin Qi. Establishing the Danshin Qi, condensing true Qi, turning acquired Qi into congenital Qi, but how to establish the Danshin? Never mind, just create a theory and let the disciple comprehend it on his own. There should be no major issue, right? Ren meridian do meridian. Unblocking these two meridians. It doesn't sound quite profound enough. How about calling it the bridge of heaven and earth? Right, call it bridge of heaven and earth. Establishing the bridge of heaven and earth lays the foundation to control the great power of heaven and earth. Before Su Yan had successfully cultivated, Li Xuan, with the idea of deceiving in mind, randomly made up things without any psychological pressure. He just concocted as wildly as he could. There was no need to consider whether it was practicable or not. How could something made up out of the blue be successful in cultivation? However, Su Yan, this freak, managed to succeed in cultivating the randomly fabricated cultivation technique and even triggered the golden finger. Li Xuan instantly mastered the technique, and his strength was 100 times that of his peers in the same realm. From then on, he couldn't be carefree while creating the next cultivation technique. After all, it was related to whether he could successfully cultivate or keep gaining feedback from the golden finger to enhance himself. With psychological pressure, more thoughts came up. While creating, he had to consider whether the theory made sense, and if there were any loopholes. If he didn't make it exotic enough, he worried the technique wouldn't have enough power. If he made it too exotic, he was afraid Su Yan wouldn't understand it and be able to continue his cultivation. In short, when he started to create the next stage, and how that would be cultivated, Li Xuan realized that he had been thinking too simplistically. With pressure on his mind, he started to hesitate and worry about gains and losses. Damn it. Maybe I should just make up something and let the disciple wrap his head around it and perceive it. But wait, what if he can't comprehend it? Wouldn't I be the one who misses out? What's the deal with this damn golden finger anyway? Li Xuan looked troubled. The golden finger was triggered, but after it infused him with cultivation power, it just disappeared as if it never existed. Because Su Yan succeeded in cultivating the randomly made-up cultivation technique, he triggered the golden finger. So if I want feedback, it has to come from Su Yan. This kid's comprehension ability is abnormally strong, so when I concoct cultivation techniques, I need to connect the stages properly. The specifics of the cultivation can then be comprehended by Su Yan himself. All I need to do is create a theory, as well as a mantra that sounds mystical. Li Xuan took a deep breath, sorted out the direction for making up the cultivation technique, and began to consider how to construct this imaginary theory. He should make a mantra that just sounds mystical. Afterwards, everything could then be left to Su Yan to comprehend. Seeing as he had independently figured out cultivation involving refining the skin, bones, and organs, why wouldn't he be able to handle the next stage of cultivation? The bone-refining mantra I made up was observing oneself with a clear mind, cultivating genuine intention. Qi and blood forge a golden body, like a dragon. For the Qi blood stage also, I should create a mantra or two for Su Yan to comprehend. It will speed up his cultivation. Li Xuan recalled that when he made up 2 mantras, Su Yan figured out the method to temper golden bones from them and even cultivated jade bones. Therefore, the mantra is very important. It should be mystical but not obscure. It would be up to Su Yan to comprehend it. The realm after the Qi blood stage will be referred to as the innate realm for now. I don't need to worry about creating that just yet. I should first work on the mantra for the Qi blood stage. Even without a mantra, the direction of cultivation has already been confirmed, and Su Yan can still cultivate to the ultimate point of the Qi blood stage. However, if there was a mantra, Su Yan could comprehend something from it, and his cultivation speed would increase significantly. His strength would also increase. As Su Yan's strength improved, his master, Li Xuan's strength would also consequently improve. Currently, Li Xuan had mastered the Qi blood stage, with a strength of 100 times those at the same stage. The benchmark standard was based on his disciple, Su Yan. At present, Li Xuan's strength was 100 times that of Su Yan at the completion phase of the Qi blood stage. So, if Su Yan could comprehend the mantra and cultivate it to gain more significant strength than he has now, the stronger Su Yan becomes at the completion phase, the more powerful Li Xuan will naturally become. Therefore, I must create the mantra. I've already mastered the cultivation methods for refining the skin, bones, and organs, as well as the entry-level martial arts, which were imparted by feedback from the golden finger. This completes the foundational system for entry-level martial arts cultivation, gleaned from Su Yan's cultivation and enlightenment, and a practical foundation for cultivation. Li Xuan generally knew how to create the mantra for the Qi blood stage for Su Yan to further comprehend. Essentially, the reason for creating the Qi blood stage mantra is to let Su Yan comprehend a more powerful and efficient method of Qi blood stage cultivation. Enhance the strength of the Qi blood realm. The Qi blood realm focuses on strengthening our Qi and blood, as well as our physical bodies. The essence of its cultivation lies in improving the quality and quantity of our qi and blood and increasing the potential of our bodies. Since it focuses on cultivating qi and blood, this should serve as a suitable mantra, right? After some contemplation, Li Xuan came up with a 4-line cultivation mantra. 4 lines it is then. That's it, I'll pass it on to my foolish disciple to ponder. Even if he doesn't understand anything, it won't hinder his ongoing cultivation. Achieving mastery of the qi blood realm is only a matter of time. Important thing is for my foolish disciple to continue cultivating his extraordinary abilities and manage to master the innate realm, a purely hypothetical realm I just made up. Li Xuan sighed, put his hands behind his back and walked out of the room leisurely, looking every bit the stern teacher. Su Yan was in the midst of consolidating his realm. Disciple, come here, I will teach you the mantra for the qi blood realm, said Li Xuan, beckoning. Yes, master. Su Yan, excited, ran over. A qi blood realm mantra. Listen well, instructed Li Su, a note of solemnity entering his voice. The qi blood realm mantra consists of 4 lines. If you can understand its essence, your cultivation will progress rapidly. It won't take long before you'll master the qi blood realm. Yes, master, I will strive to understand the mantra. I will not disappoint you, said Su Yan, thumping his chest in assurance. Your confidence heartens me, but do what you can. Not being able to understand the essence of the mantra won't hinder your cultivation. Li Xuan's tone lightened. We shouldn't push the disciple too hard. Too much psychological pressure could backfire and make it even harder for him to understand the mantra. I understand, master. Su Yan nodded. Li Xuan nodded and slowly said, listen well. The 4-line qi blood realm mantra. 1,000 streams join into a great river. A mighty current flows into the ocean, raging waves swelling up. Qi and blood that can shake mountains endless. Upon hearing the final line of the mantra, Su Yan murmured, qi and blood that can shake an endless mountain. He felt awestruck by the imposing and incredibly powerful image evoked by this phrase. After a slight cough, Li Xuan said, disciple, remember, the cultivation techniques I teach focus on understanding in context, not form and certainly not surface value. Upon uttering the familiar phrase, he continued to remind Su Yan. Yes, master, I understand. Su Yan replied respectfully. At that moment, the 4 lines of the mantra were all that filled his mind. Go consolidate your cultivation. Li Xuan nodded. He breathed a sigh of relief internally, finally having passed the mantra on to Su Yan. Whether it would be successful now rested on him. If he couldn't understand it, it wouldn't be his master's fault. Next, he needed to focus on the innate realm. He needed to conceive it in a way that seemed profound, yet could logically transition from the qi blood realm, thus avoiding any gaps where there would be no way of progressing. Yes, master. After respectfully bowing, Su Yan returned to where he had been cultivating. As he began to ponder the 4 lines of the mantra, he thought to himself, this mantra taught by my master is indeed extraordinary. It's like a poem with profound meanings that holds infinite martial arts wisdom. I must understand it. I cannot disappoint my master. Although Su Yan had stepped into the world of martial arts, his daily life remained the same, cooking when it's time to cook, feeding the chickens when it's time to feed them. Li Xuan seemed leisurely as usual. However, behind the scenes, he was truly fretting, contemplating how to conceptualize the framework of the innate realm cultivation, the theories of the innate realm, and even the cultivation techniques. Beyond the innate realm, a concept for future cultivation directions was needed as well. In preparation for the haphazard creation of realms and cultivation techniques in the future, the theoretical groundwork was essential. If the cultivation technique devised was not mystical enough, Li Xuan's practice wouldn't be powerful enough, the concept wouldn't be deep enough, and it would not be sufficient to guide Su Yan, the genius, to profound insights. If what he creates was too mystical and departed from the framework, he was afraid that it would not be possible to connect with the next stage, and even more scared that Su Yan could not understand it, leading to stagnation or even regression in his cultivation. Damn, this is too hard. Li Xuan sighed privately. Under the pressure, it was difficult to unleash his creativity, making the process seem restrictive and complicated. If he tried to let go and make things up, he feared that Su Yan would not understand, staying stuck in the realm of basic cultivation. In the end, the one who would be damaged is himself. Li Xuan was fraught with concerns about crafting the cultivation technique for the innate realm. In these days, Su Yan had also been scratching his head in distress while pondering the 4 phrases of the cultivation technique, but he was not making any progress, feeling deeply frustrated. If I can't comprehend such simple techniques, my master will surely be disappointed. What's the point of cultivating jade bones? Without understanding the cultivation techniques, how can I continue my martial arts practice? The martial path is endless. If I can't even understand such simple techniques, how can I step into a more powerful and profound realm of martial arts? Su Yan was consumed with worries. Suddenly, he remembered the words of his master. Master said, just do your best. Inability to understand won't hinder cultivation. I have devoted all my energy to the cultivation techniques, and my energy consumption has caused me to neglect cultivation. In fact, my master was telling me not to be too caught up, but to comprehend during cultivation, and thus understanding the essence. After such consideration, Su Yan's eyes brightened. He immediately calmed his mind and began to perceive the flow of true qi and the slow increase keenly, without any distraction. Only during his cultivation did the 4 phrases of the cultivation technique occasionally surfaced in his mind. With the progress of cultivation, Su Yan began to realize something gradually. Thousands of streams make a big river. Each cultivation session added to my true qi. Isn't this just like the convergence of thousands of streams? A long river streams into the ocean. The essence here is to gather true qi like an ocean. No, the body is like an ocean to accommodate true qi. Surging waves ripple across the ocean, and true qi can shake a million mountains. True qi should not remain calm, but should be like surging waves or turbulent currents. Only then can it effectively reinforce the body. If true qi can shake a million mountains, does it mean bones are like mountains? True qi shakes the mountains. Su Yan experienced a moment of enlightenment, with the concept of the 4 phrases of the cultivation technique presenting itself before him. At this moment, he vaguely comprehended and discerned the essence of martial arts within it. Gathering of true qi, like turbulent currents, like surging waves striking the jade bones, the whole body is like an ocean. Su Yan immersed himself in the realization. His body's true qi gradually became like a raging torrent, striking his jade bones incessantly. I understand now. At one moment, Su Yan's heart was filled with excitement as he instantly grasped the concealed essence of martial arts within the 4 phrases of the cultivation technique. As he took a deep breath, his bones vibrated, a rumbling sound emerged around his body, and a thunderous sound seemed to echo inside him. The sound wasn't loud, it seemed to resonate only within his body. At one moment, strands of qi and blood incessantly bubbled up, circulating throughout his body in a new manner. His marrow flowed like a river, generating qi and blood continually and more rapidly than before. Meanwhile, his qi and blood surged like a torrent, constantly churning, occasionally striking his bones. The qi and blood rebounded on hitting the bone, causing a body-wide tremor. His physical body was fortified through this repetitive qi and blood rebound. The qi and blood itself was refined, becoming more powerful in the process. His qi and blood swirled around him, and between Su Yan's breaths, his chest and abdomen reverberated, qi and blood boiling. An intense vitality was breathed out like a raging fire. After practicing for a while with the newly understood method, Su Yan could feel his personal enhancement. More so, it was an all-rounded improvement, with both his physical body and qi and blood growing stronger. The technique master taught me is exceptionally profound. Indeed, understanding the technique brings a different experience to cultivation. After understanding the technique, I'm improving much faster and my qi and blood have grown stronger. Su Yan was filled with excitement. I have finally understood the technique. I won't let master down. He was thrilled to the core. Lixuan was creating a cultivation method for the innate realm, mainly the theoretical framework and how to bridge it with qi and blood. He had already established that the innate realm cultivates true qi. The normal qi and blood would transform into innate true qi. However, transforming into innate true qi required a process. The first step was to open the bridge between heaven and earth. Once the bridge between heaven and earth is opened, the qi and blood circulates throughout the body, transforming into innate true qi. Only after opening the bridge, one can inhale and exhale nature's spiritual energy, converting it into true qi. The innate involves inhaling and exhaling nature's spiritual energy, rising in the air by controlling the energy, traversing hundreds of miles in an instant, no longer an ordinary human. Lixuan found the more he pondered, the more realistic this concocted theory became. It was theoretically sound and the structure held up. The only thing missing was for his naive student Su Yan to comprehend it. The only problem was, looking up at the sky, Lixuan wondered to himself, does this world have spiritual energy? If not, isn't this all in vain? The air here is so fresh, really sweet smelling. There should be spiritual energy, right? Regardless of the existence of spiritual energy, the innate realm definitely involves inhaling and exhaling nature's spiritual energy, refining it into innate true qi, and surpassing the physical constraints of mortality. The second realm I'm creating is already so escalated. Once mastered, one would already become really powerful. Future realms must continue to be more mysterious. Otherwise, they won't be powerful enough. Lixuan sighed internally. Creating these techniques was not an easy task. But after several days of contemplation, he managed to devise the cultivation method for the innate realm. Theoretically, it would connect seamlessly with the qi and blood realm. Whether it would work or not was now all up to Su Yan. There's no rush to tell Su Yan just yet. He has just entered the qi and blood realm. At least let him get used to it first, thought Lixuan. Otherwise, if he hasn't even grasped the chi and blood realm technique and starts pondering over the innate realm cultivation, what if he can't handle it and ends up doing more harm than good? Li Xuan decided to hold off, at least until Su Yan had managed to grasp the 4 sentences of the technique. I wonder if that silly student has made any progress. The 4 sentences of the technique weren't mysterious enough. They were slightly vague. I need to make them better next time. Lixuan summed up his experience secretly. The next time he created a technique, it had to be more profound, have sufficient artistic conception, and be somewhat related to the cultivation realm. It couldn't be too vague, otherwise it would be hard to grasp. Li Xuan was contemplating whether or not to make up a couple more blood and qi cultivation techniques to replace the 4 he had already made up, allowing Su Yan to brainstorm and glean insights from them. If it can be connected with the stage of blood and qi, then it allows the disciple to brainstorm more effectively and facilitates his understanding. However, the 4 cultivation techniques had already been passed on. Does he now need to find an excuse to tell Su Yan that these 4 techniques are not suitable for him and therefore need to be replaced? If so, wouldn't this make him, the secluded master, appear insufficient in his grasp of the disciple's talents? Maybe I should wait. If Su Yan fails to come up with something with his own brainstorming, fails to understand the underlying martial arts principles, and comes to me for advice, should I then give him new cultivation techniques? But if I do so, won't this shake his belief? Li Xuan sighed inwardly. Teaching this disciple was truly an uphill battle. Suddenly, a faint golden light emerged in his mind. Your disciple has understood the techniques you have made up, and from them he has gleaned the principles of martial arts. You have received a means of cultivation for the stage of blood and qi, and your strength has increased in that moment. In Li Xuan's mind, a method of cultivation for the stage of blood and qi appeared, and his own blood and qi also doubled at that moment. Hiss! Li Xuan's eyes widened, his heart pulsating with excitement. What a stupid yet impressive disciple. How did he even manage to understand the real principle of martial arts from such brainstorming? This cultivation method of blood and qi stage is not completely irrelevant to the cultivation technique, but is also miles away. How in the world did he manage to contemplate and brainstorm such accurate martial arts principles and cultivation method with that brain of his? This disciple was too monster-like. This was the second time the Golden Finger had given feedback, further enhancing his strength. However, after the Golden Finger had given feedback, it disappeared again, as if it had never existed. It seems that the Golden Finger only appears when my disciple successfully practices the cultivation techniques I've made up. Li Xuan thought to himself. Of course, whether the Golden Finger has other potentials to be discovered still needs exploration. Right now, teaching Su Yan, his disciple well, to continue strengthening his abilities and diligently cultivating was the top priority. Disciple, you have managed to comprehend the cultivation technique within this time frame, which is rather commendable, but you must guard against arrogance and impetuosity. Focus on your practice. Li Xuan, with his calm strides, stepped towards Su Yan. As if he had seen through his disciple's thoughts with just a glance, he spoke with a slight hint of contentment. Yes, master. Su Yan marveled internally. Master's vision is truly keen. He knew I had understood the cultivation technique as soon as it happened. Disciple, is your determination in martial arts steady? Li Xuan asked gravely. Master, my determination in martial arts is as solid as a rock. Su Yan replied with a resolute gaze. Do you think of women in your heart? There are no women in my heart. Good, very good. With such a determination in martial arts, my disciple will surely be able to reach the pinnacle of martial arts one day, Li Xuan exclaimed joyfully. A good disciple should devote his all into the grand task of martial arts, and not be distracted by thoughts of women and hinder his practice. Only the pursuit of martial arts is the right path. I'm counting on you. Li Xuan was very pleased with his disciple's martial arts determination. Since comprehending the cultivation technique of the blood and qi stage, Su Yan's strength had been gradually increasing every day. Although he was still far from the great achievement of the blood and qi stage, he had made significant progress. In the short span of half a month, Su Yan's blood and qi had already reached a length of 10 meters. One day, Su Yan thought that he had been away from home for too long. His parents must be worried, so he respectfully spoke up. Go then. Li Xuan nodded appropriately. However, he was inwardly lamenting. Having lived in this world for a considerable time without leaving this tiny village, he felt it was high time to leave this isolated place, to observe, to learn about the customs and mores of this world, to see the scenery of Qi country and get a taste of the world of martial arts in Qi country, while also establishing whether it was, as Su Yan had described, the low level of martial strength. As someone who had reached the entry level of blood energy, Su Yan could kill a top martial artist with a single breath. As for himself, who had reached the peak of blood energy, could he not kill someone with a mere glance? Is the martial strength of this world really disturbingly weak? Li Xuan remembered the fire mane wolf that Su Yan had fought. Looking at it, the martial strength of this world shouldn't be so low. Perhaps there were hidden aspects that Su Yan, with his background, wasn't privy to. After watching Su Yan depart, Li Xuan returned leisurely, hands behind his back. Next time Su Yan's back, he should leave this place. Obviously moving, such a cumbersome task should be left to his disciple to handle. In the Eastern River Prefecture city, the popular topic at tea houses and guest houses these days was the Su family, the richest family, having a batch of goods stolen by bandits. From where did these bandits come? They even dared to rob the Su family's goods. The foolish young master of the Su family has just been rejected in marriage by the Grand General. The Su family's prestige plummeted, so they were targeted. Although the young master of the richest family has been rejected by the general's mansion, the backing behind the Su family is the current Ministry of Personnel's servant. Well-known figures in the Eastern River Prefecture city were all discussing the matter in private. In the Su family's reception hall, Su Jun sat at the top with a serious expression, looked at the group of people below and said, "Where did these bandits come from? These goods must be delivered as agreed, otherwise we will have to bear triple compensation. Chief Chen, Master Wang, the two of you must personally ensure the safe delivery of these goods to Jinan." Su Jun looked at the two burly men below. "Master, please be assured, we will definitely deliver the goods as agreed." "As for the bandits, we have our plan," Chief Chen assured him with his hand on his chest. Su Jun nodded, gave his instructions, and let everyone exit. Chief Chen and Master Wang, one was the head of the largest escort agency in Eastern River Prefecture, controlled by Su Jun from behind the scenes. The other was the master of the largest martial arts academy in Eastern River Prefecture, also manipulated by Su Jun from behind the scenes. Whether it was Chief Chen or Master Wang, both were top martial artists who had cultivated their inner strength. The two of them should be able to deliver this batch of goods as agreed upon. However, thinking about the buyer of this batch of goods, Su Jun had some concerns in his heart. Becoming the richest man in the Eastern River Prefecture, married to the daughter of the former Eastern River Prefecture guard and current Ministry of Personnel's servant, he couldn't be an ordinary person. This batch of goods was robbed by bandits, and his attempt to seek assistance from the Grand General of Eastern River was unsuccessful. He immediately realized he was being targeted, and this force targeting him came from Jinan, the capital of Qi country. Recognizing the severe situation, he decisively mobilized his two most powerful subordinates to ensure that the goods would be delivered and not to give the enemy any reason to attack. "I hope it's not as I expect," Su Jun sighed inwardly. Back in the backyard, Madame Su fretfully said, "My husband, Yanner, has been away from home for a long time. Is it possible something has happened to him?" "Don't worry, madam. Nothing will happen to Yanner." Su Jun was somewhat perturbed. His silly son was really untroubled, having disappeared without a word for 3 months. What he was most worried about now was that his foolish son might be caught and held hostage, which would be absolutely devastating. While Su Jun was worrying about his foolish son, Su Yan, riding a horse on the official road, was on his way back to Eastern River Prefecture City. "The foolish son of Su Jun's family. Heh, I've found you." A sinister voice suddenly rang out, and two figures blocked Su Yan's horse. Su Yan rode on his horse, observing the two figures from the martial arts underworld up ahead. They had long knives slung around their waists, their faces displayed a mixture of surprise and delight, and their eyes held a hint of a cold, mysterious gleam. A thoughtful expression overtook his features. "Am I being targeted? A kidnap attempt? That can't be right. Why haven't I been targeted before? Could it be because my engagement hadn't been broken off yet, and because I was affiliated with the high-ranking general's house, these underworld figures didn't dare to touch me?" He had been searching for skilled masters for quite a while, wandering around Dong County on his own. No one from the martial arts underworld ever dared to kidnap him, the richest young master of Dong. And now, someone was boldly plotting against him right on the main road. The first thing Su Yan thought of was that his engagement with the general's house had been called off, which might have provoked these martial artists to target him, no longer fearing any consequences. "Even though I am no longer the son-in-law to be at the general's house, my maternal grandfather is the Minister of Personnel." Su Yan reconsidered. Even if he was no longer connected to the general's house, he was still the Minister of Personnel's grandson, a very powerful official of the current court. "Silly boy, just come along with us peacefully." One of the martial artists sprang up, reaching out to grab Su Yan from his horse. Although there were no passers-by on the road at that moment, they still had to act quickly to avoid any complications and take him away as soon as possible. With Su Yan in their hands, their next steps would be a lot easier. He reached out and grabbed Su Yan's shoulder, tensing up to yank him off his horse, but was shocked to find that it was like attempting to move a mountain. The opponent didn't budge. "This is bad." A chill ran through his heart. As he tried to release his hand and back off, he felt a tight grasp on his neck. Before he knew it, he was hoisted into the air. "Who gave you the audacity to lay a hand on me?" Su Yan stared at him. Seeing this, the other man was taken aback. He drew his sword and lunged at Su Yan, raising his blade. Let go. A lethal intent burst forth from his eyes, accompanied by a flash of brutality. Humph, Su Yan scoffed. The other hand shot out to seize the incoming blade, a surge of energy swarming up his arm as he grasped it fiercely. Smack! Upon capturing the blade, it shattered into pieces under his unyielding grip of blood and energy. Boom! A surge of energy swelled from Su Yan, instantly bombarding the attacker. There was a loud thud. The man, suspended in midair, exploded on impact. Blood and flesh rained down, startling Su Yan as his energy enveloped him. As a result, the man whose neck he had held tightly was caught in the release of energy, his body cracking and shattering in an instant. His eyes were filled with horror as he died on the spot. Boom! The wave of energy rolled out, flinging all remnants of flesh and body parts into the bushes lining the road. They're far too fragile. After disposing of the corpse in the bushes, Su Yan stood shocked. It was just a surge of energy, and it had caused the man to explode. Am I too strong? I am on a completely different level than them. Su Yan exhaled, his heart bursting with excitement. This was true martial arts in action. He was just in the energy realm but already possessed such terrifying power. I still need to work on my control over my own strength. I must be careful next time. Having learned from this experience, Su Yan continued on his journey. At this moment, the official road was deserted. The incident of the two martial artists being killed remained unseen, so Su Yan could return home with an easy conscience. Yanner, you're finally home. Madame Su happily grabbed her son's hand, looking him up and down. He hadn't become skinny, nor tanned. He seemed even more robust, setting her mind at ease. As long as her precious son hadn't suffered, it was all good. Yanner, don't just roam around aimlessly after you return this time. It's not safe out there now. Madame Su warned. Mother, where's father? Su Yan inquired, confused. Each time he returned, his father would always show up sternly, ready to reprimand him. Today he was nowhere to be seen. Your father has gone to handle some business. Madame Su replied, a touch of worry in her eyes. Mother, has something happened to our family? Su Yan understood at once that something had happened to his family. Otherwise, his father wouldn't have had to handle matters personally. In order to make her son realize the dangers outside, Madame Su sighed and said, a group of bandits suddenly appeared along the Jinan route in Dong County and robbed our goods. Now your father is arranging for the goods to be sent again. If the goods don't arrive as agreed, we'll have to pay triple the compensation. Yanner, your father will handle these matters. You actually just returned, must be hungry, right? Madame Su instructed the servants to prepare a feast to welcome her precious son home. Su Yan furrowed his brows, and immediately an idea began to form in his mind. Even though I've just started learning martial arts, the top martial artists on Jianghu are nothing to me. If these bandits dare to go after my family's goods, they must pay for it. Perfect opportunity for me to test my abilities, see if I can overturn all of these bandits by myself. This was also a chance to solve his family's problem while testing his abilities. Over the years, he had spent a lot of family money. If a transaction this big got his father's attention, the shipment must have been extremely valuable. Mother, where are these bandits? Why haven't the authorities sent someone to wipe them out? Su Yan asked, feigning curiosity. Unaware of her son's intention to single-handedly overthrow the bandits, Madame Su didn't withhold any information and said, they're up on Haifeng Mountain, about 200 li away from Dong County, right beside the Jinan route. Jiang Pingshan is refusing to dispatch troops to eliminate the bandits under the pretext of preventing chaos from the Heavenly Mother sect. Humph, he's just standing by indifferently because he's broken off the marriage and no longer has any ties with our family. Madame Su's face expressed anger when she mentioned Jiang Pingshan. Upon hearing this, Su Yan understood the situation. This shipment, which was going along the Jinan route, was surely heading to the capital of Qi country, and those bandits dared to rob it. Surely there was more to it. However, Su Yan didn't care. He just wanted to test his abilities and overthrow the bandits. Mother, something just came up. I need to step out for a bit. Yanner, where are you going? Come back. Madame Su anxiously said. Su Yan led a horse out of the stable, then he set off directly away from the city. I should reach Haifeng Mountain just as it's getting dark. Perfect timing, Su Yan thought exhilaratingly. On Haifeng Mountain, a group of martial artists were gathered, discussing how to rob the Su family's goods. The leader was a burly man with a hairy chest, bare to the waist. A large machete was plunged into the ground beside him, and he said in a deep voice, this mission must succeed. Su Jun is a formidable man. Having already lost one shipment, he will no doubt be on guard. We must not take this lightly. Don't worry, Dark Bear, as long as Jiang Pingshan doesn't send troops. No matter how capable Su Jun is, he can't secure the shipment. Right. Just then, a figure emerged, wrapped in a fierce aura, fiercely charging up the mountain, sneering, if you desire my family's goods, we'll see if you're capable enough to take them. Who's there? The chief bear roared in anger, pulling out the large cleaver resting beside him, fiercely gazing towards the abruptly appearing silhouette. At one glance, his scalp turned numbed. That blazing fierce chi, when beheld, aroused fear. It's Su Jun's idiot son. A bandit cried out in alarm. The rest of them were terror-stricken, as the rumors had spread that Su Jun's idiot son was roaming around, looking for a hidden high-class master to learn real martial arts. Could it be he has succeeded? Attack! The chief bear roared in fury, his body leaping forward as he charged toward Su Yan. Kill him, he's alone. Among the bandits, numbering more than 100, the weakest was of mediocre Jianghu standard, while the chief bear himself was a nearly invincible expert. There were even around 20 high-class experts, each and every one of them with their knives, spears, hidden weapons, and such rushed towards Su Yan. Come on. Thrilled and excited, Su Yan lets out a roar and his Tenjiang Qi blood gushed out, directly charging forward. With the sweeping force of the Tenjiang Qi blood, every punch and kick from Su Yan inflicted enormous damage, the bandit gang instantly crushed with heavy casualties. The chief bear himself exploded into pieces from a single punch. Blood and gore scattered everywhere, terrifying the remaining bandits. Run! What kind of top-tier expert was this? It was so terrifying. Even getting close was impossible, let alone killing them instantly. The remaining bandits, frightened out of their wits, began running for their lives. Think you can run, think again. Su Yan snorted coldly and immediately went after them. Master said, must keep a low profile. If I kill everyone, no one will know I did it and my cover won't be blown. This is also a low profile. The fight was a one-sided affair. Indeed, it was simply a case of brute force. Every single bandit had been killed, not one spared. After combing through the Black Wind Mountain, he found no traces of his family's lost goods, nor were there any hiding bandits. Standing on the mountain at this moment, looking at the scattered limbs and severed arms, Su Yan's eyebrows knitted tightly. Indeed, I am strong, but only using brute force. Just like power is useless if I met an opponent with equal strength. I'd surely lose. I don't know any martial skills, just brute power. When I get back this time, I must ask Master for guidance. With that thought in mind, Su Yan hurried down the mountain in the dark of the night, returning to the prefecture city of Dong. After Su Yan had left, Li Xuan looked through his theoretical training framework for the innate realm, refining it carefully after to assure nothing had been missed until it could be connected to the Qi blood realm. Only then did he finally set his mind at rest. Just wait for an opportunity to pass on the cultivation method of the innate realm to Su Yan. Of course, such burdensome work as cultivation should be left to his disciple, and he would enjoy the fruits of his labor. All he needed to do was come up with a rough cultivation method, along with the stage, cultivation frame, and basic theory. Whether it could be achieved or not was entirely up to his disciple Su Yan. I should also leave this place soon. Since I've arrived in this world, I've been holed up in this small village. It's really pathetic. Li Xuan sighed and lamented, gathering his belongings, just waiting for Su Yan to return, then he would start moving. With nothing else to do, Li Xuan began to stroll around the small village. It has to be said the scenery was not bad at all and extremely suitable for living incognito. After strolling around for a while, he returned home. Without my disciple to serve me, I have to cook for myself. It's a bit uncomfortable, Li Xuan sighed. People tend to feel ill at ease once they get accustomed to being served, and suddenly, there is no one to serve them anymore. Your disciple brutally crushed a den of bandits. Your brutish way of killing enemies has achieved great success. A voice rang out in his mind, instantly grasping the method of brutally killing enemies. Li Xuan was stunned. He felt as if he had carried out countless brutal killings, quickly mastering the art of violent killing. What has my foolish disciple done? Did he wipe out a den of mountain bandits? Li Xuan was taken aback. Was his foolish disciple really that bold? Moreover, the outside world's martial strength, is it really that low? But Su Yan, who had just entered the blood Qi realm, took out a whole den of mountain bandits on his own. The mountain bandit's strength was simply too weak, too violent and brute. It seems like he relies solely on brute strength to kill enemies. Li Xuan received feedback, a mastery of brutal killing. Indeed, all reliance was on brute strength to charge and barge. There were no martial skills involved. At this moment, Li Xuan realized that he had been obsessively creating cultivation techniques, but he had forgotten about martial skills. With only brute strength, how could one be considered a qualified martial artist? No, I must create some battle craft techniques that can demonstrate his strength. My foolish disciple, having wiped out the mountain bandits using sheer strength this time, should have realized this. He'll undoubtedly ask me to teach him martial skills when he returns. I must be prepared in advance. Li Xuan suddenly fell into distress. How would he create martial skills? He didn't know how. Moreover, he had no practical martial skills for reference. Creating cultivation techniques seemed relatively easier since they were created for practice, not for battling an enemy. Such a headache. Li Xuan had a look of distress on his face. Let me think. Should I teach my disciple the palm techniques, the six-vein divine sword technique, the Tathagata palm, the Arhat fist? How do I create these techniques? I don't even know all the fist and palm techniques. At this moment, Li Xuan was somewhat distressed. No, I'm approaching this wrong. These techniques are all for the disciple's comprehension. Why am I focusing on the techniques? My martial arts creation, the usage of blood qi, innate true qi and others, fighting enemies, is nothing more than the application of blood qi and true qi. All I need to do is to pass on the martial skills mantra and the rough principles to my disciple. I'll let him comprehend them. A thought flashed through Li Xuan's mind, instantly figuring out how he should pass on martial skills and cultivation techniques to Su Yan. Don't start too high. Since it's martial arts, pass on the palm techniques for now. But make it a bit more advanced so he can keep improving as his strength increases. He needs land movement techniques too, right? And he should have swordsmanship, right? No, instead of swordsmanship, I will pass sword Dao on to him. Whether it will work or not depends on how well my disciple performs. Li Xuan had a general idea in his mind, how to create and transfer martial skills and similar cultivation techniques to Su Yan. When my blood qi has completely reached its peak, with strength 100 times that of peers, just by imitating, the power that is revealed will be enough to shock my disciple. Then find an excuse to fool him, there shouldn't be a big problem. Thinking this, Li Xuan arrived outside the village. Boom, 100 feet of blood qi soaring up into the sky, terrifying to behold. With both hands waving, one palm slap followed by another, the 100 feet of blood qi was like a flood, following his palm as it turned and revolved. Although it had no pattern and looked like it was relying on brute strength, moreover, between the two swinging palms, it even seemed somewhat chaotic. However, the flood resulting from the 100 feet of blood qi had a shocking momentum and equally shocking power. With this terrifying blood qi alone, it could overtake an entire army. The palm technique is a bit messy. It looks without rules, no skills to speak of, just like arbitrarily striking. This won't do, even if it's to fool the disciple, there must be some rules. Li Xuan frowned in deep thought, then slapped one palm after another, trying to make the movements more structured, at least so it didn't look too chaotic. P.S. Seeking continued reading, seeking everything. Boom, with a single palm strike, Li Xuan's vital energy was transformed into a torrent and unleashed on a tree several dozens of yards away. The tree, as thick as a man's thigh, was instantly shattered by the impact, its fragments flying all over the place. The power is quite impressive, but it drains a lot of vital energy. Indeed, relying solely on brute force isn't the solution. If faced with an opponent of similar strength, it will surely spell trouble. This palm technique, I've already got a sense of it. I just need to arrange a set of mnemonic chants for it and teach them to Su Yan. Li Xuan let out a breath. But what about the movement technique? How should I impart that? I have no knowledge of it myself. How should I demonstrate it to my disciple? Relying solely on brute force won't demonstrate the intricacy of the movement technique. The thought of the movement technique gave Li Xuan a headache again. Did I think too far ahead? Why do I have to demonstrate it to my disciple? I could just give him the mnemonic chants, provide him the theoretical framework, and let him comprehend it by himself, right? With this sudden realization, Li Xuan had a plan at hand. He chose a flat piece of land outside the village. How is the 8 diagrams drawn again? Li Xuan recalled the pattern of the 8 diagrams he had seen in the past life, and while swinging his arm, his vital energy gushed out, sketching it on the ground. It seems to be like this. Looking at the 8 diagrams drawn on the ground, Li Xuan nodded in satisfaction. Once Su Yan was back, he would have him practice the movement technique here. Meanwhile, he would let him ponder over the 8 diagrams. Who knows, he might gain some insights. Everything was ready, just waiting for his disciple, Su Yan, to return. Li Xuan was now completely relaxed. Su Yan returned in less than 10 days after he left home. Aware of his lack of martial skills after his raw display of power against the bandits, Su Yan did not linger at home and hurried back. Master, Su Yan paid his respects respectfully, pondering how to bring up the topic of learning martial skills with his master. Li Xuan nodded and stood up, walking towards the outskirts of the village. You're back at the right time. Come with me. Even before his disciple could ask, he decided to teach him the martial arts cultivation techniques, showing his masterful foresight. Yes, master. Su Yan was puzzled, wondering what his master was instructing him to do. They arrived at a small hill outside the village. With his hands clasped behind his back, the master began, My disciple, although you have already embarked on the path of martial arts, you don't know how to harness and utilize your vital energy or how to face an enemy. Martial arts is not just about power. The stronger a martial artist, the more exceptional and potent are his martial skills and divine skills. Upon hearing this, Su Yan was thrilled. Is my master going to impart some martial skills and divine powers to me? I'm finally not just a brute relying on raw strength. Li Xuan turned back to look at his naive disciple and said solemnly, Today, I will teach you the descending dragon palm. It is both a martial skill and a divine power. The higher your level, the deeper your understanding, and the more powerful it is. Considering it was part of martial arts, Li Xuan originally wanted to name it 18 Descending Dragon Palm, but on second thought, he feared that it might limit his disciple's avenue for understanding. So he simply named it the Descending Dragon Palm. The name was not important. What mattered was its potency. Besides, his plan was for the descending dragon palm to evolve along with the disciple's progress, becoming a powerful divine martial skill. Whether it would be successful depended entirely on his disciple's comprehension. Descending dragon palm. A dragon is a mythical creature possessing immense power and divine skills. My disciple, do you understand? Li Xuan began his lecture. Master, I once read about the legend of the true dragon in an old book. It was portrayed as a symbol of supremacy, invoking storms and thunder with its movements, causing the heavens and the earth to tremble in response. Su Yan reverently replied, there are dragon legends in this world as well. I wonder if the book Su Yan read was a made-up story, or based on real events that took place in this world. Li Xuan was taken aback for a moment. Since this world also contains legends of dragons, and Su Yan has even read related legendary stories, things will be much simpler. Master, do true dragons really exist in this world? Su Yan asked with excitement and curiosity. That is too far beyond your current reach. Whether they exist or not, you will know naturally when you become stronger. Li Xuan naturally would not provide a definitive answer to such questions. Yes, Master. Su Yan nodded respectfully. Good, I will teach you the descending dragon palm. With the name Descending Dragon, you should understand its power. I understand, Master. Observe carefully. As Li Xuan spoke, he lifted his hand and struck out with a palm. Boom, the powerful vital energy, terrifyingly potent, instantly shattered a tree as thick as a human thigh dozens of feet away. Su Yan was dumbstruck. Was the power of the descending dragon palm really this terrifying? Li Xuan was extremely satisfied with his reaction. Pulling back his hand and placing it behind his back, he began bluffing. This is the power the descending dragon palm can display at the entrance level of vital energy cultivation. However, I did not use the descending dragon palm form when demonstrating, so as not to interfere with your comprehension of the true meaning of the descending dragon palm. Su Yan listened respectfully, his face flushed with excitement, reflecting his inner agitation. Just a casual palm strike from Master at the beginner stage of vital energy cultivation can have such terrifying power, and he didn't even use the form of the descending dragon palm. The descending dragon palm is truly incomparably powerful. With a grave expression, Li Xuan began to explain the descending dragon palm. The form of the descending dragon palm, with one palm strike, unleashes a palm force shaped like a dragon. The more deeply you comprehend it, the more true dragon palm forces you will be able to strike. Then he casually struck out a few palms, explaining to his disciple, I did not demonstrate the true dragon palm force to you because I don't want you to get entrapped in the intent of my descending dragon palm. Once you are caught in it, you will not be able to cultivate your own descending dragon palm. I do not wish for you to be bound in my shadow. The martial path is endless, and I hope you can cultivate the true intent that belongs to you. Do you understand? I'm really doing this for your own good. It's definitely not because I can't demonstrate the dragon-shaped palm force that I didn't give a demonstration. Li Xuan looked stern. Su Yan was deeply moved in his heart. Master is indeed a rare genius. By accepting me as a disciple, he's not only passing on his martial arts but also showing great expectations of me. He hopes that I will develop my own martial path true intent. Not to remain in the shadow of Master, unable to surpass him my entire life. His eyes reddened with emotion, and he nodded, Master, I understand. Very good. This descending dragon palm, like the martial arts techniques I've taught you, emphasizes comprehension and true intent, not outward form. You need to comprehend and realize its true essence. When you can simultaneously strike out 18 true dragon palm forces, you can consider yourself to have made initial progress. Li Xuan, speaking as he always does, once again patiently counseled his disciple, emphasizing the importance of comprehension and true intent, and not to pay too much attention to the few palm strikes he had just demonstrated. He should derive his own understanding from the theoretical framework of the descending dragon palm. Yes, Master, I understand. Su Yan nodded. Li Xuan nodded in satisfaction. Before teaching him the fabricated chants of the descending dragon palm, he asked my disciple, do you have any questions? It was a routine inquiry. After finishing his teachings, he always asked to see if the disciple had any questions. Master, I have one question. Su Yan spoke up. Speak. Master, since the descending dragon palm is about descending the dragon, why do we strike out with palm forces shaped like a dragon? Su Yan asked, looking puzzled. Li Xuan. Li Xuan never expected Su Yan to pose such a question. He could only say, it's no wonder that this man, who managed to successfully cultivate a fabricated cultivation technique, has a thought process and focus different from ordinary people. But this question wouldn't baffle him. At once, he looked at Su Yan with a gratifying gaze, his face full of satisfaction towards his disciple. My dear disciple, your ability to ask this question at this time indicates you have an acceptable level of comprehension and have already begun to catch a glimpse of the principles of the descending dragon palm. There's an adage that says, fight poison with poison. Have you ever heard of it? The descending dragon palm is just like this, using a dragon to subdue a dragon. Dragons are superior divine creatures, born with divine skills. How could it be easy to subdue them? This descending dragon palm, using a dragon to subdue a dragon, not only conquers the dragon's body, but also the dragon's heart, attacking both its body and its will. Li Xuan started inventing further as he spoke, subduing the dragon's body, as well as the dragon's heart, attacking both its body and its will. Su Yan's heart shakes mighty. He feels the descending dragon palm is indeed mystical and unpredictable. Although he hasn't clearly understood how to conquer the body and the heart, how to attack the body and the will, it doesn't lessen his awe towards the descending dragon palm. His heart was wildly excited. I must master the descending dragon palm. If I ever encounter a true dragon one day, I will use this palm to subdue the dragon. Master, I understand. I will definitely master the descending dragon palm. I will definitely comprehend the true meaning of descending dragon palm. Su Yan said firmly, I believe in you. Li Xuan was greatly comforted. As for the set phrase of the descending dragon palm, you must remember it well, disciple. This is where the true meaning of descending dragon palm lies. If you can understand a bit of it, descending dragon palm can be learned. If you understand its true meaning, that would be a martial arts divine skill. In order to create the descending dragon palm, Li Xuan had to rack his brains and invent a set of phrases. As for whether it will work, it depends on Su Yan himself. Disciple will definitely remember it in heart. Su Yan replied respectfully, listen well. Li Xuan said solemnly, dragons possess divine skills, changing according to the situation. Their actions dominate the world. Their anger shakes heaven and earth when angry. They stir up storms. When hidden, they leave no traces, striking thousands of miles. Extremely yang and strong. Nothing can resist, flexible as water, unpredictable, both compliance and defiance at will. Su Yan muttered the phrase, his eyes in deep thought. As if a burst of inspiration flashed across his mind, he vaguely felt that he had comprehended something, but he couldn't grasp it. Li Xuan, with his hands behind his back, walked towards the flat area where the 8 diagrams were drawn. Yes, master. Su Yan respectfully followed behind. Do you see this? These are the 8 diagrams. Li Xuan pointed at the 8 diagrams on the ground and said, Kaian Kun Zhen Zun Kan Li Zhen Dui. Li Xuan explained to Su Yan all the knowledge he could remember about the 8 diagrams, meanwhile randomly making up some theories that sounded mystical and strong. The mysterious and endless changes of the 8 diagrams, how much you can comprehend, how much you can understand, it all depends on you. Movement techniques, steps, etc. can all be understood from the 8 diagrams. After entering the door, cultivation depends on the individual. You need to be good at grasping the inspiration of the moment. Today, I will transmit to you the understanding of descending dragon palm and the subtlety of the 8 diagrams so you can deeply ponder. After explaining, Li Xuan spoke in a solemn voice. Yes, master, I will certainly not disappoint you. Su Yan nodded respectfully. In his mind at this moment, it was all theories about 8 diagrams. The more he thought about it, the more mysterious it seemed to be. It felt like he could keep perceiving it. This is the supreme martial arts, Su Yan thought excitedly in his heart. You can allocate your practice time yourself. Cooking and feeding the chickens can be done once a day. Li Xuan contemplated for a moment and said, he has to give more time for the disciple to practice, rather than waste it on feeding chickens, farming, and cooking. With his current state, even if he didn't eat or drink for several days, he wouldn't have any problems. Eating 1 meal a day is sufficient. Yes, disciple understands, Su Yan said respectfully. Practice well. With his hands clasped behind his back, Li Xuan strolled away leisurely. He returned to the village and sat down on a chair under a large tree. Li Xuan sighed, wondering if his disciple would succeed in his cultivation training. He focused his consciousness, trying to probe his golden finger, but he found nothing. The golden finger would only appear when Su Yan made a breakthrough in his cultivation and received feedback. Could it be that my strength is too low to actively see the golden finger? Li Xuan speculated inwardly. The function of the golden finger should be to make the cultivation technique I created theoretically successful. Of course, there are certain limitations, such as the cultivator cannot be too lacking in comprehension skills. Su Yan, this silly disciple of mine, has a strong ability to fill in the gaps and has top-notch comprehension abilities, so he was able to succeed in his cultivation training. Li Xuan sighed inwardly. Taking Su Yan as a disciple was indeed a very wise decision. Su Yan completed a circle following the 8 diagrams and fell into deep thought. Vague insights flickered in his mind, but he was unable to express them concretely. I'll allocate some cultivation time now. I'll practice the descending dragon palm in the morning and contemplate the 8 diagrams in the afternoon. Today, I will start with descending dragon palm training. Su Yan thought to himself and returned to the hillside where his master had taught him the descending dragon palm. Taking a deep breath, he forcefully thrust out his palm. His chi and blood burst forth like a burning torrent, crushing the air before it. That's not right. This is just the force of my chi and blood, not the power of the true dragon palm. Su Yan furrowed his brows and fell into deep thought. Again and again, he pondered over the mantra of the descending dragon palm in his mind. The dragon has divine skills, and the power of the dragon is naturally invincible. To be invincible, one must be wild and robust, concentrating power in a single instant. My realm is still low. I shouldn't demand too much, so I should lower my expectations. How can I, the dragon with divine skills, display the palm's strength similar to the divine skills of a dragon? Su Yan entered a state of deep contemplation, forgetting everything else. At that moment, the images of legendary stories about the true dragon and its portraits surfaced in his mind. In an instant, a sort of enlightenment dawned on him. Bang, chi and blood accumulated in his palm. They compressed against each other, condensed into one, and then blasted out with a powerful palm strike. A wave of blood and chi, twice as mighty as before, violently crashed into a tree not far away. Crack, the tree broke and collapsed instantly. I understand how I can make my palm force strong and elevate it beyond normal limits. At that moment, Su Yan opened his eyes as a flash of insight illuminated his mind, enlightening him on how to unleash a fierce palm force. As he saw his abdomen and chest swell, he thrust out both palms. His blood and chi swiftly turned into a violent torrent that burst forth, once again doubling its power. Bang, he punched a small pit into the ground. I've finally understood a bit of it. This is just the beginning. This palm strike of mine is more than twice as powerful as the full force strike I used to have before practicing the descending dragon palm. This is not the limit, it's just the beginning. Su Yan was visibly excited at this moment. Just by understanding a bit of it, I could release such a powerful palm force. The power of the descending dragon palm is truly unparalleled. Now that he had gained some perception, the next step was to solidify this perception, practice repeatedly, continue understanding, and refine it. Su Yan was on the hillside, constantly practicing according to his understanding, hammering the ground into pits one after another, until the night grew deep. He had expended a great deal of his inner energy and felt tired, so he reluctantly returned to the village. The next morning, Su Yan, spirited, returned to the hillside to continue his training. Boom! With a single palm strike, soil flew up 3 yards away, leaving a pit. My power has increased again. My understanding is correct. I'm still at the superficial stage. I can continue to strengthen my palm's force. Su Yan stared at the pit on the ground, his heart humming with excitement. This strike was twice as powerful as before he started practicing the descending dragon palm technique. Finally, he had abandoned the fighting style that relied on brute strength. Let's check how my silly disciple is doing in his practice. Li Xuan approached with a leisurely stride. Master. Su Yan quickly performed a respectful salutation. Li Xuan glanced at the various pits on the ground, all made by Su Yan's training. He was delighted as he had an epiphany. Judging by the power of these pits, it's beyond the realm of brute force. Though he has not yet mastered the descending dragon palm, given time, he is certain to succeed. Master, I have gained new insights. As Su Yan said this, he raised his hand and struck, producing a loud boom and carving out a hole in the ground. Li Xuan's face remained calm, but inside he marveled. This disciple truly has an extraordinary level of comprehension. He has found a way to harness his inner energy to maximize his power. Did he understand the first part of the verse? Li Xuan then spoke. The fact that you realize something shows that you have the potential to master the descending dragon palm. However, always remember that an enemy will not give you time to gather your strength. Your palm must move with your heart's will. Only when you have mastered the dragon-shaped palm force can you be considered to have barely entered the initial stage. Keep your mind tranquil, contemplate more, practice more. Su Yan was taken aback. That's right. Each time I strike, I go through a preparation process. Even though it's very brief, mighty warriors can determine life or death in an instant. The direction of my understanding is correct, but it's not deep enough. I still need to continue my efforts. Li Xuan nodded and left in his leisurely stride. He couldn't afford to stay too long or offer too many empty pointers. If he ever got stumped by his disciples' questions, it would be too embarrassing. So after a glance at Su Yan's progress, Li Xuan turned and quickly left. In the following period, Su Yan practiced the descending dragon palm in the morning and contemplated the movement technique in the 8 diagrams in the afternoon, enhancing his personal strength through practice at night. In the blink of an eye, half a month had passed. The hillside was covered with pits of various sizes. Su Yan's mastery of the descending dragon palm had made tremendous progress. He could now launch his palm force instantly with a single thought at his will. Every time he struck, the palm force transformed from his inner energy was like a stream as thick as a calf's leg, hitting the ground with high speed and ferocity. The palm force was extremely positive and powerful. Compared with before his training, his power had increased more than threefold. However, he hadn't yet been able to produce the dragon-shaped palm force. Though the palm force he released was no ordinary inner energy stream, and its power had increased by more than threefold, it was still not regarded as having mastered the descending dragon palm. At this moment, Su Yan was deeply understanding the mnemonic of descending dragon palm and was summarizing his training experience of the past half-month. How should I gather the power of the dragon palm? Why should it be fashioned into the shape of a dragon? How can I start cultivation? Su Yan fell into deep thought. In his mind, an image of the true dragon emerged. His qi and blood rotated. A surge of energy flowed from his palms. Under his command, the qi and blood gradually transformed towards the form of a dragon. However, in the end, it turned into a palm force resembling a python, far from the desired form of a dragon. I understand consolidating the shape of a dragon is the control over one's qi and blood. Only by enhancing the control of qi and blood can a dragon form manifest. If achieved, the dragon palm formed would be indistinguishable from a true dragon. This might be the ultimate form of the descending dragon palm. At this stage, what I need to do is consolidate the dragon form, with horns, whiskers, and claws. Once he determined the direction, Su Yan began his training of the descending dragon palm, manipulating the qi and blood to form a dragon shape. However, each time he managed to form a horn, he was unable to form the claws, and his qi and blood would uncontrollably collapse. Su Yan realized that if he wanted to consolidate into a dragon palm, he must first enhance the use of qi and blood. This was also the prerequisite for becoming proficient in the descending dragon palm. Once I master the descending dragon palm, my palm power will surge once again. Its strength will be under my control, no longer uncontrollable like now. After figuring out the key to practicing the descending dragon palm, Su Yan began to try to enhance his control over qi and blood. 3 days later, although his control over his own qi and blood had made some progress, he was still far from being able to synthesize the dragon palm. Master, how can I enhance my control over qi and blood? Unable to hold back any longer, Su Yan took advantage of a meal to ask this question. Li Xuan's hand paused slightly. How to enhance control over qi and blood? How would I know? Of course, as a master, he couldn't respond like that. He glanced at the chicken leg in his bowl, suddenly had an idea and said, "My disciple, understanding the importance of qi and blood shows you have reached a bottleneck. Qi and blood come from oneself." How to enhance control? Utilize every bit of qi and blood, let it go where your heart desires. You could try using your qi and blood to roast meat. Li Xuan tore a piece of meat from his leg, and while eating, he continued, roasting meat with one's bare hands is a lost art. It requires a high degree of control over one's qi and blood. To have the roast crispy on the outside and tender on the inside just right is not easy. You see this chicken leg. Li Xuan tore off the remaining chicken leg, added it to his own bowl, and continued, when you can roast a chicken leg with your hand, have it perfectly cooked but the meat around it remains raw, your control over qi and blood can be said to have passed the test. Upon hearing these words, Su Yan seemed deep in thought and exclaimed, "So cultivation is all about everyday practice. I'm far behind. Master's realm is too high. Why didn't I think of that?" Abandoning his meal, he said, "Master, your disciple understands. Good that you understand." Li Xuan nodded in satisfaction. Su Yan excitedly ran to the chicken coop, grabbed a chicken, skillfully plucked and butchered it, then held it in his palm. His qi and blood surged, and the intense heat from them instantly enveloped the chicken. A hissing sound rang out, but as soon as the savory aroma wafted out, the chicken turned charred when he withdrew his qi and blood. It was inedible now. Su Yan scratched his head, summarizing the experience just now, grabbed another chicken, plucked and butchered it, then used his qi and blood to roast it in his hand. He scorched another chicken. Li Xuan, having finished his meal and strolling leisurely around the village, saw more than a dozen charred chickens scattered around Su Yan's feet, and in his hand he was roasting a freshly butchered chicken. How sinful! Li Xuan's mouth twitched. It's just been a short time, and there are already more than a dozen chickens ruined. If he doesn't stop now, all the chickens will be gone by tomorrow. My dear disciple, you've just begun practicing the control of qi and blood. Chickens are too small. The qi and blood can envelop them instantly. How can that improve your control? You need to practice with something bigger. Li Xuan advised earnestly. Yes, master, I understand. Su Yan's eyes lit up. With the burnt chicken tossed aside, he excitedly approached the horse he arrived on, rubbing his hands together and eager to try. Li Xuan, this disciple, his brain indeed doesn't work too well. Young one, this horse is also not suitable. Su Yan nodded. The horse was too big for the qi and blood to envelop. He should look for smaller prey. Master, I'll go hunting right away. Li Xuan felt relieved his disciple finally understood. With some luck, he would get to eat game in no time. 3 days later, qi and blood surged on Su Yan's hand, spreading a hot breath, and a scent of cooked meat arose. A wild boar was roasted to perfection by him. Although half of it was charred, at least the other half was roasted and worth eating. My control over qi and blood has improved tremendously. Su Yan was ecstatic. He swung his hand, and a palm energy of qi and blood rumbled forth, condensing into a long-horned python. Even the contours of its eyes and mouth were clear and distinct. I'm close to being able to condense the dragon form palm force. Su Yan was beyond thrilled. He tossed down the roasted pig and continued to catch wild pigs for practice. I wonder how my silly disciple is progressing with his cultivation. Li Xuan sighed inwardly. He still hadn't tasted any game. All of it was burned to charcoal by Su Yan. How could he eat it? You, my disciple, have gotten the hang of roasting meat bare-handed. Your control of qi and blood has greatly improved. Your bare-handed roasting skills are excellent with 100% control of qi and blood. Suddenly, a golden light emerged, and Li Xuan felt, in an instant, as if he had practiced bare-handed roasting countless times and reached a masterful level. Moreover, he had complete control of the qi and blood. With the 100% control of qi and blood, Li Xuan felt his usage of his own qi and blood reached an astonishing stage. Every bit of qi and blood could be manipulated at will. His control over qi and blood improved, and his abilities greatly enhanced. At this moment, his body's qi and blood could completely be contained, without leaking at all. He lifted his right hand, and qi and blood gushed out from his index finger like a flame, sometimes enlarging, sometimes shrinking, and the intensity of the qi and blood could also be freely manipulated. This is what 100% control of qi and blood feels like. Li Xuan was stunned. His silly disciple was doing well, progressing rapidly. That night, Su Yan returned. He felt that he was close to condensing the dragon form palm force. His control over qi and blood had improved significantly. Li Xuan sat in his chair. It was time to show his silly disciple a thing or two. Disciple, come here. Su Yan was holding a chicken that he had just slaughtered, ready to make dinner. Master. Li Xuan took the chicken from his hand. Watch closely, my disciple. Saying that, he placed his finger on the chicken's leg. As the qi and blood churned, the scent of cooked meat wafted through the air in no time. He handed the chicken back to Su Yan. Tear it open and take a look. As Su Yan did as he was told, he tore the chicken leg. His eyes widened in shock. The chicken leg was partly cooked. Only the section within a finger's width was cooked. The rest was still raw. This is what 100% control of qi and blood looks like. If you can do it, roasting a chicken leg completely without cooking the meat around it, then you have enough control of your inner energy. Li Xuan finally revealed a trick in front of his disciple, feeling fulfilled in body and mind. Su Yan was greatly shocked. Was this total control of inner energy? Master, I will definitely be able to do it. Do your best. There's no need to pursue it relentlessly. Don't neglect your cultivation because of it. Li Xuan nodded and reminded him. Fearing that his silly disciple might neglect cultivation to pursue total control, which would slow down his progress, things would be inverted. Disciple understood. Li Xuan sighed internally. His disciple indeed possessed extraordinary talent. After he displayed the technique, Su Yan was able to roast a chicken leg perfectly in 5 days without affecting the surrounding meat. Although he hadn't gained total control over his inner energy, he had already reached 80%. This was already quite impressive. Su Yan wisely didn't obsess over achieving total control and shifted his focus to practicing the descending dragon palm. On the hillside, Su Yan thrust out his palm, and a red dragon about a meter long and as thick as his calf shot out, crashing into the ground and blasting a large hole. After cultivating the dragon-shaped power in my palm, my strength has more than doubled, but I still feel like something's missing. Su Yan frowned. Although he'd succeeded in cultivating the dragon-shaped power, it had not produced the overpowering might he'd expected. He always felt like he was missing something. Dragons bear divine skills. They transform according to circumstances. The ability to transform means flexibility. I get it now. What's missing is flexibility. My power is too rigid. It lacks vitality. Su Yan again immersed himself in comprehension, wondering how he could truly get started. In the following days, Su Yan devoted himself to practicing the descending dragon palm, neglecting even the 8 diagrams and his movement technique. He kept practicing the descending dragon palm again and again. He was constantly adjusting, constantly cultivating the descending dragon palm according to his comprehension. And so, another 7 days passed. Su Yan, who was practicing the descending dragon palm, struck out with his palm, and a red dragon about a meter long writhed and shot out, heading straight for a tree. Su Yan slightly overturned his palm, and the red dragon suddenly wheeled around, bypassing the tree trunk and striking the trunk with its tail. Crack! The tree was struck and broken by the dragon's tail. The red dragon plunged into the ground elsewhere, leaving a huge pit. I've almost mastered it. This palm attack is about 10 times stronger than before I began practicing descending dragon palm. This is the power of the descending dragon palm. Su Yan was incredibly excited. Raising both hands, he projected a meter-long red dragon-shaped force from his right hand. Then, with a follow-up strike from his left hand, another dragon-shaped force spouted out. Both forces twirled around his body, one protecting while the other was a fierce onslaught. The dragon's head was about to hit its target when it suddenly surged upward, its tail whipping downward, immediately followed by a swift turnaround and a powerful slam by its head. Boom! On the hillside, roaring sounds echoed continuously. The 2 red dragons, spouting force, dancing and swirling around, sometimes diving down, sometimes burrowing into the ground, sometimes swinging their heads and wagging their tails. Dragons bear divine skills, transforming according to circumstances, so that's it. I've finally figured it out. Although I still don't possess the power of divine abilities, only grasping the basic concept, my current realm is still low level. This is already an initiation. I've finally managed to cultivate the descending dragon palm. Su Yan was incredibly excited. He had finally understood the phrases of the descending dragon palm, even though only superficially, but he had initiated it. If he had cultivated the descending dragon palm when he fought the bandits, would he have relied on brute force? With one palm strike, he could have killed all those bandits. I need to practice more to do it effortlessly and fluently. Now I can only mobilize 2 dragons, far from small achievement. Also, my power is still not imposing enough. The dragons I launch are not flexible enough. Su Yan was summing up his shortcomings, practicing on the hillside non-stop. For a moment, the hillside was a scene of flying fragments and crushed vegetation. There were numerous large pits on the ground, densely packed. Li Xuan sat in his chair, appearing calm and composed, but feeling a little uneasy. It had been quite a while, yet Su Yan had still not managed to master the descending dragon palm. Could it be that his teachings were too vague, hence making it difficult for Su Yan to grasp? There's no rush. Seeing progress implies that there's still hope. Li Xuan reassured himself. Even if Su Yan doesn't succeed in mastering the descending dragon palm, as long as his overall level of training is continuously improving, it should be fine. Worst case scenario, it can be explained by a lack of innate talent for that particular technique. Should I share with him the secrets of the sword Dao? That should be easier to master, right? Su Yan should have more talent for it, shouldn't he? Li Xuan pondered how to go about teaching the sword Dao to Su Yan. Su Yan always carried a treasured sword with him, which hinted at his interest in swordsmanship. This could mean that he might be highly talented in sword Dao. But how to teach him the sword Dao, that's the question. After all, Li Xuan himself wasn't skilled in swordplay and could only attempt to demonstrate without fully understanding the techniques. The real issue was how to construct a set of sword Dao theories that Su Yan could understand and learn from. Let's just wait a little longer. Maybe one day he can just magically master the descending dragon palm. Li Xuan tried to probe the elusive golden glow once again, but to no avail. What is the deal with this golden finger? Why does it only appear randomly? He shifted in his chair, seeking a more comfortable position. Originally, after Su Yan's return, Li Xuan intended to move, but now that he needed to impart martial skills to Su Yan, he had to keep staying in the small village. Once your disciple masters the basics of your descending dragon palm, the power of your descending dragon palm, upon its completion, will be 10 times more powerful than others in the same realm. Suddenly, a golden glow emerged. Boom! The true essence of the descending dragon palm appeared in Li Xuan's mind, instantaneously reaching a state of completion. Its power was 10 times more potent than anything else in the same realm. For a moment it appeared as if there were 18 giant dragons, each 100 feet long, roaring and circling in his eyes. Holy crap, the disciple's really done it. He's actually managed to master it. Li Xuan was ecstatic. He leapt out of his chair and immediately left the small village. When he arrived at the hill where Su Yan was training, he saw 2 30-foot-long crimson dragons spiraling and dancing from far away. When they roared down and crashed onto the ground, a large hole was created. He felt a sense of longing. Disciple, well done. You've just barely scratched the surface of the descending dragon palm. Li Xuan strolled over, his tone holding a tinge of satisfaction. Master, Li Xuan looked around, seeing the numerous small and large holes on the ground, all densely packed together. The surrounding vegetation had been entirely destroyed and disappeared. Even though you managed to manifest the descending dragon palm, it lacks vitality. Now that you have managed to acquire the technique, I no longer need to worry that showing it to you will affect your training of the descending dragon palm. Today I will show it to you, so take a good look. This is how the descending dragon palm looks when it is fully mastered in the blood chi realm. Li Xuan emphasized, this was the descending dragon palm in the blood chi realm, not his real strength. Yes, master, Su Yan was thrilled. The master was about to showcase the descending dragon palm from the blood chi realm, from which Su Yan also hoped to gain insights. Watch carefully. Li Xuan raised his hand and struck out with his palm. Roar! A dragon's roar sounded, and a golden giant dragon thundered forth 100 feet long with its head held high as if it was alive and roaring. Boom! The golden giant dragon flew outwards, its claws tearing apart a large tree. Its tail swept across the ground, creating a deep trench. Boom! The golden giant dragon eventually crashed on the ground, creating a large crater. Li Xuan's face remained composed, as if it was just a casual move and nothing worth mentioning. Indeed, he was incredibly exhilarated inside. For this palm strike, he utilized his full strength. The perfected realm's descending dragon palm already displayed an element of liveliness. With his power being 10 times that of the same skill level, this strike showcased supreme yang and pure firmness along with an unmatched might. Even though Su Yan has trained to the perfected realm, he has far from reached such power. This is the testament of the strength of a master. After all, Lixuan's descending dragon palm is 10 times as powerful as those in the same realm. Su Yan's eyes widened, stunned beyond belief. Is this the descending dragon palm executed in the Qi and blood realm? It's terrifying. With such power, one can effortlessly take on an army. Master simply made a casual strike, yet it already exhibited such an overwhelming aura. Moreover, Master's descending dragon palm can roar like a living dragon. I still have a long way to go. Su Yan was deeply stirred inside. He realized his shortcomings. His descending dragon palm lacked liveliness. Compared to his master's, his palm strike still seemed rigid. A dragon possesses divine skills, altering according to situation. This is the true essence of the mantra. This is just a dragon in the Qi and blood realm. If one achieves higher realms, will the dragon he creates possess divine skills? The more Su Yan pondered, the more he envisioned, leading him to realize the power and profundity of the descending dragon palm. However, his comprehension of the descending dragon palm mantra is barely at the basic stage. Seeing the astonished look on his disciple's face, Lixuan felt satisfied. He walked away leisurely with his hands behind his back. My disciple, do not be influenced by the power of my palm. You must comprehend the essence of the descending dragon palm that is unique to you. Yes, master, I understand. Su Yan bowed to show respect. Since you've managed to grasp the basics of the descending dragon palm, try to understand the 8 diagrams in depth. Lixuan nodded. Now that Su Yan has successfully cultivated the descending dragon palm, Lixuan wanted him to delve further into the 8 diagrams. If Su Yan could attain some understanding, it would provide potent feedback for him. The 8 diagrams as defined by Lixuan is exceptionally profound. It is not simply for the Qi and blood realm to cultivate, but for continuous comprehending and training. Each stage offers different insights. Of course, it all depends on whether Su Yan can achieve it. Yes, master. The weather started to turn cold, and the chill of late autumn became more intense. However, for Lixuan, this winter will be very comfortable. Even with thin clothes, he wouldn't feel cold. During these times, Su Yan spent more of his time studying the 8 diagrams. On the 8 diagrams map, his movement had already shown significant improvement, and his speed had increased substantially, but he still couldn't comprehend a set of movement techniques. Watching Su Yan, who was moving agilely with greater speed on the 8 diagrams, Lixuan fell into deep thought. Is it because there's no mantra, thus making it impossible to comprehend? The 8 diagrams I explained contains too much, not just the movement technique. So he couldn't comprehend the movement technique due to lack of specific mantra. Thinking it over, Lixuan began to ponder more deeply. Let's try making up a couple of mantras. Lixuan thought about how his disciple was able to break through the copper bone shackles and refine the golden bones because of the bone-refining realm mantra that he randomly concocted, and his successful cultivation of the descending dragon palm was due to the set of mantras he created for it. Su Yan was able to gain insight from the mantra and successfully cultivate the descending dragon palm. Therefore, just having the theoretical framework isn't necessarily enough for cultivation. If it's accompanied by a mantra, the chances of successful cultivation significantly increase. How should the movement technique mantra be composed? Lixuan fell deep into thought. A gust of wind blew, and a few yellow leaves from a distant tree branch fell with the wind. A light bulb went off in Lixuan's mind. I've got it. After thinking of the movement technique mantra, Lixuan came to the 8 diagrams and spoke. Disciple, you've been training diligently these days. Your speed has improved and your steps are much lighter, but you're still far from truly comprehending the movement technique. By now you should have made some progress in understanding the art of movement. It's time to teach you the movement mantra. Listen and remember. Su Yan stopped and responded with excitement. Yes, master. The essence of movement lies in being light, lies in being fast. Being light means you're silent and unnoticed, while being fast is like a flash of lightning. Lixuan spoke with the wisdom of a sage. Su Yan listened thoughtfully and vaguely understood how he should comprehend the movement technique. As light as a goose feather or a falling leaf, as swift as a thunderbolt with no trace of physical form, Lixuan meticulously recited the newly developed mantra word by word. Disciple, ponder on this mantra. After finishing, he turned around, hands behind his back, and left. Yes, master, Su Yan bowed. Having given Su Yan the 2-line mantra, whether or not he could comprehend the movement technique now depended on Su Yan himself. However, Lixuan believed that his disciple wouldn't let him down. Those 2 lines of the mantra were all Su Yan could think about. The more he pondered on them, the more profound he found them. Looking up and seeing his master had left, he prepared to continue practicing when he suddenly paused. Master said the essence of movement is in being light and fast. This is it. Master's steps are so leisurely, so relaxed. Su Yan saw his master leave, hands behind his back, walking with a leisurely pace, appearing relaxed and comfortably an unspoken kind of ease. Master's leisurely steps are him unconsciously displaying his movement technique. No, master's level is so high, he has already returned to his true self. Although he seems to walk slowly, he actually embodies the highest principle of movement. The saying is, lead by word and example. After master taught me the mantra, he demonstrated it with his calm steps. Yes, it must be that way. I must clearly understand the deep meaning contained within master's steps. After Su Yan's own interpretation, his spirit was immediately invigorated. He watched master's steps without blinking. His steps carried a charm that was hard to describe: leisurely, light, and even more carefree. The more he watched, the more he grasped the hidden principles of movement in master's steps. As light as a goose feather or a falling leaf, as swift as a thunderbolt with no trace of physical form, I am starting to understand. As Su Yan watched his master's steps, gradually a ray of comprehension seemed to emerge in his mind. The leisurely, swift, carefree steps merged with the mantra. He felt like he had vaguely understood something. At this moment, Li Xuan's figure had disappeared from Su Yan's sight. At this moment, Li Xuan was in high spirits. After creating and passing on another two-line mantra to his disciple, he anticipated the feedback that he would soon receive regarding the movement technique. Therefore, his steps were comfortable and unhindered, full of joy. He felt so buoyant that he even wanted to hum a few songs. Little did he know that his carefree walk was taken seriously by Su Yan, who interpreted it in his own way and sought to understand the profound meaning in his steps. After Su Yan interpreted master's steps to contain profound meaning, during his practice with the movement mantra, his head was filled with images of those carefree, leisurely steps. In combination with the mantra, his understanding of it grew steadily. It seemed as though puncturing through a layer of paper would reveal the powerful movement technique. In the diagram of the 8 diagrams, Su Yan's steps between movements became lighter, his landings soundless, his turns smoother, and his leaps carried a hint of being weightless. His figure floated around the 8 diagrams, his steps becoming lighter and his speed continuously increasing. I'm faster. I feel as though I'm on the cusp of comprehending the movement technique. Su Yan's gaze was firm. At one moment, the only thing left in his mind was the ease and unrestrained steps of his master, gradually becoming more mysterious and clearer. He felt a kind of enlightenment rising up in his heart, as light as a goose feather falling leaf, as swift as thunder without a shadow. I begin to understand, floating silence like a goose feather, thunder lasting only a moment. This could be what we call the light goose movement technique. Although I have not yet grasped its true meaning, I have at least made a start in the movement technique. Silent and traceless as a floating goose feather light goose movement technique. At a certain moment, Su Yan felt an infinite sense of enlightenment flowing into his heart. In that instant, his figure began to flutter. In a blink of an eye, as if shifting, he arrived at another location. He landed without a sound, not even a speck of dust was raised. His figure constantly fluttered within the 8 diagrams, getting faster and lighter, changing positions in an instant. Moreover, such swift speed didn't produce any wind noise at all. In between flutters, light as a goose feather, silent and traceless, I finally perfected the light goose movement technique. Su Yan was extremely excited. He roared, leaped into the air, and in an instant he was 100 feet away, launching a descending dragon palm. Red Dragon roared out, creating a crater on the ground. Su Yan's figure flitted about, striking with the descending dragon palm, moving left and right, up and down, rolling around and changing positions in an instant. Consequently, the descending dragon palm instantly struck from different directions. With a grasp of the movement technique, Su Yan's fighting power soared instantly. Next, I will strive to practice hard and level up to the minor achievement of the Qi and Blood realm as soon as possible. Su Yan was ecstatic. Your disciple has successfully cultivated the movement technique you compiled and named it the Light Goose Movement Technique. You have now directly perfected the technique, increasing your power tenfold. On the 3rd day of passing the mantra to Su Yan, Li Xuan was sitting in a chair, playing with Jade Rui. Suddenly, a golden light appeared. In his mind, the principles of the Light Goose Movement Technique appeared all of a sudden, and he instantly perfected it. Li Xuan immediately stood up, his face showing excitement. As expected, having a mantra and not having it makes a big difference. My disciple's talent is truly extraordinary. As long as he has the mantra, he can sense it. It's worth my trouble to rack my brains to compile the mantra. It seems that the cultivation method of the innate realm can be passed on to my disciple in advance, so he can familiarize himself with it and strive to break through the innate realm as soon as possible. With a step light as a goose feather, silent and traceless, he had instantly left the small village. His figure fluttered around at a very high speed, yet not a sound of wind was created, quietly and silently. Li Xuan, playing with Jade Rui in his hand, had already arrived at Su Yan's training place. He saw his disciple, Su Yan, constantly launching the descending dragon palm while executing his movement technique, practicing his defense strategy. It's time for me to show some of my skills again. A smile appeared on Li Xuan's face. With a single move, he silently arrived behind Su Yan. with the mastery of Qi and Blood Realm and a strength 100 times that of the same level, and the perfection of the light goose movement technique, 10 times that of the same level. How could Su Yan detect his arrival? At this moment, Su Yan, who was excitedly practicing, was completely unaware of someone behind him, following his every move. Li Xuan's hands were behind his back. No matter how Su Yan rolled, he always kept behind Su Yan, silently, without Su Yan noticing at all. My dear disciple, in a while you will experience the strength of your master. A happy smile appeared on his face. P.S. Seeking continued reading, seeking everything. Su Yan stopped his training, his face filled with an excited smile. Pairing the light crane movement technique with the descending dragon palm, my combat power has greatly increased. With my current strength, even if I were in the midst of 100,000 troops, I could move about freely, cutting down commanders in the army with ease. Su Yan muttered to himself. A sudden feeling of pride emerged in his heart. He sneered mentally, rejected our marriage engagement, Thought that my mind is useless and that I am a disgrace. I warned you, your Jiang family will sooner or later be out of my league, and now you are indeed out of my league. So what if he is the great general of East River? Even if it's the old emperor of Qi country, I won't even take notice of them now. Su Yan was a young man full of vigor and virility. Having had his marriage engagement annulled and being ridiculed, how could he not harbor some resentment? Right now, with his initiation into martial arts, his strength greatly increased. He viewed the martial force of Qi country as nothing more than a chicken or a dog. Youthful pride naturally emerged. His current mindset was one of pity towards those who mocked him. They were like frogs in a well, ignorant of the vast world, and their ridicule no longer reached his ears. They were no longer people from his world. Disciple, you were able to comprehend the movement technique in such a short time and even thought of using it in combination with the descending dragon palm. Good job. Suddenly, a voice sounded from behind him. Su Yan suddenly shivered and hurriedly turned around, only to see his master leisurely standing behind him. Master, when did you arrive? I came when you were practicing the movement technique and the descending dragon palm. Su Yan was greatly shocked. I didn't notice at all. Master usually looks just like an ordinary person. Only when he reveals a bit of his power do I realize how insignificant I am. When will I be able to be like Master, appearing just like an ordinary person? This must be what Master meant by returning to simplicity and following nature in martial arts. The more he thought about it, the more unfathomable his master seemed. Disciple, with your current strength, in the mortal army of 100,000, not to mention freely moving about, even slaughtering them all would just take a bit longer. Li Xuan continued seriously, but remember, disciple, martial arts is not about killing. If you succumb to the habit of killing, you will enter the path of the devil and will eventually be reduced to ashes. He was worried that his disciple, a young man prone to pride and possessing great power, will become unstoppable in Qi country and consequently become arrogant and fearful of nothing. This was not a good thing. However, Li Xuan was not too worried that Su Yan would go astray. This disciple's heart was still pretty good. He knew his limits. Furthermore, his determination for martial arts was firm. With him as his master for guidance, he won't lose himself due to the relatively weak external martial strength, no matter the circumstances. Moreover, the martial strength of this world was not necessarily as low as Qi countries. The fire mane wolf was a perfect example. Yes, master, I will keep this in mind. Su Yan answered respectfully. You cannot kill indiscriminately, but you cannot be weak either. Kill when necessary, discern between good and evil, don't bully the weak as long as you know your limits. Li Xuan spoke in a gentle tone. He didn't want his disciple's mentality to inflate and cause a massacre. Of course, he also didn't want his disciple to be soft-hearted, hesitating to kill when he should. Those who deserve death naturally have to die. You cannot hesitate. I understand, master. Su Yan bowed in response. Good. Keep practicing diligently and strive to reach the small achievement level of Qi Blood Realm as soon as possible. When the time comes, I will teach you the cultivation method for the next realm. Li Xuan nodded with satisfaction. Su Yan was immediately excited. Master, rest assured, I will strive to break through to the small achievement level of the Qi Blood Realm within half a month. All right, half a month later, I will teach you the method of the innate realm. After injecting his disciple with a dose of chicken blood, Li Xuan was very satisfied. Half a month later, he could teach Su Yan the method of the innate realm, allowing Su Yan to begin comprehending it and understand the method of the innate realm. In the next half-month, Su Yan dedicated himself entirely to strenuous training, even interrupting the continuing learning and cultivation of the light crane movement technique and the descending dragon palm. Hard work indeed pays off. After half a month, Su Yan's vigor and energy reached the height of 30 feet, advancing to the small success stage of the blood and Qi realm. On this day, Li Xuan sat on a chair, gazing at the gloomy sky as if it was about to snow. It's time to leave, he thought. Li Xuan sighed regretfully, deciding it was time to leave this remote little village. Since traversing into this world, he had not taken a step outside of this small village, completely uninformed about the outside world. All he knew was that he is in Chi country, located within the territory of Dong County. At this moment, a golden light emerged. Your disciple has reached the small success stage of the blood and Chi realm, while you've achieved completion in the same realm, which makes you 100 times stronger than the others, said the golden light. The blood and Chi realm is complete. Li Xuan felt his vigor and energy explode in an instant. In a mere thought, his life energy shot up 300 feet into the sky. Good job, foolish disciple. Within half a month, you've managed to reach the small success stage of the blood and Chi realm. It's time I teach you the laws of the innate realm. What if he comprehends the laws of the innate realm before breaking through it? Would that allow me to be directly promoted to the innate realm? Li Xuan pondered. The feedback from the golden finger is based on the cultivation results of the disciple. If one has not reached a certain realm but has comprehended the laws of cultivation, can they also receive a response? Now, imparting the laws of the innate realm to Su Yan could verify this. Master, I've made a breakthrough. Su Yan obediently returned, bowing to his master. Li Xuan nodded, still sitting in his chair, slightly lifting his eyes and said, I'm going to teach you the way of the innate realm, but don't be too ambitious and impatient. Cultivation requires stepping forward one at a time. You must be down to earth and strengthen your foundation. If the foundation is not solid and you blindly pursue a breakthrough, you will eventually ruin your future in martial arts. To avoid his disciple neglecting the cultivation of the blood and Chi realm due to acquiring the laws of the innate realm, becoming overambitious, seeking a breakthrough into the innate realm without fully mastering the blood and Chi realm, Li Xuan was solemnly admonishing him. Yes, master. I will definitely stay grounded and carefully cultivate the foundation of the blood and Chi realm, Su Yan responded respectfully. I believe you understand this. Li Xuan nodded, stood up, placed a hand behind his back, slightly raised his head and stared at the distant horizon. For some reason, Li Xuan felt that this posture was particularly fitting. It gave off the aura of a strict teacher or a lofty person. Above the blood and Chi realm is the innate realm. What is the innate realm? It is the shedding of mortality and returning to the truth, stripping away all worldly impurities to reach the innate realm. Upon entering the innate realm, in some sense, you have already transcended the mundane world. Li Xuan spoke, narrating the introduction concerning the innate realm that he had prepared beforehand. Su Yan listened carefully, his heart pounding with excitement. Once in the innate realm, you've already transcended the mundane world to some extent, no longer an ordinary person. This is merely the second state in martial arts. It's hard to imagine how powerful the future states will be. To break through to the innate realm, your blood and Chi must be complete. Your body bridge and the heaven and earth must be interconnected in order to lead nature's spiritual energy into your body, create the Danshan Chi Si, and transform the blood and Chi into the innate true Chi. Transform all the blood and Chi into innate true Chi, and you will enter the innate realm. The cultivation of the innate realm involves guiding and processing nature's spiritual energy, solidifying it into innate true Chi. Li Xuan presented the techniques for cultivating the innate realm one by one to Su Yan, explaining what the heaven-earth bridge and Danshan Chi Si are, among other things. Li Xuan took a deep breath and finished explaining the cultivation technique of the innate realm, which he compiled to Disciple. Disciple, have you remembered it? The cultivation technique of the innate realm was the first time he put a lot of thought into it. The theory, framework, and so on were all more complete than practicing skin, bones, and organs of the foundational realm. It even pointed out the location of the heaven and earth bridge and Chi Si in the Danshan. A more detailed method of cultivation like this is usually easier to understand and to practice successfully for Su Yan. Master, disciple has remembered it, Su Yan respectfully replied. As you practice the way of innate, meditate carefully. Do not neglect the cultivation of the realm of blood, nor be overly ambitious. You need to stay grounded. Li Xuan once again reminded seriously. Master, disciple understands. Before my Chi and blood are perfected, I will absolutely not practice the way of the innate and attempt to break through. Su Yan solemnly replied. Li Xuan nodded and then continued. These 4 sentences elucidate the realm of innate, remember them as well. Yes, master. Su Yan was energetically uplifted, revealing an excited expression. The heavenly bridge is connected to shed mortal dust, inhale spiritual energy to return to innate, true Chi vast and endless, commanding the energy to soar into the blue sky. Li Xuan spoke word by word. The heavenly bridge is connected to shed mortal dust, commanding the energy to soar into the blue sky. Su Yan repeated to himself in a murmur. He felt that his heart seemed to gain some insight. He felt as if the innate was not far away from him. In your leisure time, reflect more. When your Chi and blood are complete, you will be able to break through to the innate. Li Xuan glanced at his disciple. The way of the innate realm had already been passed on to the disciple. When he could gain insight, he had no way of knowing. but he believed that with Su Yan's comprehension and that formidable improvising ability and firm belief in the martial arts he taught, he could surely gain insight. It's about time to find another disciple to test. The disciple must have a high comprehension and a rich imagination to comprehend the made-up cultivation technique. Li Xuan thought to himself. The method of practicing martial arts in the Qi blood realm is already complete. If passed to a new disciple, would it also receive feedback? Can the new disciples be successful in cultivation? However, Li Xuan had an intuition that the newly accepted disciples must practice new ways to get more feedback. He believed this intuition would not be wrong. Therefore, getting another disciple would need another cultivation technique compiled. The realm may remain the same, but the cultivation technique must be different. After gaining experience, composing will be relatively easier, but good disciples are hard to find. Ordinary people are definitely not suitable. They lack comprehension and are not strong in improvisation. They certainly cannot success in cultivation. Looking at Su Yan engrossed in the tips of the innate realm, Li Xuan was very clear. If it not for this silly disciple who has excellent comprehension, strong improvising ability, and firmly believed in the martial arts he taught, he would not have been successful in cultivation, and activated his golden finger. Therefore, the requirement for the talent of disciples absolutely cannot be low. In such a big Qi country, I can surely find a second suitable disciple. Li Xuan was full of expectations. If he can't find one in Qi country, he could go to Wu country. I can also look for one or two suitable persons. If not accepting them as disciples, accepting them as servants should be possible, right? Teaching them the cultivation technique of the Qi blood realm to see the effects. If servants are not suitable, how about registered disciples? As a secluded master, how can I casually accept disciples? Therefore, it's better to be servants. Li Xuan had a few thoughts. The practiced method of martial arts, it is temporarily unknown whether it can be practiced successfully if taught to others. Even if it can be practiced successfully, there should be certain requirements for the aptitude. The feedback received by successors is not high. This was Li Xuan's intuition at heart. He believed this intuition was related to his golden finger. Therefore, if he wants to get larger feedback, he has to take disciples and compile a new cultivation technique. So it's time to leave. Li Xuan glanced at his disciple, who was meditating on the tips of the innate realm. Then he said, "Disciple, pack up your things. It's time to leave." "Master, what's going on?" Su Yan was taken aback. "As a master, I should also venture out into the world," Li Xuan said nonchalantly. "Master, you're not going to live in seclusion anymore." Su Yan looked surprised. "Now that I have accepted a disciple, it's time to be part of the world again." "Besides, where can I not live in seclusion? To hide in plain sight," Li Xuan said inscrutably. "Hide in plain sight," Su Yan murmured and suddenly perked up. True to his reputation, his master was a hidden expert. Where could one not live in seclusion? To a real master, where could they not seclude themselves? Even the bustling marketplace can serve as a place of seclusion too. "Yes, master." Su Yan eagerly nodded and began packing his bags. He didn't have much for luggage. Other than a few pieces of clothing, all he had were the gifts he had offered when he first became a disciple. Li Xuan toyed with a jade ruyi in his hand, finding himself more and more fond of it. A horse pulled an old wooden cart out of the forest. Li Xuan sat in the cart, toying with his jade ruyi, and looked back at the dense forest and mountains, which were slowly fading away. He was filled with a sense of nostalgia after his long seclusion. He was finally stepping out of the mountains. Leaving the small village, at this moment the day was approaching twilight. Su Yan led the horse. His footsteps were light, and he made no sound when he hit the ground. His movement technique had made a significant progress. "Master, the town ahead is Yunqian County. Shall we rest there or go directly to the prefecture city of Dong?" Su Yan asked. "Let's spend some time in Yunqian County for now," Li Xuan pondered before answering. He wanted to observe if there was any suitable disciple candidates in Yunqian County. Yunqian County was just a small county town with a population of several tens of thousands. In the evening, the townspeople suddenly saw a carriage driven into the county town. Two young men, one leading the horse, the other sitting in the carriage. The young man in the carriage was dressed ordinarily, but he toyed with a flawless jade ruyi in his hand. Its expensive value was obvious at a glance. A beggar squatting by the roadside stared at the man on the carriage for a long time. His face lit up with excitement, and he signaled to a middle-aged man who had a stall nearby. The stall owner silently nodded, packed up his stall, and disappeared into an alley. All this had not escaped Li Xuan's notice, but he remained unmoved. The saying, "wealth should not be revealed," applied only to the weak. The martial strength of Qi country was too low. There was no one who could threaten him. Even if there were powerful cultivators, they would not covet the jade ruyi in his hand. "Master, we have a shop in the county town and we have bought a courtyard there. Let's go there now," Su Yan suggested. "You, my dear disciple, handle the arrangements." Li Xuan was indifferent. These mundane matters, naturally, should be left to his disciple to arrange. In the heart of the county town, in front of a small courtyard, Su Yan knocked on the gate. Soon, a servant came out to open the door. Its young master. Please come in. Surprised to see Su Yan, the servant's face broke into a smile. Make sure everything is tidy and find yourself another place to stay. Su Yan immediately ordered. Yes, yes, young master, please go in. The servant looked obsequious and was about to take the reins from Su Yan, but Su Yan ignored him and led the horse into the yard himself. Master, this county town is a humble place and the living conditions are simple. No worries. The servant stared at Li Xuan, who was sitting in the carriage, obviously confused. Master, had the foolish heir of the wealthiest family been deceived again? Li Xuan stood in the courtyard, for the first time in a bustling place with a sense of wonderment. After all this time, it was today that he really stepped into this world. Nightfall came. The streets of the county town grew quieter as the flow of pedestrians gradually fell into silence. At this moment, inside Yunqian County government, the county magistrate, deputy magistrate, and head clerk were all gathered together. Surprisingly, even the beggar and a stall owner were also present. The one sitting in the main seat was not the county magistrate, but an old man dressed in coarse linen clothes. We've found out that the rich man who entered the city is Su Jun's foolish son, along with his master, the beggar said with a strange expression. Su Yan, that young man is his master. That's impossible. The county magistrate's face was filled with surprise. In the past, the mentors that Su Jun's idiot son found were all wise old men. This young man is only a few years older. He didn't quite understand what methods the young man had used to fool Su Yan into becoming his disciple. The elderly man in linen robes sitting at the head of the table spoke. Su Jun is stubborn and foolish. He possesses enormous wealth, yet he shows no mercy to the common people. Not only did he refuse to join our Heavenly Mother cult, but he even had our followers captured and sent to the government. His son being here serves our cult's purpose. Later, we shall use the righteousness of our cult to influence his disciple and persuade him to sincerely join our cult. The county magistrate nodded. The protector speaks wisely. The elderly man in linen robes stood up. We are all focused on Dong County. We cannot afford any mistakes this time. The trouble with Su Jun is coming soon. If he softens his stance, we can save him. Rest assured, Protector, Strategist Ku is in charge in Dong County, and he is certain to seize control of the county successfully, the beggar said with a look of admiration on his face. The man in the linen robe nodded. Strategist Ku is the think tank of the Heavenly Mother cult, and his presence ensures everything is foolproof. Come with me to influence Su Yan's young apprentice's master to join our cult. Yes. The county magistrate and others closely followed the old man in linen robes out of the county office. Su Yan was practicing in the courtyard, while Li Xuan was sitting in a chair, holding a book. This was a popular storybook from the Qi country that he had bought. He was curious why his foolish disciple, Su Yan, after reading the storybook, firmly believed that there was an incredibly powerful martial arts world and searched everywhere for a master to teach him. Blessed by the Heavenly Mother, Savior of all, pray to the Heavenly Mother to escape from suffering, to be wealthy in the next life. The sound rang out in the silent street, along with the sound of a bell and footsteps coming from the end of the street. May the Heavenly Mother protect us. May the Heavenly Mother protect us. Suddenly, doors on both sides of the street opened, and many devout citizens began to pray. Ding! The sound of metal falling echoed incessantly. Li Xuan, listening, could confirm that this was the sound of copper coins scattering on the ground. The Heavenly Mother is touring and transforming sinners, rescuing the good and eradicating all evil in the world. The bell sounded closer and the bell rang clearer. Li Xuan wore a strange look. Were they aiming at him? No, they were after Su Yan. At this moment, Su Yan had already stopped his practice, a look of displeasure on his face. Apprentice, what is happening? Li Xuan asked. Master, they're charlatans from the Heavenly Mother cult, Su Yan said a bit angrily. Heavenly Mother cult. Li Xuan was startled. Was it an evil cult within the realm of Qi country? Yes, Master. The Heavenly Mother cult is regarded as a rebellious and evil cult by the imperial court and has been surrounded and suppressed, but it cannot be wiped out. It's not just Qi country, it's the same case in Wu country too. They've been continually hunted down. The Heavenly Mother sect stirred up several rebellions, none of which succeeded. The last rebellion was 20 years ago. After being crushed, they've become weaker and have almost stopped openly preaching their doctrines. The Heavenly Mother sect is an ancient sect, dating back to the previous dynasty. Since the establishment of Qi country, they rebelled no less than 10 times. They're a thorn in the eye and flesh of the Qi country court, but despite multiple crackdowns, they've never been entirely wiped out. Every once in a while, they rise again. The same happened in Wu country. The Heavenly Mother sect worships the so-called Heavenly Mother. It's widely spread that worshipping the Heavenly Mother can help one escape suffering and enjoy immense wealth in the afterlife. Each time the Heavenly Mother sect caused trouble, there would be a group of fearlessly faithful followers, asserting that they would return to the embrace of the Heavenly Mother, escape the pain of the mortal world, and enjoy wealth and honor in their next life. They were undaunted by death, causing significant damage to the armies of Qi country several times. The followers of Heavenly Mother's sect were never few, even when the court tried to crack down on the sect, especially in places plagued by famine and disaster. The people there tended to believe more in the Heavenly Mother sect. Members of the Heavenly Mother sect liked to seize wealth from others and then distribute it to the impoverished, gaining their faith in the process. They have even robbed government officials and distributed food from their granaries. However, the Heavenly Mother sect has been silent for nearly 20 years. At least since I was born, I have never heard of them parading openly, spreading their doctrines. Suyan spoke in confusion. Li Xuan was surprised. The Heavenly Mother sect seemed to echo the White Lotus sect, and since it was strictly forbidden by Qi country, it was a target to be wiped out. Why were they openly parading and preaching their doctrines in Yunshan County? Perhaps Yunshan County has already been covertly taken over by the Heavenly Mother sect. The people in the county were either followers or members of the sect. It seems Yunshan County has already been taken over by the Heavenly Mother sect, Li Xuan said with a smile. Su Yan was taken aback, suddenly realizing something. My family's shop in Yunshan, has it been taken over by the Heavenly Mother sect? Has it become part of the sect? Master, they seem to be coming this way. Listening to the sound gradually getting closer, it was clearly directed at them. How dare they seize my family's shop and disturb my cultivation late at night? I'm going to deal with them right now. Su Yan said angrily. Don't rush, let them come, it's quite entertaining. Li Xuan laughed. Just out of the mountain cave, he was quite interested in these outside matters. Yes, Master, Su Yan respectfully agreed. He sighed, thinking Master's mindset is so unique. Is he playing with the world? This is the demeanor of a true master. Footsteps stopped outside the courtyard. The bell's sound rhythmically swayed. A voice came. The Heavenly Mother is merciful and brings relief to all creatures. Would any of you benevolent souls like to contribute to the cause? The voice was magnificent and carried far without dissipating. Li Xuan raised an eyebrow. The person who spoke was not ordinary. Could this be a leading expert in the martial world? Just as Su Yan said, they were too weak. For him and Su Yan, the speaker was weak, but for ordinary people, he was a formidable expert. Su Yan frowned, saying, a prime martial artist. Why does the Heavenly Mother sect in Yunshan County have such a martial artist? Could this be their stronghold? Li Xuan was astonished. He thought the speaker was a leading martial artist, but he turned out to be a prime one. The level of martial strength in Qi country's martial world was way too low. This is a prime martial artist, so weak. Li Xuan said helplessly, Master, their martial arts are merely mortal. Their strength is limited. A prime martial artist is someone who has cultivated inner strength. Judging from his voice, it emanates from his inner strength. Su Yan explained, inner strength. Li Xuan was a bit curious. What was this inner strength all about? Why was it so weak? It's a kind of explosive force whose power is not that strong, roughly equivalent to the beginner stage of bone training, like the initial stage of iron bone, Su Yan replied, sounding somewhat uncertain. The martial prowess of Qi country was so weak that it was beyond Li Xuan's imagination. He felt that with his power, he was like a god in Qi country. He could completely disregard the court of Qi country. Let me see what tricks these people are up to, he said as their master. Li Xuan was fondling the jade rui and leisurely walked to the front gate of the courtyard and opened it. Outside the courtyard, a group of more than 10 people, all dressed in coarse hemp clothes, looked solemn. The leader was an old man dressed in hemp, the top-notch expert from the martial arts world who spoken earlier. We greet the Good Samaritan. The old man in hemp put his hands on his chest and bowed in a salute. What can I do for all of you? Li Xuan twirled the jade rui in his hand, pretending to be confused. Good Samaritan, the Heavenly Mother is merciful and saves the world. You are a man of handsome bearing and great wealth. Are you willing to donate to help the life of people? The Heavenly Mother is merciful. She will bless you with peace and happiness. Li Xuan's mouth twitched. He looked at the old man in hemp, paused for a moment and said, you come here for money under the guise of helping others, and there's no fault in that. But could you take your act more seriously? Speaking, he pointed to the old man in the hemp's hand and said, look at you, dressed so shabby, putting on a show of walking for the people, raising money to help the people in suffering. But can't you take off that big gold ring on your finger? At least hide it. The man in hemp was stunned. He looked down at his own hand. His thumb and pointer finger both wore a gold ring inset with jade. Li Xuan looked up and turned his gaze to the middle-aged man standing beside the old man, sighed and said, and you, wearing an expensive thumb ring, outer clothes of coarse hemp, but underneath a fine brocade lining. You are really unprofessional. Su Yan stood behind and watched his master critique them. He looked quite dumbfounded. Moreover, everything the master said, there was nothing wrong. These guys from Heavenly Mother's cult, really, could they not even put up a good show? And that man wearing the thumb ring, he looks familiar. It took him a while to realize in shock. Are you the county magistrate of Yunshan County? The county magistrate of Yunshan is from the Heavenly Mother's cult. The followers of the Heavenly Mother's cult fell silent, deep in thought. In the past, when they went to the wealthy families to ask for money, they would always give it without suspecting anything wrong about them. Why is it so different today? You have sharp eyes. Old Man in Hemp showed a sharp light in his eyes. Since it has come to this, it's time to be frank and use real power. Not that I have sharp eyes, it's just you guys are too lacking. Li Xuan sighed, stretched out his hand and put it on the old man's shoulder. With your act like this, it's no wonder you've been failing all along. The Old Man in Hemp was now terrified. Master, an absolute master among the masters. He was so scared that he was breaking out in cold sweat. I am the hemp-robed protector of the Heavenly Mother's cult. May I know who you are in the martial arts world. The Old Man in Hemp was stiff all over, his inner strength ready to burst forth as he asked in a deep voice. At this moment, the county magistrate and others were nervous. Su Yan's master is actually a top-notch master. A top-notch master at such a young age is very rare. They signaled each other secretly and then suddenly attacked. They were not attacking Li Xuan, but Su Yan. As long as they can seize Su Jun's foolish son, their goal will be achieved. Looking at the approaching followers of the Heavenly Mother's cult, Su Yan slightly furrowed his brows, raising his hand. His blood surged, pressing down slightly. A powerful surge of blood and energy instantly suppressed them. As a result, the county magistrate and others felt as if a mountain had descended upon them, fell to the ground with a thud, unable to get up. Overestimate your abilities. Su Yan snorted coldly. He had shown mercy, not killing them immediately. All depends on the master's decision. The elders in hemp clothes were already scared out of their wits. What manner of expert was this? We can discuss this calmly. We harbor no ill will, said one elder, his face wreathing in cold sweat. At this moment, the county magistrate hollered, I am the magistrate of Yunshan County. Killing me is tantamount to rebellion. Think thrice about this. Su Yan's eyes widened. His internal energy abruptly pressurized the county magistrate, who felt as if he was about to be crushed into a meat pie, scaring him greatly. Without delay, the county magistrate pleaded, hold on, hold on. Your parents, young Master Su, are in imminent danger. Only our sacred sect can save them. If you kill me, bear in mind the consequences. What did you say? Su Yan's face flared with anger, his energy surging, intimidating the elder in hemp to the point of turning him pale. It's the truth, but it has nothing to do with our sect. The county magistrate was scared witless. Speak, what's going on? Su Yan threatened, if you dare to deceive me, I'll crush you into pieces and feed you to the dogs. It had not been long since he left home. How could his parents be in danger? Our sect received intel that the governor of Dong Prefecture plans to take action against the Su family, confiscating their properties and imprisoning them. And that's no false information. The county magistrate didn't dare to conceal anything else. Seeking death, the governor of Dong Prefecture, even with tenfold courage, would not dare to strike against the Su family. Su Yan sneered, my maternal grandfather is the current assistant minister of the Ministry of Personnel. How does the governor of Dong Prefecture have the audacity? Li Xuan, standing at one side, was astounded. His dull apprentice's background, after all, was not so simple. Having the richest man in Dong Prefecture as a father and the assistant minister being the grandfather, with this kind of background, he could act unchallenged not only in Dong Prefecture, but also in the capital city of Qi Country. Of course, the governor of Dong Prefecture wouldn't dare. But this is the will of a higher-ranked official in the capital. The county magistrate feared that Su Yan would squash him to death in rage. He hastily added, allegedly in the dispute over the crown prince, the eldest prince is gaining the upper hand. Assistant Minister Guo is a supporter of the third prince, so a struggle for succession. When one side wins, the losing party would not have a good ending. Looking at it this way, the Su family really is in danger. The dispute over the crown prince. Su Yan frowned. He naturally wasn't aware of these matters. All his efforts were focused on seeking hidden masters and honing his martial arts after accepting Li Xuan as his master. As for his family affairs, he barely paid them any attention, let alone the dispute over the crown prince happening far away in the capital. Su Yan furrowed his brow, withdrew his oppressive aura, and the county magistrate breathed a sigh of relief. He continued, the reason for the broken engagement by the general of Dong was due to them sensing that the third prince was losing ground. Realizing that the dispute over the crown prince was nearing a conclusion, they broke off the engagement to extricate themselves. Su Yan was taken aback. Behind the broken engagement by the general's family, there were such hidden circumstances. The magistrate painstakingly got up, saying, the governor of Dong Prefecture will soon take action. Those who have connections in Dong Prefecture, everyone knows that the Su family's downfall is imminent. They are all eyeing the Su family's business, and they want to tear away a piece of meat for themselves. Upon hearing this, Su Yan became furious and cursed, the emperor is blind. My grandfather supports his third son, he's doing him a favor. These people dare to lay their hands on my family's business. Who dares to confiscate my family, I'll kill them. On hearing this, the county magistrate was overjoyed and said, young Master Su, it's wonderful that you have this realization. Join us in the sacred sect, let us rebel together. Get lost. Su Yan slapped the magistrate, sending him flying. Li Xuan sighed inwardly, the dispute over the crown prince in this dynasty not only reaps great benefits but also poses a great risk. If successful, it amounts to assisting a dragon. If a failure, at most your entire family could be put to the sword. And if it were more severe, your 9 generations could be exterminated. The crisis of the Su family suddenly arrived. However, given Su Yan's strength and the fact the martial power of Qi country was so low, this could not be considered a crisis at all. Even if thousands of soldiers and horses rushed over, he could deal with them easily. Disciple, the urgency at hand requires you to return home and take care of this matter, Li Xuan reminded him. Yes, I need to rush home immediately. Returning to his senses, Su Yan promptly said, Master, I will return home to deal with this matter. Once it is taken care of, I will return to your side. Go, Li Xuan nodded. But them, Su Yan glanced at the old man in sackcloth and the county magistrate, his expression darkening. Ignore them. Li Xuan shook his head. Yes, master. After bowing respectfully to Li Xuan, Su Yan moved and disappeared into the black night. He did not ride a horse to travel, but directly used his light crane movement technique. With his current strength, his speed was much faster than horseback. In his desperation to return home, he naturally used the light crane movement technique. The old man in sackcloth and the others were frightened. How was Su Jun's silly son so powerful? Could it be that he had truly found a hidden master? Do such unbelievably powerful masters in martial arts truly exist in this world, just like the legends say? Who the hell is playing tricks on us? For a while, all the masters of the Heavenly Mother religion were questioning their lives. After Su Yan left, Li Xuan immediately laughed heartily, pulling the old man in sackcloth to his side and suggesting, Don't just stand there dumbfounded, come in and let's chat. The old man in sackcloth replied, breaking out in cold sweat. The young man in front of him may look young, but he could very well be an old monster. Since Su Yan, the foolish lad, was incredibly strong and his abilities were beyond comprehension, his master could not be simply dismissed as an ordinary man either. Are you truly going to save the suffering people? Li Xuan chuckled. Yes, yes, we are. The old man in sackcloth stammered, his body trembling with fear. The county magistrate got up from the ground, scurrying back in fear, attempting to escape. The Cloud Mountain County Magistrate, come here. Li Xuan waved his jade rui and beckoned to the magistrate. Senior, if you have any orders, this small one will do his best to fulfill them. The Cloud Mountain County Magistrate bowed and fawned over him. Don't panic, come in and let's have a chat about this Heavenly Mother religion. As Li Xuan stirred his internal energy, an invisible pressure blanketed everyone present. Yes, yes. The followers of the Heavenly Mother religion dared not disobey, entering the courtyard with ingratiating smiles plastered on their faces. Just as he entered the courtyard, a light bulb went off in the old man in sackcloth head, and he dropped to his knees immediately. Your omnipotent power is unrivaled in the world like the lofty sky. There is no one like you in the world. From today onwards, our Heavenly Mother religion worships you as the Heavenly Grand Master. The Heavenly Grand Master is invincible. There is no one like him in the world. The old man in sackcloth began to knock his head vigorously on the ground, his expression solemn, like a true believer. The Cloud Mountain County Magistrate and the others saw this and frantically dropped to their knees. With solemn expressions, they acted like devout believers, knocking their heads against the ground without sparing any effort. The sounds of kowtowing could be heard, greeting the Heavenly Grand Master. The Heavenly Grand Master is invincible and unparalleled in the world. Li Xuan, what strange bunch is this Heavenly Mother religion? What the heck is a Heavenly Grand Master? Is this supposed to be a balance with the Heavenly Mother? The name will no longer be changed to Heaven's Religion. 2 choices, either sit down and have a proper talk, or die, Li Xuan said in an indifferent tone. The sound of kowtowing stopped. The old man in hemp clothing and others wiped off the blood oozing from their foreheads and quietly stood up. Whether to have a chat or to die, they still knew how to choose. Li Xuan sat on the chair and let the old man in hemp clothing and others introduce him to Tianmu religion, the royal court and the martial world, thereby further understanding this world. Su family in Dong's prefecture. At this moment, the Su household was brightly lit. Protectors holding weapons patrolled the Su estate were on high alert. On each house, one person sat, watching vigilantly around, and in the inner courtyard, Chief Chen and Master Wang, holding their weapons, sat in the pavilion. Apart from these 2, there were 3 others, all on guard in the inner courtyard. 5 top-notch martial arts experts from the martial world. Husband, why did the evildoers of the Tianmu religion set their sights on our Su family? What does the government say? Madame Su asked with a worried expression. Su Jun sighed and said, the Tianmu religion demanded more than half of the wealth of our Su family in the name of helping the people in distress. In fact, they are forcing us to join the Tianmu religion. This is a generally recognized rebellious cult. Once involved, the outcome is like rebellion. One can imagine the consequences. Madame Su frowned and asked, I understand this, but why doesn't the government arrest them while the Tianmu religion is causing chaos in the locale? Why does Zhang Pingshan, the general of Dong, just sit and watch? Because it's not time to act yet. Su Jun paced the room full of worries, frowning. Husband, do we have to wait for the Tianmu religion to break into our Su household before we act? Do we sit by and watch our Su family be destroyed by this rebellious cult? Doesn't the magistrate of Dong fear being charged with accusations? Madame Su looked puzzled. They are waiting for some news. At this point, Su Jun felt that it was time to let his wife know. Those mountain bandits suddenly disappeared without a trace, and the goods were successfully delivered to the capital. I thought we had survived a disaster, but I didn't expect a greater one to come. This difficulty is hard to pass through. Madame Su hesitated. What kind of disaster? Su Jun sighed and said, the battle for the heir to the throne. Hearing this, Madame Su's face turned pale instantly. Trembling, she said, husband, are you implying that my father? Your father's mentor is Pavilion Elder Chen, and Pavilion Elder Chen supports the third prince therefore. Your father has long been seen as a trusted person, belonging to the faction of the third prince. Ever since last year, when the third prince lost the jade offered to the emperor during his disaster relief in the three prefectures, he has been in a disadvantageous position in the battle for heir to the throne. Now, the dust is about to settle over this matter. Su Jun sighed. If it was a normal jade, it would have been all right. Third prince's merits in providing disaster relief would have spared him from punishment. However, that piece of jade was known as the Evergreen Longevity Gem, a rarity in this world. Carrying it could ward off diseases and extend one's lifespan. It was an invaluable treasure. This lost treasure soon led to rumors that the third prince did not want the emperor to live a long life and had intentionally lost the gem. Regardless of the gem's authenticity, as soon as this matter got out, the third prince fell out of Emperor Qi's favor and was out of the game for the crown prince. The faction of the third prince was naturally targeted for settlement. Madame Su turned pale and trembled. Is there no way out? What about turning to the first prince? Su Jun gave a bitter smile. Your father was a student of Pavilion Elder Chen and a confidant of the third prince. There's no chance. He held his wife's hand, and after a moment of silence, Su Jun said, our Su family is so wealthy, so naturally we have become the target for settlement. It's fate. I, Su Jun, with my insignificant being, have come to this. It's not too unfair a life. He glanced at the helplessly and said, as for Yanner, Sai. Madame Su leaned on him with red eyes. It's perhaps a blessing that Yanner is not a home. I hope he can survive this disaster. This child just foolishly believed in those books' tales and went to find some expert. As long as Yanner can be found before the officials, he can be kept safe. I have already made arrangements. Su Jun softly embraced his wife. Pharmacist Pan walked in and said, Master, everything is ready. As soon as the young master is found, he will be immediately escorted to Wu country. Su Jun nodded and said, in Wu country, we have some assets that can ensure Yanner's wealth. Elder Pan, please take care of him a little more. Sigh. Pharmacist Pan sighed, I will take care of him. After this incident, he should no longer be such a fool. Su Jun remained silent, but inside he sighed deeply. After such calamity, if his foolish son managed to escape by luck and hide in Wu country, he feared that he would be consumed with thoughts of seeking out a hidden martial arts master. Only by locating a reclusive master and learning the mighty martial arts of legends could his son avenge their household. He knew his son all too well. Elder Pan, you should leave tonight. Chief Chen and his men might do their best against the Heavenly Mother's teachings, but when it involves the government, they will not stand with the Su family to the bitter end. Su Jun pondered. Understood. Pharmacist Pan nodded, turning to leave. My husband, will the people from the Heavenly Mother's teachings come tonight? Madame Su asked after a pregnant pause. Perhaps. Su Jun nodded. His gaze swept towards the window, heavy with concern. Outside the mansion of the Su family, seated inside a tavern across the street, a group of over 10 people, all dressed in coarse hemp cloth, met silently. Leading them, quill fan in hand, a man gazed out the window at the Su family mansion. Strategist Ku, shall we take action? A burly man voiced his thoughts with a grave tone. Rest assured, the Su family will perish tonight. The East River Prefecture thought laying a snare would allow them to exterminate us while seizing the Su family. What a joke. I've prepared everything in advance. The moment they act, it will be time to change the leadership of East River. The control of East River starts tonight. Kuruaji had an air of assurance written all over his face. The Emperor Qi is ignorant and incompetent. The Qi court is filled with nothing but inept officials who enjoy possession without the merit. Our Heavenly Mother's teachings uphold the will of heaven. We will start with East River to show Emperor Qi what real governance truly looks like. Kuruaji's gaze was icy. His voice brimmed with rage against Emperor Qi and the Qi court. The burly man nodded repeatedly, expressing his strong disapproval. Strategist Ku is well known for his martial arts, and his wit and wisdom are unparalleled. Yet the Qi court shunned his talents, dismissing him from examination 3 times. The Qi court is indeed ignorant and incompetent. The others also nodded, saying that Ku, the think tank of the Heavenly Mother's teachings, was overflowing with unparalleled wit and wisdom. Nonetheless, he had been dismissed 3 times. Emperor Qi and the court officials were indeed ignorant. All the better. Ever since strategist Ku joined the Heavenly Mother's teachings, he has been steadily advancing their cause. Today, it is one step away from taking control of East River Prefecture and raising the banner of revolt. With strategist Ku at our side, this revolt of Heavenly Mother's teachings will undoubtedly succeed. Clatter, clatter, clatter. Horse hooves and footfalls echoed in the silent street. From the distance, a group of people approached the Su family mansion. They're here. Ku Ryuaji perked up, act according to the plan. During the transportation of Mr. and Mrs. Sujun to the jail, rescue them. As long as Sujun joins our sect, we have businesses in both the Qi and Wu countries and immense fortune is not a dream. Will Sujun agree to it? The burly man asked, doubtful. He will. Kuruaji confirmed, radiating confidence. Even if he doesn't consider himself, he will do so for his foolish son. Boom, the front door to Su family's mansion burst open. The East River Prefecture's troops stormed in, led by their commander. The Su family erupted into chaos. Chief Chen, Master Wang, and the others were taken aback. This wasn't the doing of the cultists of the Heavenly Mother's teachings, but rather the government's soldiers. In an instant, their expressions flickered in surprise, silently retreating to the side, ready to escape if the situation turned sour. Su Jun conspired with the Heavenly Mother's teachings, committing evil of the highest order. By the order of this prefecture, the Su family will be confiscated and Su Jun, along with his wife, are to be arrested. The East River Prefecture's commander, glaring at the protectors and Chief Chen among the other experts, commanded sternly, present no resistance, surrender your weapons, and establish your identities. Afterwards, you may leave freely. The group of protectors laid down their weapons one after another. Chief Chen and the others were equally dumbstruck. This was the government, not some heretics from the cult of the Heavenly Mother. Resisting them would be tantamount to committing treason, a grave crime punishable by the slaughter of one's entire family. Su Jun supported his wife, Madame Su, as they stepped forward, calmly looking at the governor of Dong County. Just a short while ago, they had been sharing drinks and stories, but now they were treated ruthlessly. Such was the ruthlessness of the struggle for the Crown Prince's throne. Accusations of collusion with the cult of the Heavenly Mother. Why this sudden accusation? Su Jun looked at the county governor, sighing. Charges of collusion with the cult of the Heavenly Mother were extremely serious and grave, enough to annihilate the entire Su family and his father-in-law's family if found guilty. The Dong County governor remained cold, delivering with indifference. My office is responsible for examining the Su family and whether there exist ties to the cult of the Heavenly Mother. These matters will naturally be determined through the judicial process. Su Jun remained silent. The lack of a definitive sentence for his supposed collusion with the cult of the Heavenly Mother was perhaps to keep him pondering over whether to commit the act. Once committed, there would be no turning back. This would indeed be a sin that leads to the extermination of his entire family. If convicted on other charges, perhaps they would be exiled and not executed. All of this was beyond the control of a mere merchant. His only hope was that his father-in-law in the capital city would have the influence to adjust the outcome of the case. Take them away. At the wave of the Dong County governor's hand, 2 soldiers, carrying shackles, moved forward, prepared to arrest Su Jun and his wife. A swarm of soldiers stormed in with the intention to seize the Su family's affairs. As the richest man in Dong County, with vast wealth, who wouldn't be envious? Now with this giant teetering on the brink of collapse, countless hungry wolves were bound to swarm in for a share. Suddenly, a roar of anger resounded like thunder. Who dares to investigate my family's affairs? The face of Madame Su changed drastically, exclaiming Yanner. Her face lost all color in an instant. Why had he come back at a time like this? Boom! Just then, 2 fiery red dragons, bringing with them a terrifyingly blazing force, swooped down from midair. Like a force of nature, they swept across the amassed officials awaiting to seize the Su family's affairs. In an instant, all the soldiers were knocked flying, landing hard on the floor, unable to climb back up. The soldiers attempting to arrest Su Jun and his wife with their shackles were swept into the air by the looming dragons. In mid-air, they exploded into a burst of searing heat, resembling a terrifying flame. The soldiers turned into charred corpses, falling on the heads of the other soldiers. A young man enveloped in scorching energy descended from the sky, landing in front of Su Jun and his wife, his awe-inspiring valor on full display. Silence. The Dong County governor's body was trembling, his eyes filled with shock. The soldiers lay on the ground, shivering in fear. The Su family's protectors were all stupefied, their mouths hanging open, eyes wide, as they stared at young Yan who had descended from the sky. Chief Chen kept swallowing, beads of sweat trickling down his forehead. His eyes wide open, his mind drew a blank. Su Yan, the idiot son of Su Jun, how can this be possible? Most stunned of all were Su Jun and his wife, as they watched Su Yan descend from the sky, especially the 2 enormous, terrifying dragons that scattered all of the soldiers. It was beyond the realms of human capability. Their son had always been searching for great martial artists hidden from the world, wanting to learn the mighty martial arts from the legends and stories. Could it be that he had truly succeeded in his training? Su Yan was furious. He had shown restraint earlier. If he hadn't, those soldiers would have been annihilated by one strike, their corpses strewn about. This was his family home with his mother present. If he dirtied this household, it might scare her. Thus, he had held back. Only those two soldiers who held the shackles were carried into mid-air by his descending dragon palm and killed on the spot. The intense heat from their blood immediately charred their corpses into cinders. "You dog of an official, dare to ransack my house, are you tired of living?" Su Yan was seething with rage, glaring at the ruler of Donk County, a scarlet dragon coiling around him. Its powerful aura forced the county ruler to sit on the ground. "Has my father not worked hard, doing business to earn a little money? Is that so easy? Because the emperor's two sons are fighting for the throne, he implicates the Su family. This is outrageous. My grandfather respected his third son. It's the emperor's good fortune." The moment Su Yan said this, the faces of Mr. and Mrs. Su Jun changed drastically. This is blatant treason. It leads to execution of the entire family. Hidden outside the Su family mansion, Ku Ruaji was overjoyed at Su Yan's words. Looking at Su Yan's awe-inspiring demeanor, a bold idea emerged in his heart. Meanwhile, the ruler of Donk County, with a shocked face, pointed at Su Yan. "You're committing treason, you are conspiring against the throne. What punishment should be meted out to you? Move, arrest the traitors Su and his son. This is a great opportunity to make a name for yourself. Hurry up, go," the ruler of the Donk County roared. Although Su Yan showed divine-like power, there were always those who could not see the situation clearly and thought they could gain merits. "Everyone, let's go together. It's just one person, don't be afraid," the leader of the soldiers, wielding his weapon, roared. "Suppressing the rebellion, capturing the rebel leader is a great achievement. Wealth and high positions are just around the corner." The ruler of Donk County looked at Chief Chen and others in the distance, said, "Anyone who participates in capturing the rebellious villain will be reported to the court for reward. High official positions and wealth are just around the corner. Seize this opportunity." "Those are all supreme masters." Chief Chen and others looked at each other, somewhat tempted but hesitating. Archers, outside the Su's mansion, rows of soldiers drawing their bows and aiming their arrows. The chilling arrowheads were pointing at Su Yan and his family. Madame Su turned pale and said tremblingly, "Yanner, run away quickly. Don't worry about me and your father. Mother, don't worry. I will see justice done for our family today." Su Yan's eyes were cold, and he roared, "My father worked hard to do some business, abide by the law, and now he's implicated in the emperor's family problems. This is outrageous." He was furious now. "If it weren't for my father's business, where would I get money to spend? Without the family wealth accumulated by my father, where would I get the gift for my master? Without the gift for my master, how could I cultivate supreme martial arts? Daring to ransack my house, arrest my parents, this cuts off my martial arts path. This is outrageous." Su Yan was increasingly angry. Facing the cold arrowheads, hundreds of soldiers and first-class masters, he wasn't scared at all. In his eyes, they were just mere dogs. With one slap of the descending dragon palm, he could kill them all. "HMPH, you are frogs at the bottom of a well. You do not know the breadth of heaven and earth. Today, I, Su Yan, will let you know what martial arts is." Su Yan snorted. Young Master Su is right. The old Emperor Qi is ignorant and incompetent. He deserves to be overthrown. Suddenly, an excited roar came. 13 figures soared into the air, flying over the heads of the soldiers, and appeared in the field. The one in the lead was holding a feather fan, his face full of excitement. The remaining 12 were all holding weapons, their faces cold. The Heaven's Mother Sect, Su Yan frowned. As for the Heaven's Mother Sect, he didn't hold any major resentment, as long as they didn't harm the Su family's interests. He really didn't care. His timely return was due to the information he received from a follower of the Sky Mother Sect, who was also the county magistrate of Yunshan. The Eastern River County magistrate coldly stated, "There is ample evidence that Su Jun and his son are colluding with the Sky Mother Sect. They should be punished for their crimes. Charge, kill without mercy." He turned his hand with a cold command. Ku Ruaji, fanning his feather fan, chuckled lightly. "Gentlemen, can you guess how many of your soldiers are followers of my Sky Mother Sect?" The expression of the Eastern River County magistrate abruptly changed. Then he scoffed coldly. "Do you think I wasn't prepared? These soldiers are no longer under my command. They were dispatched from the general's mansion. Release arrows, kill without mercy." He signaled with an icy gaze. Bang, bang. Arrows burst out like rain in an instant, but at the same time, there was a certain direction where not a single arrow was released. The soldiers in that area had turned their arrows towards the ones who were shooting arrows. Screams of agony rang out repeatedly. Shock washed over the Eastern River County magistrate's face. How had the Sky Mother Sect managed to infiltrate so deep? Boom. Ku Ruaji and other strong figures from the Sky Mother Sect retreated, avoiding the area covered by the rain of arrows. But at that moment, 2 tremendous, red dragons roared into the sky. Hum! All arrows stopped in midair, 10 feet away from Su Yan. Humph! Su Yan snorted coldly, shook off the force of the descending dragon palm, and the arrows shattered to dust. With a push of his palm, the force of the descending dragon palm roared out. All the soldiers touched by the red dragon spat out blood and fell to the ground. unable to rise for a long time. At this moment, Su Yan stared fiercely at the Eastern River County magistrate. A rebellion. What can Emperor Qi do to me, Su Yan, if I rebel today? The Eastern River County magistrate's face turned pale. His lips were trembling, but he sternly said, Su Yan, I don't know where you got your extraordinary power, but do you think you can resist a mighty army by yourself? Can our Qi country's divine might army be defied by you alone? You are a dead man, and your Su family, as well as Assistant Minister Gyu, are all doomed. At this moment, Ku Ruaji stepped forward. Young Master Su, don't worry. My Sky Mother sect supports you. That blind old Emperor Qi, who doesn't recognize talent and rules incompetently, should be overthrown. Ku Ruaji was excited and angry. The look in his eyes was even more fierce than before. Ku Ruaji was a top scholar and unparalleled in intelligence. However, I failed the state examination 3 times. This incompetent emperor and his good-for-nothing ministers enjoy luxury and wealth. Heaven is blind. Su Jun looked strangely at the indignant Ku Ruaji, who turned out to be a failed scholar. So this was the reason he plotted a rebellion. Now heaven has opened its eyes. A god like young Master Su has appeared. This is a sign of the impending doom of Qi. Ku Ruaji grew even more excited and passionate as he spoke. He suddenly knelt on the ground, his eyes filled with fanaticism, and said, Young Master Su, the entire Sky Mother sect from this day forward is willing to venerate you as the Great Sage of Sky. The Great Sage of Sky, invincible and mighty, will surely pull that incompetent old Emperor Qi off his throne. The 12 elite members of the Sky Mother sect, seeing their chief strategist Ku kneel down, immediately planted their weapons into the ground and kneeled down on one knee, greeting him with a salute. 12 elite of the Sky Mother sect, paying respects to the Great Sage of Sky. In their hearts they praised Ku's foresight. With such an invincible Great Sage of Sky in our Sky Mother sect, how could our great cause fail? Su Yan looked at the excited and fanatical Ku Ruaji, completely bewildered. What the hell, Great Sage of Sky? Even if I did start a rebellion, what does that have to do with you? What's this Great Sage of Sky? Wait a minute, you're all from the Sky Mother sect, right? Are you planning on changing it to the Sky Father sect? A puzzled Su Yan finally spoke up. Ku Ruaji stood up, bowing his head and waist, his face full of a fawning smile. He said, the current celestial mother of our Heavenly Mother sect is 28 years old, surpassing all in beauty, and she is the unparalleled beauty in this world. She and young Master Su are a match made in heaven. Young Master Su is the grand saint of heaven. He is the consort of the celestial mother. The Heavenly Mother sect naturally belongs to young Master Su. There is no difference. Upon hearing this, Su Yan had an astonished look on his face. So the Heavenly Mother sect has a celestial mother. Is she very beautiful? Seeing this, Ku Ruaji was overjoyed and thought to himself, Su Yan with his invincible aura and handsome appearance will surely please the celestial mother. And with the celestial mother's beauty, how could Su Yan not be moved? Yes, the current celestial mother is 28 years old, the most beautiful in the world, as beautiful as a celestial maiden. Young Master Su, if you become the grand saint of heaven, you can marry the celestial mother. I'm not exaggerating. I, Ku Ruaji, have traveled throughout the countries of Qi and Wu, and I've never seen a woman as beautiful as the celestial mother. Ku Ruaji was hurrying to speak, constantly praising the beauty of their current celestial mother, claiming she is unique in the world. He wanted to use her beauty to tempt Su Yan into joining the Heavenly Mother sect. Is there really such a beautiful woman? Su Yan suddenly seemed interested. I assure you, young Master Su, I'm not trying to deceive you. The celestial mother's beauty is indescribable. Among the countless men in this world, only young Master Su would be worthy of her. Wouldn't the Grand Saint of Heaven and the Celestial Mother be a perfect match? Young Master Su, join our sect, become the Grand Saint of Heaven in our sect. Together, we will rise in rebellion and overthrow old Emperor Qi. Ku Ruaji, seeing the situation was favorable, continually sought to manipulate him. Is there really such a beautiful woman in this world? Su Yan felt curious about the current Celestial Mother of the Heavenly Mother sect. Something isn't right. He suddenly became alert. This man keeps describing the Celestial Mother's beauty to me. He obviously wants to use beauty to bewitch me. Once I join the Heavenly Mother sect and become the Grand Saint of Heaven, I'll be entranced by the Celestial Mother's beauty. Wouldn't this result in neglecting my martial arts training, indulging in pleasure day and night, losing interest in martial arts, and becoming hopelessly lost in beauty? Over time, my Kai would become depleted due to overindulgence, and my appearance would become haggard and thin, and my path in martial arts would be cut off. If the Celestial Mother uses some kind of method to drain my energy for her own benefit, wouldn't my strong energy be satisfying her? The more Su Yan contemplated, the more he thought deeply, the more stern he became. In his mind, he could already see himself with dark eye sockets, sunken cheeks, a thin body, depleted Kai, swaying as if about to collapse. At this thought, Su Yan took a sharp breath. His gaze towards Ku Ruaji changed, and he shuddered inwardly. This man is so sinister and evil, seeking to disrupt my focus on martial arts. He mustn't be spared. His eyes glaring angrily, he said coldly, "You sinister, evil person vainly trying to disrupt my focus on martial arts. Do you not know I, Su Yan, would never be moved by the allure of women? I cannot spare you today." He abruptly raised his hand, and the force of the descending dragon palm manifested. A giant red dragon was about to be unleashed. Thump! Wait, wait, young Master Su, wait. Kuruaji, who had been observing Su Yan's expression, saw that something was wrong. He hurriedly knelt down with a thud. Young Master Su's will is as solid as a rock, not moved by the enticement of women. I admire this. Only young Master Su in this world could be the grand saint of heaven for our sect. A moment ago, when I mentioned the Celestial Mother's beauty, it was only to witness young Master Su's steadfast will, not to be bewitched by beauty. There was absolutely no intention to distract you from your martial arts. I swear to heaven. Kuruaji hurriedly raised his hand and swore. Su Yan's expression softened, and he retracted his palm force. Kuruaji's face was covered in cold sweat, and he was inwardly shocked. At this age of vigorous vitality, who can resist the Celestial Mother's peerless beauty? Could it be that Su Yan is not interested in women but rather in men? Thinking of this possibility, Kuruaji had a thought, his eyes rolling. He had an idea. In fact, there are many handsome men in our Heavenly Mother sect. Whether they are delicate or sturdy, we have all kinds of temperament. If young Master Su joins our sect and becomes the Grand Saint of Heaven, you can choose freely. Su Yan, still a young man and completely focused on martial arts, didn't understand the implication in Kuruaji's words for a moment. Doubtfully, he said, "Handsome guys, I can choose any." Yes, you can choose any handsome guy from our group, young Master Su." Kuruaji wiped off his cold sweat, stood up, and smiled obsequiously. Su Yan blinked, about to ask why he would pick handsome guys. Madame Su behind him became anxious immediately, her voice trembling. "Yanner, don't scare your mother. Do you fancy men?" Upon hearing this, Su Yan immediately understood and became furious. "You really are crafty and wicked. When your beauty tactic didn't work, you tried to ruin my reputation, disrupt my focus, and destabilize my martial arts spirit. I won't let you get away with this." Thud. Kuruaji's soul nearly flew out of him, and he fell to his knees instantaneously. Wait, young Master Su, it's a misunderstanding. I didn't mean that." Kuruaji felt the terrifying pressure contained in Su Yan's palm. His face was full of cold sweat and turned pale. His thoughts were spinning quickly. He hastily said, "What I mean is to let young Master Su choose handsome men to send to Emperor Qi." "Right, send them to Emperor Qi." "It's been rumored that buffoonish Emperor Qi is fond of men. We can send him handsome men, destabilize his harem, and distract him from state affairs. Once we preach about Emperor Qi's immoral and mess-making behavior, we will surely win over hearts and minds. We can then take Jinan all at once and capture the foolish Emperor Qi." Kuruaji was drenched in cold sweat and could only pin every blame on Emperor Qi. The 12 elite warriors of the Heavenly Mother sect looked at their think tank, strategist Ku, in admiration. True to his role as the sect's strategist, with his ability to read the situation and adapt, no one could compare. If it were any of them, they might have lost their lives on the spot. At this moment, Kuruaji was somewhat broken inside. What's wrong with Su Yan? He's not interested in women. Or men. Why does he think I'm trying to disrupt his martial arts spirit? I'm being wronged. Did he misunderstand what I said? Su Yan glared at Kuruaji, coldly saying, "Whether I Su Yan lead a rebellion or not has nothing to do with your Heavenly Mother sect. You don't need to resort to such base methods. Emperor Qi is nothing. I can just go directly to the capital city and cut off his head." Yes. Kuruaji stood up with cold sweat dripping down his face. That was close. He barely survived. He shifted his gaze to Su Jun and laughingly said, "Honorary member Su, may we discuss?" Su Jun glanced at the prefecture governor sitting at one side with a pale face and angry eyes, responding coldly, "Kuruaji, if you want to talk, bring out the qualifications to talk." "Understood, I will bring out the qualifications to discuss." Kuruaji let out a sigh of relief. Waving the feather fan in his hand, he wiped the cold sweat from his forehead, turned to the elites of the Heavenly Mother sect and said, "It's time to make a move." "Yes, strategist Ku." A man took out a whistle, put it in his mouth and blew. The whistle sounded once short and once long, and it was blown 3 times in succession. Shortly after the whistle sounded, whistles resonated from inside the prefecture city. "Dad, should we kill him?" Su Yan looked at the prefecture governor and asked. How he should deal with the prefecture governor and others was a decision he would allow his father to make, to kill them all or otherwise. Su Jun pondered for a moment and said, "There's no rush to act. Let's wait for the news from the Heavenly Mother sect." He let out a sigh of relief and looked at his son with a gleam in his eyes. He initially thought his son's head was not right, and he believed in the serialized story's prophecy. Little did he know that his son would actually cultivate such terrifying power. That fiery red dragon was like a divine force, beyond human capacity. P.S. Dear readers, please continue reading and give your likes and comments. The crisis of the Su family had been exposed due to the aggressive and superhuman strength shown by Su Yan, which made Su Jun consider some follow-up matters. possible cooperation with the Heavenly Mother cult to incite a rebellion. There was no need for his son to intervene on behalf of others. The Heavenly Mother cult was not worthy. Moreover, the pivotal reason was Su Jun's understanding of his own son. Su Yan had an obsession with the martial arts found in storybooks and had now truly mastered it. He would inevitably devote more of his thoughts to the cultivation of martial arts. The impacts of rebellion would be vast, inevitably giving rise to several hassles which would require Su Yan to handle. This would delay his cultivation of martial arts, a lifestyle that Su Yan did not desire. Consequently, Su Jun did not want to see his son get entangled in such messes. Therefore, for the issues initiated by the struggle for the throne, the source of which was in Jinan, the capital city, Su Yan had to make a trip to resolve them once and for all. Suddenly, a long whistle sounded from the direction of the office of the commandery captain of Dong County. The commandery captain of Dong County turned his head back abruptly with a rapidly changing complexion. Was the office of the commandery captain of Dong County about to fall? Kuriwaji revealed a smile, bowing towards Su Jun, and said, "As of today, the office of the commandery captain of Dong County is under my control in the name of the Heavenly Mother cult, and I, Kuriwaji, am the new commandery captain." At this moment, the commandery captain of Dong County was astounded, staring at Kuriwaji in shock, exclaiming, "You've even infiltrated the government office." With a wave of his folding fan, Kuriwaji scoffed and said, "Oh, you incompetents, only the senile, foolish Emperor Qi would appreciate you. I merely took some initiative." Looking down at the commandery captain, he continued, "You wanted to trap turtles in a jar, but do you not realize we have been waiting for this opportunity as well?" At this moment, a steady stream of footsteps echoed from the streets, as a large group of soldiers began to assemble. Leading them was the commandery captain of Dong County. "Sir, the rebels have been captured." The commandery captain bowed to Kuriwaji on arrival. With a gesture, an attendant brought forward an official's uniform. It was the uniform of the commandery captain of Dong County. Kuriwaji donned the uniform, took out a thin mask from his pocket, and wore it. And there he stood, looking remarkably like the commandery captain of Dong County. "Take these rebels disguised as soldiers from the Heavenly Mother cult and lock them all away in the grand prison." Kuriwaji issued the command. His voice was almost identical to that of the commandery captain. Thud, the commandery captain, horrified, fell to the ground. He stared at Kuriwaji in shock, exclaiming, "You're impersonating me. Is there a problem with that?" Kuriwaji chuckled. The soldiers the commandery captain had brought were now preparing to disarm and tie up the fallen opposition and escort them away. "Change our commandery captain's clothes and give him a new face," Kuriwaji instructed. One of the experts from the Heavenly Mother cult stepped forward, stripped off the commandery captain's uniform, changed him into a different set of clothes, and then put a mask on his face. In a blink of an eye, the commandery captain was transformed into the appearance of another expert from the Heavenly Mother cult. "Honorary member Su, what do you think?" Kuriwaji asked with a hint of pride. "Impressive," Su Jun exclaimed. "Honorary member Su, what about our cooperation?" Kuriwaji opened the conversation with a smile. "Let's discuss it when you can completely control Dong County." Su Jun replied indifferently. "Well then, honorary member Su, please wait for us." Kuriwaji strode out. His gait was almost as identical as that of the commandery captain of Dong County. He had evidently been secretly imitating the commandery captain for quite some time. The Sky Mother sect has even infiltrated the prefecture government. This man, Kuriwaji, indeed possesses impressive tactics. Take them all away, and do not disturb honorary member Su. Kuriwaji gave the order with a wave of his hand. The prefect's face turned pale under the control of a Sky Mother sect expert. Still, he scoffed, "The Sky Mother sect will never amount to anything. Su Jun, you should be cautious. There is no need for the prefect to be concerned." Su Jun calmly responded with a salute. The injured soldiers were all taken away, and the traces of blood on the ground were cleaned up. By now, the sky was turning bright. "Dad, should we rebel?" Su Yan asked. He was extremely dissatisfied with Emperor Qi. "Your maternal grandfather's family is all in the capital. What would happen to them if we rebel? If we kill Emperor Qi, can we bring the dead back to life?" Su Jun looked at his son and responded calmly. "What if I go to the capital now?" Su Yan pondered and found it reasonable. If news of rebellion reaches the capital, his maternal grandfather's family would surely be executed. The journey was far, and he probably wouldn't make it in time to save them. "Husband, what should we do now?" Madame Su was looking worried. "Yanner, tell me the truth about your strength. Can you withstand the Divine Might army if they attack?" Su Jun asked solemnly. Only by knowing his son's strength could he make an accurate judgment and decide how to act next. Upon hearing this, Su Yan confidently patted his chest and said, "Even if 100,000 troops come to kill me, I can move freely and single-handedly push through their ranks. It won't be much of a problem." "Really?" Su Jun asked in amazement. Of course, Su Yan lifted his head proudly and said, "Dad, although I just started my martial arts journey, my strength cannot be measured by ordinary means anymore." "That's good then." Su Jun was relieved. His foolish son, luckily enough, had truly practiced such powerful martial arts. After pacing back and forth a few times, Su-jun said, although Ku Ryuaji now controls the prefecture's government, taking over Dong Prefecture is not so easy. The governor of Dong is merely a scapegoat. Qi Country intends to eradicate the Sky Mother sect within Dong Prefecture. The actions aimed at the Su family are just a bait. It's also an act by the Crown Prince's faction to achieve merit and consolidate the Crown Prince's position. Su-jun, who managed to marry his ex-wife, the daughter of the previous Dong governor and current Ministry of Personnel's vice minister, and owns vast wealth, is not an ordinary man. Now he analyzed the situation and predicted what would happen next. Unless unexpected, Dong's commandery captain, Jiang Pingshan, should act now. As for Ku Ryuaji and his men, they're like turtles in a jar. The real storm is about to come. Su-jun said seriously, Yanner, you must defeat Jiang Pingshan's army and demonstrate your godlike strength. Also, after defeating Jiang Pingshan's army, don't give Ku Ryuaji and his Sky Mother sect disciples any opportunities to take advantage of. Jiang Pingshan must not die. After a pause, Su-jun said, Dong Prefecture will be under control of the Su family. After this war, Emperor Qi in the capital should know what to do. Yanner, you can go to the capital and show your grandfather some power to intimidate the royal family and the court. Su-yan nodded and said, Dad, I know what to do. Then he looked up and asked, Dad, do you want to be the emperor? Su-jun was taken aback, then shook his head and smiled. As a merchant, I am satisfied to control Dong Prefecture. Being an emperor is too exhausting. His son has practiced vastly powerful martial arts, surpassed the ordinary, so Su-jun's eyes should also be raised a bit higher. What's so good about being a mortal emperor? Su-jun's face had a brilliant smile. Who wouldn't want to become the legendary person who attained godhood through martial arts? Dawn had barely broken and the morning sun had not yet risen. In the prefecture city of Dong, influential figures and well-informed powers were awaiting news from the government office. Common folk and petty traders were already starting to prepare for a new day. At this moment, the sound of bustling footsteps echoed throughout the alleys and streets. The imperial court has ordered the arrest of the heretics of the Tianmu cult. Everyone must stay indoors. Anyone who ventures out will be presumed to be a traitor of the Tianmu cult and punished accordingly. In an instant, the citizens of Dong became anxious, locking their doors. As they listened to the footsteps outside and peered through the cracks in their windows at the squads of soldiers passing by armed with weapons, they felt frightened. Was turmoil about to ensue again? The heavy footsteps sounded on the streets as soldiers clad in armor and wielding weapons besieged the government office. The battle had already begun. Inside the government office, Ku Ryuaji, the think tank, and 12 other top-tier warriors and the county magistrate were staring at the army outside, their faces grave. Strategist Ku, it seems Jiang Pingshan had planned an ambush. He aims to annihilate us all. The county magistrate wore a heavy expression. There's a traitor in the cult. We've been exposed. Look, that's the Shenwei army. Ku Ryuaji, however, didn't seem panicked as he pointed with his feathered fan. On the main street of the prefecture city, an army of heavy armored soldiers, armed with lances and riding armored warhorses, was charging forward. The followers of the Tianmu cult were like paper dolls before them. Even the dozen or so top-tier masters who charged together eventually fell under their lances. This was the Qi country's prestigious Shenwei army. The county magistrate gasped with shock. They've dispatched the Shenwei army to Dong. Does this mean the imperial court of Qi country knew of our cult's plot beforehand? This time, after the resolution of the prince's struggle, they are beginning the purge against the Su family, luring us here to be killed. Ku Ryuaji chuckled coldly. The old Qi emperor is indeed incompetent, but he still has one or two capable men under him. Thinking they can trap and kill us though, how naive. Let's go. Now we will see how the Su family reacts. Ku Ryuaji turned around and walked away, followed by the others. The Shenwei army. Let's wait and see if Su Yan is superior or if the Shenwei army is stronger. Ku Ryuaji muttered to himself, leading the group into an underground tunnel and leaving the government office. At this moment, the battle in the government office had nearly ended with the Tianmu cult disciples being decimated. Back in the Su family residence, pharmacist Pan and a group of more than 10 people had returned. Our young master has truly cultivated the unparalleled divine skill. It's truly unbelievable. The Su family is safe, pharmacist Pan exclaimed. Elder Pan, after Su Yan leaves, the safety of the Su family will depend on you. Su-jun let out a sigh. Chief Chen and the other protectors were dismissed by him. The dozen or so masters brought by pharmacist Pan were his trusted confidants, trained by him for years. They could even be considered as his secret weapon. Originally, they were meant to protect Su Yan during his escape from Qi country. Now that they won't be needed for that, they were naturally left to protect him and his wife's safety. Mr. Rest assured, pharmacist Pan nodded. Rumble, the ground started shaking as a row of horsemen armed with lances and swords were charging down the street. At the same time, a voice resonated. Su-jun, stop resisting in vain. Surrender now, and perhaps you can save your life. It was Jiang Pingshan's voice. Su Jun and his group walked out of the Su family's front door. The Shenwei army, pharmacist Pan said solemnly. Su Jun took a deep breath and turned to Su Yan. Yanner, are you sure you can handle this? If you're not sure, run, don't fight to the death. Su Yan's eyes sparkled with excitement. His fighting spirit was soaring. Ever since he practiced martial arts, he'd never had a worthy opponent. He'd also never had the chance to truly experience a fight. Now, the chance to let loose had finally arrived. The Qi country's prestigious army, renowned for their might, would today face the world's finest elite army. Father, don't worry, these people are nothing but worthless rabble in my eyes. Having said this, he leaped skywards as if he were a falling leaf, lightly floating forward with the wind. Household matters of the old Emperor Qi have unjustly implicated the innocent. Is it easy for our Su family to conduct business? They actually dare to raid our home, slapping the charge of rebellion on our Su family. Today I, Su Yan, will personally experience the purported might of this prestigious army and see for myself their true strength. His voice resonated powerfully, like a thunderclap echoing in the streets. The residence of the Su family was located in the core area of the prefecture city, where only the rich or the noble resided. At this moment, people watched from the loft windows, which were cracked open a smidgen, their gaze fixated on the Su's residence and the prestigious army in the streets. Upon hearing Su Yan's words, they were all shocked to their core. The wise Su Jun has spawned a foolish son, now he's not going to survive. They say that Su Yan's brain doesn't work well, but it looks like it's more than just that he's outright courting death. The people who secretly watched the scene couldn't help but get emotional. He's wildly audacious. This Su Yan is grossly defiant, he needs to be punished. A furious roar came from the rear of the troop. Charge. With the command, the ground quivered under the thunderous rumble. The prestigious army, with spears upright and armor glistening coldly, rushed towards the Su residence like a terrifying torrent, directly charging at Su Yan. Bring it on, Su Yan roared as his blood churned, a gigantic crimson dragon coiling around him. As he pushed out with both palms, two immense dragons came crashing forth. Those on the lofts, watching the people on the streets, were now horror-struck. They saw a colossal crimson dragon coiled around Su Yan, and then two identical dragons burst forth from his palms, directly blasting towards the attacking prestigious army. From the bird's-eye view, it was seen that the two giant dragons, with a terrifying surge of energy, were assaulting the incoming prestigious army like a devastating flood. Boom! The attack from the descending dragon palm was formidable. In an instant, the soldiers and their horses were swept off their feet, tumbling onto the ground. Instead of retreating, Su Yan surged forward, brandishing his arms. Wave after wave of the descending dragon palm force was unleashed. The crimson dragons coiled and attacked on the street, instantly overturning the prestigious army's charge. Boom! The shops on either side of the street were shattered by the flying horses. One by one, the armor-clad prestigious army soldiers, utterly incapable of resisting, were flung into the air and smashed into the shops. Impossible. It must be an illusion. Has the foolish son of Su Jun actually found a master and learned otherworldly martial arts? Aren't these stories all false? Everyone who witnessed this scene was completely awestruck. They could hardly believe that this was real. The Crimson Dragon was breathtakingly formidable, belying the capability of human power. Su Yan single-handedly repelled the prestigious army's charge. How incredible. The prestigious army of Qi country, the cream of the crop, deemed the defensive power of the country were they actually as weak as paper. The foolish son of the Su family, known for his obsession with finding hidden world masters, was no secret and had been a subject of ridicule in East River County quite a few times. Laughing at the foolish son of Su's family, believing his brain didn't work, naively having faith in the tales and legends. But the result, perhaps it was they who were the fools. Boom. A shop was blown open and screams of terror spewed out from within. Drawing back his descending dragon palm, Su Yan looked at the street littered with chaos and the fallen soldiers of the prestigious army. Su Yan coldly declared, Jiang Pingshan, your prestigious army can't fully utilize its strength within the city. If your defeat here isn't convincing enough, then let's take it outside the city. I won't mind accompanying till the end. Su Yan looked at the destroyed shops and couldn't help feeling pained. Quite a few of them belonged to his family, the Su family. I was too impulsive. I shouldn't have acted in the city. It's quite a loss even if a single one of my family's shops gets destroyed, and if innocent people get hurt, it's even worse. My master said, martial arts isn't about killing. Since I have the ability to control it, I shouldn't cause unnecessary casualties. The more Su Yan thought about it, the more he realized that he had been impulsive and should have gone straight to fight outside the city. As for capturing Jiang Pingshan, Su Yan had no such intention. He was here to demonstrate his strength and to make an impression on old Emperor Qi. A single person defeating his invincible army, the Divine Army, wouldn't that shock be immense? From behind the Divine Army, a somewhat trembling voice came, very well. Let us continue the battle outside the city. Jiang Pingshan's voice was trembling. He couldn't believe it. What kind of terrifying strength was this? Who could single-handedly defeat the charge of the Divine Army? And this person was potentially his son-in-law. At this moment, a scene from the past surfaced in his mind. Su Yan's resounding words, "You will regret it one day, for you are not worthy of him." Now it seemed that his daughter really wasn't worthy. However, Jiang Pingshan didn't believe that Su Yan could confront the Divine Army single-handedly. In the city streets, the Divine Army couldn't unleash their full potential, but outside the city, it would be different. That was the real battlefield of the Divine Army. This time, in order to obliterate Tianmu cult and now to establish the Crown Prince's prestige, Emperor Qi had deployed an army of 10,000 divine soldiers under his command. An army of 10,000 divine soldiers, how could a mere mortal stand against them? Retreat, gather outside the city. Jiang Pingshan managed to calm his trembling heart and issued the order. The divine army began to retreat. Even in the face of Su Yan, who possessed strength beyond human, none of the divine army soldiers showed any hint of retreating. As the divine army retreated from the prefecture city, the people who had been confined at home also came out one after another, passing on the news with shock visible on their faces. The buffoon son of the richest family is challenging the divine army alone. What shocked them even more were the influential figures in the city. They found it hard to believe that Su Jun's son had cultivated such unprecedented strength. Where did he find this hidden master? Quick, get on the city wall. Hurry, hurry, this battle will determine the fate of Dong Prefecture and even the Qi country. As the influential figures of the city, accompanied by their guards and servants, rushed towards the city wall. Let's go to the city wall. Su Jun also spoke in a deep voice. Master, madam, please. One of the protectors brought a carriage over. Su Jun took his wife's hand and entered the carriage. The protectors escorted the carriage towards the city gate. Honorary member Su, does your son have a chance? A voice came over. Su Jun looked out of the carriage window and saw Ku Ruaji, along with several masters from Tianmu cult, following them to the city wall to watch the battle. Yanner never fights a battle he's not sure of winning. Su Jun calmly replied, "Of course, I believe in the divine power of Sky Saint." Ku Ruaji laughed heartily. Honorary member Su, what do you think about this cooperation? Ku Ruaji's face was full of anticipation. We'll discuss it after the battle. Su Jun responded indifferently. The group soon reached the top of the city wall. The divine army outside the city was fully armed. Soldiers wore heavy armor, carried long spears, had long cutlasses hanging from their waists, and even their horses were armored. This is the divine army, such a powerful divine army. Is it an enemy that a single person can stand up against? All the prominent figures and the people who had rushed on the city wall were shocked by the awe-inspiring presence of the divine army. Sure enough, it was the Qi country's national army. Husband, will Yanner be all right? Madame Su looked anxiously at the formidable divine might army encamped outside the city. Since Yanner is confident enough to engage in battle, he must have a plan. Rest assured, madame. Though Su Jun himself was nervous, he feigned calm and tried to reassure his wife. Pharmacist Pan and other bodyguards from the Su family surrounded Su Jun and his wife, on guard for potential attacks. Meanwhile, Ku Ruaji and his party maintained a wider perimeter, watching all directions for anyone who might try to harm Su Jun and his wife. At this moment, Ku Ruaji hoped someone would attack Su Jun and his wife, providing an opportunity for his Sky Maiden sect to step in and save them, owing kind of favor. But as for the Sky Maiden sect wanting to stage a scene themselves, Ku and his group didn't have the guts. If they were exposed, they would have to answer to Su Yan's wrath. The Sky Maiden sect could not bear such consequences. The big shots in the prefecture city were quietly observing Su Jun, waiting for the outcome of the battle. If Su Yan emerged victorious, they would need to forge connections with Su Jun. Su Yan was excited and his eyes glowed with the will to fight. Surrounded by the Divine Might army, he felt his blood boiling, his body resounding with an inner roar like a raging torrent. His vital energy was flowing, priming his descending dragon palm. Finally, since beginning his martial arts training, he was able to unleash his full power. Even though these soldiers are clad in heavy armor, they cannot withstand my palm's strength. I need to temper my power so I don't kill them all. I'm no butcher. Moreover, I see this as an opportunity, a chance to hone my control over my vital energy and my ability to wield the descending dragon palm however I wish. With these thoughts in mind, Su Yan widened his eyes and said, "Come, let me show you what a true martial arts master looks like." His voice echoed through the battlefield, reaching the ears of the observers outside the city. Attack! Mounted on a horse, Jiang Pingshan took a deep breath and pointed his long spear forward. Thunderous noise erupted. The Divine Might army advanced, lifting their lances and spurring their warhorses, rushing towards Su Yan from all directions like a surging flood. The lances gleamed coldly under the sun, the ranks of spearheads surging relentlessly towards Su Yan. This charge was terrifying. Unless Su Yan sprang into the air and flew over the army, he would have to resist the onslaught. Could a single person withstand such a terrifying charge? Could flesh and blood block it? God, the dumb heir of the richest family, has really lost his mind. How can he resist this? He's dead for sure. The sidewalk spectators on the city wall could not help exclaiming, the dumb son of the richest family had truly gone mad. The bigwigs in the city shared this sentiment. Su Yan was incredibly strong, possessing superhuman power, but he insisted on fighting the Divine Might army within the encampment with no escape and no place to hide. How could he withstand the charge of an army on his own? His brain must indeed be unwell. Bring it on. Su Yan roared, pushing out his palms and sending two enormous red dragons flying out. Immediately after, with every flip and turn of his hands, more red dragons erupted continuously, spiraling and charging in every direction. While Su Yan stepped forward, his descending dragon palm pushing out and taking in between, the red dragons diving, sweeping, circling, dashing. One after another, the power of descending dragon palm was showcased more proficiently. Between the pushing and retracting of the palm's power, his strength was unrivaled, his control was easy and natural, he could freely adjust between strength and gentleness, all at his will. In Su Yan's mind, the mnemonic chant of the descending dragon palm emerged. The dragon has divine skills, it morphs with the situation. So that's what it means, I understand more clearly now. In this instant, his skill with the descending dragon palm reached a state of minor accomplishment. The palm power he released took the shape of a dragon, exuding a sense of life. A loud rumble, a more robust dragon roared out, spiraling around the entire battlefield with Su Yan at the center. The dragon's tail, like a whip, swept across the battlefield. The onlookers on the city walls were dumbfounded. Su Yan sent out dragon after dragon, knocking down both the men and horses of the charging Divine Might army, causing their formation to crumble. One row after another was knocked down or flung away in all directions, a single man sweeping through an army. At this moment, the only thought in the minds of the citizens of the prefecture city was, it's my brain that isn't working, not his. Outside the city battlefield, Su Yan's chi and blood surged, his descending dragon palm improving and growing more intuitive. His control over the strength of his palm attacks also became increasingly refined. After releasing his dragon-shaped palm force, his dragon's attack became more flexible. The formidable force also possessed a touch of softness. Through this battle, Su Yan had gained a deeper understanding of the descending dragon palm. He had a feeling that it wouldn't be long before he reached a new level of mastery over the descending dragon palm. Boom! The crimson dragon swept through the area as Su Yan advanced step by step. Bang bang! As the last row of Shenwei soldiers was thrown, Su Yan stood in front of Jiang Pingshan. A vibrant red dragon encircling him, Su Yan looked like a god controlling dragons, with fierce energy surrounding him. Jiang Pingshan's body was shaking, and his warhorse was retreating and trembling, as if it would fall to the ground at any moment. Looking at the youth in front of him, he couldn't help but be stunned. Could such powerful martial arts truly exist in the world, just as the legends say? He recalled that one of his daughter's reasons for breaking off the marriage was that Su Yan's brain wasn't quite right. At this moment, he felt like he had been slapped in the face. The one with the brain problem was him. This awe-inspiring young man should have been his son-in-law, but now he was far beyond his reach. His heart was bitter. The Shenwei army is nothing much. I wasn't even trying hard, Su Yan said calmly. Jiang Pingshan looked at his soldiers scattered around him. Except for the first line of soldiers who suffered severe injuries, or some who had died, the injuries of the soldiers behind were not serious. They had merely temporarily lost their battle strength. Su Yan had shown mercy. Even in the face of a horde of enemies, he still had the power to spare and show mercy. How formidable he must be to do so. You won, the Su family won. Jiang Pingshan let out a sigh and said complexly, my dad told you to meet him, Su Yan said. Jiang Pingshan was taken aback for a moment, seemingly understanding something. He nodded and said, once I've dealt with the battlefield, I'll go to the Su mansion for a visit. At this moment, a large crowd of people surged out from the prefecture city. They held weapons in their hands, their eyes excited, and screamed, capture Jiang Pingshan, capture the Shenwei army, may the Heavenly Mother protect us, may the Heavenly Mother protect us. Seeing the followers of the Heavenly Mother rushing over, Jiang Pingshan's face changed. These followers of the Heavenly Mother had hidden themselves very well. Even after the mass cull, they still had so much strength reserved. Ku Ruaji. Jiang Pingshan's face hardened. This disappointed scholar was quite a schemer. Scram! Su Yan roared angrily, his chi and blood roiling, and the two crimson dragons swept out, blowing away the followers of the Heavenly Mother. The Shenwei army that I, Su Yan, defeated, how can I let others take advantage of them? Dare to come forward again, and don't blame me for being ruthless. He remembered what his father had told him. He couldn't allow the Heavenly Mother sect to take advantage during this vulnerable moment. The followers of the Heavenly Mother were immediately frightened and didn't dare to go forward for a moment. Jiang Pingshan let out a sigh of relief. The soldiers who rushed out from the prefecture city held up their long spears. These soldiers were from the Grand General of Dong's residence. Outside of the prefecture city, dust billowed, and another troop of soldiers rushed forward. The army of Dong County, the military force under Jiang Pingshan's command. The Shenwei army was only temporarily under his command. Seeing things settling down, Su Yan swiftly yet silently disappeared from the battlefield. In a flash, he appeared before Su Jun and his wife. "Yanner, you're not hurt, are you?" Madame Su quickly grabbed his hand and began to examine him anxiously. "Mother, I'm fine. They're just a bunch of nobodies, they can't hurt me." Su Yan patted his chest and said, "Let's go home." Su Jun let out a sigh of relief once the dust had settled. The prominent figures of Dong Prefecture had all been drawing nearer to make connections. Even many of the townsfolk who were rushing over with faces full of excitement wanted to witness up close the demeanor of the foolish son of the wealthiest family, who is now invincible. Out of the way. Su Yan shouted out loud, and his blood and power expelled in a shock wave. In an instant, no one dared to approach. However, voices came from afar. "Young Master Su, where did you find the master? Young Master Su, where is the master?" It was well known that the son of the wealthiest family had been searching far and wide for a master. Now, with his current prowess, akin to a divine being, he must have found the master. But where was this mysterious master? Would they still take on a disciple? The big shots of Dong Prefecture City were all excited. Their eyes shone and were eager. Yes, they had to find the master. Rather than forming ties with the Su family, it was more direct to become a disciple of the master. The likes of Ku Ruaji and other high-ranking members of the Heavenly Mother sect seemed equally excited, each sending their disciples to search for the location of the master. If that idiot son of the wealthiest family can become a disciple, learn such powerful martial arts. My son is smart and capable. He will definitely be able to become a disciple and become stronger than Su Yan after learning martial arts. My daughter is smart and good-looking too, a master of many arts. How could she not be successful if she wanted to become a disciple? We absolutely must find the master. The many influential figures in the prefecture city felt that if the silly son of the Su family can become a disciple and learn such powerful martial arts, their children, who were even more intelligent, would definitely also be able to become disciples. Their martial arts prowess would undoubtedly surpass Su Yan. That day, the entire prefecture city was in a state of frenzy. The chaos in Dong Prefecture, the rebellion of the Heavenly Mother sect. No one cared. Their minds were full of how to find the master and become a disciple. In Yunqian County, the elder in gray robes and the county magistrate emerged from the yard, finally breathing a sigh of relief. They had been talking dry all night long. Fortunately, their lives had been spared. After leaving the yard, they hurried back to the county government office without a break to discuss matters related to their escape. It was too horrifying. In the yard, Li Xuan sat on a chair casually, after having listened to the elder in gray and the others describing the affairs of the Heavenly Mother sect, Qi country, Wu country, and so on for a night. He finally had a clearer understanding of the outside world. What surprised him was that the Heavenly Mother sect indeed had a Heavenly Mother. The current Heavenly Mother was a young girl, about 16 or 17 years old. The masters of the Heavenly Mother sect praised her as the greatest beauty under the heavens, and also one with a compassionate heart who couldn't bear to see others suffer. It was said that the Heavenly Mother was able to convince evildoers to stop their wickedness, and none of those who had been admonished by the Heavenly Mother engaged in wicked deeds again. It was indeed very magical. Moreover, the Heavenly Mother, despite her young age, was skilled in medicine and had saved countless people. Li Xuan had also become interested in this young girl after hearing this. "I wonder, would she be suitable to become my disciple?" Being able to convince evildoers to stop their wickedness, this indeed was a great skill. Indeed, this skill was not insignificant. From what the elder in gray said, the current Heavenly Mother was a talented young girl with a kind heart and highly skilled in medicine. She was young, skilled in medicine, and also had significant martial arts prowess. This was genius. What a pity this young girl is not in Qi country, but has gone to Wu country. Li Xuan shook his head. He would see if this girl was suitable for apprenticeship when he had the opportunity. Concerning the Heavenly Mother sect, Li Xuan took a very casual attitude. The day had dawned. "I wonder how is everything at my disciple's home." Li Xuan was considering whether he should go to the prefecture city. Given the martial power of Qi country, Su Yan's strength should be enough to take care of everything. There shouldn't be any major problems. Suddenly, a golden light arose in his mind. The appearance of golden finger signified that there was a payoff to reap. As expected, your disciple single-handedly defeated the army of 10,000, increasing the effectiveness of his descending dragon palm, and you garnered battle experience from it. Battle experience. In Li Xuan's mind, images of countless battles appeared in a flash, directly imbuing him with the knowledge, elevating him from a neophyte with untapped potential to a seasoned warrior. "From now on, I am no longer an inexperienced rookie." Li Xuan's hands clenched into fists. Just a moment ago, he was a novice who had never engaged in a battle. Now, he'd become an experienced martial artist. My foolish disciple did well, single-handedly defeating the army and advancing his descending dragon palm technique. This indicates he fought with superior command and used it as an opportunity to hone himself. Since his protege Su Yan had managed to refine the descending dragon palm in the midst of battle, it indicated that the overall situation was under his control. Your disciple's formidable martial arts have stunned the city, made you famous, and added an aura of mystery around you, the mentor, thus you gained the aura of mystery. The golden finger appeared once more. An ultra-mysterious, unpredictable aura emerged. It made Li Xuan seem increasingly mystical. With a profound aura enveloping him, he was inscrutable and unfathomable to the onlookers. With this mysterious aura surrounding him, anyone who saw him would be convinced that he was a hidden sage. My foolish disciple indeed performed remarkably, although this mysterious aura seemingly didn't possess any power-enhancing function, but it could make one appear mysterious, which in itself was an emblem of strength at times. With a thought, Li Xuan concealed his mysterious aura, returning himself to his ordinary guise. Another thought, and the mysterious aura returned, immediately making him appear mystical again. I must take on disciples, I absolutely must. Li Xuan grew restless. Just having Su Yan as a disciple brought him such immense spoils. Having another one would surely bring even more, wouldn't it? That reigning goddess of the goddess church is a viable candidate. Let the martial experts of the church notify her to rush over to Yunshan Prefecture City. Li Xuan rose and left the room. I wonder if Yunshan Prefecture City has any suitable candidates. I hope I find one. His expectations of a disciple were quite high. They needed to have a nimble mind and a high comprehension capability. Only then could they successfully cultivate the techniques he taught. Su Yan was a prime example. He had a beautiful and bright mind and was extraordinaire in comprehension, else he wouldn't have succeeded in cultivation. When it comes to disciples, quality trumps quantity. The more exceptional the disciple, the more feedback I get, which makes it easier to cultivate the techniques I've created. Li Xuan had a rough standard for accepting disciples now. Stepping out of the courtyard, he leisurely strolled around Yunshan Prefecture City. The goddess church had already seized control of Yunshan Prefecture City. The civilians were either followers or devout believers of the goddess church. Every household worshipped the goddess. Suddenly, sounds of a commotion reached his ears. Meng Chang stopped running and surrender. The voice was loud and it sounded familiar. Indeed, it belonged to Sheer, one of the experts from the goddess church whom he'd met last night. Why are you trying to catch me? A young voice echoed out. Of course it's for the bounty. The sounds of conflict echoed from a small alley, one person fleeing, another fighting off the chase. Two figures dashed out of the alley. The one fleeing was a muscle-bound lad, tall and sturdy, wielding a thick spine chopper. Li Xuan gazed at the young man and was immediately taken aback. What was with that shiny, bald head? He looked quite young, around 16 or 17. Why would he shave his head? And so shiny that it reflected light. It seemed like he was naturally bald, no hair growth at all. Neither the Qi country nor the Wu country adhered to Buddhism, and there were no sects that required shaving one's head. Could it be that he was born bald? Li Xuan murmured. With a stirring in his heart, a mysterious aura emerged, making him seem enigmatic within moments. The bald youth and Sheer, one chasing and the other fleeing, soon ran over. Venerable one. Sheer's face turned pale. He hastily stopped in his tracks, lowered his head, and respectfully bowed. His heart was nonetheless shocked beyond belief. His elder was too mysterious, unfathomable. Meng Chang abruptly halted, his eyes wide as he stared at Li Xuan, unable to look away for a long time. Eccentric, unprecedented eccentric. This was the only thought in his mind. He was an enigmatic, unworldly eccentric. What has happened here? Why are you fighting in the street? Li Xuan asked sternly. Venerable one, I am pursuing Meng Chang, a fugitive with a bounty issued by the Wu country, Sheer said in a low voice. You would actually assist the imperial Wu court in apprehending fugitives. Li Xuan was taken aback. The Heavenly Mother sect, with their heads filled with thoughts of rebellion, would help the Wu court apprehend fugitives, primarily because the reward is too large, Sheer admitted with an awkward expression on his face. How large a bounty? Li Xuan's brows furrowed, looking interested. 1,000,000 taels of gold. Sheer's eyes fervently blazed. With 1,000,000 taels of gold, the funds needed for rebellion would greatly increase. Li Xuan was astounded. Looking at the bald youngster, Meng Chang, he was amazed. Young man, what kind of heinous crime have you committed to have a bounty of 1,000,000 taels of gold? Meng Chang felt the man before him was enigmatic and likely a grand master. He became serious and reverently said, Venerable one, I revenged only. In fact, the Emperor of Wu is a benefactor who helped me exact revenge. Li Xuan listened and became somewhat bewildered. If it was mere revenge, and furthermore if the Emperor of Wu even helped him exact revenge, then why was such a major bounty placed on him? What happened? He asked out of curiosity. Meng Chang rubbed his own bald head, looking somewhat embarrassed. His bashful appearance made him seem like a sincere and straightforward lad. Actually, it's like this. I, Meng Chang, am the legitimate son of the Meng family of the Ping frontier of the Wu country. According to Meng Chang, he was born bald and had a much stronger body and greater strength than most people. He belonged to those with innate divine strength. At the age of 5, he was sent by his parents to a martial arts school within a society of rivers and lakes to eventually serve the imperial court as a martial officer. However, when Meng Chang returned from learning martial arts, he found both of his parents dead. Since the day he returned, everyone in his family, from the elderly to young children, began to discriminate against him, branding him as a plague demon, saying that his baldness was an ominous sign. They deemed his presence would bring about the downfall of the Meng family. He was the plague demon that had to be driven out of the Meng family to preserve its prosperous heritage. Instigated by his uncles and aunts, even the children in the family came to despise him and would spit at him whenever they saw him. His family took his parents' inheritance, not only refusing to give him a share, but also attempting to drive him out of the Meng family. Meng Chang secretly investigated and suspected that his parents were murdered. When he sought justice, the family elders had him beaten up and chased away by the family protectors. Meng Chang, severely injured, threatened that he would take revenge. However, his uncles and aunts didn't take him seriously, brazenly challenging him to come back, saying that if he dared to return, they would kill him and bury him then and there. According to normal logic of vengeance, one would strive to learn martial arts, align oneself with a powerful faction, and even join the imperial court after attaining sufficient strength, before taking revenge on the Meng family. However, Meng Chang's approach to revenge was unprecedented, groundbreaking, and left Li Xuan dumbfounded, causing him to see Meng Chang in a different light. Everyone in Wu country knows that the current emperor of Wu loves to go on frequent inspection tour. During his 10-year reign, after spending the first 2 years consolidating the royal power and authority, he has made a tour every year for the following 8 years. Of course, every time he returns from a tour, there's always a new concubine in the palace. An unexpected incident occurred during the tour 3 months ago. Meng Chang took a completely new approach to his vengeance. He didn't throw himself into martial arts training, nor did he join the bandits in the mountains to gather forces from the underworld for revenge. He didn't even take the route of serving in the government. After all, the Meng family, led by Ping, is one of the great families, and there are plenty of officials in the court of Wu country related to the Meng family. Meng Chang came up with an even more ruthless way to exact revenge. He seized the opportunity of the emperor of Wu's tour to launch an assassination. The emperor was in his carriage, preparing to indulge in some intimate activities with a newly selected beauty, when he heard a loud roar. Ping Meng Chang, here to slay the profligate, incompetent, and brutal dog emperor. The sudden roar frightened the emperor of Wu to the point of weakness. He was absolutely livid. Meng Chang was fierce. He rampaged with a large cleaver, piercing through layers of guards. He even managed to escape successfully. The emperor of Wu was livid. After investigation, he found out that the culprit who attempted the assassination was the legitimate lineage of the Ping Meng family. Banishment, total banishment, punishment to the 9th degree. It must be punishment to the 9th degree. The emperor immediately issued a decree. His army marched directly into the Meng family home and arrested everyone. The whole Meng family was just dumbfounded. They didn't know what had happened, but suddenly they were criminals of high treason. Once they knew the truth, they cried out in profound injustice. What an enormous wrong. The Meng family had just banished Meng Chang, and then he went to attempt to assassinate the emperor. This was Meng Chang's way of revenge. Everyone in the Meng family was struck dumb. What on earth was this? Who the hell takes revenge in such a way? Are you out of your mind? This is a capital crime that incurs punishment to the 9th degree. The entire court of Wu country was unsettled due to this assassination attempt. Officials were fearful and cautious. Anyone associated with the Meng family was thrown into prison. This is a capital crime punishable by execution up to the 9th degree of kin. The repercussions were expanding. If punishment to the 9th degree were implemented, it seemed like it might even affect some members of the imperial family. In the end, the sentence was total banishment. Upon investigation, it appeared that this assassination attempt was actually Meng Chang's revenge against the Meng family. Though that was the case, the emperor of Wu wouldn't excuse the Meng family. If this precedent were set, wouldn't others with ulterior motives simply banish a person from their family before committing a treasonous act against the emperor? If the act failed, wouldn't they avoid involvement? Where would be the dignity of royal authority? Where would be his dignity as the emperor of Wu? Total banishment is a must. This precedent cannot be set. As a result, the entire Meng family was executed. On the day of execution, with cries up to heaven and down to earth, they lamented how unjust this was and cursed at Meng Chang. How dare he exact revenge in such a way? News of this spread throughout Wu country. Everyone was dumbstruck. Who takes revenge in such a way? What kind of mind could conceive such a ruthless method of revenge? The most ridiculous thing was that Meng Chang, the culprit of the assassination attempt on the emperor of Wu, actually escaped. The Emperor of Wu issued a reward for his capture. Caption 10,000 gold. After hearing the reason, Li Xuan found his view towards Meng Chang had changed. This bald youth sure thinks differently. Didn't you just say that there was a bounty of 10,000 gold on his head? Why did you say earlier that the Wu country offered 100,000 gold? Li Xuan suddenly noticed something wrong. Meng Chang said that he had a bounty of 10,000 gold on his head, and he had been hiding and fleeing all the way to Qi country to seek refuge. However, Sheer had said the reward was 100,000 gold. Sheer's face twitched. He looked at Meng Chang with a sort of awe. This natural bald youth had invented such an unprecedented method of revenge. Sir, the thing is, Meng Chang's method of revenge has set an example for others. Sheer looked at Meng Chang peculiarly, recounting what had happened after Meng Chang had attempted to assassinate the Emperor of Wu. Meng Chang's unprecedented method of revenge had spread across Wu country, naturally becoming a big topic of conversation. Unexpectedly, it led to a trend throughout the whole Wu country. In Wu country, a servant of the former Minister of Personnel fell in love with a woman. However, she was taken by force by the son of the minister. The servant sought justice, but instead his parents were killed, and he was brutally beaten, suffering torment every day. The minister's son, somewhat sadistic, would frequently beat the servant and repeatedly claim the woman he loved right in front of him. He wouldn't kill the servant, only torture him. Upon hearing of Meng Chang's actions, the servant was inspired. He suddenly understood what he needed to do in order to seek revenge. He managed to escape when no one was watching and hid himself. He made a bow and stole a knife. After the assassination attempt on Meng Chang had calmed down, the Emperor of Wu went on another tour, completing the one he couldn't finish last time. But he was assassinated again. The servant from the Minister of Personnel's residence had dared to attack him. The tyrant must die. With this roar, the Emperor of Wu was enraged. The servant was killed. Upon investigation, he was found to be a servant from the Minister of Personnel's household. Execution. The whole household had to be executed. The Minister of Personnel and his entire family cried out that they had been wronged. However, the emperor's authority could not be challenged, even if the revenge was sought by a servant. Better to kill wrongly than let anyone escape. This precedent could not be set. The entire household of the Minister of Personnel was executed. Word of this spread, and the culture of Wu country began to twist. The Emperor of Wu once again attempted a tour, trying to complete the previous two failed ones. However, he was assassinated yet again. The assassin was the nephew of the Prince of the Warriors. His mother had been insulted by the Prince of the Warriors and was driven to suicide. So he decided to follow Meng Chang and seek revenge. The Emperor of Wu was in distress. Execution. Execution of the entire household. The household of the Prince of the Warriors was also executed. The officials of the imperial court were in turmoil. All these were consequences of Meng Chang's actions. Everyone advised the Emperor of Wu to stop touring and to just stay within the palace. If he toured again, there would be no telling which other high-ranked officials might be executed. The Emperor ended up feeling pressured to stop his tour. Just when it seemed like things were calming down, another high-ranked official was assassinated. A servant from a powerful merchant's house, feeling humiliated, took it upon himself to assassinate the official. The merchant's family was imprisoned and their entire estate confiscated. If the officials can't be assassinated, then the ministers will be assassinated. The entire culture in Wu country had been led astray. The way homeowners looked at their servants was full of vigilance. If they treated their servants kindly, wouldn't their authority be rendered meaningless? It was unheard of for them to treat these lowly people well. They couldn't possibly be associated with such people, could they? If they spoke harsh words and mistreated their servants, they feared the servants might retaliate with assassination. The ministers, too, were uneasy. They feared assassination while going out and worried that a servant might get a crazy idea to take up arms in their own home. If they let go of their pride and treated their servants well, wouldn't their authority be worthless? Where would their dignity as a lord lie then? The servants of the rich families in Wu country were also suffering. They were afraid that their masters might suspect them of wanting to seek revenge and be beaten to death to prevent them from attempting assassination. The whole atmosphere in Wu country had been led astray. All this was because of Meng Chang. In Wu country, a popular saying had begun to spread: want to seek revenge, follow Meng Chang. This was truly a disaster. The Emperor of Wu increased the bounty, swearing to capture Meng Chang and have him executed by quartering. All the officials were very supportive, and they were willing to contribute their own wealth to increase the reward. They raised the bounty to an astonishing 100,000 taels of gold. Li Xuan was stunned. Meng Chang, this young man, single-handedly skewed the entire ethos of Wu country. Moreover, his way of revenge was truly ingenious. The way his mind worked was too unique, something an ordinary person could never comprehend. A bounty of 100,000 taels of gold. No wonder even Sheer and the followers of Heavenly Mother sect were enticed. He was basically a walking treasury. Who wouldn't be tempted seeing him? Meng Chang was also somewhat dumbfounded. Surprised, he exclaimed, "So much has happened, and I'm worth 100,000 taels of gold." He was also tempted, even to the point of wanting to sell himself. Yes, 100,000 taels of gold. Sheer nodded, looking at Meng Chong as if he was seeing a gold mine. Gulp. Meng Chong swallowed a mouthful of saliva, wiped the sweat off his forehead, and said, "Let's cooperate." What? Sheer was dumbfounded. Cooperate. You escort me to a county government office in Wu Country, collect part of the bounty, then intercept me halfway, and again deliver me to another county government office, continue to collect the bounty, again intercept me, and so on. Meng Chong's eyes flashed brightly, continuing, "Avoid sending me to Prefecture City. It's too dangerous and not easy to break in. Just send me to County Magistrate Office. Even they would be eager for merits and would still be able to give a part of the bounty, even if at their own expense. The Emperor of Wu wants to draw and quarter me. The county office would absolutely not kill me. I think this is a safe move. We can split the bounty 40-60. You get 60, I get 40. How about that?" Sheer was stupefied and shocked at Meng Chong's unconventional thinking. No wonder he was the one who could come up with a revenge scheme that an ordinary person couldn't even dream of coming up with a plan to assassinate the Emperor of Wu, which resulted in his Meng family being implicated and killed. Li Xuan looked at Meng Chong, a bald hunk of a man with his unconventional thinking, planning to fleece the county governments of Wu Country. A normal person would never think of such a scheme. Suddenly, a light bulb moment flashed in Li Xuan's mind. He looked at Meng Chong with a completely different expression. A person with such an ingenious mind, isn't he the perfect candidate to be his disciple? His future disciple was right in front of him. With such a thought, his mysterious aura grew stronger, and the image of an obscure cultivator has become even greater within seconds. He reached out his hand and grabbed Meng Chong's arm. While squeezing Meng Chong's arm and shoulder, he then said, "Excellent, excellent. Young man, you have an exceptional framework and are a martial arts genius. Would you like to become my disciple?" Sheer was shocked. This senior actually wanted to accept Meng Chong as his apprentice. The thought of how they were planning to capture Meng Chong for the bounty made him break into cold sweat. Thump. Meng Chong immediately knelt down and respectfully kowtowed. "Disciple Meng Chong greets master." "Good, good, very good." Li Xuan was overjoyed, his face beaming with happiness. Meng Chong's mind is smart, and his thinking unconventional. No doubt he could successfully cultivate the technique Li Xuan devised. Looking at the muscular and bald Meng Chong, Li Xuan already had ideas on what kind of cultivation technique to teach him. After accepting a disciple, Li Xuan lost interest in continuing to stroll around. He was preparing to take Meng Chong back to his residence when he suddenly thought of something. He turned to Sheer and said, "Does your Heavenly Mother sect have treasured herbs like the 9-leaf ginseng and 1,000-year mountain ginseng?" He suddenly thought. Su Yan was able to perceive qi and blood, rapidly increasing the speed of his skin and bone refinement. It probably has something to do with consuming 9-leaf ginseng and 1,000-year mountain ginseng. Since he has accepted a disciple, the start of foundation building should be eased with treasured herbs like the 9-leaf ginseng. It should make for an easier introduction to cultivation. Although the cultivation technique may be different, the first realm is also the qi and blood realm, and it's also for blood refinement. Undoubtedly, Meng Chong's physical condition was much stronger, and his qi and blood were more robust than Su Yan's was at the beginning. If he had treasured herbs to aid in his cultivation, he could undoubtedly reach the entry level much faster. Although he didn't have the herbs, the Heavenly Mother sect had many top-notch martial artists and considerable followers. They should have these treasured herbs. Yes, yes, senior. Sheer was overjoyed at hearing this. This was a chance to curry favor with the hidden expert. Merely rare medicinal herbs, they can't transform them into nobles. "Bring some over," Li Xuan said without mincing his words. "Yes, yes, elder." Sheer hastily nodded. Li Xuan looked satisfied. He wasn't worried that Sheer and the rest would run away. Where could they run? "The little girl from your Heavenly Mother sect, have her come over when she has time." Li Xuan continued to order. Yes, yes. Sheer was caught off guard and hastily agreed. As for whether the Heavenly Mother would come or not, that was not his concern. As long as he agreed to the elder's instructions, that was enough. Li Xuan, satisfied, nodded his head. With his new disciple, Meng Chong, he returned home. Inside Yunshan County, Li Xuan just received a new disciple. Within the prefecture city, Su Yan once again displayed his divine might. He beat Ku Ruaji and other Heavenly Mother sect experts one by one, beating them until they couldn't utilize even 1/3 of their martial arts skills for half a month. Ku Ruaji was utterly wrecked. What kind of people are they? We've bowed down and submitted, but still they beat us half to death. Su Yan's reasoning was just too brutal. You guys are a bit too powerful. I'm afraid my father can't control you, so I beat you half to death to weaken you. I didn't kill you because I feel like you're still useful. It would be a waste otherwise. This is called turning waste into treasure, Su Yan said solemnly. Ku Ruaji and the other Heavenly Mother sect experts were crumbling inside. Just because of this reasoning, he beat them half to death. What do you mean we are a bit too powerful? What's that? You can't accept it. Su Yan raised his eyebrow, staring at Ku Ruaji, and said, "The look in your eyes seems like you can't accept it." Ku Ruaji turned pale, hurriedly responded, I accept. I absolutely accept. From the bottom of my bones, I accept. He started fearing Su Yan a bit, not understanding why this kid always misunderstood people. Was that the look of defiance? Damn it, I was just wincing from the pain, as long as you accept. Su Yan was satisfied and was about to leave, but suddenly stopped and turned around. He glared at Ku Ruaji and said angrily, your bones accept, but does your heart not accept? He imagined that Ku Ruaji, deceitful and cunning, only verbally submitted but didn't mention whether he did in his heart. He must have other thoughts in his mind. Ku Ruaji looked a bit wrecked, cursing in his heart. What's wrong with this kid? Why is he always targeting me? I accept. I absolutely accept. My heart, my mind, my whole body, everything accepts, Ku Ruaji hastily swore. The other Heavenly Mother sect experts were all curled up on the ground. Despite their bodies aching severely, they didn't dare to tremble in fear of causing a misunderstanding with Su Yan. Good as long as you accept. Su Yan turned and left. The city of Dong County was still in turmoil, with a craze for seeking experts cropping up. Nobody was working in the government office. Jiang Pingshan had settled in Su family's house, effectively being held under their control. Su Yan dealt with all the potential threats, and high-ranking martial artists within and outside the city subdued them thoroughly so that they couldn't practice martial arts for half a month. Only the Su family's guards retained their full strength. Before heading to the capital city, to avoid any unforeseen circumstances, he explicitly reminded his parents that they could hide in Yunshan County if the situation changed. Jinan, the capital of Qi Country. The dispute over the crown prince is about to be settled. Pavilion Elder Chen, who supports the third prince, has already asked for retirement and the Emperor Qi has agreed. Pavilion Elder Chen is about to leave the capital after his retirement. Amid the intense feud over the crown prince, his retirement is not an easy feat, deeply tied to his highly respected status as a veteran of 2 dynasties. It remains uncertain what lies in the future for Gu Rongshan, the minister regarded as one of the right-hand men of the third prince. At best, he may be dismissed from his post. If things get worse, he may get exiled, and if they get even worse, his entire family may face capital punishment. It's well known amongst the court that the first prince's faction is initiating actions in Dong County. The final outcome, whether Gu Rongshan's son-in-law is imprisoned under the charges of colluding with the Celestial Mother cult or some alternative crimes, will determine Gu Rongshan's fate. The Imperial Palace, the royal study. Emperor Qi is looking at the confidential missive from Dong County, his hands shaking and lips trembling. Even as the emperor, who stands aloft from the rest of the world, he feels fear for the first time. One man sweeping through 10,000 troops. Can a mortal human really achieve this? But a confidential missive wouldn't lie. Gu Rongshan's grandson, Su Yan, single-handedly defeated 10,000 divine soldiers without any injuries and made it look easy. Moreover, during the battle, Su Yan held back and did not massacre all the divine army soldiers. Gu Rongshan's grandson, wasn't he supposed to be dim-witted? Isn't this the dimwit that everyone in the court was talking about? Emperor Qi is trembling all over, his face turning ashen with rage. A dim-witted person practicing such unmatched martial arts. Who exactly is the dimwit then? The rumors are true. There really are hermit elders in this world who are as divine as gods. There really are such powerful martial arts. Gu Rongshan must die. Punish him by exterminating his whole family. Execute the whole Gu family to be buried with my Qi country. Emperor Qi's eyes flashed with ruthless determination. Since the Qi country is to fall, before the enemy arrives in the capital, cut Gu Rongshan's family down, let them accompany the Qi country in death. No, just as the emperor was about to issue a decree to exterminate the Gu family, he suddenly became alert. He picked up the missive again for a careful look. Su Jun did not rebel. He only defeated the divine army and did not kill Jiang Pingshan. Moreover, he did not let the Celestial Mother cult take over the prefecture office. In this brief moment, Emperor Qi understood. Whether the Su family will rebel depends on his attitude and how he handles the Gu family. If Gu Rongshan dies, it will mean the end of the royal house of Qi country. But if Gu Rongshan continues to serve Qi country as minister, then Qi will remain Qi. Emperor Qi took several deep breaths. His extreme seriousness underlined that this was a decision concerning the survival of Qi country, something he could not afford to take lightly. Summon my third son into the palace, order Minister Gu Rongshan to enter the palace, and send word to the ancestral temple to prepare for my son's mentoring ceremony. Emperor Qi issued the orders sternly. He had to get it all done before the news from Dong County arrived in the capital. The chief eunuch bowed and left, personally overseeing the process. Even though he was surprised about receiving the summon, the third prince rushed to the palace. Gu Rongshan, also confused by the emperor's urgent summons, wondered what purpose it served. Could it be that this time, after the dispute over the crown prince, his Gu family might escape unscathed? In hurried steps, Gu reached the imperial palace. However, instead of meeting with the Emperor Qi in the study, he was led to the ancestral temple. Following the eunuch, Gyu arrived at the ancestral temple. Upon arrival, he saw the third prince, and the arrangements of the ancestral temple seemed unusual. Your Majesty. As Gyu Rongshan was about to bow in salute, Emperor Qi, with a smile on his face, personally helped him up and said, Minister Gyu, there's no need for formalities, come, sit down. Your Majesty this. Gyu Rongshan was shocked as the Emperor Qi pulled him and asked him to sit at the principal seat of the ancestral temple. Minister Gyu, you are a unique talent in this world. My third son is fortunate to have caught your favor. Today I will let him officially take you as his mentor. Emperor Qi spoke solemnly. Your Majesty, this should not be done. Gyu Rongshan was shocked. He was a prince, how could he simply accept such mentoring arrangements? The emperor ignored his protests, forced him to sit in the seat, turned around, glared at the third prince, and scolded, what are you standing there for? Why aren't you performing the 3 kneelings and 9 kowtows to greet your teacher? Father Emperor, the third prince had a befuddled look. What on earth was going on? Seeing the severe look in Emperor Qi's eyes, he flinched in fright, hastily kneeled down, and kowtowed 3 times before offering up tea. Disciple greets esteemed teacher. Gyu Rongshan was completely clueless throughout. His mind was dizzy, a messy pulp, and he felt utterly stupefied. What was Emperor Qi doing? Minister Gyu, take a sip of your tea quickly, Emperor Qi urged. Gyu Rongshan took the tea and took a mouthful, remaining clueless throughout the whole event. Third son, keep in mind that a day as a teacher is considered a lifetime as a father. From now on, when you see Minister Gyu, treat him with the same reverence as you would your father. You are to pay your respects to Minister Gyu daily, and any disrespect will be severely punished. Emperor Qi's tone was extremely severe by the time he finished speaking. The third prince's body shook, his face turned pale, and he hurriedly replied, yes, yes, Father Emperor. His mind was muddy, thinking his father emperor was probably insane, other else why would he do such a thing? Get lost quickly. Emperor Qi shot him a glare, and the third prince hurriedly retreated. Minister Gyu, come on, come, the duties of the court still require your attention. With your talent, Minister Gyu, I rest easy. Emperor Qi, hand in hand with Gyu Rongshan, took a stroll in the royal garden. Like old friends for many years, they chatted about daily routines, occasionally mentioning his grandson Su Yan, and now and then praising Gyu Rongshan's devotion for the court. Among all the civil and military officials, only Minister Gyu is the true loyalist. Gyu Rongshan's mind was nothing but a muddle, even suspecting that he was dreaming. After strolling around in the royal garden, Emperor Qi, pulling Gyu Rongshan, returned to the ancestral temple. Then Emperor Qi, along with Gyu Rongshan, worshipped heaven and earth in front of the temple, intending to become sworn brothers of a different surname. Gyu Rongshan's face turned pale, his body trembled, and he nearly fainted. There was only one thought in his mind: has the emperor gone mad? Thud, 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 kneeling down, swearing a blood oath, and becoming brothers. After the complete procedure, Gyu Rongshan felt completely drained, both physically and mentally. But for Emperor Qi, he felt slightly relieved. His thought was simple: being sworn brothers with your grandfather, don't you consider me as half an elder, Su Yan, so I hope you will go light on me. After the sworn brother ceremony, he walked Gyu Rongshan out of the palace. Halfway, they ran into one of Emperor Qi's favored concubines, approaching gracefully. Gyu Rongshan was dazed at this moment, completely at a loss, and unconsciously looked up at the concubine, his gaze lingering. It's a major disrespect, but his mind was so muddled at the moment that he didn't realize it. Upon seeing this, Emperor Qi immediately asked joyously, Brother Gyu, what do you think of Concubine Yun? Concubine Yun is beautiful and virtuous, of course. Gyu Rongshan froze, a wave of panic surfacing in his heart. How did I start commenting on the emperor's favorite concubine? Cold sweat started breaking out on his forehead. Next, Emperor Qi's joyful voice came from the side. Since Brother Gyu likes her, someone take Concubine Yun to Minister Gyu's residence. What? Gyu Rongshan was aghast, exclaimed hurriedly, no, no, your majesty. In a panic, he added, my wife is fierce, I'm scared. If that's the case, then let it be. Emperor Qi wore a face of regret. Isn't Gyu Rongshan's wife Su Yan's grandmother? If I annoy her, won't I be asking for trouble? On the other hand, Concubine Yun had already fainted from fright. Gyu Rongshan returned home in daze, his mind in complete turmoil, as if the trip to the royal palace was an absurd dream. Father, what did the emperor want to see you for? Gyu Yunkai expressed his eagerness and worry, and as soon as he followed his father into the study, he asked without waiting. His father returned from the palace, and the whole person was completely off. Gyu Rongshan raised his head, and after a while managed to say, His Majesty might have a brain disease, his sanity seems slightly off. Gyu Yunkai. Gyu Yunkai had a dumbfounded look on his face. He scans the room in panic, opened the study window to ensure there was no one eavesdropping, then only he exhaled a sigh of relief. Dad, how come? Did his father lose his wits because the entire family was in danger due to his defeat in the struggle for the heir to the throne? Gyu Rongshan took a deep breath, only then did he slightly calm down, but he still can't believe what happened. Third Prince was kneeling and kowtowing to him, acknowledging him as his master. Even Emperor Qi stated that once someone is your master, he will be your father for life. Who on earth has ever seen a prince kowtow this way? What's even more outrageous is that he was sworn brothers with Emperor Qi. Even more shocking, Emperor Qi actually wanted to give him Princess Concubine Yun. Since when did emperors give their concubines to ministers? Emperor Qi didn't have the habit of being cuckolded. Hearing everything his father said, Gyu Yunkai was dumbfounded and looked at his father suspiciously. It's not Emperor Qi who's gone mad, it's my dad, Gyu Yunkai thought sadly. The third prince returned to the palace feeling dazed. His core advisors rushed over. Your Highness, what was that urgent summon from the emperor about? They asked. The third prince looked around, took a deep breath, and whispered into his advisor's ear, I suspect that our emperor has a brain disease, advisor. Something seems wrong with the third prince. Back in the study, Emperor Qi issued another command. Issue an imperial decree, appoint Gyu Rongshan as the Qi king, the grand premier of the cabinet, and the crown prince's supreme master. The title Grand Tutor could no longer match Gyu Rongshan's status. The emperor established a new title, Crown Prince's Supreme Master. The word supreme represented the exalted status. Issue an imperial decree, appoint Gyu Yunkai as Duke Shenwei, the commander of Qi's army. Make Ming King the crown prince. Ming King was the third prince. Emperor Qi issued a series of decrees, and simultaneously had people spread how he rewarded the virtuous, had the third prince acknowledge Gyu Rongshan as his master, and even humbly formed a bond of brotherhood with Gyu Rongshan. He spread wide and far the deeds of Gyu Rongshan and the Gyu family's loyal service to the country, praising them for their unwavering devotion. Portrayed Gyu Rongshan as the embodiment of loyalty, patriotism, virtue, and saintly morality. The capital was in an uproar. All the civilian and military officials were taken aback. Has the emperor gone mad? Especially the eldest prince and his supporters were like falling from the clouds to land in a pit full of feces. The pain was indescribable. The third prince was appointed as the crown prince. Gyu Rongshan was made a king, grand premier of the cabinet, the crown prince's supreme master. His son Gyu Yunkai became Duke Shenwei, who commands the national defense forces of Qi country, and the rumor amongst the populace was that Gyu Rongshan had become a saint, a great character. The parties concerned, Gyu Rongshan and his son, were both bewildered, the only thought in their minds, the emperor has lost his senses. Countless ministers presented memorials and even remonstrated to death. The imperial court was in chaos. Those who remonstrated to the death were complied with. The only thought in the minds of all the civilian and military officials was, the emperor is mad, until one day, two enormous red dragons burst open the city's gates. A figure riding one of the red dragons was heading for the palace. A deafening voice resounded, Emperor Qi, old man, I Su Yan am here. Su Yan. All the officials in attendance were stunned. Isn't he Gyu Rongshan's outside grandson? According to rumors, his outside grandson was not very bright and was obsessed with looking for a master, wanting to learn the real martial arts. The ministers looked up to see the dragon coming, its oppressive power shaking all directions. His face was instantly filled with horror. Could there really be such powerful martial arts in the world? Am I the fool for being unaware? At this moment, all the officials understood why Emperor Qi had carried out a series of absurd actions and why he had been so eager to please Gyu Rongshan. All this was because of Gyu Rongshan's grandson, Su Yan. Emperor Qi watched as the enormous dragon, 2 to 3 feet long, slithered through the air. His face turned pale. Though the Flying Hawk secret order had mentioned Su Yan creating a red dragon with a wave of his palms, rendering all helpless, reading about it and witnessing it firsthand were completely different experiences. He was nearly scared out of his wits. He hastily grabbed Gyu Rongshan's hand next to him, his voice trembling as he said, Brother Gyu, you must persuade your grandson. This old body of mine can't handle such shocks. Gyu Rongshan, upon seeing Su Yan soaring in midair, was also stunned. His own grandson was so powerful. In that moment, he understood. It wasn't that Emperor Qi had lost his sanity, but rather it was because of Su Yan's prowess that he had made these seemingly absurd decisions. Su Yan was now furiously charging towards the palace. The eldest prince must have provoked his grandson by attempting to settle accounts with Gyu Rongshan in Dong Prefecture. That must be why Su Yan was storming the capital city. Your Majesty, don't worry. My grandson Su Yan is a kind and honest young man. He won't do anything excessive. Upon understanding the situation, Gyu Rongshan straightened up, his confidence restored. Emperor Qi's mouth twitched. A kind and honest boy. Only Gyu Rongshan could say something like that. Yanner, what are you making such a fuss about? It's not good to alarm His Majesty. Gyu Rongshan called over to Su Yan. HMPH. Su Yan glanced at Emperor Qi standing next to his grandfather, snorted coldly, and pushed his palms downwards, merging the two dragons into one giant dragon. With a resounding crash, it landed in the square outside the palace hall. A rumble followed, and clouds of dust billowed into the air. The impact of the dragon left a deep trench dividing the square into 2 equal parts. The officials, palace guards, and top martial artists all broke out in cold sweats. Grandfather. Su Yan approached Gu Rongshan. Ha ha ha, Yanner, your arrival is timely. Let me introduce you. This is His Majesty, your grandfather's sworn brother. Gu Rongshan pulled Su Yan's hand, gleefully introducing him. Sworn brother. Su Yan looked at Emperor Qi in confusion. Since when did his grandfather become sworn brothers with Emperor Qi? Since they were sworn brothers, why did those officials dare to ransack his home? Emperor Qi forced a friendly smile onto his face, any traces of his royal dignity now completely non-existent. For the ministers of Qi country, this was a day their worldview would be shattered. The legendary divine martial artist, as described in the storybooks, had actually appeared. Moreover, it was Gu Rongshan's grandson, the one who had been mocked as inept. In the end, the real fools were they themselves. That day, the capital city was rocked to its core when a divine being, controlling a dragon, burst into the royal palace. Emperor Qi is a foolish and incompetent ruler. The divine has come to destroy Qi country. Qi country's days are numbered. The Holy Mother's divine light is illuminating all living beings, saving the people from peril and restoring order in the world at the crucial moment. Suddenly, members of the hidden Holy Mother cult excitedly emerged and charged towards the palace, ready to seize the chance to rebel. The people were stunned. Were there really hidden Holy Mother cult followers in the capital city? They seriously dared to rebel given the opportunity. As for Emperor Qi, he was more afraid of Su Yan than some cult followers. He was already feeling stifled, so it was a perfect opportunity for him to vent his anger by suppressing these cult followers. So forces were sent forth to capture and root out the cult followers. With the arrival of Su Yan, peace was truly a stranger to the capital city of Qi country, and even the entire country. Soon after, the news of Su Yan single-handedly and effortlessly defeating tens of thousands of troops in Dong Prefecture was circulated among the ministers. Only at that moment did they understand the reason behind Emperor Qi's absurd actions. The capital city was in uproar, the courtiers shocked, as Emperor Qi, hidden in a secret chamber within the palace, cursed and gnashed his teeth in anger. Meanwhile, at the Qi King's mansion, there was an atmosphere of joy and celebration. He felt completely at ease. It wasn't that Emperor Qi had lost his mind, rather, it was that his own grandson was too strong. At the moment, Su Yan felt that Emperor Qi was still acceptable. Having sworn brotherhood with his grandfather, being named Qi King, Grand Chancellor, and the Crown Prince's teacher, in the entire Qi country, Emperor Qi was only nominally the first man. It was his grandfather who was truly the first man. The more Gu Rongshan looked at his grandson, the happier he became, having not showered his affection on him in vain. Ever since Su Yan held aloft the giant dragon and soared through the sky, since the moment he slammed down his palm in the Imperial Plaza, creating a dragon-shaped trench, the worldview of the courtiers had completely collapsed, unable to recover. The worldview of the citizens in the capital city of Qi country had similarly collapsed. That day, all the storybooks and legends in the bookstores of the capital city sold out, and their prices continued to skyrocket. A down-and-out scholar, seeing a business opportunity, sold several of his treasured storybooks describing the affairs of divine men and women for a high price of 1,000 taels. He became rich overnight. That day, the Playboy scions ceased their brothel hopping and bullying, as their families urged them to seek out sages. In this event, the victim who suffered the most, the eldest prince, was even preparing to personally seek a sage to take as his master. The capital city of Qi country was caught up in a craze for seeking sages. The third prince came to the Qi King's mansion, carrying valuable gifts to pay his respects to his teacher, Gu Rongshan. Many officials almost trampled the threshold of the Qi King to bits. In the Qi King's mansion, the study. Father, does His Majesty not fear that our Gu family might rebel? Gu Yunkai voiced the doubt in his heart. To be sworn in as Qi King, Grand Chancellor, head of the courtiers, the Crown Prince's teacher, didn't Emperor Qi fear the Gu family rebelling? The military might of the Shenwei army, which supported the dynasty, was now under his command. With the Gu family's current strength, rebelling would be all too easy. Just Su Yan alone would be enough. Gu Rongshan, with an even expression, said, "It's precisely because he fears our rebellion that he has given us such an exalted status." Why? Gu Yunkai didn't understand. Gu Rongshan exhaled and said, "What is father's reputation on the outside? They all say that His Majesty honors the virtuous and lowers himself to show respect, condescending to make me his sworn brother. He even had the third prince become my disciple, for one day as a teacher is a lifetime as a father. They are all saying that I, Gu Rongshan, am loyal to the emperor and love the country, wholeheartedly serve the people, have high moral character, and am a saintly and virtuous person. What do you think? If father were to rebel, how would the common people see it? What would become of my reputation?" Gu Rongshan chuckled lightly and said, "If I were to rebel, I would inevitably be labeled as ungrateful, hypocritical, and treacherous, a vile traitor, and so on with a foul reputation. Our emperor has used this good reputation to bind our Gu family. If we do not rebel, we'll be renowned for generations. Becoming saintly and virtuous figures, if we do rebel, our name will be tarnished. His Majesty is decisive. Even before the matter regarding Yanner had spread, he had already made his arrangements. Such decisiveness from an emperor is not simple, indeed. It was only then that Gyu Yunkai realized this series of rewards and rumors were all the handiwork of Emperor Qi, forcing the Gyu family to choose one path or the other. Either rebel and gain the world of Qi country, but at the cost of a sullied reputation, or remain an exalted regent, where the realm of Qi country would be secure, and Gyu Rongshan's name would be immortalized in history as a saintly and virtuous person. Now the rumors had deeply penetrated among the people. Even if they wished, it was too late to turn around. Then, father, what are your thoughts? Gyu Yunkai's breathing became heavier. Gyu Rongshan offered a slight smile and said, saintly virtue indeed. His Majesty is currently seeking a master, and once found, should he be able to suppress Yanner, he will surely strike like thunder. If the power discrepancy isn't too great, then a balance will be maintained. His Majesty also told me that if the royal family finds such a master, they wouldn't strike down someone of my saintly reputation, so as not to tarnish the royal family's face, he said. Gyu Yunkai understood in his heart and worriedly said, but what if His Majesty really finds a master? Gyu Rongshan laughed and said, how easy could that be? Our Yanner is one step ahead, thereby always a step ahead. Wanting to suppress us is not so simple. Yunkai, don't look at things too superficially. A mundane dynasty is not that significant. Yes, father, I understand. Gyu Yunkai replied, his eyes lighting up with excitement. Yunshan County. Li Xuan brought Meng Chong back to his residence and let him pick a guest room to settle into. Get familiar with your surroundings first. Can you cook? Can you make chicken soup? You can, then go cook, he said. The first task Meng Chong had to do after becoming an apprentice was to cook. Senior, I've brought the items. Sheer came over respectfully. Put them down, Li Xuan nodded. Sheer placed 5 boxes on the table. Without moving his hands, Li Xuan's qi and blood surged, and the 5 boxes opened. This scene left Sheer utterly astonished, his waist bowing even lower. 2 9-leaf Ganoderma lucidums and 3 millennium ginsengs. Li Xuan was quite surprised. This Heavenly Mother sect was quite wealthy indeed. 9-leaf Ganoderma lucidum and millennium ginseng are both rare treasures. That your Heavenly Mother sect has such a collection is quite noteworthy. It was because of the 9-leaf Ganoderma lucidum and millennium ginseng that Su Yan had been deeply moved to become an apprentice. Senior, although 9-leaf Ganoderma lucidum and millennium ginseng are rare, they can still be found in the Boundless Mountains. My Heavenly Mother sect, as we've been besieged, took refuge multiple times in the Boundless Mountains and managed to harvest these treasures, Sheer respectfully said. The Boundless Mountains. Li Xuan's heart stirred. Senior, the Boundless Mountains are merely 200 li from here, and that's the boundary of the mountains. They are called boundless because no one can cross this range of mountains. No one has ever reached the end, Sheer explained, gesturing towards the mountains outside Yunshan County. Li Xuan's mind was filled with astonishment and speculation. The small village I arrived in is adjacent to the Boundless Mountains. The evil Sha Forest seems to extend into the mountains. Could the fire-maned wolves have come from the Boundless Mountains? He had some guesses in his mind. Of course, whether this was the case remained uncertain. Continue. Li Xuan motioned with a 9-leaf Ganoderma lucidum for Sheer to go on. Senior, the reason the Boundless Mountains are so named is due to their seeming infinity. The deepest exploration recorded was by several top-notch martial artists who ventured 1,000 li into the mountains and still saw no end. They had to stop further exploration due to the deadly miasma. Those who have entered the Boundless Mountains and returned have not ventured more than 1,000 li in. As for those who didn't return, there has been no news. They are likely dead in the mountains, Sheer said respectfully, a hint of confusion in his heart. Was this high-ranking person not from the Boundless Mountains? After hearing this, Li Xuan's speculations about the Boundless Mountains grew stronger. The fire-maned wolves were clearly not ordinary beasts. Based on this, the strength of warriors in this world should not be so low. Could the truth lie at the other end of the Boundless Mountains? Of course, all these were still just speculations, and the truth remained unknown. Li Xuan, after listening to Sheer's explanation, dismissively shook his head and chuckled. A mere couple of 1,000 miles, and that's considered to be an endless mountain range. Such an ordinary perspective, he scoffed. He was unveiling his superior aura. Upon hearing this, Sheer's body shook, his breath becoming slightly ragged. Indeed, he is an unparalleled master. In his eyes, we're nothing but the ordinary. In his view, our endless mountain is not even worth mentioning, Sheer exclaimed internally. He felt a surge of excitement. Perhaps under the master's guidance, he too could transcend the ordinary. Master is correct. It is only because we, ordinary people, are weak and unable to cross it that we call it an endless mountain range, Sheer admitted shamefully. Li Xuan stayed indifferent. Suddenly, a golden light emerged. Your disciple has shocked the capital of Qi country, shattered the worldviews of many officials. Your aura of mystery has grown stronger. The mysterious aura instantly doubled in intensity. In that moment, Sheer became even more sober, bowed even lower, and his reverence and zeal became more pronounced. A superior man indeed. In that instant, the man seated on the chair gave him an impression of being a hidden superior man, mysterious, majestic, and profound, existing beyond the ordinary world. Li Xuan was ecstatic. His mysterious aura could be enhanced even further. At this moment, he could sense that by utilizing his mysterious aura, he seemed even more inscrutable and possessed an aura of an unparalleled master. His mood instantly brightened. His disciple Su Yan had indeed gone to the capital of Qi country to show off his abilities. With a wave of his hand, he dismissed Sheer. "I take my leave." Sheer bowed and left. "Meng Chang," Li Xuan called out. "Master, what are your orders?" The bald youth Meng Chang hurried over. Li Xuan picked up a 9-leaf spirit plant and said, "Cut off a piece and use it to make chicken soup." He hadn't had 9-leaf spirit plant chicken soup in a while and was craving it now. "Yes, master," Meng Chang replied, taking the 9-leaf spirit plant and headed off to cook. Having disciples around to serve you made life leisurely and pleasant indeed. Li Xuan lay back in his chair, squinted, and began contemplating. What cultivation technique should he pass on to Meng Chang? Cultivating the skin, bones, organs, and bloodstream, those were the cultivation techniques I devised for Su Yan to practice. They obviously won't work for Meng Chang. Only a new cultivation technique will bring significant gains. The basics of martial arts, cultivation of the skin, bones, and organs, are inevitable, but the methods of cultivation can differ. When Su Yan was cultivating, he only knew some crude martial arts from the Jianghu, a third-rate level. Meng Chang has an exceptional physique, a natural strength unlike ordinary people, so even though he is just a first-rate Jianghu expert, he can confront top Jianghu experts. Given that Meng Chang's talent resides in his physical strength, let's start from there. Li Xuan decided to play off Meng Chang's strengths, devising a new cultivation technique to test if Meng Chang could successfully cultivate it. If he can, when accepting disciples in the future, he would have a direction. He also had a clear sense of how to devise new cultivation techniques. "Master, dinner is ready." Meng Chang had finished cooking. "Good," Li Xuan nodded. Meng Chang's cooking skills were surprisingly good, perhaps because he had left his home at a young age to practice martial arts and had been cooking to serve others. But compared to Su Yan, it still falls short. "My apprentice, you need to improve your cooking skills. When your elder martial brother returns, you can learn from him." Li Xuan spoke. "Yes, master." Meng Chang touched his bald head, appearing somewhat ashamed. "Tomorrow I will teach you the methods of martial arts. Rest and settle down for today." After the meal, Li Xuan left a message and then retired to his room to compile a cultivation technique. Meng Chang was full of anticipation. What kind of martial arts methods would his venerable master be passing down to him? In the room, Li Xuan sat with a pen, writing drafts of a cultivation technique on paper. "I need to make a distinction now. Su Yan is cultivating the pure path of martial arts, while Meng Chang is training in a side path of martial arts that emphasizes physical body cultivation. This can also be referred to as physical martial arts. However, physical martial arts does not abandon the core of martial arts. It just emphasizes the cultivation of the physical body. All of one's strength is reflected in a robust physique. Thus, what I am going to teach Meng Chang is an attempt to create a new branch within martial arts, physical martial arts. Meng Chang was naturally bald with muscles bulging and a burly figure. His talents are clearly manifested in his physique. Therefore, an idea flashed across Li Xuan's mind, and he decided to try to open up a new branch within martial arts, a branch of martial arts that emphasizes physical body cultivation. If it succeeds, there will be a reference direction for accepting disciples in the future. The foundation of martial arts lies in skin refinement, bone refinement, and organ refinement. Orthodox martial arts begins with skin refinement, while physical martial arts incorporates all three at the same time. Orthodox martial arts can refine jade bones, whereas physical martial arts refines vajralucent bones, which is on par with jade bones yet unique in its own way. So the initial cultivation method for physical martial arts begins with a golden bell shield. Li Xuan fell into deep thought, now a martial artist with his qi and blood at full capacity. Having mastered the methods of martial arts for the qi and blood stage, he had a reference point to compile the foundations and cultivation technique for the qi and blood stage, which is an improvement compared to when he had no clue and was completely guessing in the beginning. However, choosing the initial cultivation method for the physical path is crucial. Iron cloth shirt, or golden bell shield, full body impenetrable through qi and blood. Let's call it Great Sun Golden Bell Shield. This corresponds to qi and blood stage cultivation. The Great Sun Golden Bell Shield I'm creating doesn't have a so-called shield gate. To break this defense, one must surpass the Golden Bell's defense with sheer power. There's no finding any chink to exploit. This is the immaculate Golden Bell. Li Xuan mulled it over for a while, finally deciding on Great Sun Golden Bell Shield as the initial stage of cultivation. Next, the cultivation method for the Great Sun Golden Bell Shield needed to be compiled. This was rather a headache. Cultivating skin, bones, and organs simultaneously was challenging. This isn't orthodox martial arts and emphasizes unique talents, so it's normal for it to be more difficult. For those with such talents, the difficulty won't be too great. All right, I have made up my mind. First, sensing qi in blood is a must. Then qi and blood flow between the organs, move through the bones, replenish the skin, forming a cycle. Stimulating the organs, erupting qi and blood, penetrating bones, impacting skin. Cultivate from the inside out or from the outside in, practicing all three as one, refining the golden bell physique. Upon successful cultivation of the basic stage in physical martial arts and the golden bell reverberating, qi and blood transform into an immaculate golden bell, enveloping the entire body. This signifies entry into the qi and blood stage of physical martial arts. Li Xuan, with his methods for the qi and blood stage as a reference, managed to compile the cultivation method for the Great Sun Golden Bell Shield smoothly. Naturally, this technique was rather crude and not very detailed. Even with the qi and blood cultivation technique as a reference, it couldn't be too detailed. In the end, it depended on Meng Chong drawing specific, practical techniques from this method. Therefore, when passing on the technique to Meng Chong, Li Xuan would still caution him to focus on comprehension and intention, rather than obsess over the superficial level of the technique. The form doesn't matter, comprehension and intention are the keys. Given Meng Chong's way of thinking, his comprehension should be excellent. He should be able to understand and cultivate it successfully. Right, Li Xuan still had confidence in Meng Chong. In Meng Chong's view, his master was an unrivaled expert. He would take whatever techniques his master imparted to him very seriously, certainly squeezing his brain to the utmost to understand them. Li Xuan wrote the cultivation technique of Daylight Golden Bell Guard on a draft, carefully checked it to ensure the theoretical feasibility, and memorized the technique. The qi and blood in his hands surged, and the draft turned into ashes in an instant. The cultivation technique to be passed to Meng Chong had been compiled. The next step was to teach this disciple and wait for him to comprehend it. The next day, just at the break of dawn, the sound of martial arts practice was heard in the open yard. Meng Chong held a large machete, his vigorous swings reflecting a shiny glow from his bald head. Li Xuan silently nodded. His second disciple, like Su Yan, was diligent and hardworking. With disciples like these, how could he not become powerful? Disciple, come here. Li Xuan sat down on a chair. Master. Meng Chong sheathed his knife into the ground, ceased his practice, and walked excitedly over, respectfully saluting. Today I will teach you the way of martial arts. Li Xuan's expression was solemn. He slowly said, the martial arts I'm teaching you are not the ordinary fist and kick techniques you've learned so far. Those are merely worldly skills. In my martial arts, moving mountains and filling seas and breaking the void with a punch, all are easy feats. The martial path is endless, but the cultivation of martial arts should also start from the foundation, and the first realm of martial arts is the qi and blood realm. As Li Xuan spoke, he raised his hand, and in an instant, a surge of qi and blood swept into the sky, stirring the half-air. Even as he concealed his aura, Meng Chong could still feel the terrifying power contained within this surge of qi and blood at such a close distance. His eyes widened with excitement, and a fanatic glint appeared in his eyes. Martial arts. This is the real martial arts. The first realm alone, the qi and blood realm, is so terrifying. Li Xuan retracted his qi and blood, and continued, martial arts cultivation starts with refining the skin, refining the bones, refining the organs. These are the foundations. Only by laying a solid foundation can one travel a long way in martial arts. Remember, a journey of 1,000 miles begins with a single step. Li Xuan lifted his hand again, his qi and blood solidifying into a palm, which he placed on Meng Chong's shoulder, gripping his arm, his thigh. Disciple, your talent lies in your physique, and your physique is extraordinary, making it perfectly suited for physical martial arts. Thus, I will teach you the basics of physical martial arts, the Daylight Golden Bell Guard. Meng Chong excitedly touched his bald head and said, I will follow Master's arrangement. Physical martial arts emphasizes the cultivation of the body, offering unparalleled defense and extraordinary prowess. It perfectly suits you. Li Xuan stood up, walking around Meng Chong. Inwardly, he couldn't help but sigh at his second disciple, naturally burly, muscles bulging, and a naturally bald head. His facial features were quite handsome, but his masculine and powerful physique, bald head, and strong muscles overshadowed them. No elegance was seen, only a display of a bold and powerful aura. Anyone who saw him couldn't help but praise what a magnificent young man, a martial artist who focuses on physical cultivation. Once they achieve their peak physical form, their body becomes a divine weapon. Of course, this is still too far for you. As long as you cultivate the Daylight Golden Bell Guard, even in the face of 1,000-strong army, you will remain unbreakable. Li Xuan continued to extol the power of Daylight Golden Bell Guard, inspiring Meng Chang's fighting spirit and igniting his fanaticism. Indeed, the more Meng Chang heard, the more excited he became. His muscles trembled, and his shiny head seemed even shinier. Listen well, I will now impart the cultivation method of Daylight Golden Bell Guard. Li Xuan sat back down in the chair and began speaking with a solemn face. Yes, master. Meng Chang immediately knelt down and began to listen respectfully. The physical cultivation of martial arts is slightly different from the orthodox path of martial arts, which refines the skin, bones, and organs respectively. The physical path, however, is a simultaneous process. Li Xuan orally imparted the already compiled cultivation method line by line. First, you need to sense qi in blood, then guide the qi in blood from the inside to the surface, or vice versa, forming a circulation, thus cultivating the skin, bones, and organs simultaneously. My disciple, have you memorized it? Li Xuan asked after he explained the technique thoroughly. Master, I have memorized it. Meng Chang nodded. He memorized the cultivation technique, but he still had some confusion about how exactly to practice it. Li Xuan opportunely said, my martial arts revolve around comprehension and intent, not the form of cultivation techniques. My disciple, you need to understand and comprehend their true essence. The practice of martial arts depends heavily on your natural gift. Having observed your method of avenging, you seem to have quite a peculiar understanding your talent should not be inferior. Immerse yourself in understanding the cultivation technique. I believe you can comprehend it. He offered Meng Chang some encouragement and then paused before continuing. The cultivation technique is all there is. Whether one can begin practicing it depends on their comprehension. A mentor can lead you to the door, but the practice depends on the individual. You need to be calm and composed, neither arrogant nor hot-headed, to comprehend the intent in cultivation techniques. Meng Chang was somewhat confused, but felt that these powerful martial arts techniques were indeed profoundly mysterious. It wasn't easy just to get started. Master, I am confident that I will comprehend them. Meng Chang asserted. Very good, do not let me down. Li Xuan nodded his approval. He stood up and assumed a horse stance, saying, take the horse stance, meditate deeply, begin by sensing your vital energy. Yes, master, Meng Chang nodded, perching into a horse stance in the empty courtyard. Cultivation requires a balance between work and rest. When it's time, cook, clean the courtyard, wipe the tables. Relax yourself, loosen your mind. Do not be always tense. Sometimes, the more stubborn you are, the less you gain. Li Xuan imparted earnestly. Su Yan initially achieved enlightenment of the fabricated cultivation technique and successfully stepped onto the path of martial arts during such a training process. Master, I understand. Meng Chang nodded. Also, when stewing chicken, remember to add Ju Yuanji or 1,000-year ginseng. Li Xuan instructed. Yes, master. Li Xuan, with his hands behind his back, prepared to go out for a walk. Suddenly, he said, if you need anything, feel free to ask Sheer. Yes, master, Meng Chang nodded. Sheer was quite competent. For now, Li Xuan considered him a runner. It was up to him to seize the opportunity to make a good impression. The county magistrate's residence in Yunqian County. The county magistrate sat together with the elderly man in linen robes, Sheer, and others. Su Yan exhibited unparalleled might in the prefecture city and single-handedly defeated the Shenwei army. The county magistrate said with an astonished expression. Now all the gentry and dignitaries of the prefecture city are seeking the expert, hoping to become his disciples and learn the indomitable martial arts. His eyes exuded a glimmer of fanaticism. Initially, he had been prepared to run away. After all, Li Xuan was quite terrifying. He could easily crush them to death if he desired. However, news from the prefecture city about Su Yan's display of power, like a god among men, dramatically changed his decision. And Li Xuan was Su Yan's master. Isn't he a mysterious expert? The expert was right here. How could one even want to run away now? Instead, he was wondering how to flatter and please the expert, hoping to get some guidance. Since their worldview has been refreshed, their initial rebellious intentions were fading. Their foremost desire was becoming genuine martial artists and acquiring the powerful martial arts. The expert has accepted Meng Chang as his disciple. I have given him some of the 9-leaf yuanji and 1,000-year ginseng from our school's treasures. I think we should continue to give him more of these valuable medicines. Sheer seized the opportunity to speak. Although these valuable medicines were precious, they couldn't help them to become powerful martial artists like Su Yan. Giving them to the expert and receiving a reward would be more valuable. The county magistrate of Yunqian nodded. We can do that, mobilize all the believers to look for the treasure medicine, but we also need to keep some for ourselves. The treasure medicine might be useful for practicing martial arts. The old man in the linen robe also frequently nodded in agreement. Sheer continued. In addition, the expert wants to meet the Celestial Mother. Then let's convey the message to the Celestial Mother and let her make the decision. The man in the linen robe clapped his hands decisively. Also, we must not disclose the message of the expert in Yunshan County, otherwise the people of the prefecture city, the imperial city, will all rush to disturb the expert. The Yunshan County magistrate gravely ordered. All the masters of the Celestial Mother's Church nodded one after another. Opportunity is at hand, it depends on who can grasp it. They even refrained from telling people like Ku Ryuaji from the prefecture city. Yunshan County was not big. Li Xuan wandered around for half an hour before returning home. Outside the courtyard gate, a figure bowed with a box in hand. Yunshan County Magistrate, Li Xuan spoke with surprise. These guys usually avoid him like rats in front of a cat. Why did they come to him this time? Not at all. Senior, you may call me Little Shan. The county magistrate of Yunshan nodded and bowed, showing great humility. I've heard that you've accepted a disciple. I came to congratulate you for this and to give you this small token of my respect. I hope you won't reject it. The Yunshan County Magistrate raised the box in his hand. I appreciate it, I appreciate it. Li Xuan took the box. Now, since I've accepted the gift, if there's nothing else, I'll take my leave. The Yunshan County Magistrate bowed and backed out. Li Xuan nodded. He seemed to be a sensible guy. He went into the courtyard, opened the box to find a ginseng root inside. This is not an ordinary 1,000-year ginseng. The Celestial Mother's Church has quite a few such treasure medicines. Now my disciple won't lack the treasure medicine for cultivation. Li Xuan was very pleased with this. Li Xuan sat still in his chair, letting Meng Chong open the door. It was the old man in the linen robe, also here to deliver medicinal herbs. Li Xuan didn't stand on ceremony and directly accepted it. It seems the endless mountain range is not as simple as it seems, having all these precious medicinal herbs. Li Xuan mused. The suspicion in his heart was further confirmed. Of course, it's still too early to say for sure. All the masters from the Celestial Mother's Church came one after another to offer their gifts, and Li Xuan accepted them all graciously. He would graciously accept their gifts, but if they dared to cause havoc using his name, they couldn't blame him for not being polite. These medicinal herbs could be considered as the life-purchasing money of these masters of the Celestial Mother's Church. Meng Chong was in the courtyard, trying to comprehend the cultivation technique of the Golden Bell Shield. There was no progress for the time being, but Li Xuan was not in a hurry. In the evening, Sheer came to the door carrying a chicken. However, he was very sensible, not looking for Li Xuan but giving the chicken to Meng Chong. He laughed and said, "Master Meng, here's the chicken you wanted." Oh, Meng Chong took the chicken, turned around and went to kill it for making chicken soup. Sheer bowed to Li Xuan, who was sitting on the chair, and left. Interesting, he is a clever fellow. Li Xuan looked up as Sheer carefully closed the courtyard door behind him and nodded silently. Having someone to run errands was not bad. He would watch him a bit more. If he was clever enough and adept at handling matters, he could consider keeping him as his servant. It couldn't be that he had to have his disciple do everything. After all, the main occupation of a disciple was to cultivate. If his disciple didn't devote himself to cultivation, how could he improve his strength? Imperial City of Qi Country. The shock brought by Su Yan was still yet to subside. However, many officials second generation, leading their guards and servants, left the capital and went to various mountains to find masters. The crown prince was preparing to find the masters himself. In this turmoil, he suffered the most. The princehood position was about to slip away from his grasp. If there's anyone in the capital who feels most aggrieved, it would be Emperor Qi, no doubt. He felt too aggrieved. Despite being a dignified king, he couldn't show any dissatisfaction towards a subordinate. What was even worse, that little child Su Yan was totally bullying him. Day by day, he trotted into the palace, especially to stroll in the harem. In the harem, besides him, Emperor Qi and his underage son, which other man could go in. However, Su Yan went in during the day and even at night. If Su Yan was going to bed with the concubines and princesses, Emperor Qi could still bear it. At least there was a way to win over Su Yan. Sending concubines and princesses was a trifle. But Su Yan entered the harem under the excuse of honing his mind. According to him, at this age, he's most attracted to women. If he can remain calm in the face of beauty, his mind will definitely be steadier when it comes to martial arts. He wouldn't be disturbed by the material world and could better understand the cultivation technique. There's an abundance of beauty in the world, but nowhere more than in the harem. All kinds of beauty exist there, so that's why he ran to the harem. If it were only that, it would be all right. But Su Yan entered the harem without concealing it from anyone. How did others see it? If it said that Su Yan entered the palace to hone his mind, not to sleep with his concubines, not to sleep with the princess, who the hell would believe it? The ministers looked at him strangely. As if the crown on his head was not a crown, but a green hat of a cuckold. If he were truly cuckolded, it would be fine. But he wasn't. The feeling of being misunderstood is so damn frustrating. Emperor Qi was all choked up, but Su Yan felt that Emperor Qi was pretty nice. He entered the harem to hone his mind, and not only did Emperor Qi not get angry, he even had the concubines dance to help him hone his mind. Emperor Qi, such a decent person. Why would he think of raiding my house? Could it be the prefecture magistrate acting fool? When Su Yan came out of the harem, his mind was calm. He felt that his mindset of having no women in his heart had improved significantly. His mind remained firm with martial arts and was not disturbed by external factors. Master said that having no women in the heart makes cultivation divine. This metaphor of a state of mind is truly mysterious. At this age, I'm most prone to get swayed by women. If I can do this, not to be confused by women, have clarity in my mind, my understanding of the cultivation technique will not be disturbed by external factors. I can devote my entire attention to understanding the cultivation technique. The more Suyen thought about it, the more he felt that Master's statement heart without women, cultivation is divine, was extremely profound. Moreover, at this age, he was most likely to be swayed by women. Women, for him, were the biggest external disturbance. If he could overcome this, no external factor could disturb his state of mind. Su Yan believed he had succeeded. Beautiful women in Emperor Qi's harem, he wasn't moved by them. The cultivation technique of the innate realm, I seem to have some comprehension of it. Su Yan was pleased. He came out of the harem, moving around in the palace. It was just after court, and ministers were going outside. Everyone gave him strange looks upon seeing Su Yan. He came out of the harem again. Seeing Gu Rongshan, the ministers in the group secretly wondered, did the Grand Minister ever enter the harem too? It sounds thrilling. When could they get a chance to go to the harem for a glimpse of the group of beauties? Su Yan nodded to Emperor Qi as a form of greeting. He was thinking about the innate realm's cultivation technique and didn't notice the strange expressions on the ministers' faces, so he just left the palace directly. Emperor Qi saw him off with a smile. When Su Yan left, Emperor Qi took a deep breath. His face turned serious, beckoned Gu Yunkai to come over. He issued a decree. Minister Gu, ministers showed no decorum after court. It's a violation of court etiquette. Give all of them 20 big beatings to serve as a warning to others. Gu Yunkai was stunned and nodded quietly. Your servant obeys your decree. My darn nephew, he shouldn't have entered the harem so openly. The emperor still has pride, you know. Only he could execute this kind of punishment on the ministers. That day, the ministers collectively received a beating outside the palace. Each one of them had a glum face, cursing the dog emperor in their hearts. Emperor Qi, upon returning to his royal study, sunk into deep thought. When did he, the monarch of Qi country, the supreme emperor, fall into such distress? It started with the struggle for the throne. His third son lost a precious jade and was defeated in the contest of succession. His eldest son, victorious in the strife for the crown, commenced actions in Dong jurisdiction to deal with Gu Rongshan. It was his ministers who supported his eldest son, clearing the way for his son by eliminating the Tainmu sect in Dong jurisdiction, preparing him for the position of the crown prince. The root of all this started with the plundering Su Yan's household. At this thought, Emperor Qi seethed with anger and felt wronged. After all, Su Yan's household has not been plundered yet, and he was the emperor. A mere merchant, why would he care? He wasn't even aware of this matter. And yet he ended up carrying the burden of the acts he didn't commit. Issue the edict, the crown prince has been undutiful. Whip him 30 times harshly. Emperor Qi commanded, his teeth clenched in wrath. Unable to vent his anger on Su Yan, he took it out on his own son instead. The crown prince was left bewildered, suffering 30 lashes for doing nothing. The injustice was enormous. He inwardly cursed his father, old bag, taking blows from outsiders, only to vent it on his own son. Within the mansion of King Qi, Su Yan sat cross-legged on the bed, his mind clear, entering a state where he forgot both the world and himself, his whole being absorbed in the enlightenment of cultivation technique. With a significant enhancement in his state of mind, he was almost free to enter this realm, wholeheartedly comprehending the cultivation technique. A streak of enlightenment flowed to his mind. Su Yan could feel that he was not far from understanding the innate realm cultivation technique. 3 days passed. Meng Chang had yet to comprehend the cultivation technique, still mulling over it. Li Xuan sat on the chair, watching this scene, and began to ponder on how to guide his disciple. He tried to refine the method of practicing the Great Sun Golden Bell, detailed as much as possible to aid Meng Chang in his enlightenment. Could it be that my second disciple is not very apt at comprehension? Li Xuan too sunk into deep thought. From the outside, Meng Chang seemed like a rugged man. Yet his thought process was unique. He thought things differently from others, indicating high comprehension abilities. Suddenly, a golden light emerged. Your disciple frequently enters the Emperor Qi's harem to enhance his mindset. With no woman in his heart, his profound state of mind improves. You have acquired the clear mind state. Li Xuan was startled. His foolish disciple entering the Emperor Qi's harem to enhance his mindset, just to enhance his mind. Oh, this disciple. Li Xuan sighed. Su Yan, this disciple of his, possessed a peculiar understanding. His ability to comprehend unusual aspects was extraordinary. His phrase, no woman in heart, enlightened as having divine presence, was peculiarly interpreted as a metaphor for his meditative state. Well, at least he is not truly without a woman in his heart, but uses it as a metaphor for one's state of mind. At this point, Li Xuan's mind was clear, undisturbed by external influences, which allowed him to fully immerse himself in a state. This is the clear mind state. unaffected by external things, seeing through illusions and a firm mind. Li Xuan found that the clear mind state allowed him to focus better, think more agilely, and stay unfazed even at the impending collapse of a mountain. My state of mind now resembles that of a wise man. Li Xuan slightly squinted, ready to contemplate and refine the Great Sun Golden Bell technique for Meng Chong, guiding him on how to understand the cultivation technique. He quickly got into the state and found the direction of refinement. Is this the advantage brought by the clear mind state? Suddenly, he looked up at Meng Chong. He saw Meng Chong looking up towards the sun in the sky, muttering to himself, the Great Sun Golden Bell Shield, from inside to outside or from outside to inside. I understand. It seemed that Meng Chong had an epiphany in that moment. He excitedly stripped off his clothes, baring his upper body, revealing his muscular build. He walked under the sun, settled into the horse stance, took a deep breath, then went into cultivation mode. Li Xuan, regardless of whether Meng Chong had misunderstood, as long as he had some sort of enlightenment, some idea, it would be a good thing. Li Xuan decided to silently observe, not interfering with Meng Chong's cultivation. The scary thing is not a student misunderstanding, but having no ideas. Su Yan in the past also had all kinds of misunderstandings and supplemented his own brain, only to eventually succeed in his cultivation. So misunderstanding is not scary. What's scary is having no ideas. Secretly, Li Xuan began to hope, could Meng Chong successfully cultivate the Great Sun Golden Bell Shield? He glanced up at the sun. It was already winter and the weather was cold. Although the sun was out, it wasn't scorching hot, so it wouldn't cause heat stroke. He did not know what Meng Chong, his disciple, had realized. Li Xuan had no intention to interfere. Since his disciple had some enlightenment, he would just silently observe with his current perfect state of blood and energy cultivation and his keen perception as a martial artist. If there was any improvement in Meng Chong's cultivation, he would be able to sense the change. Meng Chong stood under the sunlight shining on his body, bringing a hint of warmth. First, sense the blood and energy. How to sense the blood and energy? The Great Sun Golden Bell Shield should be cultivated under the Great Sun, realizing the sensation of burning heat, thus moving from outside to inside, making the blood and energy seep into the bones, enter the visceral organs. Since I cannot sense blood and energy from inside, refining from inside to outside, then I will borrow the burning heat of the Great Sun, stimulate the blood and energy, and then refine it from outside to inside. Meng Chong was subtly contemplating, being under the sun for a long time. He gradually sensed the warm feeling on his skin, and between his breaths, a faint warmth emerged. I can sense the blood and energy. At this moment, Meng Chong was overjoyed in his heart. His blood and energy swirled slowly, gradually gathering around his skin. Amazingly, it formed a miraculous resonance with the sunlight on his skin. From outside to inside, seeping into the bones, then flowing to the visceral organs, this is the basic refining method of the Great Sun Golden Bell Shield, cultivating the physical golden bell, then erupting with blood and energy, transforming into the blood and energy Golden Bell Shield, which is stepping into the blood and energy realm. Meng Chong was elucidating the cultivation process of the technique. After refining the blood and energy on his skin, it circled internally, dispersing amongst his bones. At this moment, he felt like ants were crawling on his bones, a sour pain suddenly emerging. His muscles all over his body couldn't help but tremble a few times. However, he endured it, not making a sound, but his breathing became slightly heavier. Is this the bone refining? A little uncomfortable, but my sensation seems to have changed. Meng Chong was thrilled in his heart. The blood and energy circulated once around his bones, slowly dispersed, and in tiny streams flowed into his visceral organs, refining the delicate organs. The first time refining the organs, you need to control blood and energy, can't rush, need to refine slowly and finely. Thus, Meng Chong put his whole mind on circulating the blood and energy, a strand and wisp of blood and energy, circulating amongst his organs. The process of refining organs is relatively slow, taking more time than refining skin and bones together. Once the first time refining organs was completed, blood and energy returned to bones, then returned to the skin, forming a cycle. Meng Chong was thrilled to discover that his body seemed to have a layer of unexplainable, indescribable roundness, as if the interior and exterior were harmonious, seamless throughout, as if a big bell covered his body, or as if his body had become an impeccable big bell. Li Xuan had always been paying attention to Meng Chong. At this moment, he noticed a change in Meng Chong's demeanor, an enhancement in his physical body, and the emergence of blood and qi within him. Has he successfully understood the cultivation technique and begun practicing it? Li Xuan was overjoyed. He quietly observed, using his highly keen senses as a martial artist adept at the mastery of qi and blood stage, and sensed the changes in Meng Chong. Is this the nascent phase of the Great Sun Golden Bell Shield, where the body is likened to a formidable bell? Meng Chong's physical body had become stronger, reflecting an overall improvement that gave him an impression of being encased in a bell-like shield. As he looked up at the sun, Li Xuan fell into contemplation. Could it be that the great sun golden bell shield required the practitioner to be under sunlight for effective absorption of qi and blood during cultivation? If it were the sweltering summertime, wouldn't they be susceptible to sunstroke? Exactly how did Meng Chong comprehend this? Why would he resort to practicing under the sun and manage to successfully cultivate? A sense of bewilderment rose within Li Xuan. Adhering to his principle of imparting techniques without interfering in his disciple's comprehension, he decided not to intervene even if the disciple exhibited peculiar behaviors. But Meng Chong had successfully cultivated the great sun golden bell shield under the sunlight. Could it be ineffective in the absence of sunlight? How exactly did he comprehend it? Li Xuan decided to wait until Meng Chong finished his practice, then probe into how he figured out the cultivation technique and how he would practice if deprived of sunlight. After all, Meng Chong had been practicing martial arts since he was young. He had a strong physique, and his talents might indeed be leaning towards the physical domain. Having comprehended the great sun golden bell shield technique, he persisted in practicing. Although he missed the cooking time, Meng Chong was not exhausted at all. However, Li Xuan did not disturb his disciple's practice. At this time, Shi arrived carrying a chicken. Delivering one chicken daily had already become his routine task. He was more than willing to do so. Yet seeing Meng Chong immersed in his practice, a twinge of envy flashed in his eyes. Su Yan, the disciple of the high-ranking expert, capable of single-handedly defeating the Divine Might army, demonstrated a formidable strength indeed. It seemed that Meng Chong, too, was fast becoming an unparalleled martial artist. Li Xuan signaled Sheer to come over. Sheer jogged over respectfully. "Senior, can you cook?" Li Xuan asked indifferently. "Yes, yes." A wave of ecstasy swept over Sheer. Over the past days, he had been diligently learning how to cook, especially how to stew chicken soup. It seemed that the senior really had a thing for chicken soup. Go cook. When stewing the chicken soup, remember to add 9 leaves Ganoderma or mountain ginseng. Li Xuan waved his hand. "Yes, senior." Sheer was overjoyed. Now was his chance to shine. Carrying the chicken, he left to slaughter it and cook. Immersed in his cultivation, Meng Chong went through one cycle after another. After the second cycle, he felt his physique become stronger. It seemed as though he was invulnerable to swords and spears. So this is martial arts, it's so mysterious. Meng Chong was filled with excitement and ecstasy as he continued to practice diligently. At this point, he had completely forgotten everything else. His whole mind was focused on cultivation. He's nearly reached his limit. Li Xuan gauged Meng Chong's physical condition. 3 refinement cycles were the limit. Just the fact that he could endure 3 refinement cycles during his first training signified Meng Chong's natural affinity for physical cultivation. True enough, after 3 refinement cycles, Meng Chong reached a state of exhaustion. At that very moment, he opened his eyes and instantly felt the pangs of hunger. "Damn, I forgot to cook." Meng Chong quickly checked the time and was taken aback. Feeling the hunger in his stomach, he looked up at his master and admitted somewhat shamefacedly, "Master, I will go cook right now, there's no need. You've just started your training, using a lot of your energy, and you must be hungry now. It's time to refuel." Li Xuan stood up, his pace unhurried. "Let's have a meal." "Yes, master." Meng Chong let out a sigh of relief. He followed his master into the dining hall. Sheer had already served the food. A big pot of chicken soup was fragrant. Meng Chong smelled it and immediately felt an urge to eat. "Eat," Li Xuan said after sitting down. "Yes, master." Meng Chong was excited, eagerly enjoying the meal. After downing a bowl of soup, he felt energized and his hunger faded away. Sheer retreated to one side respectfully, waiting for Master Li Xuan and his disciple to finish their meal. After clearing the dishes, Sheer bowed. "If the senior has no other instructions, I'll take my leave." Li Xuan nodded. Sheer respectfully excused himself and left. When it was just master and disciple left, Li Xuan spoke. "Tell me, what do you think about your cultivation of the great solar bell shield?" "Yes, master." Meng Chong immediately became more alert. "To cultivate the great solar bell shield, I realized that it must be practiced under the sun. To better perceive the flow of life energy within myself, I must first feel the heat of the sun." Meng Chong explained in detail his process of understanding and how he trained. Li Xuan remained expressionless, his mind buzzed in confusion. Could it be that the great solar bell shield really needed to be practiced under the harsh sun to succeed? Or perhaps this is just Meng Chong's own realization. He has merely used the sun's heat to warm himself and thereby stimulate his life energy to begin training, Li Xuan thought, his mind suddenly clear, new thoughts emerging. You can also train the great solar bell shield even without the sun if you can just sense your lifeblood. However, Meng Chong was enlightened by the warm sensation of the sun, which allowed him to feel his life energy. Wait a minute. Does the intense sunlight help with the cultivation of the great solar bell shield? Is the effectiveness of the training better under the sun? Li Xuan was unsure. Only after Meng Chong's martial arts entrance, stepping into the realm of synthesizing life energy, would he be able to gain complete feedback for the complete cultivation technique of the great solar bell shield. Know for certain. When Meng Chong finished speaking, Li Xuan calmly opened his mouth. My disciple, I am pleased with your realization. But now I have a question for you. Master, please speak. Meng Chong was alerted and respectfully responded. What if there's no sun, for example on rainy or cloudy days? How would you practice? Since the technique requires training under the sun, could one not practice should the sun not be divine? Would training be halted? What would one do in extreme cold conditions where there are only a few hours of sunlight for several months? Meng Chong was dumbfounded. He just recently understood the technique of the great solar bell shield and was still excited. He had never thought about this before. Meng Chong was bewildered and didn't know how to respond. Li Xuan continued, if there's no sun at night, does that mean you can't practice either? My disciple, you need to dig deeper into your understanding. Having spoken, he leisurely walked away, leaving his disciple behind in thought. All he needed to do was present the problem to his disciple and let him find the solution himself. Li Xuan believed that Meng Chong could understand the true meaning of the great solar bell shield after breaking through this barrier. How do I practice when there's no sun? Do I not practice at night? Do I not practice on rainy days? Is there such a martial arts technique? My understanding is obviously too shallow. Meng Chong looks outside. It was now evening, with only the afterglow of the setting sun remaining. A cultivation technique that needs sunlight to practice is not a good one. It should not limit the disciple's path. It must be corrected. The matter of the cultivation technique is left to the disciple to perceive. Li Xuan just needs to silently observe. Meng Chong fell into contemplation, deciding to practice that night. In the courtyard, with his legs set in a horse stance, Meng Chong began to practice. Why can't I sense my qi and blood? Without the warmth of the sun on his body, Meng Chong found he couldn't sense his qi and blood when he started practicing. Indeed, I must have misunderstood the cultivation technique. Meng Chong took a deep breath, calmed his heart, and began to finally sense his own body. At one moment, he finally sensed his qi and blood, although it was weak and the refining process was too slow. Why is it faster to cultivate under the sun? Meng Chong fell into thought. Li Xuan's expression changed slightly. He too fell into thought. Meng Chong, who practiced at night, was clearly much weaker. Something's not right. Could the sun crossing the sky really requires the sun to shine on it for more efficient cultivation? Even Li Xuan was stumped. He carefully revisited the sun crossing the sky cultivation technique he created, and no matter how he looked at it, it had no relationship with cultivating under the sun. Could it be it's the name of the cultivation technique? Li Xuan couldn't help but fall into thought. Let's see how Meng Chong solves this. Li Xuan decided to leave it be. As long as he's teaching his disciples, he shares the cultivation techniques he creates and lets his disciples interpret them themselves. How to succeed in cultivation is up to the disciples themselves to comprehend. While Meng Chong stirred his qi and blood to refine his body, he meditated finally on the changes within himself. His qi and blood were weak and the refining process was extremely slow. What's wrong? It's impossible that I need to practice under the sun. I must not have truly understood it. While Meng Chong sensed the changes in his qi and blood, he read the cultivation technique word for word. The sun crossing the sky must be related to the sun. Since it doesn't have to be practiced under the sun then, no, the sun never disappears. It's covered by clouds on rainy days and it temporarily sets at night, so the sun is always present. A light bulb seemed to go off in Meng Chong's mind. He vaguely grasped something. Master said it lies in perception, in understanding. I haven't grasped the essence of the technique. That's my shortcoming. What is the essence of the sun crossing the sky? Meng Chong fell into thought. At this time, qi and blood flowed from the bones to the internal organs. His heart was beating, and the qi and the blood refining the heart felt warm. The qi and blood flowing out from the heart became richer and more pure. In an instant, Meng Chong seemed to have understood the essence of the sun crossing the sky. The essence of the sun crossing the sky is naturally the idea of the sun. The sun in the sky may be absent, but the sun in my heart is unchanging. At this moment, Meng Chong felt as though he had opened a window and saw a sun crossing the sky. My heart is like the sun, self-illuminating. Its essence is clear, resonating with the sun above. Meng Chong entered a mysterious state of cultivation. His heart began to beat rhythmically. Wave after wave of qi and blood surged out, pulsating within his heart and flowing to the other internal organs. He seemed to see, not a heart beating in his body, but a sun. At one moment, the image of the midday sun at its peak during his practices appeared in his mind. His heart and the sun seemed to resonate with each other. Thump, thump, thump. His heart was pulsating. With each beat, it seemed to erupt a surge of vitality that circulated throughout his organs. It then circulated through the bones and skin, and again from the skin to the bones and heart. A complete cycle appeared. As he attuned himself to the image of the sun crossing the sky, his breath gradually became rhythmic. Moreover, his heartbeat became stronger, and his vitality grew increasingly fervent and robust. At a certain moment, he felt warmth spread throughout his body. His vitality flowed in every corner of his body, and the sensation of soreness in his bones intensified. Furthermore, he felt as if he himself were a big bell, with his flesh, skin, bones, and organs forming a perfect round shape. Sun crossing the sky golden bell shield. I finally comprehend the cultivation technique. Meng Chang felt a surge of joy. At this moment, he was only aware of his physical body consistently strengthening, round like a giant bell. I have already felt the sensation of the body like the golden bell shield. Meng Chang was so excited. At this moment, he had completely lost track of time and was persistently cultivating. Li Xuan had been attentively watching Meng Chang. As a martial artist, his keen senses allowed him to clearly perceive the changes in Meng Chang's body. His breath has become regular. His vitality is enhancing. His vitality is all-rounded, pervading his whole body, merging internally and externally. The body of the golden bell shield. At that moment, Li Xuan was ecstatic. Meng Chang had comprehended the method of cultivating the sun crossing the sky golden bell shield. At that moment, he was in the midst of his cultivation. His physical body is visibly strengthening. This disciple of mine is indeed suitable for the cultivation of body refinement techniques. Meng Chang's body was continuously growing stronger. When accepting a disciple, one must focus on their talents and create a cultivation method that fits their talent, making it easier for them to comprehend. Li Xuan felt like he had found the standard for accepting disciples. A new disciple signifies a new cultivation method. He couldn't possibly create dozens or hundreds of new cultivation methods or systems. Thus, the requirement for his disciple was to have extraordinary talent, which would be suitable for creating a new cultivation method. Will Meng Chang be able to make a breakthrough within a month? Expectation flashed through Li Xuan's eyes. There was no doubt that Su Yan's talent was extraordinary. Otherwise, he wouldn't have successfully practiced the cultivation method that Li Xuan had made up on the fly. The cultivation technique that Meng Chang was practicing, although also made up, at least had a reference. Moreover, Li Xuan was already a martial artist. What's more, Meng Chang's talent truly lies in body refinement techniques. It's time to tell Meng Chang about the categorization of bone refinement. In body refinement techniques, the level comparable to jade bone is diamond lazurite bone. I hope he can refine this diamond lazurite bone idea that I've made up. If Su Yan could refine the jade bone, Meng Chang shouldn't have any problem refining the diamond lazurite bone, right? He still needs some assistance, just like how Su Yan had to fight fire-maned wolves to break through to the jade bone. Li Xuan began to plan Meng Chang's subsequent cultivation. If Meng Chang can practice the diamond lazurite bone, once he steps into martial arts, Li Xuan will also receive feedback. If that happens, what kind of changes will occur with his own combination of jade bone plus diamond lazurite bone? It would undoubtedly become even stronger. Just thinking about it made him extremely excited. Meng Chang stepping into martial arts is just a matter of time. Next, I should prepare the martial skills and techniques for him. Su Yan practices palm techniques, so Meng Chang can practice fist techniques. As for movement techniques, as usual, just draw the 8 diagrams for him, explain a bit, and let him comprehend it on his own. Moreover, I need to perfect the subsequent system of body refinement techniques. In a calm and clear state of mind, Li Xuan began to consider the cultivation path for Meng Chang after his entrance to martial arts. The path of physical body refinement was one system within martial arts. It mainly emphasizes the physical body, but Li Xuan needed to perfect it, not merely focusing on brute strength, so the body refinement techniques can be just as formidable. In Yunqian County, Meng Chang fully committed himself to cultivation, while Sheer seized the opportunity to serve as a domestic helper, doing chores like cooking, mopping, and cleaning the houses daily. Li Xuan also devoted himself to the great undertaking of martial arts. He was preparing martial skills and cultivation techniques for Meng Chang, pondering how to perfect the physical martial arts system. Meanwhile, in Dong County, the craze for seeking masters had emerged. A group of usually domineering scoundrels, leading their guards and servants, rigorously searched through the vast mountains. Their quest was to find a master and study true martial arts. The strength of Su Yan spurred their envy. Before, they had often mocked Su Yan behind his back, laughing at his lack of intelligence. But in the end, the real fool ended up being themselves. It was unacceptable. They too wanted to become strong martial artists. Thus, the searching for masters craze swept across Dong County. Even isolated mountains and wilderness, which people rarely visited, were frequently occupied by those seeking masters. Young Master Wang, what a coincidence, have you found a master yet? And you, young Master Tian? Nothing yet, I've traversed several mountains, even encountering a wild beast, but still no signs of a master. Same here. Sai, do you know where that fellow Suyan found his master? Could it not be in the mountains, but instead in the city? How could it be in the city? All masters must live in seclusion in the mountains. If it were in the city, wouldn't everyone know? No time for chat, I need to check the mountain ahead. Wait, you've already been there. In the wilderness, searching groups met and shared their experiences. At the same time, they also expressed their envy and jealousy towards Su Yan. As for Su Yan, who had shattered the world view of the people of Donk County and the courtiers of Qi Country, he was currently in the royal treasury of the palace. Such wonderful items, truly worthy of a royal treasury. Su Yan looked at the items in the treasury and couldn't help but exclaim. Golds and silvers were no longer the main contents of the treasury. Rare gems, luminous pearls, 9-leafed elixirs, 1,000-year-old mountain ginseng, and many more high-value items filled the treasury, their quantity simply astonishing. Young Master Su, just name the treasures you desire, and this old servant will have them packed for you, said the chief eunuch, wearing a flattering smile. As Su Yan circled the treasury, he suddenly found a sword and a knife housed within it. Weapons that were collected in the royal treasury were naturally not ordinary. His interest piqued, Su Yan walked over and picked up the treasured sword from its stand. The chief eunuch stood by respectfully, smiling flatteringly throughout, although some confusion flickered in his eyes. He couldn't recall when these two weapons had been added to the collection. As Su Yan drew the sword from its sheath, he instantly felt a surge of fierce energy emerge. The cold gleam of the sword was chilling on his face. The chief eunuch couldn't help but step back, a look of surprise on his face. When had such a sword been added to the treasury? This sword was clearly not commonplace. Su Yan looked at the sword in his hand with surprise and joy. This sword was extraordinary. It didn't seem to be a common steel sword. The vital energy in his palm felt like it was flowing into the sword. Simultaneously, a faint humming sound ensued as the sword's radiance intensified upon the infusion of his vital energy. A treasure sword. Su Yan sheathed the sword again but didn't put it back. Instead, he hung it around his waist. He decided to keep this sword. His gaze then fell on the knife. As he picked it up, he was momentarily stunned. What a heavy knife. Even the most skilled martial artist in the world would have trouble handling this knife unless they had unusual strength. Unsheathing the knife, it was as impressive as the sword. The blade was thick and heavy, with a blood-red pattern coursing through the middle. The blade was as cold as ice, exuding a sharp feeling at first glance. What a knife. Su Yan was admiring in his heart. Although he didn't like this heavy knife, since it was a precious knife, how could he not take it with him? So he held the knife in his hand. Young Master Su, if you have set your heart on something else, this humble servant will have it packed and sent to your estate, said the officer in charge of the eunuchs, hurrying forward with a sycophantic smile. I will take another look. Su Yan continued to wander around in the treasury. The royal treasury was full of a variety of collections: jade, sculpture, calligraphy, and many others, all works of famous craftsmen, or fine pieces passed down through several generations. These calligraphies and such are of no use to me. Besides, I don't like them, so no need. Su Yan had glanced at the collection in the calligraphy section, shook his head, and prepared to leave. Wait, I might not be interested, but perhaps my master is. Su Yan suddenly thought of his master, who was a renowned hermit, who often appreciated insights in calligraphy to nurture his morale, a typical preference of hermits. Perhaps his master might like them. Of course, I'll also take these jade carvings, luminous pearls, as well as the precious medicines. He turned another round inside the treasury, inevitably excluding certain objects that didn't offer much use and were only regarded as adornments, but held no considerable value. I've made my selections, Su Yan said to the head eunuch. Young Master Su, as per your order, this humble servant will have them packed up immediately. The head eunuch exhaled, a fawning grin spread across his face. These stones are of no use, all they have are aesthetic appearances, I don't want them. Su Yan gestured towards those superficially attractive but practically useless stones, keeping them out of his selection. Pack up everything else and take it with me. Yes, Mr. Sua. The smile on the head eunuch's face froze. Take everything with him. Weren't they supposed to choose only a handful? Those rocks were objects of adoration to the former emperor, hence were deposited in the treasury. They were the only non-valued objects in the entire treasury. If they were to exclude those, would all other possessions be carried away? The head eunuch was left dumbfounded and cautiously replied, Young Master Su, there are many valuables in this treasury, an accumulation of royalties over many years if we were to pack and carry them all. Su Yan looked at the head eunuch curiously and said, Didn't Emperor Qi say that whatever I fancy I can take? Now that I have taken a liking for everything, am I not allowed to take them? No, it's not that. The head eunuch's face was sweating profusely. He had never experienced such a thing. While he offered to take whatever he liked, he certainly did not mean him to empty the entire place. Seeing the head eunuch's hesitation, Su Yan frowned, saying, What, is Emperor Qi playing a fast one on me? He promised that whatever I liked I could take, but when I do pick something, he wouldn't let me take it. What does he take me, Su Yan, for? I had assumed that Emperor Qi was a reasonable man, but it turns out he goes back on his word in front of me, Su Yan. As Su Yan raged, he seemed ready to confront Emperor Qi. The head eunuch was so frightened that he almost wet himself, and hurriedly explained, Young Master Su, you have misunderstood. I was just meaning to say that there are too many things in here to pack. It would take too much time, and I fear it would delay your precious time. In a panic, he changed his explanation. If this matter actually reached Emperor Qi, and he ended up with a beating, that would surely mean his life. Furthermore, the resulting death would be brutal. They were merely treasures, and he presumed once the emperor got to know, he would grant permission. That's no problem. Have someone pack everything and I can wait for as long as it takes. Su Yan said, his anger finally subsiding. Yes, yes, I'll have people come and pack them up. As the head eunuch ordered his men to load up all the items from the treasury, he simultaneously sent someone to report to Emperor Qi. Emperor Qi, in a rare moment of relaxation, was resting with a certain consort. A eunuch came rushing in. What's the matter? Emperor Qi asked majestically. Since Su Yan had forcefully arrived in the capital, his sovereign majesty, once towering, had been greatly pushed back. Even the common people felt that Emperor Qi is not all that. Their respect for him has decreased substantially. The ministers feel the same. Only in front of this group of eunuchs could his sovereign majesty be fully demonstrated. Your Majesty, young Master Su. The eunuch's gaze was evasive, hesitating to speak. What about Su Yan? Speak. Emperor Qi's face changed slightly. Young Master Su, he has emptied the imperial treasury. The eunuch said, bowing his head, emptied. Emperor Qi's head was buzzing, a hand clutching at his chest, his face muscles twitching. I did say, feel free to take anything you want. Damn it, I didn't tell you to empty it out. Su Yan, this boy really does not have any manners. Taking several deep breaths, Emperor Qi calmed his restless heart, his face regaining tranquility. If Su Yan likes it, good, feel free to take it all. Go tell Su Yan if there's something missing. He can go look in the national treasury. If he likes anything, he can take it as well. Emperor Qi waved his hand generously. Yes, your majesty. After the eunuch left, Emperor Qi took a deep breath, giving orders. Go tell the imperial kitchen to make me 9-leaf ginseng soup to rejuvenate myself. I must rejuvenate myself. I almost fainted just now. I'm definitely getting weaker. Emperor Qi gritted his teeth and made a firm decision. Not too long after, a eunuch came trotting over. Your majesty, the 9-leaf ginseng is gone. Emperor Qi was furious. What, all of you slaves dared to deceive me? Do you think I don't know how many stocks of it we have stored in the treasury? Su Yan may have powerful martial arts and not regard me. How dare these slaves do so? Are they planning to rebel? Emperor Qi was unable to suppress his anger. Servants, drag him down, behead him. The eunuch fell to his knees. Mercy, your majesty. The 9-leaf ginseng has already been taken by young Master Zhu. Emperor Qi, he wearily waved his hand, letting the eunuch leave. Emperor Qi looked up at the sky. Could it be because I have heavily taxed, or killed too much, that I am thus punished? How come the real tyrants of history haven't had to face such punishment? The heavens are not fair. Su Yan naturally didn't know. Emperor Qi was self-pitying in his palace. After emptying the all-valuable items from the treasury, Emperor Qi had someone send a message, saying he could check out the national treasury if it was not enough. Old Emperor Qi is quite generous. His approval of Emperor Qi increased. Su Yan brought back 2 large carts of treasures from the palace. The corner of Gu Rongshan's mouth twitched. His grandson was really shameless. Since they've already been brought back, naturally there's no point in returning them. Grandfather, I am heading back to Dong County. Su Yan prepared to return. Let your father handle matters of Dong County. It won't be in a mess, nor will Qi country. Gu Rongshan thought about it and said, the members of the Heavenly Mother sect, as long as they don't rebel, we can use them. If they do rebel, kill them. If Qi country gets chaotic, it won't be a good thing. His reputation among the people is of a virtuous and a wise man. He has to maintain that image through his actions. The Heavenly Mother sect is not filled with madmen. Moreover, their followers are spread across Qi country, Wu country, even in the northern barbarian lands. Their information network is quite reliable. We could make use these. Your father knows it. You don't have to worry about it. Gu Rongshan thought for a moment, knowing that his son-in-law was a capable man. He knew how to exploit the information dissemination and intelligence gathering capabilities of the Heavenly Mother sect. Grandfather, don't worry, I understand. Su Yan nodded. Yanner, can ordinary people practice your method of martial arts? Gu Rongshan asked with a hint of expectation. I am not sure. I would have to ask my mentor. Su Yan scratched his head. All right, you ask him. Understood. Su Yan nodded. He planned to take some of the treasures that he brought from Emperor Qi's treasury back to Eastern River County as a gift for his mentor. Treasures such as the 9-leaf yuanji and other valuable medicinal herbs were naturally to be taken, as well as some precious calligraphy and gemstones. That night, Su Yan was practicing in his own small yard. As his energy flowed, it continued to strengthen, and he felt that with the principles of the innate realm, he was just one step away from enlightenment. With his practice, Su Yan felt he was close to fully mastering the state of qi and blood. The breakthrough would likely come in the next 2 or 3 days. With Su Yan leaving the capital, Emperor Qi heaved a sigh of relief. The ministers also breathed a sigh of relief. Su Yan's presence was like a mountain hanging over their heads, ready to collapse at any time, crushing them into pulp. Now that Su Yan was gone, it was as if the mountain over their heads had disappeared. The prince's palace of Qi remained lofty, and Gu Rongshan, the king of a different surname, the grand elder and the crown prince's teacher, still held high authority. Even if the ministers had objections, they dared not voice them. With the royal treasury emptied by Su Yan, Emperor Qi openly asked the ministers to present some treasures to the palace. Those who did not oblige were dismissed, and in severe cases their houses were confiscated. Anyway, the court had already changed because of Su Yan. Yu Rongshan kept silent. His grandson had emptied Emperor Qi's treasury, so it only made sense for him to refill it, didn't it? The quickest and most direct way to replenish it was naturally to target the group of ministers. The ministers cursed silently in their hearts but had no choice but to donate. After all, in search of great talents, they still needed the status of the court's high officials. Without this status, how could they recruit guards and search for great talents? Eastern River County, Su family. Su Jun was entertaining Jiang Pingshan and Ku Ruaji. He said with a smile, Yanner will be back soon. The position of the Eastern River County ruler is vacant. Do either of you have someone to recommend? Jiang Pingshan glanced at Ku Ruaji and said, Eastern River County is eventually a county of Qi country. Honorary member Su, you should be cautious when using people. Ku Ruaji raised his brow and laughed coldly. What does it have to do with Qi country or old Qi emperor? Eastern River County belongs to the Su family. Su elders' decisions are none of Qi emperor's business. Jiang Pingshan's face darkened. He kept quiet. It was clear that Ku Ruaji had expressed his intention to side with the Su family, and the fact that Eastern River County belonged to the Su family was unquestionable. Still smiling, Su Jun continued, Brother Jiang, please continue to maintain law and order in Eastern River County. The general's mansion is still the general's mansion. Understood. If Elder Su needs anything, feel free to give the order. Jiang Pingshan responded with a fist and a palm salute. He was a bit dejected. Originally, Su Yan was his son-in-law, but one wrong step led to a world of difference. As for the role of the governor of Eastern River County, I have another candidate in mind. Ku Ruaji, you will serve as an advisor in the Su mansion. Being a strategist of the Heavenly Mother sect, you should understand my intention, Su Jun said with a sly smile. I understand. Ku Ruaji seemed regretful, but he knew that the Heavenly Mother sect was still just a sect and could not make it to the mainstream. Nowadays, in Qi country, it was neither an era of droughts nor of wars. The people were content and there was no chance of rebellion. In the Eastern River County, everyone is searching for talents. Ku Ruaji, you should keep your eyes on it, understood. After letting Jiang Pingshan leave, Su Jun seriously said to Ku Ruaji, I understand. Ku Ruaji nodded. Talents are in Yunshan County, but nobody dares disturb them. Su Yan has returned. He's returned with a large package on his back. Master, I'm back. Su Yan put down the package and greeted respectfully. Good, it's good to be back. Li Xuan nodded. Come, this is your junior disciple brother Meng Chong. This is your senior disciple brother Su Yan. Li Xuan called Meng Chong over. Meng Chong pays his respects to the senior brother. Meng Chong greeted respectfully. Junior brother, you're too polite. Su Yan reciprocated, a bit surprised that Master had already taken in a disciple. Junior brother, this is a gift from your senior brother. Since he now had a junior brother, he, being the senior brother, should make some sort of gesture. Su Yan reached into the package and pulled out a large saber. Meng Chong touched his bald head and gratefully accepted the saber. The moment he held it, it was heavy. He slightly pulled it out of its sheath, instantly filled with immense joy. This saber seemed extraordinary. Li Xuan's expression shifted. That saber didn't look like an ordinary steel blade. Disciple, where did this saber come from? Master, I found it in the royal treasury. All these are from the royal treasury. Su Yan grinned excitedly as he opened the package to reveal medicinal herbs, calligraphy and paintings, precious gems and all sorts of rare treasures. Master, these are gifts I brought for you. Very thoughtful. Li Xuan felt gratified knowing that his disciple was so filial. However, he didn't particularly value these items. After all, as a martial artist, his mindset and perspective are now different. Meng Chong looked on with envy, thinking to himself, senior brother got gifts for Master from the palace, and I haven't presented Master with a gift since I became his disciple. Once I succeed in martial arts, I'll make a trip back to Wu country, get the 100,000 taels of gold from the Emperor of Wu, and also check out his treasury for any valuable items. Li Xuan sat in his chair, listening to Su Yan recount his adventures. Su Yan told the whole story very thoroughly. I didn't expect the Emperor Qi to be such a decent fellow. In the end, Su Yan chuckled. Li Xuan sighed inwardly. Emperor Qi was a decisive individual. By trapping Gu Rongshan with his reputation, Gu Rongshan would certainly not rebel unless absolutely necessary for the sake of his esteemed status. Disciple, you need to remember, you now possess power beyond royalty in the entire Qi country. No need to feel restricted when handling matters. Yes, Master. Su Yan nodded, then started talking about the Heavenly Mother sect, that Ku Ruaji actually wanted to name me as the Grand Saint of Heaven, tying me to the Heavenly Mother sect. He's delusional. Li Xuan was taken aback. The Grand Saint of Heaven. What a coincidence. That night the elderly man in the hemp robe and the county magistrate wanted to name him the Grand Saint of Heaven. And in the prefecture city, Ku Ruaji also wanted to make Su Yan the Grand Saint of Heaven. It seemed the people in the Heavenly Mother sect were always looking for the right person to become the Grand Saint of Heaven, so it was such a coincidence. Su Yan was back, and with both his disciples present, Li Xuan shifted his focus more towards the grand scheme of martial arts, especially how Meng Chang should further cultivate his physical body. Master, the cultivation technique that junior brother practices seem a bit different. Meng Chang was diligent in his practice. He spent over half of his day on cultivation. Su Yan watched for a while, revealing an expression of confusion. Meng Chang's potential is in his physical strength. What I impart to him is body-oriented martial arts, focusing on the refinement of the physical body. Li Xuan calls Meng Chang over. It is time to explain to his disciple the issues about the martial arts system. Future new disciples may possibly open up new branches of martial arts. Su Yan, you are cultivating the orthodox martial arts. Your bones are pristine, and the purity of your martial arts has been achieved. You should understand it as well, so there's no need for me to elaborate. Li Xuan's mysterious aura enshrouds him entirely, making him seem more inscrutable in his clear state of mind. Su Yan and Meng Chang are both shocked at how truly inscrutable their master is. Meng Chang is cultivating body-oriented martial arts, focusing on physical body refinement, reflecting a strong strength in himself, but it is not brute force. The Golden Bell Shield is foundational in body-oriented martial arts, with vitality as strong as the Golden Bell, confining it into yourself, a defense which is unrivaled. Li Xuan briefly explains the body-oriented martial arts. Orthodox martial arts' fundamental state is to temper jade bones without flaw. Martial arts at its purest. This is the foundation of martial arts, and the foundation of body-oriented martial arts is the diamond-glazed bone. Only after tempering the diamond-glazed bone can one be said to have truly reached the quintessential foundation of body-oriented martial arts. Meng Chang, do you understand? At the end, Li Xuan looks at Meng Chang and solemnly asks. Meng Chang's heart tightened, and he respectfully answered, "Disciple understands. I will definitely not let down, Master. I will indeed temper the diamond-glazed bone. Your unwavering determination reassures me." Li Xuan nodded. Master, between orthodox martial arts and body-oriented martial arts, which one is stronger? Su Yan couldn't help but ask. Body-oriented martial arts doesn't sound simple. Achieving the state of the Golden Bell, becoming invincible in defense sounds difficult to break, and the force of the physical body is extremely powerful. Li Xuan said calmly with a smile, whether it's orthodox martial arts or body-oriented martial arts, there's no real distinction of strong and weak. Strength or weakness simply depends on the person. Orthodox martial arts practitioners enter with gold bones. Body-oriented martial arts practitioners enter with copper bones. Who is stronger or weaker? Even if both disciplines start with gold bones, who is stronger or weaker? Whoever has a deeper understanding and richer experience in dealing with opponents naturally has an advantage. Su Yan nodded silently, excitement showing on his face. He looked at Meng Chang and said, "Junior brother, once you've entered the door, we'll compare notes. The experts in the outside world are too weak, and it's no fun." "Good, brother, wait for me to get started." Meng Chang has an excited look on his face as well. "Master, can ordinary people practice martial arts?" "I want to teach martial arts to my family and let them give it a try." Su Yan lowered his head, sneaking a look at Li Xuan while speaking. Whether the cultivation technique can be passed on or not requires the master's permission. You may pass it on if you wish, but whether they can cultivate is unknown, how long they will need, and how different everyone's martial arts talent is. Those without martial arts talent might not be able to break through their entire lives. After a brief deliberation, Li Xuan gave Su Yan permission to pass on the cultivation techniques. The benefits of sharing completed cultivation techniques with others can be fairly minimal, but what if many people are practicing? Little streams make a mighty river. There may be unexpected gains. Since Su Yan wants to pass it on, it's a good opportunity to see what happens. The biggest benefit of Golden Finger is undoubtedly direct disciples successfully cultivating unique techniques that he devised. If the technique has been completed and is passed on to other disciples, the feedback is not high. But that does not mean there are no returns, just that the returns are very low. What if the technique is widely distributed? With more people practicing, accumulating over time, there might be unexpected gains. As Li Xuan thought about it, he decided to try it out by letting Su Yan share the technique. After all, how many people can succeed in cultivating the technique is still unknown. Martial arts eventually favor those with talent. Su Yan was very excited. Focus on your cultivation. Strengthening oneself is what's important. The martial path is endless, Li Xuan encouraged. After receiving permission from his master, Su Yan went home again to teach his parents the method of martial arts cultivation. Naturally, the foundation of martial arts cultivation begins with sensing the qi and blood flow, and then refining the body's skin. For this, he deliberately brought back a 9-leaf Ganoderma herb to help his parents cultivate and sense their chi and blood. The core protectors of the Su family currently are Pharmacist Pan and more than a dozen staunch defenders, all of whom were cultivated in secret by Su Jun. Pharmacist Pan possesses the strength of a top martial artist in the rivers and lakes, while the rest of the protectors are all high-level practitioners. Moreover, Pharmacist Pan can also concoct nourishing medicines. Since they are core members of the Su family, Su Yan also imparted the martial arts cultivation methods to them. Whether they could successfully cultivate or have the gift will depend on their own fate. Of course, Su Yan only taught the method of refining skin, bones, and internal organs. He did not pass on the cultivation technique of the Qi and Blood realm. The Qi and Blood realm is too far beyond their reach. Su Yan, who had just returned to East River County, once again set off for the capital city to impart his cultivation technique to his uncles, cousins, and others. In Yunqian County, Li Xuan leisurely sat on a chair. Meng Chang was diligently cultivating as usual. As the cultivation progressed, his golden bell-like physique was improving, and his bones had reached the stage of being as hard as iron. Sheer also came every day to do chores such as cooking and cleaning. He was a hardworking person, so Li Xuan decided to teach him the martial arts technique of refining the skin. Sheer himself was a top martial artist in the rivers and lakes. If he had a talent for martial arts and could sense qi and refine his skin, his strength would increase significantly, and the speed of completing the skin refinement would not be too slow. Sheer, come here. Li Xuan beckoned. Senior, what do you need? Sheer hurried over, bending his body and asked, You are a sharp and hardworking person. Fine, I need someone to run errands during my time in this world. Are you willing? Li Xuan asked in an incredibly calm manner. I am willing, I am willing. This is a grand opportunity for me. Sheer was so excited that he knelt to the ground. Sheer, paying respects to the master. Thud, 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 get up. Li Xuan nodded and said, I will teach you the basic method of martial arts. Whether you can grasp it depends on your own talent and fate. Sheer's heart was pounding violently. Finally, he also had the chance to become a martial arts expert. The first step in martial arts cultivation is to sense qi and blood and then refine the skin. Today, I will teach you the method of skin refinement. Whether you can master it depends on your own talent and fate. Li Xuan taught the method of refining skin to Sheer. As for the later refining bones and internal organs, he would teach them after Sheer could sense qi and complete skin refinement. Sheer was extremely excited. Go and comprehend it yourself. Find a room to live in. Li Xuan waved his hand. Since Sheer had become a servant, he naturally had to live in the courtyard and take care of all the chores. Yes, Sheer respectfully backed away. In the capital of Qi country, because of Su Yan's second visit, Emperor Qi and his officials became very cautious again. It felt like a mountain was hanging over their heads, which made Emperor Qi and his officials even more determined to find a martial arts expert. Only by finding a martial arts expert could this mountain hanging over their heads be moved away. After teaching the martial arts cultivation techniques, Su Yan did not immediately return to East River County, but temporarily stayed in Qi King's mansion. I'm about to break through to the peak of the Qi and Blood realm. Su Yan, who was cultivating, was extremely excited. He was only one step away from reaching the highest level of the Qi and Blood realm. I have almost grasped the cultivation techniques of the innate realm. I have some understanding now, and not long after reaching the peak of the Qi and Blood realm, I should be able to comprehend it completely. After reaching the peak of the Qi and Blood realm, he was one step closer to the second realm of martial arts, the innate realm. After reaching the peak of the Qi and Blood realm, I aim to fully master Qi and Blood within a month. Su Yan set a goal for himself. Boom. The energy and blood surged ever more powerfully. His jade-like bones seemed to glow. His Qi and blood continued to become increasingly pure and grow, not far from the peak of the Qi and Blood realm at 100 zhangs length. At one moment, the Qi seemed to cross a vast gulf, suddenly soared and became distinctly purer, and a tide of Qi and blood erupted, reaching 100 zhangs in distance. Boom. Immediately afterward, the Qi and blood that had shot skyward turned into a massive red dragon, soaring as if piercing the sky. The momentum of Su Yan's breakthrough was considerable. All people, including Gu Rongshan, were astonished at the sight of 100 zhangs long dragon rising from Su Yan's courtyard, taken aback. Has Yanner's strength increased again? Great, very good indeed. Gu Rongshan and his son were overjoyed. From the Qi King's residence, not far from the royal palace, Emperor Qi looked in the direction of the Qi King's residence. His color changed, with Su Yan flaunting his martial power. No, had his ability grown stronger. At this moment, Emperor Qi felt a sense of urgency and must find a martial arts expert quickly. In the East Palace of the Crown Prince, the third prince excitedly ordered, Quick, prepare gifts. I want to go pay my respects to my mentor. The assembly of ministers was awestruck. They whipped their good-for-nothing sons and sent them all out to find martial experts. The Crown Prince could no longer sit still. That day, he led his palace guards out of the capital to find martial experts. That day, the capital city of Qi country was destined to be anything but calm, as a fever for finding martial experts swept the city. Su Yan, as the instigator of all this, was immersed in the wonder of his breakthrough, feeling the strengthening of his own ability. Only after the breakthrough did he experience a greater awe of his master's power. The full development of qi and blood that the master showed me back then had such an overwhelming momentum, such an endless qi and blood. It's far stronger than what I have now. Su Yan felt somewhat ashamed in his heart. I'm still too weak. Even after cultivating jade bones, I'm still far from enough. Master's realm is unimaginably deep. What he showed me was probably how he was when he reached the peak of Qi and Blood realm. In comparison, I'm lacking too much. No wonder Master kept telling me to guard against arrogance and impetuosity. My strength is not strong enough. The more he pondered, the more he felt the strength of his master. Although I'm not as powerful as my master, I should not belittle myself. I'm no weaker than the prodigious talents of ancient times. I am even stronger. Su Yan was encouraging himself in his heart. Master is too strong, like a lofty mountain that cannot be surpassed. But as long as he has faith, he can one day reach the same height as his master. Su Yan gathered his qi and blood and exhaled deeply. My qi and blood are at their peak. The cultivation technique of the innate realm is becoming increasingly clear to me. Su Yan entered his room, sat cross-legged on the bed, let out a breath, and his state of mind gradually became clear, entering a state of complete oneness with the world. Only the profound understanding gradually appears in his mind. The cultivation method of the innate realm is becoming increasingly clear, gradually appearing before him like a continuous thread. How to connect the heaven and earth bridge, how to refine qi and blood into innate true qi, how to ingest and exhale nature's spiritual energy, open up the sea of qi danshan. The cultivation technique became increasingly clear, as if an image of breaking through to the innate realm appeared in his mind, how to ingest and exhale nature's spiritual energy. Connect the heaven and earth bridge, sense the nature's spiritual energy, guide the spiritual energy into the two bridges of heaven and earth, open up the danshan sea of qi. An excited expression appeared on Su Yan's face. The more he comprehended, the clearer the cultivation method of the innate realm became. The sequence of breakthroughs, the process of cultivation, gradually emerged in his mind. I have finally grasped the cultivation technique of the innate realm. Once my qi and blood realm reaches perfection, I can proceed to break through to the innate realm. Su Yan opened his eyes. His face was filled with excitement. Yunshan County, Li Xuan looked at the diligently cultivating Meng Chang. Every day he could sense Meng Chang's body getting stronger, which left him very satisfied. Meng Chang's body is becoming more and more robust. It will not be long until he temper into a copper body. Achieving a golden body should not be an issue for him. However, the Vajra lustrous bone will be somewhat challenging. When Su Yan was cultivating, the technique he was taught was after all made up on the spot, without any concrete technique for reference. Everything depended on Su Yan's own imagination to perfect. The difficulty of cultivation is naturally higher than that of Meng Chang. Su Yan tempered into a jade bone only through combating and slaying the fire-maned wolf, thereby breaking his shackles to temper into a jade bone. If Meng Chang wants to temper a Vajra lustrous bone, he probably also needs to push himself to his limits, breaking his shackles to make it happen. Where can we find the fire-maned wolf? In the endless mountains. Li Xuan fell into deep thought. We may not necessarily need the fire-maned wolf. What's needed to break through is shattering the shackles, so. He thought of a method. Perhaps it can help Meng Chang to break the shackles and temper a Vajra lustrous bone. Can Meng Chang temper into a golden bone within a month? Probably not too far off. Li Xuan estimated Meng Chang's rate of cultivation progress. Once Meng Chang starts on the journey of martial arts, I can gain the Vajra lustrous bone. Combining the jade bone with the Vajra lustrous bone, how powerful will it be? Thinking about the rewards from the golden finger after Meng Chang's initiation, Li Xuan was filled with anticipation. In his free time, Sheer was also diligently cultivating. He had already begun to sense his blood and qi and was preparing to refine his skin. As I thought, cultivating martial arts requires a natural gift. Sheer's talent is far inferior to Meng Chang's and Su Yan's. Li Xuan observed Sheer's speed of cultivation and couldn't help but sigh. Even if martial arts were widely known, the number of successful initiates would not be high. However, with more people practicing martial arts, the base is larger, so the number of successful initiates may not be too few. Suddenly, a golden light emerged. Your disciple Su Yan has achieved great success in the blood and qi realm, doubling your blood and qi. Boom! The blood and qi in the body surged and doubled instantly. Li Xuan was overjoyed. Su Yan had already achieved great success in the realm of blood and qi, and it wouldn't be long until he reached perfection. In that case, the next step would be breaking into the innate realm. He had made up the second realm of his martial arts journey, the innate realm. This is the first realm where one breaks away from the worldly constraints, taking flight through controlling qi, traveling hundreds of miles in an instant. This is the truly formidable aura of a martial arts powerhouse. While the blood and chi realm allows you to soar, it is not like flying freely through the air. These two are completely different things. Ever since I took in new disciples, the feedback from the Golden Finger has started mentioning the names of the disciples. Li Xuan noticed the change in the feedback from the Golden Finger. Can Su Yan perfect his blood and chi within a month? Li Xuan fell into thought. Given Su Yan's cultivation speed, he should be able to achieve perfection in the blood and chi within the month. I wonder if he'll be able to comprehend the technique of the innate realm. I hope you succeed, my disciple. Don't disappoint your master. Li Xuan had high expectations for Su Yan. Your disciple Su Yan has successfully comprehended the innate realm cultivation technique you devised. You have broken through to the innate realm. Suddenly, a golden light emerged. At that moment, Li Xuan could feel the blood and chi in his body condensing into innate true chi. Boom, boom, boom. It was as though there were thunderclaps echoing within his body. A mysterious feeling enveloped him, as if he had connected with the world, feeling the existence of nature's spiritual energy. The bridge to the universe had been established. Boom. Li Xuan guided nature's spiritual energy into his body, creating a turmoil in his body, and opened up his energy field. At this time, Li Xuan was completely immersed in the intricacy of the breakthrough. The innate realm cultivation technique appeared in his mind. What an incredible mystery it was. As nature's spiritual energy entered his body, his massive vital energy was refined into innate true chi, and his body underwent a transformation. He seemed to have transcended the mundane world, shedding all impurities. His bones gleamed brilliantly, and his body became pure and flawless, untouched by any worldly filth. Li Xuan broke through to the innate realm, and his body underwent a wonderful transformation. Nature's spiritual energy flowed into his body, causing innate true chi to continually surge out. At the moment when his connection with the world became unblocked, it was as if he had connected with the universe, sensed the existence of nature's spiritual energy, and guided it into his body. He opened up his energy field and refined it into innate true chi. The body underwent transformation, the bones blossomed brilliantly, and the innate was flawless. The worldly filth seemed to have been cleansed at this moment, reverting to its innate state. Li Xuan was still sitting in his chair as if nothing had happened. There was no sign of a breakthrough. Only Li Xuan knew that at this moment he had crossed a chasm and stepped into the innate realm. So this is what innate is. Li Xuan felt his own state, and his heart was filled with excitement. Such a good disciple. He actually comprehended the innate realm cultivation technique in advance, and the Golden Finger directly reflected his innate realm's strength. Therefore, even if Su Yan does not break through to the innate realm, as long as he gains insight in advance, the Golden Finger will also reflect the gains. As Su Yan has gained insight into the cultivation technique, it means that his breakthrough into innate is a sure thing. Li Xuan guided nature's spiritual energy into his body, feeling the storm-like power coming through the connection with the world. His heart was filled with excitement, but also some doubts. Why does it feel like the spiritual energy of heaven and earth is not gentle enough? If it wasn't for the connection to the universe, I probably wouldn't be able to accommodate the spiritual energy into my body. The spiritual energy can enhance a person's strength. It's a strong energy. It's normal for it to not be gentle. Didn't Li Xuan feel that the spiritual energy was not gentle enough? It wasn't strange at all. He did not delve further into this issue. As long as there is spiritual energy and he can continue to cultivate, he can continue to become stronger. Whether it is gentle or not, it does not matter. It won't cause harm. Having reached the innate realm, I can say that I am no longer of the mortal realm. As long as there is spiritual energy from heaven and earth, I can survive without eating or drinking. Li Xuan's heart was stirred. This was only the second realm of his martial arts, and it was already so powerful. People in the innate realm could absorb the spiritual energy of heaven and earth and didn't need to eat. How long can someone in the innate realm live? How long is their lifespan? Li Xuan suddenly fell into contemplation. Practicing martial arts naturally results in a lifespan far beyond that of ordinary people. Just being in the vital energy realm already makes one's lifespan extraordinary, but how long one could live was not known. The lifespan of the vital energy realm should not be short, especially after refining the jade bones. Let me think. Li Xuan, with his eyes half closed and his mind clear, silently calculated the changes in the vital energy realm and the changes after the breakthrough to the innate realm to estimate the limit of life. After completing organ refining, the organs are strengthened, vitality is enhanced, and lifespan is much longer than ordinary people. So generally, the lifespan in the vital energy realm should be 200 to 300 years. If you refine the gold bones, you live longer, at least 300 years. The jade bones, though, 500 years. Li Xuan was suddenly shocked. Had he calculated it wrong? If what he thought was true, then just at the entrance to martial arts, one can live such a long life. I calculated it based on the changes in the body and the depletion time of vital energy after entering martial arts. I shouldn't be too far off. So the lifespan of the innate realm is over 1,000 years. I created this martial arts realm to be pretty amazing. The second martial arts realm can live for over 1,000 years. Li Xuan was excited. At this moment, he had a feeling that the lifespan division of martial arts has been determined. He calculated correctly. Could it be that this intuition came from the feedback of the golden finger? The innate realm has already transcended the mundane. In the eyes of ordinary people, there's not much difference between them and the deities. A lifespan of 1,000 years was actually within reason. Inhaling and exhaling nature's spiritual energy, where the innate true qi is endless, so naturally a longer lifespan is out of the ordinary. And if one has the foundation of jade bones in innate realm, naturally, the lifespan would be even longer. Li Xuan was extremely excited. What do we cultivate the martial arts for? The fundamental reason is to become strong, to live forever with invulnerability. This is the ultimate meaning of the martial arts. I'm now a beginner in the innate realm. My innate true qi seems inexhaustible, and I already have the martial arts technique for the innate realm. Next, I need to create a technique for the realm above the innate realm. I need to set the realm specifically, then seamlessly connect it with the innate realm to create a complete system. Li Xuan was completely exhilarated. His apprentice was too amazing. Suyan hasn't broken through to the innate realm yet, and he doesn't understand the wonders of the innate realm, so even if I create a technique for the realm above innate realm for him, he would not be able to comprehend it. It's impossible, I suppose, to comprehend a technique by crossing realms. Li Xuan fell into deep thought. So the technique of the realm above the innate realm would have to wait until Su Yan breaks through to the innate realm, then he would possibly be able to comprehend it. If he hasn't broken through to the innate realm yet, even if he comprehends the technique of the innate realm, but not personally experience the changes of innate, he would not be able to use it as a foundation to comprehend the technique of the realm above innate realm. However, preparations for creating the next realm technique can be started now. With Su Yan's cultivation speed, he should be able to complete his qi and blood within a month. The breakthrough to the innate realm will take a bit of time. Su Yan should be able to break through to the innate realm within 2 months. Every time he thought about this, Li Xuan was filled with anticipation. Once Su Yan breaks through to the innate realm, he would be able to reap the benefits of the golden finger again. Directly achieve perfection in the innate realm. It's time to create the next realm to create the technique. Li Xuan was electrified with excitement. Meng Chang has forged himself to the copper bone stage. He sensed his own strength with his flesh-bound body, like it's covered in a golden bell. Clenching his fist, he felt like he could easily defeat a top martial artist with one punch. If he had this strength back then, he wouldn't have had to risk assassinating the Emperor of Wu and use him to seek vengeance. Stone 2, come over. Meng Chang shouted out. Young Master Meng, what can I do for you? Shi'er asked with a smile on his face. After tough training these days, he was finally about to start refining his skin stage, so he was extremely excited. Come on, hit me in the chest. Meng Chang gave his chest a slap. Huh, Shi'er was somewhat stunned. What are you dazed for? Come on, hit me, Meng Chang urged. Isn't this bad? Shi'er said, looking troubled. What if he hurt him? You think you can hurt me? Quit talking, quick. Meng Chang looked at him with contempt. All right, Shi'er took a deep breath, quickly moved forward and punched Meng Chang hard in the chest. Thud. At this moment, Shi'er felt as if he had hit a mountain. His fist hurt a bit, and there was also a bit of backlash that made his arm numb. That's it. Are you using all your strength? Meng Chang just felt a scratch from that punch. All right, I'll go again. Shi'er's eyes narrowed. He let out a great yell and punched hard at Meng Chang's chest. This punch, he used all his strength. As a top martial artist, he had trained to the point of having strong explosive force. A full-strength punch could split stones and break monuments. However, when it hit Meng Chang's chest, it still felt like punching a mountain, giving him the illusion of an ant colliding with a mountain. The backlash made him retreat 2 steps and his arm became numb. Thud, has Meng Chang really become this strong? In such a short time, he could already completely ignore the attack of a top-tier martial artist. Did you really use all your strength? Meng Chang looked at Shi'er with a puzzled expression. He held back his body's reactive force, afraid of hurting Shi'er. Is this it? Has a top expert in the martial world become this weak? Shi'er was at a loss for words. He said that punch was the strongest I've ever thrown. Meng Chang was extremely excited. The golden bell shield was indeed powerful. He pulled out the knife embedded in the ground and threw it to Shi'er, saying, come, slash me. What? Shi'er was stunned, not knowing what to do. Slash him with a knife. Did Meng Chang lose his sanity while training? This is a knife, no matter how strong the flesh is, how can it resist? Moreover, hasn't Meng Chang mastered martial arts yet? He's still in the basic stage of training, and he wants to resist a steel knife with his bare flesh. I'm not afraid, why are you? Hurry up, Meng Chang urged. Shi'er was speechless. You brave fool might not be scared, but I am. What if I hurt you? What will I do then? You really want me to slash? Shi'er was still hesitant. Come on, Meng Chang patted his chest. All right then. Shi'er, holding the steel knife, stepped forward and slashed at Meng Chang. Boom, the sharp steel knife did not cut through. Put some effort into it, Meng Chang said discontentedly. Boom, another slash with the knife failed to break the defense. There was not a scratch on Meng Chang's body. Use all your strength. Meng Chang takes a deep breath. His flesh was like a bell, his body flawless, his muscles seemed to glow with a faint golden light. All right, Sheer gritted his teeth and chopped at Meng Chang's chest. Boom, the steel knife broke into two. Sheer staggered back, his hands trembling, his face full of shock. There was not a scratch on Meng Chang's chest. He was a top martial artist and his full-strength slash didn't harm Meng Chang's flesh at all. Too terrifying. Meng Chang patted his chest, he got his answer. His current physical defenses could completely ignore top martial artists. Ordinary steel weapons were unable to hurt him at all. However, if it was that precious blade, it's hard to say. Keep practicing. Strive to temper the indestructible Vajra bones soon. Take the martial arts training to the next level. Meng Chang, in high spirits, continued his intensive training. Sheer was also stimulated and buried himself in his training too. Li Xuan started walking around Yunqian County when suddenly he heard a voice that caught his attention. Young man, you have decent potential. This meeting must be fate. I have a martial arts secret manual here, and I'll sell it to you at a low price. These words sounded somewhat familiar. Li Xuan followed the sound and saw a man with a white beard, dressed in a wide robe, holding a yellowed booklet, speaking to a rich young master. Elder, I would like to acknowledge you as my master. Your qualifications are just decent, but you are not in my eyes. It's a stroke of fate that we met. I see your earnest desire for martial arts, therefore, I'll sell you a martial arts secret manual. The bearded man looked like a condescending high expert, adding, the law shall not be easily transferred. The secret martial arts manual has its own value. I don't want your money, but this is the rule of the martial arts world. Secret martial arts manuals must not be given away. The rich young master appeared somewhat lost and regretful, but quickly cheered up. Although he was not taken as an apprentice, acquiring a martial arts secret manual made the journey worthwhile. It's destiny that brought us together. 100 taels then. Here you go, elder. Rich young master handed over the silver and took the secret manual. Ponder over it well, practice diligently. The white-bearded man offered some encouragement, turned around and left. Then he approached another rich young master. Young man, you have decent potential. I have a martial art practice here. Li Xuan, where did this fraud come from? And someone actually believes him. It's really unbelievable. Li Xuan strolled around the city and discovered that many children of wealthy families had come to Yunsan County, all seeking to find hermits in the mountains and resting temporarily in the county town. Swindlers like the white-bearded man were not the only ones. What's more outrageous is that there were fools who fell for it. The guys from Tianmu sect, they're moonlighting as swindlers too. Li Xuan felt somewhat helpless to criticize, whether it was the white-bearded man or other deceivers. They turned out to be experts from Tianmu sect in disguise. Brother Shi, you're leaving now. Yes, Brother Tan, I shall take my leave. Brother Shi, did you obtain a martial Dao manual? How did you know? I got one too, but it seems a bit unreliable. A group of wealthy youngsters was somewhat baffled. Had martial Dao manuals become common goods on the streets? Impossible, right? They compared what they had and realized, damn, it was even worse than the martial arts manuals known in Jianghu. A crowd went to the county government office, clamoring for the Yunsan County magistrate to capture the swindlers. Without looking, Li Xuan knew that once these wealthy youngsters arrived at the county office, they would likely be fleeced by the Yunsan County magistrate again. After Su Yan displayed his mighty prowess, a craze for seeking martial Dao experts surged throughout Qi country. Not only the children of nobles and dignitaries, but also experts from Jianghu were seeking martial Dao hermits, hoping they, too, might encounter serendipity. Li Xuan thought about the endless mountains and suspected that only by crossing them could he truly understand this world. Of course, these were only speculations, and whether they held true remained an unknown. Wait a little longer. Now that Su Yan has reached innate and Meng Chang has made his entry into martial Dao, the martial Dao techniques can be spread to a certain extent. Li Xuan had some ideas in mind. Before spreading the cultivation methods of martial Dao, one must grasp the extent properly, ensuring that everything was under control, with absolutely no risk of losing control. Having already shared martial Dao with those close to him, Su Yan believed that in a few months, it would be clear whether there were people who could not initiate their cultivation or lacked the aptitude for martial Dao. In the boundless mountains, a team of more than 100 people was making their way through the dense forest, continuing to forge ahead. If there are hermits to be found anywhere in the world, they are bound to be in the endless mountains, said the son of the Minister of War with confidence. Absolutely. The son of the Minister of Rights concurred with a nod. The top profligates from the capital city who accompanied him all gave their approval. The endless mountains were infinite, and no one knew what lay at their ends, nor had anyone ever crossed them. If there were truly hermits in this world, they must be within these endless mountains. Donghe district was the closest to the endless mountains, and perhaps Su Yan had found a hermit there. The group was fully armed with leather armor, powerful crossbows, insect repellent, antidotes, and other essentials, and the guards in the team were all first-rate experts or stronger. Among them were no shortage of supreme masters. Despite the dangers of the endless mountains with ferocious beasts roaming, their strength was enough to hunt down any beast. With insect and snake repellents at hand, there would be no harm from poisonous snakes. In case of a bite, they had antidotes, all renowned in the pugilistic world for their immeasurable effect against venomous insects and snakes. Moreover, wearing leather armor made it harder to be bitten. A group of dandies was protected in the middle, with guards clearing the path ahead. Their bodies were smeared with pungent insect and snake repellents, as they swept the long sticks through thorns and undergrowth to drive away snakes and insects. Somewhere else, some armed with powerful crossbows remained vigilant, ready to shoot at the first sign of danger. Night fell. The group found a place to spend the night. The next day they continued their journey, heading specifically for the high mountains and dense forests, believing that hermits preferred these places. In the deep belly of the endless mountains, a piercing roar echoed, followed by silence. A massive fire-mane wolf lay dead on the ground as a figure in gray crouched on the wolf's neck, devouring its blood. Had Su Yan been there, he would have been shocked to find that this fire-mane wolf was more than twice the size of those in the evil shale forest. Yet such a formidable fire-mane wolf had now met its end. Cough, cough. The person in gray coughed repeatedly, lifting his head with fresh blood on his lips with each cough. More drops of blood fell from the corner of his mouth. Beast blood is impure and can only temporarily suppress the injuries. Pallor returned to the man's face as a hint of color emerged, but it soon faded, leaving his complexion deathly pale once again. His eyes glowed with a cold and venomous light as he glared in the direction from which he had come. "This time you didn't kill me, Zhu Wuxin. Just wait, when I return to the inner domain, your nightmares will begin." As Zhu Wuxin spoke, he looked ahead. Beyond the Iron Barrier Mountains lies the border wilderness. You wouldn't think I'd flee here, would you? In the border wilderness, the Tian Dai Lingji fades, unable to sense or refine spiritual energy. The energy is fierce, impossible to be absorbed into the body, impossible to cultivate with. To you, it's a barren land. Once injured, if you come to the border wilderness, not only can you not heal, but your condition will worsen continuously until your demise. But I, Zhu Wuxin, need only consume essence blood to recover from my injuries, to enhance my own strength. Zhu Wuxin's eyes revealed a look of malicious excitement and bloodthirst. The border wilderness is devoid of martial artists, unable to cultivate martial Dao, their strength never exceeding 9th grade. Although their essence blood is somewhat lacking, there is plenty in quantity, devouring 10,000, 100,000, a million. Even if they are ordinary people, not only can I recover my strength, I can break through. A look of exhilaration appeared on Zhu Wuxin's face. Coming to the border wilderness made him an invincible existence, akin to a deity to the people there. Relentless slaughter, who could stop him? Kill as many as come, sacrifice with blood, devour to strengthen oneself. In the inner domain, he couldn't do this, as mass killing would make him a target, followed by a relentless pursuit. This time, he had killed just dozens of martial artists and had already faced a siege that nearly cost him his life. The border wilderness is where I, Zhu Wuxin, will rise. Zhu Wuxin's eyes burned with fervor. How many inhabitants should the border wilderness have? Surely at least 100 million. He only needed to devour a tenth of them to break through the great Grandmaster realm. Once he had broken through to the realm of a great Grandmaster, he could slaughter his way back into the inner domain and exact his revenge. Although the spirit mechanism of heaven and earth has been depleted in the border wilderness, if I rely on devouring essence blood, I might still strengthen myself. Despite the significant drawbacks, what does it matter? Zhu Wuxin had a plan in mind. He would cultivate a group of people to kill and offer blood sacrifices for him. Once these people grew stronger, he would devour them to gain higher quality essence blood. Moreover, he didn't have to do it himself. No one doesn't want to strengthen themselves. In the border wilderness, I am a god, and they will all become my loyal followers, accompanying me as I slaughter my way back into the inner domain. Zhu Wuxin became more and more excited as he thought about it. It was as though he could see himself returning to the inner domain, leading a horde of followers and killing in all directions. Cough, cough. Getting too excited, he suddenly coughed, his complexion growing even paler. No good, the effect of beast blood is too poor, I must devour human blood. Zhu Wuxin looked up towards the front, his eyes revealing a blood-red color. With a movement, his figure soared into the sky, flying toward the outside of Taizheng Mountain. The party searching for the master had already advanced 500 li and still had not found the master. During the journey, they came across a tiger, which the group shot and killed, feasting heartily on its flesh. Look, that tall mountain ahead with its majestic and perilous peaks might just be the dwelling of a master. Our next destination is that mountain. The son of the Minister of War pointed at a mountain in the distance. While the mountain was visible, it was quite a distance away. It took them a day and a night, passing through dense forests, crossing over streams to finally reach the foot of the mountain. How do we go up? The peaks were treacherous, and it was no easy task to ascend. A few martial artists with exceptional lightness skills volunteered to go up, and only after a long while did they come down, reporting no reclusive masters there. The group couldn't help but feel disappointed. However, they soon rallied their spirits and continued on their journey. Let's rest for a while. Where on earth did Su Yan encounter that master? Damn it, the group sat down on an open hillside. Senior above, please accept my bow. Suddenly someone, overwhelmed with excitement, knelt down with a plop and called out loudly. The others looked in the direction of the voice only to see a figure flying toward them from afar. The figure flew shakily, but there was an indescribable ease about him as he floated in midair. A master. They had finally encountered a master. The group was both excited and agitated. Who else could it be but a master flying in midair? We pay our respects to the senior master. Senior, I am the son of the Minister of War of Qi Country. Please accept me as your disciple. The group called out excitedly and fervently. Zhu Wuxin, suffering from an outburst of his injury, swayed as he flew. He was about to find a place to recover when he suddenly heard the loud calls from below, and his spirits immediately lifted. Taizheng Mountain, a barren mountain in wilderness, actually has people, and a group of them at that. His eyes lit up with excitement and a bloodthirsty gleam. He saw a large group of people kneeling on the hillside below. There were over 100. Most of them are around 9th grade martial artist strength. A small part of them have 8th grade martial artist strength, and the strongest few are nearly on par with 7th grade martial artists. Is this the cream of the crop in the border wilderness? Those young fellows look like ordinary people, but young blood, the flavor must be not bad. Zhu Wuxin glanced and saw through the strength of the entire group all at once. The son of the Minister of War. An extraordinary identity indeed. No wonder there are so many wasteland strongmen protecting him. These people of border wilderness, unaware of the existence of martial artists, of course, they revere me as a deity upon seeing me. A smile appeared on Zhu Wuxin's face. No need to look for a place to rest after devouring these people's blood. Some of his injuries could be recovered. He laughed heartily in a great mood and flew directly toward the hillside. The people on the hillside, hearing the laughter, immediately felt encouraged. The senior seemed delighted, was their hope for becoming disciples. We pay our respects to the master. All the young nobles on the hillside, as well as the guards, excitedly and respectfully kowtowed and paid their respects. Good, very good, you've come at just the right time, Zhu Wuxin said cheerfully. The people on the hillside heard this and were overjoyed. The master said they had come at the right time. Thighs meant their opportunity was firm. They finally had the chance to become martial arts powerhouses. Boom! Suddenly, a cold and gloomy aura enveloped everyone, causing them all to shudder uncontrollably. As they looked up, shock appeared on their faces. The master was surrounded by thin, gloomy threads like spider silk that flew out in an instant. They felt a sharp pain in their chests, and looking down saw a spider silk-like thread entering their chests, seemingly transmitting fresh blood towards the master through the thread. Their bodies grew weak, and their vision darkened as though they could feel their blood being drained. Ah, help, spare us, senior. Demon, a demon. A few of the top-notch experts screamed miserably, powerless to resist, watching their own blood being drawn out continuously while their hearts throbbed violently, shriveling more and more. Their bodies were withering, and their consciousness was fading away. Hick, from within Zhu Wuxin's body came a sound, as if he had eaten his fill and belched. A healthy color returned to his pale face. Thread-like streaks of blood retracted from the corpses into his body, and a gloomy aura enveloped him, his face that had just regained color turning pale and lifeless once again. People from the wasteland have such mixed vital essence. I need to refine and purify it. Yet having devoured so many people's essence, I should be able to recover 50 to 60% of my strength, Zhu Wuxin muttered to himself. He looked up towards the endless mountains beyond, his eyes shining with excitement. The wasteland shall be the very place of my rise. Find a place to refine the vital essence and recover from my injuries. Only when I've regained my strength can I perform the great blood sacrifice, purify the vital essence, and use it for cultivation. Haha, all of you just wait for Zhu Wuxin's revenge. Zhu Wuxin, in high spirits, soared into the sky and vanished in the blink of an eye. Only on the slope, over 100 withered corpses remained, each withered face vaguely retaining a look of terror. The craze of seeking great masters swept through Qi country, with countless heading to the endless mountains to do so, and not just the Minister of War's son and his group. The endless mountains were full of dangers, with seekers banding together, accompanied by guards or recruiting experts to enter the mountains as one. On this day, a group in search of a master arrived at the foot of the slope. Let's rest up there. Who knows where these masters are hiding in seclusion? How come Su Yan has such good luck in finding a master? Don't be discouraged. Is it easy to find a master? Su Yan searched for many years and was even deceived. A bunch of dandies, protected by their guards, began to climb up the slope. Ah, suddenly a scream rang out. What the hell, you scared the hell out of me. What happened? Aren't you a top-notch expert in the martial world, yet so easily frightened? Ah, screams echoed one after another. Everyone looking at the scene on the slope felt chilled to the bone, their scalps tingling. On the slope lay over 100 corpses, exuding a faint, eerie aura, each body shriveled as if drained of all blood. On their dried-out faces, the terror of their final moments lingered. This is, someone recognized the identities of the corpses. The Minister of War's eldest son, the Minister of Right's second son, and there's more. Fear welled up amongst the crowd as they instinctively looked around, as if malicious spirits were about to choose their next victim. How did they die? A more courageous expert stepped forward to examine the bodies, becoming more shocked and fearful with each one. The bodies are withered, they've become mummies. Too bizarre. It wasn't long since the Minister of War's son and his group entered the Endless Mountains. Even if they had died, they couldn't have turned into mummies so fast. Moreover, each person's expression was one of extreme terror, as if they had seen something horrifying before death. This is the One-King, a famous top-class expert of the capital city, and he's dead too. People continued to identify the bodies, including many well-known top-class experts. Over 100 people, many of them experts, well-equipped with strong crossbows and other gears, had all mysteriously died on that slope. There was no sign of struggle at the scene. It was as if everyone had died simultaneously. The bodies had turned into mummies. Such a bizarre scene horrified everyone, and no one was in the mood to continue their search for masters. Let's go, let's get out of here. The Endless Mountains are too dangerous. The group didn't dare to linger and quickly descended the mountain. Take the Minister of War's son's body, take these bodies and bring them back to the capital city. Right, bring their bodies back to the capital city. Their deaths are too strange, we must investigate. Isn't Suyan a martial artist? Maybe he can detect something off. Someone suggested this. The others found it reasonable to take the bodies back, they might even get a reward for it. As for the possibility of being suspected of foul play, that was implausible. The bizarre state of the corpses was evident. And besides, with their strength, they couldn't have possibly killed the Minister of War's son and his group. Back in the capital city, Suyan had just broken through the Qi blood realm and gained insight into the innate realm cultivation technique, leaving him in high spirits. Emperor Qi sent someone to congratulate him and intended to hold a banquet in honor of his martial arts progress, but Suyan declined. After staying a few days in the capital city, Suyan set off to return to the East River Prefecture. Shortly after Suyan left the capital city, the news of the Minister of War's son and his group meeting their mysterious deaths in the Endless Mountains spread among the officials. The corpses were brought back. Even Emperor Qi came personally to investigate. The desiccated bodies, the lingering terror on their faces, it was all very strange. Lord Guo, you'd better call your grandson back to take a look. Yes, Lord Guo, this matter is too bizarre. The officials started to panic. Their own sons were out searching for great masters. Moreover, most had gone to the Endless Mountains. The ministers of war and rights were particularly devastated, struck by a tremendous blow. Guo Rongshan realized that the situation was extremely strange. Could there be some monster in the Endless Mountains? He immediately sent a message to Suyan. He immediately employed the Falcon messaging system that had just been set up not long before. Since his promotion to the Qi King, as the Great Elder and the Crown Prince's teacher, he had reallocated a few trained falcons from Qi Country's Falcon Department, specifically for communication between Donk County and the capital city. This ensured smooth and swift communication between Donk County and the residents of the Qi King. Suyan, weary from travel, hurried back to Donk County. He had just arrived home and had a meal with his parents, offering some advice on their cultivation, when he received a falcon message from his maternal grandfather. Shriveled corpses, strange circumstances of death. He was immediately curious. I once read in an ancient text a legend about a creature called corpse demon that likes to devour human blood. Could what they encountered be a corpse demon? The moment Suyan had this thought, his interest was piqued. It is said that corpse demons are ferocious, fond of human blood, and possess immense strength. I am now fully accomplished in the Qi blood realm, and my strength has long since surpassed my former self. I was just looking for an opportunity to test my skills. If it really is a corpse demon, it might be worth a shot. Suyan's eyes lit up with excitement, and he immediately rushed to the capital city. He had only read about the corpse demon in an ancient book. The tale had not circulated among the people, and very few knew of such a legendary creature. Capital city. Suyan had returned after a short absence. Where is the body? Where is it? He went straight to the site where the bodies were kept. He saw those few shriveled corpses. Emperor Qi and all the ministers were present. After examining the bodies, Suyan frowned. It seemed as if the bodies had been drained of their blood and turned into mummies. A faint gloom still lingered in the corpses. However, the condition of these bodies was different from how the text described victims of the corpse demon. There were no bite marks to be seen. According to the text, the bite would be at the neck. Moreover, those killed by a corpse demon would not instantly turn into shriveled corpses but would become bluish-black, infused with the demon's poison. Yet these several bodies had neither the bluish-black color nor the demon's poison. They had completely become mummies. It was as if they had been desiccated into human jerky, and even after such a long period, they hadn't decayed. Well, can you see any problem? Emperor Qi inquired. Su Yan continued examining the bodies and shook his head. I thought at first that it might be the work of the legendary corpse demon, but looking at the bodies, it doesn't seem so. What is a corpse demon? Emperor Qi and the ministers looked at one another in confusion. They had never heard of such a creature. A type of monster that brutally feeds on human blood, Su Yan briefly explained. Emperor Qi and his ministers felt a chill. Could such a terrifying creature really exist in this world? Young Master Su, how do you know about the corpse demon? A minister, unable to contain his curiosity, asked. He prided himself on his profound knowledge, extensive reading, and understanding of everything from astronomy and geography to history and relics, yet he had never heard of the corpse demon. He couldn't help but wonder if Su Yan had made it up. I saw it in an ancient text, a very old one. I heard it's a unique copy, Su Yan replied, seen in an ancient text. The minister was taken aback and subconsciously said, surely, the contents of texts. He abruptly stopped as the words caught in his throat. He suddenly remembered that Su Yan had believed in the legends found in ancient texts, seeking masters far and wide in pursuit of true martial arts, silently mocked by others for having a simple mind. And yet he had indeed mastered an incredibly powerful martial art. From this perspective, the legends in texts might not be so unbelievable. With this thought, he couldn't continue his previous line of questioning. Su Yan kept examining the bodies, stripping off their clothes and turning them over and over. The Minister of War had tears streaming down his face, his lips trembling as he prepared to speak. But a stern look from Emperor Qi silenced him before he could utter a word. He could only watch silently as Su Yan manipulated the bodies. Strange, if it wasn't the work of a corpse demon, then what could it be? Su Yan pondered in confusion, thinking back on the texts he'd read. None mentioned anything like this. Suddenly, his gaze sharpened as he saw a small hole at the region of the heart on one of the shriveled bodies, as if something had pierced the heart. This is, Su Yan frowned, touching the wound. It was very small, as if made by a tiny awl, a mosquito. The blood had been drained, turning them into mummies, and there was a small wound at the heart. Instinctively, Su Yan's mind conjured an image of a massive mosquito overpowering the son of the Minister of War, piercing his heart with its proboscis and draining him of blood. Could it be some kind of blood-sucking monster, like a mosquito? Su Yan couldn't help but think of the fire-maned wolf, which was not in the category of wild beasts. What ordinary beast had such great strength? And could the killer of the Minister of War and the others be a creature beyond the category of wild beasts, similar to the fire-maned wolf? After a moment of contemplation, he said, I don't know what the killer is, possibly some kind of monster. I will go back and ask my master, he might know. His master was a hermit. Surely he would know what kind of creature this was. Could the endless mountains be hiding such creatures? Su Yan suddenly became interested in the endless mountains and the unknown creatures within. He decided to ask his master whether, with his current strength, he could hunt monsters in the endless mountains. I'll go back and ask my master. Su Yan left in high spirits, prepared to rush back to Dong County to consult his master about the nature of the monster that drained people's blood, its strength, and whether he could handle it.